Invincible, rapidly growing stronger, unleashing powerful punches against Beerus and kicks against Zeno, a Dragon Ball fanfiction, with the bloodline of Earthlings never having faced defeat. Chapter 1. Traversing the World of Dragon Ball. The piercing sound of a horn struck Lin Xiao's chaotic consciousness like a rusted needle, jolting him awake from his bed. A dull pain radiated from the back of his head as the scenes before his eyes oscillated between blur and clarity. Lin Xiao rubbed his confused temples, surveying his surroundings. It was a small room of approximately 10 square meters, with yellowed newspapers plastered on the walls and several tattered cardboard boxes piled in the corner. A faint musty odor mingled with dust hung in the air. "Where am I?" he muttered, his throat parched as if sandpaper had scraped it. The last fragment of his memory was of riding an electric bike to deliver food when an out-of-control red truck barreled toward him like a wild beast. "Oh, life, can you spare me this time?" The blinding high beams nearly scorched his retinas. Ding! Host consciousness stable, soul binding complete. A cold mechanical voice echoed unexpectedly in his mind, nearly causing Lin Xiao to tumble off the bed. "Who?" He scanned the empty room warily, finding no one within. Ding! "Congratulations. Host has traversed to the Dragon Ball world. Dragon Ball's strongest system has been activated." Traversed? Dragon Ball world? System? Lin Xiao froze for 3 seconds before erupting into joyous laughter. "Ha! I knew it. Lin Xiao has finally arrived. Traversal? System? Isn't this the plot of a novel? I can finally transform like Suin Wukong and fight like Vegeta." He paced excitedly in the cramped room, nearly kicking over a wooden box at the foot of his bed. As a devoted fan who had grown up watching Dragon Ball, his love for this world was etched deep within him. The cataclysmic battles, the interstellar adventures, the passionate sacrifices made to protect. Now, he had the opportunity to partake in it all. Ding! Initial traversal detected. A beginner's gift pack has been issued. Would you like to open it now? Open it. Open it immediately. Lin Xiao shouted without hesitation. Ding! Congratulations. Host has obtained 2,000 points. Ding! Congratulations. Host has received 1 bloodline random draw opportunity. The system panel unfolded before Lin Xiao, revealing a translucent blue screen that displayed his information clearly. Host: Lin Xiao. Race: Earthling, awakening pending. Combat power: 5, average for an ordinary adult male. Points: 2,000. Skills: none. Items: bloodline draw opportunity X1. Points? What are they for? Lin Xiao curiously poked at the word points on the screen. Points can be used to exchange for all items within the system store, the mechanical voice explained. Store? Show me. As Lin Xiao spoke, the screen instantly switched to a dazzling array of products. From the most basic stamina enhancer, 10 points, and speed boost capsule, 50 points, to intermediate items like Kamehameha Beginner's Manual, 500 points, and Saiyan Combat Techniques Video, 800 points, and even advanced offerings such as Kaioken Beginner, 5,000 points, and Super Saiyan Transformation Secret Technique Fragment, 10,000 points. Lin Xiao grew increasingly astonished, his fingers flying across the screen as his breath quickened. Upon reaching the latter half of the list, he abruptly halted, his eyes widening like saucers. Any rule, perfect mastery, 10 million points. Ultra instinct, perfect level, 10 million points. Immortality, perfect level, 11 million points. Erase power, perfect mastery, 19 million points. Damn, Lin Xiao couldn't help but curse. Power of rules? Ultra instinct? And the erasure ability of Zeno? This store is utterly ridiculous. The perfect level Ultra Instinct is a realm that even Wukong could barely grasp on the brink of life and death, while the erase power is a skill exclusive to Zeno, capable of obliterating an entire universe with a mere flick of a finger. Such legendary abilities appeared with clear pricing in the store. Just look at those prices, Lin Xiao thought, gazing at the glaring 10,000 figure, his lips twitching. 2,000 points felt like a mere coin found on the roadside in comparison to these divine skills. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. A meal must be savored bite by bite, and a journey taken step by step. He would first explore the bloodline draw. System: I want to use the bloodline draw opportunity. Instantly, a massive wheel materialized in the center of the screen, measuring nearly 2 meters in diameter, divided into numerous segments, each marked with different bloodline names: Saiyan Bloodline, Ordinary, Namekian Bloodline, Frisia Clan Bloodline, Angel Bloodline, Fragment, Legendary Super Saiyan Bloodline, Majin Buu Bloodline. Lin Xiao's gaze fixated on the segment labeled Legendary Super Saiyan Bloodline, his heart racing wildly. The legendary Broly possessed this bloodline, endowed with terrifying combat prowess, capable of overpowering Super Saiyan Blue, Wukong, and Vegeta in a fit of rage. This was undoubtedly the most suitable bloodline for him at this stage. I must win. Legendary Super Saiyan. Legendary Super Saiyan. He clasped his hands together, fervently chanting in his mind. The wheel began to spin rapidly, the pointer blurring into a phantom, emitting a soft hum. Lin Xiao held his breath, his eyes fixed on the pointer, cold sweat forming in his palms. Gradually, the wheel's rotation slowed, the pointer's trajectory becoming increasingly clear as it approached the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline segment. Stop! Stop! Lin Xiao's heart raced in his throat. The pointer grazed the edge of legendary Super Saiyan before sliding past, and his heart plummeted. The pointer then wobbled toward the Majin Buu bloodline segment. Majin Buu is also good. He quickly altered his statement. Regeneration ability is incredibly strong, and he can absorb others' powers. That's impressive too. Just as the pointer was about to halt in the Majin Buu bloodline region, it suddenly quivered slightly as if nudged by an unseen force, gliding slowly toward the next area, Earthling bloodline. Ah, Lin Xiao was taken aback. No way. Earthling, what use is this thing? He stared at the screen where the notification popped up. Congratulations, host has obtained Earthling bloodline, feeling as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him from head to toe. He was all too aware of how weak Earthlings were in the Dragon Ball world. Apart from a few powerful beings like Kame Sunin and Krillin, most Earthlings were practically insignificant before Saiyans and cosmic beings. System, what happens if this bloodline is a duplicate? He asked, refusing to give up hope. The host need not worry. Identical bloodlines will automatically stack and merge, strengthening the existing bloodline. As soon as the words left the system's mouth, a warm current surged from Lin Zhao's dantian, swiftly spreading through his limbs and bones. He felt as if something within him had been activated. His bones emitted a faint cracking sound, his muscles tightened and brimming with power, and even his senses sharpened severalfold. The sound of sparrows flapping their wings outside the window, the rustling of pages in the next room, and even the dripping of a pipe 100 meters away were all distinctly audible to him. Lin Xiao, astonished, clenched his fist, the knuckles cracking sharply, a sense of unprecedented strength flooding his body. Is this the Earthling bloodline? He gazed incredulously at his hands. Can an ordinary Earthling have this sensation? What the host has obtained is not merely the ordinary Earthling bloodline, but the strongest Earthling bloodline. The system elucidated. When combined with the ordinary Earthling bloodline, hidden traits will be activated. Strongest Earthling bloodline. Lin Zhao's spirits lifted. What does that mean? In summary, the ordinary Earthling bloodline has a very low upper limit, while the strongest Earthling bloodline possesses limitless growth potential. The mechanical voice of the system rarely carried a hint of enthusiasm. Its learning ability, adaptability, and combat instinct all reached the pinnacle of the universe, and its growth rate is comparable to that of the progenitor Saiyan bloodline, possibly even superior in certain aspects. Lin Zhao's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you saying that even if I do nothing, my power will rapidly increase? Indeed, host. As time progresses, your combat power will automatically enhance, and the assimilation of any skills will yield remarkable results. Haha, that's fantastic. Lin Xiao instantly shook off his previous gloom, leaping excitedly around the room. So what if I'm Earthling? The strongest Earthling can still trounce Saiyans. Didn't Krillin become strong just by being an Earthling? I will undoubtedly surpass him. Just then, a loud gurgle echoed from his stomach, protesting loudly. Lin Xiao realized that since his arrival in this world, he had yet to eat a single morsel. Caught up in excitement, and my stomach is growling, he chuckled wryly, patting his flat belly. First, I must return home to eat. With that, he dashed out of the room. The moment his feet hit the ground, his body shot forward like an arrow, nearly colliding with the wall at the end of the corridor. Startled, Lin Xiao quickly steadied himself. Was this the enhanced physical quality? His speed had increased so dramatically. He lived on the outskirts of the city in an old residential area, surrounded by low buildings scattered about. The streets were sparsely populated, with a few vintage cars passing by, emitting a putt-putt sound. This area was close to the mountains, with the air imbued with the fragrance of earth and vegetation. Lin Xiao jogged home, and as he pushed open the peeling wooden door, he called out to the air, "System, what year is it in the AI era?" Replying to the host, "The current year is AI era 760. AI era 760? Lin Xiao was stunned. Then his face broke into an ecstatic smile. Does that mean Goku is around 23 years old now? Soon, Raditz will arrive. In AI era 761, Goku's brother Raditz descended upon Earth, revealing the truth about the Saiyans. marking a significant turning point in the Dragon Ball storyline. Now, there was less than a year until that moment. I must expedite my journey to become stronger. Lin Xiao clenched his fists. At the very least, I need to possess the ability to protect myself before Raditz arrives. He hastily entered the cramped kitchen and opened the creaky refrigerator. Inside, there were only a few eggs, a handful of vegetables, and half a bag of rice, indicating that the home's previous owner lived rather modestly. Lin Xiao rolled up his sleeves, skillfully starting a fire, washing the rice, and chopping vegetables. The enhanced body made his movements extraordinarily nimble, allowing him to prepare a meal that would normally take half an hour in just 20 minutes. A plate of stir-fried greens, a bowl of tomato scrambled eggs, and a large pot of white rice. The aroma of the food wafted through the tiny kitchen, making Lin Xiao's stomach growl even louder. He sat at the rickety wooden table, unable to resist any longer, and began to devour his meal voraciously. A mouthful of tomato scrambled eggs slid down his throat, the sweet and sour juice tantalizing his taste buds, followed by a bite of rice, imbued with a faint fragrance of freshly harvested grain, and then a refreshing mouthful of greens, cleansing and invigorating. Lin Xiao ate with such fervor that beads of sweat formed on his forehead, completely unable to stop. When he finally set down his chopsticks, he discovered more than 20 empty bowls on the table, and the pot of rice had been entirely emptied. I actually ate this much? Lin Xiao stared at his round belly, momentarily dazed. Then he chuckled in acceptance. It seems that growing stronger consumes quite a bit of energy. I will have to prepare more food in the future. After satisfying his hunger, drowsiness washed over him like a tide. Lin Xiao climbed onto the creaky wooden bed, pulling out the old flip phone from beneath his pillow. This device was considered relatively outdated in the Dragon Ball world. He opened a news page, skimming through the information of this world, hoping to find more clues regarding martial arts and powerful beings. While browsing, he suddenly slapped his thigh. Right? Tomorrow, I should visit Baozi Mountain. I might encounter a young Gohan, or even Son Goku himself. The thought of meeting his childhood idol made Lin Xiao so excited that he nearly leapt off the bed. He turned off his phone, closed his eyes, and began to envision the scene of meeting Goku. Meanwhile, hundreds of kilometers away from Lin Xiao's city, at Kame House, an old man wearing sunglasses and a floral shirt was lounging in a recliner, holding a magazine with an explicit cover. Suddenly, as if sensing something, he sat upright, his sunglasses sliding down to his nose, revealing a pair of astonished eyes. That power just now, Kame Sennin muttered to himself, the lewd smile on his face vanishing without a trace, replaced by an unprecedented seriousness. What immense energy! Although it was only for a moment, that pure feeling of power is undoubtedly on par with my younger self. He surveyed his surroundings. The sea was calm, the sky clear of clouds, and the powerful aura had vanished without a trace. Who could it be? Kame Sennin furrowed his brow, stroking his chin in deep thought. In this era, could there truly be such a powerful being hidden among us? Unbeknownst to him, the power that had astonished him was merely a fleeting hint of energy inadvertently released by Lin Xiao after acquiring bloodline enhancement. The young man who had just traversed into the Dragon Ball world was now peacefully drifting into slumber, filled with dreams of the future. Chapter 2. The First Encounter with Sun Wukong. The turtle sage sat slumped on the sandy shore, his sunglasses slipping to the tip of his nose, revealing eyes wide with astonishment. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead, following the lines of his face, evaporating instantly upon touching the scorching sand. Having lived for several centuries, he had never experienced such a pure and overwhelming power. That aura was akin to a dormant volcano, seemingly tranquil, yet concealing the energy to upend the world. System. Was my current combat power? Lin Xiao's voice brimmed with an uncontrollable thrill. The mere hint of energy he had unwittingly released had thrown the legendary turtle sage into disarray, igniting his curiosity about his own strength. Responding to the host, current combat power is 1-0-80-000. 1-0-80-000. Lin Xiao straightened abruptly, nearly dropping his jaw in disbelief. To put it into perspective, Goku's combat power at the onset of the Saiyan saga was merely 416. The figure of 1-0-80-000 far surpassed his expectations. To possess such formidable strength upon entering the Dragon Ball universe, would he not soar to new heights? He gazed down at his hands, feeling as if the tremors from shattering boulders still lingered in his palms. The setting sun cast a warm glow upon him, elongating his shadow, while the distant sea shimmered like a dreamscape. As twilight descended, Lin Xiao returned to his modest abode. After a brief wash, he lay upon his bed. He had anticipated that his excitement would prevent him from sleeping, yet he succumbed to a deep slumber the moment his head touched the pillow. Perhaps his enhanced lineage required rest to assimilate the surging power. The following morning, radiant sunlight streamed through the dilapidated window, warmly gracing Lin Zhao's face. Outside, a few sparrows chirped merrily in the locust tree, their clear calls rousing him from his dreams. System, what is my current combat power? He asked, rubbing his eyes as he sat up, instinctively inquiring. Responding to the host, current combat power is 1,280,000. A surge of joy coursed through Lin Zhao as he processed the overnight increase of 200,000. This growth rate is simply astounding, he exclaimed, his eyes wide with exhilaration. At this rate, it won't be long before I catch up to Super Saiyan Goku. He sprang from his bed, hastily preparing breakfast, deliberately cooking extra rice and roasting a substantial piece of meat. Once satisfied, he pushed open the door, and the morning sunlight filtered through the sparse clouds, infusing the air with the fragrance of nature, compelling him to squint in delight. After inhaling a couple of breaths, he sensed a renewed surge of power within, as if the energy particles floating in the air were eager to infiltrate his being. The prowess of the strongest human bloodline was indeed deserving of its reputation. Even his breaths seemed to grow stronger. Lin Zhao attempted a gentle leap, and to his astonishment, his body soared into the air with the lightness of willow fluff, ascending several dozen meters before landing gracefully atop the crown of an ancient tree. The branches beneath him swayed slightly, yet sustained no harm. Standing at the treetop, he closed his eyes, focusing his mind. A wondrous event unfolded. He could distinctly perceive the sap coursing through the tree trunk, hear the intricate roots burrowing deep into the earth, and even sense the heartbeat of small creatures within a 100-meter radius. This acute awareness of his surroundings was an extraordinary ability bestowed by his lineage. He decided to visit Baozi Mountain. Lin Zhao opened his eyes, discerned the direction, and darted forth with the swiftness of a cheetah. Unlike a Saiyan who transforms into a streak of light, he adeptly concentrated his power in his legs, navigating the forest at remarkable speed. His feet traversed sharp rocks without stirring a speck of dust, and as he glided over the rushing stream, only a delicate spray of water was disturbed. The dense woods before him morphed into a blurred green shadow, moving so swiftly that his trajectory was nearly imperceptible. As he approached Baozi Mountain, the energy in the air became increasingly palpable, a warm and pure force, akin to a flickering flame or a rushing river. Even from miles away, one could feel the vibrant vitality it contained. It was the aura of Wukong. Lin Zhao's heart surged with warmth, prompting him to hasten his pace. Passing through a dense bamboo grove, he suddenly heard the bright laughter of a child, mingled with the thud of a heavy object hitting the ground. Slowing his steps, he quietly parted the bamboo leaves to gaze ahead. In a clearing stood a young man clad in an orange martial arts uniform, effortlessly hoisting a wild boar larger than a truck upon his shoulder, his dark face adorned with a sincere and hearty smile. His thick black hair danced in the wind, and his clear black eyes sparkled with an unworldly innocence reminiscent of a mountain spring. Beside him stood a girl with a ponytail, dressed in a pale purple dress, playfully scolding him as she brushed the dirt from his shoulders. Wukong, Chi-Chi. Lin Zhao's heart swelled with emotion, instinctively calling out the names etched in his very DNA. The young man turned at the sound, revealing none other than son Wukong. His clear black eyes held a hint of curiosity as they regarded Lin Zhao, while the wild boar grunted, its massive head swiveling to inspect this unfamiliar visitor. Do you know us? Wukong scratched his head, a simple smile gracing his face. But his aura involuntarily fluctuated, a natural response from a strong individual to an unfamiliar presence. Though subtle, it radiated a formidable power. Lin Zhao leapt down from the tree, landing gracefully before the duo, striving to present a friendly smile. I am Lin Zhao. I have long admired your esteemed name, Wukong. He refrained from mentioning his journey through time, opting instead for a vague explanation. I'm also a martial artist and heard rumors of a formidable master in this vicinity. So I came hoping for a stroke of luck, never expecting to encounter you. A martial artist? Wukong's eyes instantly brightened, akin to a child discovering a new toy. He set the wild boar down with a resounding thud that shook the ground. He flexed his wrists and struck a pose, excitement bubbling within him. Shall we spar a bit? Chi-Chi sighed, shaking her head as she patted Wukong's arm. Wukong, not every martial artist you meet is someone you should fight. How impolite. As Lin Zhao was about to respond, a system prompt echoed in his mind. Target detected, son Wukong. Side quest triggered, Demonstrate a combat understanding that transcends the current level. Quest reward: 3,000 points, basic mastery of Qi. A spark of inspiration ignited within him as he observed Wukong's eager demeanor, and he suddenly smiled. A spar is indeed welcome. But I have a condition. We shall not exert our full strength, merely compare our techniques. What say you? Wukong paused for a moment, then readily agreed. Sounds great. Focusing solely on technique will be quite intriguing. No sooner had he spoken than Wukong sprang into action. His movements appeared casual, yet his fist sliced through the air with a sound reminiscent of a gale, aimed directly at Lin Xiao's face. This punch, devoid of excessive qi, was nevertheless imbued with the essence of honed combat instinct. Its angle was so cunning that evasion seemed impossible. As if any attempt to dodge would only lead into the trajectory of his next assault, Lin Xiao remained composed, shifting his feet in a peculiar rhythm to sidestep the impending strike. Though his motions were unhurried, they perfectly coincided with Wukong's moment of power transition. Akin to water flowing around a rock, effortlessly navigating past. Simultaneously, his fingertips brushed against Wukong's wrist, imparting a subtle force. What? Wukong felt a tingling in his wrist, causing his fist to veer off course by half an inch, crashing heavily into empty space and stirring a cloud of dust. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. Yet his onslaught intensified, with gusts of wind from his palms and shadows of his legs, weaving an impenetrable net around Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao maintained his composure throughout. He refrained from unleashing the overwhelming power of his 1.28 million combat strength, relying instead on exquisite bodily control and the innate combat wisdom flowing through his veins. Each evasion was impeccably timed, and every block skillfully dissipated much of Wukong's force. He resembled a leaf swaying in a tempest, seemingly passive, yet always in command of his equilibrium, never truly touched by Wukong's ferocious strikes. Thus, it became clear to Lin Xiao. This was the art of combat that transcended mere brute strength. Even a superficial grasp of it rendered battles at his level effortless. He sensed his understanding of qi deepening rapidly, as if a veil was on the verge of being torn asunder. Wukong grew increasingly exhilarated, a crimson hue blossoming on his dark visage. With a mighty roar, the aura surrounding him surged. You are formidable. It seems I must take this a bit more seriously. Just then, the sky darkened abruptly. A chilling, violent aura loomed like storm clouds, thickening the air with a sense of foreboding. Both Lin Xiao and Wukong halted, their gazes lifted towards the heavens. In the distant horizon, a dark red streak of light trailed a long tail, resembling a burning meteor, hurtling rapidly towards Baozi Mountain. The destructive force embedded within that presence resonated with the cosmic power Lin Xiao had previously sensed, yet it was more frenzied, more ravenous, akin to a beast that had caught the scent of blood. What could that be? Chi-Chi's face drained of color as she instinctively clutched Wukong's garment, her voice trembling slightly. Wukong furrowed his brow, clenching his fists, his gaze becoming exceedingly grave. Such overwhelming energy, and it bears an evil essence that is quite unsettling. Lin Xiao's heart tightened abruptly. It had arrived, Raditz, sooner than he had anticipated. He observed this swiftly descending streak of light, and the alarm in his mind blared urgently. System alert. An unknown high-energy reaction has been detected. Threat level, low. Target lock area, vicinity of Baozi Mountain. A low-level threat? Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow. It seems that in the system's eyes, his combat power of 1.28 million has granted him the means to contend with Raditz. He inhaled deeply, casting a glance at Wukong. The latter's eyes were already ignited with fierce battle intent, a primal instinct belonging to the warrior race of Saiyans. The stronger the adversary, the more his fighting spirit surged. Wukong, it appears our sparring must be momentarily suspended. Lin Xiao's voice steadied, for a visitor had arrived, and it seemed they were not a benign presence. Wukong grinned widely, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth, his clenched fists cracking with anticipation. No worries. Once we deal with that guy, we can continue. The radiant streak in the distance drew closer, revealing itself to be a peculiar spherical spaceship, its surface marred by burn marks, evidently having endured a long journey. The vessel sliced through the clouds with a piercing shriek, plummeting towards the clearing where they stood. With a resounding crash, the spaceship struck the valley not far away, stirring a cloud of dust and debris. The ground trembled violently, causing the wild boar beneath Wukong's feet to shriek in terror, attempting to flee. Lin Xiao and Wukong exchanged a glance, then charged towards the explosion's origin. The arrival of Raditz was like a boulder cast into a placid lake. not only heralding the commencement of the Saiyan saga, but also stirring tumultuous waves in a world already subtly altered by Lin Zhao's presence. Chapter 3. Confronting Raditz. As the dust from the crash began to dissipate, Lin Zhao and Wukong stood side by side at the valley's mouth. A searing wave of heat mingled with the acrid scent of burning metal assailed them. The enormous trees within the valley had been cleaved in two, their splintered trunks still ablaze, crackling ominously. Such formidable force. Wukong stroked his chin, scrutinizing the spherical ship embedded in the rock face, its metallic exterior riddled with spiderweb-like fissures. It appeared decidedly alien to Earth. Lin Zhao's gaze fixated on the spaceship's hatch, his heart racing uncontrollably. He understood that the man who would soon emerge would be the pivotal turning point in the Dragon Ball narrative, Wukong's elder brother, Raditz. "Be cautious, Wukong," Lin Zhao whispered. "This opponent is not to be trifled with." Before he could finish, the spaceship emitted a jarring mechanical screech, and the heavy hatch folded inward like petals, revealing a tall figure. Clad in a dark purple battle uniform, the newcomer sported tousled black hair, cascading casually over his shoulders, the tips slightly curled. His visage bore a striking resemblance to Wukong, yet was imbued with an innate air of arrogance and indifference. A black detector was embedded in his forehead, its lens flickering with a crimson light, slowly scanning over Lin Zhao and Wukong. "Is your combat power merely 416? Raditz's voice was low and hoarse, laced with unmistakable disdain. "Kakarot, you have indeed become the worthless wretch that King Frisia described, fit only to roll around on a primitive planet." "Kakarot?" Wukong scratched his head, a look of bewilderment crossing his face. "Who is that?" "I go by Son Wukong." Raditz furrowed his brow as the detector's red light paused on Wukong's face. "It seems you have even forgotten your own name. No matter. It is of little consequence to remember the name of such a lowly warrior." His gaze shifted towards Lin Zhao, and suddenly the detector emitted an urgent beeping sound, the numbers on the screen fluctuating wildly. This Earthling's combat power is astonishingly." Before he could finish, a soft pop echoed as a wisp of blue smoke emerged from the detector on Raditz's forehead, the screen going dark before shattering into fragments. "What in the world?" Raditz exclaimed, raising a hand to touch his forehead, astonished that the device, which had accompanied him for years, had inexplicably malfunctioned. He vaguely recalled that the numbers flashing on the screen had seemingly exceeded 5 digits. Yet this device's maximum range was 10,000. Anything beyond that threshold would result in an explosion due to overload. How could an Earthling possibly? It must be a malfunction of the detector. Raditz scrutinized Lin Zhao anew, his expression turning more serious. The young man stood before him clad in a simple cotton shirt, slender in build, emanating a tranquil aura akin to still water. Yet, the detector's explosion could not lie. "Who are you?" Raditz's tone held a note of vigilance, his right hand discreetly resting on the hilt of his lightsaber. "Lin Zhao," he replied calmly, his inner energy quietly circulating. He sensed that while Raditz appeared nonchalant, his muscles were tightly coiled, akin to a poised leopard ready to pounce. "An Earthling?" Raditz scoffed, his gaze abruptly fixating on the approaching Chi-Chi in the distance. "Combat power of 130? Such a mere insect is worthy of existence. Do not speak of Chi-Chi in such a manner." Wukong erupted in fury, his aura erupting violently as debris from the ground was lifted into the air. "You, upon your arrival, utter nothing but nonsensical words and seek to provoke conflict?" "Conflict?" Raditz chuckled as if he had heard a grand jest, slowly drawing his lightsaber from his back. The azure energy blade unfurled with a crackle, the air around them tinged with electrical tension. "Dealing with a weakling like you requires no serious effort." He suddenly shifted his tone, the atmosphere turning chilling. "However, before I deal with you, I must first fulfill King Frisia's command. Kakarot, return with me to annihilate this planet, or else." His gaze drifted towards the distant Baozi Mountain, where the faint sound of child's cries echoed, "Gohan." Wukong's face drained of color in an instant. "What do you intend to do to Gohan?" "Quite simple." Raditz licked his lips, revealing a cruel smile. "Either come with me, or watch your son turn to cosmic dust." "You dare!" Wukong roared, his figure launching forward like a cannonball, a fist slicing through the air with a force that sought to strike Raditz squarely in the face. This punch harnessed 70% of his strength, capable of effortlessly shattering even the hardest rock. Yet, Raditz merely tilted his head in disdain, easily evading the attack while delivering a crushing blow to Goku's back with his elbow. Gasping, Goku was struck hard, spitting blood and soaring backward like a broken kite. Crashing against the rock wall, and raising a cloud of dust. Goku! Chi-Chi exclaimed in alarm, attempting to rush forward, but was firmly restrained by Lin Xiao. Don't go. It would only cause more chaos. Lin Xiao's voice was unnaturally calm, his gaze fixed intently on Raditz, whose combat power was a staggering 8,000, far exceeding Goku's current capabilities. Raditz observed Goku struggling to rise, his contempt deepening. A lowly warrior remains a lowly warrior. Despite the passage of years, he remains so feeble. He weighed the lightsaber in his hand, contemplating that it would be unnecessary to squander time, opting instead to render Goku unconscious and carry him away. Just as he prepared to strike, a figure suddenly interposed itself before Goku. Lin Xiao slowly straightened, the sunlight filtering through the dust and casting a golden sheen upon him. As if donning a suit of armor, he did not unleash an overwhelming aura, yet Raditz felt an inexplicable tremor in his heart, akin to facing a colossal dragon that had retracted its claws. To reach him, you must first pass through me. Lin Zhao's voice was soft, yet imbued with undeniable authority. You? Raditz scoffed, as if hearing the most absurd joke. With the detector destroyed, he could only intuit Lin Zhao's strength. How dared a mere Earthling, one whose power could not even be measured, obstruct his path? He swung the lightsaber, the azure energy blade slicing through the air with a piercing shriek aimed at Lin Zhao's midsection. The strike was swift, tearing through the air with a sharp whistle. Chi-Chi covered her eyes in fear, while Goku's eyes widened in horror, yet he was too injured to move. Lin Xiao, however, remained steadfast, unyielding in his position. Just as the lightsaber was about to make contact with his body, he suddenly sidestepped, his footwork shifting like a gust of wind, maneuvering behind Raditz. At the same time, he aligned his right hand's index and middle fingers and lightly tapped Raditz's lower back. With a resounding thud, Raditz stumbled forward as if struck by a heavy hammer, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth. He turned back in disbelief, shock flooding his eyes. How could you? In that fleeting moment, he had distinctly locked onto his opponent's energy, yet felt as if the young man before him had suddenly vanished, replaced by an elusive rhythm that eluded capture. Akin to droplets merging into the ocean or birds soaring through the sky. Natural, yet unfathomable. What technique is this? Raditz gripped his lightsaber tightly, his gaze filled with suspicion. What is your true combat power? Lin Xiao did not respond. He sensed the energy within him flowing in an entirely new manner. That brief flash and contact had been a subtle manifestation of his newfound mastery over his energy. This exquisite manipulation of energy captivated him far more than mere brute strength. It seemed the detector had not erred. Lin Xiao flexed his wrist, preparing to eliminate Raditz. Arrogance. Raditz was thoroughly enraged, a surge of black energy emanating from his body, his long hair swaying as if in a windless void. Since you wish to die, I shall grant your desire. He hurled his energy sword into the sky, formed a seal with his hands, and let out a deep roar, Saiyan battle form. A blinding red light erupted from within him, his muscles instantly swelling. His stature increasing by nearly half a meter, skin transforming to a dark crimson, and nails sharpening to a razor's edge. His combat power soared to an astonishing 9,000 in mere moments, the overwhelming energy wave reducing the surrounding debris to dust. This was the true power of a Saiyan. Raditz cackled wildly, delivering a punch to the ground. With a thunderous boom, the entire valley trembled violently, fissures splitting the earth like a spider's web. Magma-like red light bursting forth from the cracks. His fist did not remain stationary. Instead, propelled by the recoil, it shot towards Lin Xiao like a cannonball. The energy coalescing around his fist, distorting the air itself. Be careful, Goku shouted, struggling to rush forward. Yet, Lin Xiao remained rooted in place, only lifting his right hand slowly, palm facing Raditz's fist at the very moment it was about to connect with his chest. This is... Goku's eyes widened. A faint white light emanated from Lin Xiao's palm, indicating the extreme compression of energy. As Raditz's fist collided with his palm, an astonishing phenomenon occurred. The force capable of shattering rock simply vanished, as if it had plunged into the sea. Raditz felt a gentle yet resilient energy spreading through his arm, draining him of all strength. How is this possible? Raditz's pupils constricted sharply. With a swift motion, Lin Xiao twisted Raditz's arm, producing a sharp crack, accompanied by Raditz's anguished scream as his arm contorted at an unnatural angle. The Saiyan physique is nothing remarkable, Lin Xiao stated calmly, as if declaring an undeniable truth. He afforded Raditz no opportunity to react, abruptly raising his knee and driving it forcefully into Raditz' chest. With a splutter, Raditz expelled a mouthful of blood, his body flying backward like a marionette with severed strings, crashing violently into the wreckage of a spacecraft. The metallic shell crumpled under the impact, and he slid to the ground, struggling to rise but failing, his chest heaving violently, clearly gravely injured. Silence enveloped the valley. Goku stood agape, rendered speechless. He had known Lin Xiao was powerful, but never anticipated such overwhelming strength. In just 2 moves, he had vanquished this formidable foe who had left him without a chance to retaliate. Kiki was equally astonished, covering her mouth, her eyes wide with disbelief. Lin Xiao approached Raditz, looking down upon him. "Do you wish to continue?" Raditz glared at Lin Xiao, fear and resentment swirling in his eyes. Who are you? How can a mere Earthling possess such strength?" "I am Lin Xiao, an ordinary Earthling," Lin Xiao replied matter-of-factly. "As for my strength, perhaps it is simply because Earthlings can become quite powerful too." Raditz opened his mouth, about to utter something, when he suddenly erupted into a violent fit of coughing, spewing forth bloody froth intermingled with fragments of his own entrails. He realized that his demise was inevitable, a glimmer of madness flashing in his eyes. Even in death, you shall not find respite. Lord Vegeta and Lord Nappa will soon arrive, their battle powers soaring to 10,000 and 4,000. At that moment, this planet, nay, the entire solar system, will serve as your grave. Vegeta? Nappa? Lin Xiao felt a stir within. It appeared that the inertia of the narrative remained intact. These 2 Saiyans would indeed come. Do you think that by killing me, you can alter anything? A strange smile crept upon Raditz's lips. "For I have transmitted the coordinates back. They shall arrive within 3 months. You shall all await your doom." With that, his head tilted, and he breathed his last. Lin Xiao gazed at Raditz's lifeless body, his brow furrowing slightly. Eliminating Raditz merely brought a fleeting tranquility, for the true threats, Vegeta, Nappa, and the more distant Frieza, were still looming. "Lin Xiao, you are truly remarkable." Goku limped over, his face alight with admiration. "What was that technique you just performed? Could you teach me?" Snapping back to reality, Lin Xiao smiled at Goku's enthusiasm. "That is a technique for mastering energy control. Once your injuries have healed, I can instruct you." "How wonderful!" Goku cheered, completely forgetting his recent wounds. Chi-Chi approached as well, gazing at Lin Xiao with gratitude. "Thank you, Mr. Lin Xiao. If it weren't for you, we—" "No need for thanks," Lin Xiao waved his hand. "As a martial artist, it is my duty to protect this planet." He turned his attention to Raditz's corpse and the spacecraft. It was best to dispose of these remnants. Goku volunteered. "Leave it to me." He took a deep breath, conjuring a golden energy sphere before his chest, the nascent form of the Kamehameha. Although its power paled in comparison to its later iterations, it sufficed for obliterating the body and the ship. Kame-ame-ah. The golden energy wave surged forth, instantly engulfing Raditz's corpse and the wreckage of the spacecraft. After a fierce explosion, only a smoking crater remained. Having dealt with everything, the trio prepared to leave the valley. Suddenly, Goku halted, turning back to Lin Xiao with an unusually serious expression. "Lin Xiao, are Vegeta and Nappa truly that formidable?" "Indeed," Lin Xiao nodded. "They are far stronger than Raditz. Then we must grow stronger." Goku clenched his fists, a fierce determination igniting in his eyes. "I will not allow anyone to threaten this planet." Lin Xiao regarded Goku's resolute gaze, feeling a surge of emotion. This is Son Goku. Regardless of the might of his adversaries, he shall never falter, always brimming with fighting spirit. Indeed, we must become stronger. Lin Xiao's gaze turned toward the distant sky, where it seemed 2 even brighter stars were drawing near, each striving to surpass the other. Chapter 4. Echoes of Battle and Unexpected Invitations. The smoke gradually dispersed in the air, the final wisp of distorted energy from their clash skimming the ground, brushing against the towering blades of grass and stirring up fine dust. The colossal form of Raditz lay lifeless, his dark green blood congealing into patches of deep brown upon the cracked earth, creating a harrowing tableau alongside the upheaved soil and splintered tree trunks that bore witness to the ferocity of battle. Lin Xiao stood at the periphery of the battlefield, flecks of barely perceptible blood staining his black combat attire, remnants from his recent skirmish with Raditz. He raised a hand to smooth the disheveled strands of hair that had been tousled by the shockwave, his fingertips brushing against his ear, where the lingering heat from the clash still resided. Exhaling softly, he released a breath of murky air, the turbulent energy within his chest gradually calming. This confrontation proved more arduous than anticipated, although Raditz' combat prowess paled in comparison to certain adversaries from memory. His brutish fighting style and the Saiyans' distinctive regenerative abilities posed a considerable challenge. Turning his gaze toward the not-so-distant figure of Son Goku, he observed the latter half kneeling on the ground, one hand pressed against a bleeding wound while the other gripped his power pole tightly. Sweat trickled down his sharply defined cheeks, splattering against the parched earth and creating a small darkened patch. What was that light sort of Raditz? He muttered to himself, only to quickly dismiss the thought. As Lin Xiao lifted his foot to depart, a slightly hoarse voice called from behind, imbued with the fatigue of a recent fierce battle, yet resonating with pure sincerity. Hey, wait a moment. Lin Xiao paused, turning back. Son Goku had risen to his feet, albeit somewhat unsteadily. His eyes, however, shimmered with an astonishing brightness, resembling two sun-kissed obsidian stones. I don't yet know your name. Lin Xiao, he replied in a calm voice, exuding a steadiness born of experience in the turmoil of combat. Son Goku grinned widely, revealing 2 rows of pristine white teeth. The fatigue from earlier seemed to dissipate with that smile. Lin Xiao, what a wonderful name. Would you like to come to my home for a meal? Chi-Chi makes the most delicious food. Lin Xiao hesitated momentarily. He had intended to leave directly, for the arrival of Vegeta and Nappa was imminent, and he needed to prepare swiftly. Yet, gazing into Son Goku's untainted eyes, reflecting the remnants of the sunset, akin to a vessel brimming with the warmth of an entire summer, the words of refusal lingered on his tongue, but ultimately retreated. He recalled the purity of this man from memory, his unwavering dedication to battle, his fervent loyalty to friends, and his almost reverent love for food. Very well. Lin Xiao nodded. Splendid. Son Goku exclaimed with enthusiasm, the pain from the earlier battle seemingly cast aside in an instant. He bounded over to Lin Xiao, clapping a hand on his shoulder with such force that it caused Lin Xiao to sway slightly. Let us go. My home is just ahead at Baozi Mountain, not far. With that, he eagerly set off, his steps light and buoyant, entirely at odds with the life-and-death struggle they had just endured. Lin Xiao watched his retreating figure, the orange martial arts uniform smeared with mud and blood, yet standing tall and resolute like a pine that had righted itself after a tempest. He smiled softly and followed suit. Together, they walked side by side along the winding mountain path, the setting sun casting elongated shadows behind them. Sun Wukong seemed completely immersed in the joy of having new friends over for dinner, chattering away. The braised pork that Chi-Chi makes is incredibly fragrant, and the tender braised ribs are simply exquisite. Last time, for Wu Fan's birthday, she prepared a huge bowl of fried rice, and I devoured half of it all by myself. As he spoke, he instinctively patted his belly, his throat moving as if he could already smell the delicious food. Lin Xiao listened quietly, occasionally responding with a nod. He could sense the vibrant life force emanating from Sun Wukong. Even after sustaining serious injuries, the energy within him surged like a roaring river. Is this what it means to be a Saiyan? A natural warrior, seemingly born for battle and survival. By the way, Lin Xiao, Sun Wukong suddenly turned his head, his eyes sparkling. That blue energy wave you used earlier was amazing. You sent Raditz flying with it in an instant. What kind of technique was that? It's merely a technique for compressing and releasing energy, Lin Xiao explained succinctly. He preferred not to reveal too much, as his very existence was a variable in this world. Sun Wukong nodded, half understanding, and did not press further. While he was certainly intrigued by combat techniques, what mattered more to him was strength itself. To him, as long as one was strong enough, the method employed was of little consequence. After walking for over half an hour, a wooden cabin emerged, nestled among the lush green trees, with wisps of smoke curling from the chimney and the tantalizing aroma of food wafting through the air. Sun Wukong's eyes lit up, and he quickened his pace. We've arrived. This is my home. He dashed to the door and, with his dirt-streaked hands, opened it. The door creaked as it swung open, and upon entering, Lin Xiao began to observe Chi-Chi closely. She had long, lustrous black hair and delicate features, though a trace of worry lingered on her forehead, as if her heart were suspended in anxiety. After examining Sun Wukong, she initially sighed in relief, but her brow furrowed once more as her gaze fell upon his blood-stained clothing. Wukong, look at you. Hee. Sun Wukong scratched his head, smiling sheepishly. He stepped aside to reveal Lin Xiao behind him and excitedly introduced, Chi-Chi, this is my brother Lin Xiao. He fought alongside me just now. Yes, incredible. Chi-Chi scrutinized Lin Xiao, taking in his composed demeanor. He appeared far more stable than Wukong, dressed in peculiar black attire. Although he too bore some dust, his tranquil eyes and restrained aura suggested he was not a nefarious character. She was astonished by Lin Xiao's formidable strength displayed in battle. However, the thought of him fighting alongside Wukong caused her heart to skip a beat. Yet, seeing Wukong unscathed, aside from a few superficial injuries, she temporarily suppressed her worry and offered a polite smile. "Hello, Mr. Lin Xiao, please come in. I'll go prepare the meal." As Chi-Chi entered the kitchen, the sounds of sizzling filled the air, and soon, the delightful aroma of the dishes wafted out, signaling that dinner was ready. "Thank you." Lin Xiao nodded in acknowledgement. Upon stepping into the living room, a rich fragrance enveloped him, instantly filling his senses. The rich, sweet aroma of braised pork mingled with the hearty fragrance of stewed ribs, the refreshing crispness of stir-fried vegetables, and the distinct, full-bodied scent of rice, creating a magical symphony that stirred hunger within. Lin Xiao could not help but inhale deeply, exclaiming, "How delightful!" Of course, son Wukong eagerly shed his shoes, dashing barefoot towards the dining room. Chi-Chi's culinary skills are unparalleled. Chi-Chi shot him a playful glare, offering Lin Xiao an apologetic smile. "I hope you don't mind him. He loses all decorum at the mere mention of food." As she spoke, she took Lin Xiao's discarded coat, her brow furrowing at the sight of bloodstains, yet she refrained from questioning further and turned to wash it instead. In the dining room, a wooden table stood at the center, laden with an array of dishes. A large basin of glistening braised pork, each piece perfectly marbled, quivered enticingly in a white porcelain bowl, the thick sauce nearly dripping from its sides. Beside it sat a generous bowl of stewed ribs, the meat tenderly falling off the bone, with vibrant chunks of corn and carrot floating in the broth. A plate of stir-fried greens, of vivid emerald hue, accompanied a golden fried egg, all paired with a steaming pot of fragrant white rice. Son Wukong had already pulled out a chair and seated himself, facing a bowl larger than his own head. He seized his chopsticks and, almost in a frenzy, scooped a hefty piece of braised pork into his mouth. Mumbling praises, his cheeks bulged like a squirrel pilfering treats. His manner of eating was rather unrefined. Chopsticks darted about rapidly, and before he could swallow one bite, another morsel was already on its way. Sauce smeared the corners of his mouth, yet he remained oblivious, wholly engrossed in his meal. Lin Xiao observed him, a smile unconsciously creeping onto his lips. He, too, felt hunger gnawing at him. The earlier exertions had drained his energy, and the enticing aroma of the dishes made his stomach grumble. Without further ado, he pulled out a chair and joined in, initially maintaining a semblance of decorum. However, witnessing son Wukong devour his food as if it might vanish at any moment, he succumbed to the infectious enthusiasm, abandoning his restraint. His speed at gathering food was astonishing. Almost a blur across the table, a generous piece of rib, dripping with broth, landed in his bowl, while rice was deftly mixed with the braised pork sauce and swiftly brought to his mouth. His chewing was decisive, yet possessed an unusual rhythm. Unlike son Wukong's exuberance that sent splatters everywhere, his movements exuded a latent strength. Delicious, Lin Xiao mumbled, his eyes sparkling. Chi-Chi's culinary prowess was indeed legendary. The braised pork was sweet yet not cloying, the meat firm yet tender, and the ribs simmered to perfection, their savory essence complemented by the sweetness of corn. Even the simplest stir-fried greens were crisp and refreshing, imbued with the warmth of recent cooking. Soon, the table echoed with the sounds of enthusiastic eating, the two engaging in an unspoken competition. The clatter of chopsticks against bowls and plates, the sounds of chewing and swallowing intertwined, forming a unique and harmonious rhythm. Chi-Chi entered with a freshly stir-fried dish, unable to stifle a laugh at the sight before her. Before son Wukong lay a pile of 5 or 6 empty bowls, while Lin Xiao had 4 before him. The empty bowls in front of the two men gradually ascended like small mountains, while the dishes on the table diminished at a visible rate. With his mouth stuffed full, son Wukong nudged Lin Xiao with his elbow and mumbled, "Brother Lin Xiao, you certainly have quite the appetite as well." Lin Xiao swallowed his mouthful and picked up a piece of braised pork, smiling as he replied, "When the food is delectable, one naturally indulges a bit more." Chi-Chi shook her head and turned to the kitchen to bring out a large pot of rice. "Take your time. There is plenty left in the pot, and I can always make more if needed." As she observed the two men relishing their meal, her eyes brimmed with tenderness. Though she often worried for Wukong's recklessness, witnessing his joy in sharing a meal with friends warmed her heart. The feast continued for nearly an hour, until the last piece of braised pork was snatched by son Wukong, and the final drop of rib soup was mixed with rice and swallowed by Lin Xiao. They simultaneously set down their chopsticks, contentedly patting their round bellies. The table showcased 2 small towers of empty bowls, totaling more than 30, while the plates lay overturned, devoid of any remnants of sauce. I am so full. Sun Wukong leaned back against the chair, letting out a loud belch, a satisfied flush adorning his face. It had been a long time since he had eaten so heartily. Lin Xiao also reclined against his chair, gently rubbing his belly. It had been ages since he allowed himself such indulgence. The sheer satisfaction of filling his stomach melted away his taut nerves. He gazed at Sun Wukong, who seemed to possess an enchanting quality that effortlessly disarmed one's defenses, returning them to their most authentic selves. The afterglow of the setting sun streamed through the window, casting elongated beams of light upon the floor, while the air was infused with the aroma of food and a post-meal languor. Chi-Chi busied herself clearing the dishes, the clinking of porcelain adding a touch of warmth to the tranquil afternoon. Sun Wukong yawned, yet his eyes remained bright. He looked at Lin Xiao with curiosity and inquired, "Brother Lin Xiao, how are you so strong? It seemed effortless when you fought against rabbits just now." Lin Xiao lifted a cup of tea from the table and took a sip. The warm liquid glided down his throat, carrying a subtle fragrance that alleviated some of the heaviness. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "It's nothing extraordinary. I simply enjoy pondering martial arts techniques and practice frequently, which naturally leads to improvement." His nonchalant tone made it sound as though gaining strength was a remarkably simple endeavor. Sun Wukong blinked, refraining from further inquiries. His inherent simplicity led him to believe whatever others told him. To him, as long as one could become stronger, the method was inconsequential. Practice would yield results. Was that not his own journey? Having trained in Baozi Mountain since childhood, learning the Kamehameha from Master Rashi, and continually challenging stronger opponents, he had unknowingly grown increasingly powerful. By the way, Brother Lin Xiao, Sun Wukong suddenly sat up straight, a spark of excitement flickering in his eyes, the fervor of a warrior encountering a formidable opponent evident within him. "Can we have a sparring session sometime? I wish to witness the true might of your techniques." His tone brimmed with anticipation, fists unconsciously clenched, knuckles slightly pale. For him, engaging in a contest of strength was as essential as sustenance, a source of unparalleled joy. Each clash, every breach of limits, allowed him to feel the pulse of life coursing through him. Lin Xiao observed the flickering flame of enthusiasm in his eyes and smiled knowingly. He understood Sun Wukong's nature. The yearning for battle was almost etched into his very bones. Moreover, he was genuinely curious to gauge the true strength of this world's protagonist, free from external distractions. "Very well," Lin Xiao nodded, "but not here. In a few days, I shall take you to a splendid place, one spacious and rich in spiritual energy, ideal for our sparring." Initially intending to use the term spiritual energy, he opted instead for a phrase more comprehensible to Sun Wukong. "A splendid place?" Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled brighter, akin to a child who had just heard of a trip to an amusement park. "What kind of place is it? Is it like a temple?" "You shall find out in due time," Lin Xiao teased, assuring him it would not disappoint. "Wonderful," Sun Wukong exclaimed, clapping his hands with such fervor that he nearly toppled the empty bowl on the table. "It's settled then. We must have a proper match." He had already begun to envision their sparring, imagining the visceral impacts of their punches and the bursts of energy illuminating the air. Lin Xiao chuckled and was about to speak further when a soft creak resonated from the door, followed by a light, cheerful patter of footsteps. A diminutive figure appeared in the doorway, short in stature, clad in a red vest, with disheveled black hair resembling a tiny hedgehog. The round face bore a curious expression, none other than Sun Wufan. "Daddy, I'm back," Sun Wufan called in a sweet, childlike voice, his eyes scanning the unfamiliar presence in the room, which was Lin Xiao. "Wufan." Sun Wukong instantly adopted a tender, fatherly smile, beckoning him over. "Come here. Let me introduce you." Sun Wufan blinked his large eyes, cautiously shuffling to his father's side, gripping his clothing tightly, stealing glances at Lin Xiao. As Lin Xiao regarded this small figure, memories of his future experiences flooded his mind, evoking a sense of nostalgia. He rose, approached Sun Wufan, and knelt to align his gaze with the childess. "You must be Sun Wufan," Lin Xiao spoke softly, imbued with an almost imperceptible warmth. Sun Wufan timidly nodded, still hesitant to utter a word. Sun Wukong gently patted his son's head, smiling as he said, "Wufan, this is Brother Lin Xiao, a very formidable friend of your father." It was only then that Sun Wufan quietly inquired, "Daddy, who is this brother?" His voice was delicate, imbued with the innocence unique to children. He is called Lin Xiao. You should address him as Uncle Lin Xiao, Sun Wukong corrected. Hello, Uncle Lin Xiao. Sun Wufan complied obediently, his voice still soft, yet no longer laced with trepidation. Lin Xiao smiled gently, extending his hand to lightly tousle Sun Wufan's hair. It felt soft, akin to a tuft of cotton. Hello there, Wufan. Sun Wukong's gentle touch made Sun Gohan feel a bit bashful. He lowered his head, nervously twisting the hem of his shirt, his cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Gohan, were you well behaved at school today? Did you study diligently? Sun Wukong inquired, his tone suffused with concern. Sun Gohan nodded vigorously. The teacher praised my drawing skills. As he spoke, he retrieved a piece of drawing paper from behind him, presenting it to Sun Wukong like a prized treasure. Look, Dad, this is a picture of you. The drawing depicted a wobbly orange figure holding a long stick, accompanied by a diminutive green creature, presumably an imaginary foe. Though the artwork was quite naive, it radiated a sense of strength. Wow, this is truly remarkable, Sun Wukong exclaimed, overly enthusiastic as he carefully accepted the drawing. Our Gohan is so talented, feeling even more bashful from the praise. Sun Gohan shyly lifted his head and glanced at Lin Xiao, his eyes betraying a hint of newfound warmth. Observing the tender interaction between the father and son, Lin Xiao felt a warmth blossom within his heart. Engaging in conversation with Sun Gohan, he inquired about amusing incidents at school and his favorite toys. Gradually, Sun Gohan began to relax, chattering animatedly about his classmates, the little squirrels in the mountains, and how delicious his mother's snacks were. Sun Wukong listened with a smile, occasionally interjecting a word or two. Seeing his son connect so well with his new friend filled him with joy. Time drifted by in this light-hearted exchange, and outside, the daylight gradually faded. The sunset's glow was replaced by a deep blue night, with stars beginning to twinkle in the sky. The warm glow of lamps illuminated the room, casting elongated shadows of the three figures on the wall. Suddenly, a soft growl emanated from Sun Gohan's stomach, prompting him to cover it sheepishly and stick out his tongue. Ha! Gohan must be hungry. Sun Wukong laughed, rising to his feet. Chi-Chi should have dinner ready. Let us go eat. Lin Xiao also stood up, glancing out at the darkening sky. Actually, Sun Wukong, it's getting late. I should be on my way. What? Are you leaving already? Sun Wukong expressed his reluctance. Why not stay a little longer? Chi-Chi's dinner is delicious. Maybe next time, Lin Xiao smiled. We still have our sparring session to look forward to, and there will be plenty of opportunities to share a meal. That's true. Sun Wukong pondered for a moment before nodding. All right then, I'll see you out. He followed Lin Xiao to the door, with Sun Gohan trailing behind, his small face full of reluctance. As Lin Xiao donned his jacket, he turned to glance at the father and son. Well then, I'm off. Big brother Lin Xiao, please remember our promise. Sun Wukong earnestly reminded, his eyes still brimming with determination. Lin Xiao turned to walk outside, and upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, he looked back, giving an okay gesture with a smile. Rest assured, I won't forget. With that, he stepped into the night, his figure quickly melding into the darkness of Baozi Mountain, leaving only a hint of his presence in the air. Chapter 5, Secrets of the System and the Quest for Martial Arts. The night dew cascades down the window ledge, tracing sinuous trails upon the glass. Lin Xiao reclines upon the tatama mat in his bedroom, his breathing steady and prolonged. The exhaustion of recent days gradually dissolves within the depths of his slumber. The minute wounds left by battle silently mend under the influence of metabolism, and the muscle fibers grow more resilient through their repair. This is the latent restorative power of the strongest human bloodline, though not as exaggerated as that of the Saiyans. It significantly surpasses that of an ordinary warrior. As the morning light filters through the cracks of the curtains, he suddenly opens his eyes, a sharp glimmer flashing within. Only to settle back into tranquility, he sits up, rubbing his brow, and the vivid images of yesterday's fierce clash with Raditz resurface in his mind. The lingering heat of energy collisions seemingly still present in his palms. System, he silently intones. Host, I am here. The cold, mechanical voice resonates in his mind, carrying a constant frequency. What is my current combat power? Lin Xiao rises from his bed, his bare feet meeting the coolness of the floor. His gaze sweeps over the electronic clock on the wall. 6:17 a.m. Current combat power of the host. 1-680-000. 1-680-000. Lin Xiao raises an eyebrow slightly, his fingertips tapping gently on the bedside table. The last time he checked, it was around 1-200-000. How has it increased so significantly? He recalls that while he had experienced a breakthrough during the battle with Raditz, the enhancement did not seem so pronounced. Response to the host. Yesterday's battle with Raditz was a high-intensity conflict. The expenditure of energy and the physical limits, pushed to their extremes, stimulated the potential of the strongest human bloodline. During the recovery phase, post-battle, the bloodline automatically absorbs free energy from the environment to achieve breakthroughs. The system's explanation is concise and clear. Additionally, the fragments of combat genes embedded within Raditz's Saiyan blood were unconsciously assimilated by the host bloodline, contributing to this enhancement. Lin Xiao nods thoughtfully. He has possessed this strongest human system for several months, yet he has been preoccupied with adapting to the rhythm of this world, never fully exploring the system's functionalities. The battle yesterday made him realize that in this perilous world, every ounce of power could determine life or death. It is time to uncover the true nature of this bloodline. By the way, system, he approaches the window and draws back the curtains, allowing the morning light to flood the room, illuminating the floating dust motes in the air. What special skills does this strongest human bloodline possess, apart from the fundamental enhancement of physical attributes? Indeed, host, the system's mechanical voice seems to carry a subtle hint of excitement. The strongest human bloodline possesses a unique transformation system, with a potential for growth that far exceeds that of conventional races. Unlike the Saiyans, whose transformations, such as Super Saiyan 1, 2, and 3, represent sequential enhancements within the same series, essentially an evolution of energy forms. The strongest human transformations are independent forms, each with distinctly different abilities and focuses. Independent forms? A spark of delight flashes in Lin Zhao's eyes. This implies he is not confined to a singular path of power augmentation. Different transformations may be suited for various combat scenarios. For instance, a form that emphasizes speed would be ideal for pursuit, while one focusing on defense will be better for protracted battles. This flexibility is far more adaptable than the Saiyans' mere accumulation of energy through their transformations. How can I trigger the transformation? He inquired, his fingertips tightening slightly in excitement. The initial transformation requires one's combat power to reach 5 million, alongside a breakthrough in mental fortitude to unlock the basic transformation form, the Fury Body. The system articulated the prerequisites. Subsequent advanced transformations necessitate fulfilling specific conditions, such as comprehending the profound truths of martial arts and enduring extreme suffering. Detailed information will be unlocked as the host approaches the threshold. 5 million? Lin Xiao lowered his gaze to inspect his palm, sensing the lingering energy from the battle. Currently at 1.68 million, he was still far from the target, yet it was not beyond reach. Suddenly, he recalled another remarkable trait of the Saiyans and queried, does the strongest human bloodline possess a similar ability to the Saiyans, where their combat power exponentially increases upon near-death revival or through continuous combat? The host's growth logic differs fundamentally from that of the Saiyans. The system's voice regained its steady tone. Saiyans rely on excessive recovery from physical damage, whereas the strongest human's potential is more intricately linked to emotions. In states of extreme despair or rage, their bloodline temporarily breaks through limitations, unleashing power far exceeding their current level. The more intense the emotion, the more significant the amplification, and this surge does not inflict permanent damage on the body. Despair or anger? Lin Xiao softly echoed, fragments of past experiences flashing through his mind. This method of growth demanded a profound mindset, perhaps more aligned with human nature, as emotions indeed represent one of humanity's most formidable weapons. He approached the wash basin, turning on the faucet to splash cold water on his face. The reflection in the mirror revealed a youth with sharp and resolute eyes. While the numerical value of combat power was undeniably important, he understood that his mastery over power was still insufficient. During his battle with Raditz yesterday, he had primarily relied on instinct and his superior combat power to suppress his opponent, leaving numerous openings in his techniques. If he were to encounter an adversary of equal caliber adept in skill, the outcome was uncertain. It was imperative to enhance both practical combat skills and control over energy. Speaking to his reflection, Lin Xiao mused that in this world, no one understood the fundamentals of martial arts better than Master Roshi. Although Master Roshi's combat power seemed trivial in later stages, the turtle school he established encapsulated a profound understanding of energy, whether it was sensing the aura, controlling energy, or mastering fundamental martial techniques, all crucial for laying a solid foundation. Great warriors like Sun Wukong and Krillin had initially built their strong foundations under Master Roshi's guidance. Resolute in his decision, Lin Xiao quickly changed his attire, had a simple breakfast, and soared directly towards Baobao Mountain. The rush of air whistled past his ears as the towns and forests below rapidly receded. He consciously restrained his aura, keeping his flight beneath the clouds. Following Master Roshi's guidance from yesterday, he had considerably improved his control over his energy. Half an hour later, the familiar wooden cabin appeared in his line of sight. Lin Xiao descended gently, landing in the courtyard just in time to see Sun Wukong practicing basic training in the open space, each punch and kick infused with vigorous power. His Rui Jingu Bang swirling with an invigorating force in his hands. "Big brother Lin Xiao?" Sun Wukong exclaimed upon seeing him, immediately halting his movements. His face lighting up with a delighted smile. "What brings you here?" "I'm here to ask for your assistance." Lin Xiao stepped forward, his gaze landing on the sweat-soaked martial arts uniform of the figure before him. "I wish to visit Master Roshi to learn the fundamentals of martial arts, but I am uncertain of his exact whereabouts. I would appreciate your guidance." Sun Wukong's eyes brightened at the mention of seeking Master Roshi. He scratched his head and smiled. "No problem. Master Roshi resides on Kame House, which is not far from here. I will accompany you." He seemed particularly joyful at the prospect of traveling with Lin Xiao once more. Turning around, he called into the house, "Chi-Chi, I'm heading out with brother Lin Xiao for a bit. We may not return for lunch." A voice from inside the house acknowledged him. Sun Wukong picked up his Rui Jingu Bang, gesturing for Lin Xiao to follow. "Shall we?" In unison, the two leaped into the air, becoming two streaks of light soaring into the sky. Sun Wukong's flight was characterized by the wildness typical of a Saiyan, his body nearly parallel to the rushing air, moving with astonishing speed. In contrast, Lin Xiao maintained a more stable posture, his arms slightly outstretched to navigate the currents, his eyes occasionally scanning the ocean below. Kame House lay in a remote sea, requiring them to traverse a vast expanse of water. "Brother Lin Xiao, look, there is Kame House ahead," Sun Wukong suddenly exclaimed, pointing forward. Following his direction, Lin Xiao beheld a petite island floating upon the azure sea, adorned with lush greenery. At its center stood a quaint, thatched cottage. A flag emblazoned with a character for turtle fluttering atop the roof, signifying the Kame School. They descended gently, landing on the open ground before the cottage. Just as they steadied themselves, a faint rustling sound emanated from behind the door, as if someone were peering out cautiously. Moments later, the door creaked open a crack, revealing an elderly man with sunglasses and a white beard, Master Roshi himself. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead, his complexion appeared pallid, and his gaze skittered. Unable to meet Lin Xiao's eyes directly, his hands clutched the doorframe tightly, knuckles whitening with the effort, exuding an aura of trepidation. You are the one." Master Roshi's voice trembled, the sunglasses slipping down to reveal eyes filled with fear. "The one who unleashed such overwhelming power at Baozi Mountain yesterday?" Lin Xiao nodded calmly. "That would be me." Gulping audibly, Master Roshi visibly shuddered, as if enveloped by an invisible pressure. Even from the distance of Kame House, he had felt the cataclysmic energy fluctuations when Raditz descended upon Earth, particularly the overwhelming intensity of Lin Xiao's battle with Raditz. A force far beyond anything he had ever witnessed, leaving him with an acute sense of helplessness. Master Roshi, Sun Wukong interjected, stepping forward to position himself between them. "Please do not be afraid. This is my friend, brother Lin Xiao. He is really a good person." Only then did Master Roshi manage to regain a semblance of composure, though his gaze towards Lin Xiao remained guarded. Having lived for centuries and encountered numerous powerful beings, he understood that those with great strength often possessed unpredictable temperaments. "May I inquire as to why you seek me?" Master Roshi licked his dry lips, his voice still wavering. "I wish to learn martial arts from you," Lin Xiao replied. Lin Xiao slightly bowed, adopting a humble demeanor. "I am aware of my formidable combat abilities, yet I still lack in technique and control over my energy. I have heard that the foundational techniques of the Turtle School are remarkably exquisite, and I hope to receive your guidance." "You become so powerful, and yet you still wish to learn from me?" The Turtle Sage's eyes widened, as if he had heard an unbelievable tale. "Tim, a person possessing such terrifying strength should have already established their own school, rather than humbling themselves to seek advice from an old man like him." "Strength and technique are two distinct matters," Lin Xiao replied earnestly. "I am akin to an unrefined gem. Without the masterful artistry of a sculptor, I remain merely a stone. At present, I am like that unpolished jade, in need of your esteemed guidance." His words clearly resonated with the Turtle Sage. He stroked his grizzled beard, and the wariness in his eyes gradually faded, replaced by a glimmer of recognized appreciation. He cleared his throat a couple of times, striving to assume a wise demeanor. Well, it is indeed rare to encounter such awareness. Very well, since you sincerely seek advice, I shall impart some wisdom to you. He stepped aside, allowing the two to enter the dwelling, and then turned towards the training ground behind the house. It was an expanse of fine sand, bordered by several weathered stone training posts. To master martial arts, one must first learn to perceive, the turtle sage proclaimed as he stood in the center of the area. Taking a deep breath, his once stooped figure seemed to straighten slightly. You can unleash tremendous power, yet if you cannot sense the presence of your adversary, such strength is rendered futile. Observe closely. He closed his eyes, slowly raising his arms with palms facing the training post. In an instant, Lin Xiao distinctly felt a gentle yet concentrated energy emanating from the turtle sage, enveloping the entire training ground like an invisible net. Energy is alive. It flows and transforms. The turtle sage's voice carried a peculiar cadence. What you must do is allow your energy to resonate with the surrounding energy, capturing every subtle fluctuation like a radar. Now, give it a try. Following his instructions, Lin Xiao closed his eyes, clearing his mind and striving to focus on the energy within him. He sensed a warm energy coursing through his limbs, an innate power that he had never perceived so intricately before. He attempted to release this energy outward, cautiously touching the surrounding air. Initially, the energy was like a wild stallion, scattering in all directions upon release, unable to coalesce. Undeterred, Lin Xiao gradually adjusted the energy's frequency, softening and lengthening it, as instructed by the turtle sage. As time passed, the sun climbed higher, warming the fine sand beneath. Sun Wukong observed intently, occasionally mimicking Lin Xiao's movements but struggling to grasp the essence. After approximately an hour, Lin Xiao suddenly opened his eyes, a smile gracing his lips. He had seen, not with his eyes, but through his energy. He perceived the ants seeking shade among the training posts, the seabirds gliding 100 meters away over the ocean, and even the steady rhythm of the turtle sage's breathing, all vividly present within his perception. I can feel it, Lin Xiao declared, his tone imbued with a hint of delight. Master Rashi raised an eyebrow, slightly astonished by his perceptiveness, yet maintained a stern expression as he stated, "This is merely the beginning. Next, you must learn to control your energy, concentrating it at your fingertips to ignite that candle over there." He gestured towards a candle resting on a stone table nearby. This task proved to be more challenging than mere perception. While gathering energy was not particularly difficult, compressing that vast power to its utmost and controlling it with precision at the fingertips was another matter entirely. Lin Xiao took a deep breath, channeling the energy within him forcefully towards his right index finger, simultaneously using his mental fortitude to restrain it, preventing an explosion of force. A faint tremor vibrated at his fingertip. The air seemed to ignite, and a delicate flame flickered to life at the tip of his finger. He carefully maneuvered this tiny flame towards the candle. With a gentle puff, the wick ignited, and a steady yellow flame began to burn brightly. "Well done," Master Rashi acknowledged, nodding with approval. "Now, attempt to light 10 candles simultaneously, ensuring that the flames do not interfere with one another." Without hesitation, Lin Xiao complied. This time, he divided his energy into 10 streams, concentrating each one at the tips of his 10 fingers, meticulously controlling the strength and direction of each stream. Moments latte. All 10 candles on the stone table ignited at once, their flames standing in perfect alignment, akin to soldiers in formation. "Have you truly mastered this already?" Master Rashi exclaimed, his mouth agape, his sunglasses slipping to the ground. He had spent 3 entire months mastering this skill in his youth. Yet this young man had accomplished it in merely 2 hours. "Consider it a foundational grasp," Lin Xiao remarked, dispersing the energy at his fingertips. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The intense concentration of mental energy was more exhausting than engaging in a battle. "A prodigy, indeed," Master Rashi murmured, gazing at Lin Xiao as if he were an extraordinary being, his talent utterly astonishing. Regaining his composure, he retrieved a yellowed booklet from his robe. "This is a compilation of insights I gathered in my youth, titled Essentials of the Turtle School's Fundamental Martial Arts. It contains techniques for energy exertion and breathing methods. I encourage you to study it." "Pardon? When did Master Rashi acquire a secret manual?" Lin Xiao wondered, yet he refrained from pondering further, accepting the booklet with both hands. The cover bore a few bold, vigorous characters inscribed with a brush, the edges of the pages worn, revealing the passage of time. Upon opening the first page, he found it densely filled with annotations and hand-drawn illustrations of techniques, each movement meticulously labeled with points of exertion and energy pathways, profound yet easily comprehensible. Each word a gem of wisdom. "Thank you for your guidance, Master Rashi," Lin Xiao said earnestly, bowing respectfully. Over the next 2 days, Lin Xiao remained on Turtle Island to study. He began with the most fundamental horse stance, practicing each technique illustrated in the booklet, experiencing how the power from his waist and abdomen propelled his limbs with finesse, while appreciating the perfect harmony between breath and movement. Master Rashi occasionally offered insights, sometimes demonstrating critical movements himself. His actions appeared slow, but embodied the essence of countless refinements, each strike executed with impeccable timing, as if he were one with the cosmos. Sun Wukong also practiced alongside him, displaying remarkable progress. Yet compared to Lin Xiao's instant comprehension, he fell slightly short. 2 days swiftly passed. As Lin Xiao practiced the Turtle Sage basic fist technique with flowing grace, able to perfectly conceal his breath while striking, Master Rashi finally shook his head. "I have little left to teach you," he remarked, seated on the rocking chair before his thatched cottage, observing Lin Xiao as he packed his belongings. His tone carried a hint of nostalgia. "Your foundation surpasses my expectations, and your comprehension is truly rare, a treasure of a century. The remaining journey must be traversed by you alone. Once a teacher, forever a father." Lin Xiao carefully tucked away the small booklet. "Regardless of the circumstances, I must express my profound gratitude for your guidance these past 2 days. It has been immensely beneficial." "Ha ha, well said." Master Rashi chuckled heartily, retrieving a bottle of magic beans from his robe and placing it in Lin Xiao's hands. "Take this. It may prove useful in your travels." Lin Xiao accepted the beans without hesitation, stating, "We shall take our leave now. I will visit you again when time permits." Sun Wukong waved as well. "Master Rashi, we are off." The two leaped into the air once more, soaring toward the mainland. The winds of the high altitude greeted them, and Lin Xiao glanced at the magic beans in his palm, recalling Master Rashi's seemingly carefree yet profoundly wise gaze, a smile unconsciously forming on his lips. "System. Display personal status." He silently commanded. "Host Lin Xiao. Combat power 2, 5 million. Martial arts mastery intermediate. Chi control advanced. Bloodline ability strongest human. Unawakened transformation. Items held. Turtle Sage basic fist technique manual. Magic beans X5. As he surveyed the figures displayed on the panel, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in Lin Xiao's eyes. His combat power had surged from 1.68 million to 2.5 million. A rise attributed not only to practical experience, but also to an enhanced mastery of strength. The same force could yield 30 or 70% effectiveness, representing 2 entirely different realms. He had a premonition that even against an adversary with 5 million combat power, he would possess the confidence to engage. Next, it was time to find a suitable place to solidify his newfound knowledge. Lin Xiao turned his gaze to Sun Wukong, who was animatedly pointing at the clouds below, seemingly relaying something amusing. He suddenly remembered his promise to engage in a friendly spar with Sun Wukong, a smile of anticipation curving his lips. Perhaps it was time to venture to that place. Chapter 6. The King of the World's Fortuitous Encounter and the Training of the Strong. As dawn broke, Lin Xiao stood by the window, gazing at the horizon where the sky began to lighten. The world outside was tranquil and serene, with birds chirping in a harmonious chorus. Yet it could not mask the restless energy stirring within him. Since arriving in this world brimming with martial prowess, he had never ceased pursuing strength. "System. Provide me with the precise coordinates of King Kai's planet." Lin Xiao murmured, his fingertips absent-mindedly tapping the windowsill. He understood well that the power hierarchy of this world was far more intricate than it appeared, and the unique techniques possessed by King Kai were the key to breaking through his current limitations. Coordinates had been uploaded to the sea of consciousness. A cold, mechanical voice resonated in his mind, followed by a complex series of interstellar coordinates materializing vividly. The spatial information contained within capable of disorienting even the most elite astronauts. Lin Xiao's lips curled into a slight smile as he vanished from the room with a graceful sway of his form. The mastery of his energy allowed him to glide silently at high speed just above the ground, the city beneath him gradually shrinking in the morning light. Soon, the familiar wooden cabin came into view. It was none other than Sun Wukong's home. "Wukong, rise and shine," Lin Xiao called out, his voice resonating with clarity despite its gentle tone, penetrating the wooden walls. Coming." A flurry of movement erupted from within, and moments later, clad in an orange martial arts uniform, Sun Wukong burst through the door, a hint of sleep still evident in his flushed cheeks, followed closely by a bouncy Gohan, who was still in his youthful form. Lin Xiao, is this wonderful place really suitable for a fight? Even more captivating than you might envision. Lin Xiao replied with a smile, his gaze sweeping over the curious Chi-Chi nearby. We shall return shortly. Before he could finish speaking, he grasped Sun Wukong's wrist. Amidst Wukong's excited exclamations, a pale blue aura enveloped them, and they soared skyward. Lin Xiao opted against the winding serpentine path. With his combat power of 3.5 million, he could effortlessly disregard the lengthy trials, tearing through the fabric of space to leap directly to King Kai's planet. The scenery before them shifted dramatically, the blue skies and white clouds of Earth giving way to a purple expanse and peculiar ring mountains. The ground below exhibited an unusual reddish-brown hue, and the air was infused with a pure, thin energy, the unmistakable essence of King Kai's planet. Wow, this place is so peculiar, Sun Wukong marveled, his curious eyes quickly drawn to a nearby gorilla holding a banana. Lin Xiao, what kind of animal is that? That must be King Kai's pet. Lin Xiao conjectured, just as a plump figure emerged from behind a nearby small house, dressed in a black martial arts uniform and sporting round sunglasses. The newcomer had a pronounced belly and wore an expression that straddled the line between amusement and curiosity. He ambled over, wielding a baseball bat, his gaze sweeping over the two before finally settling on Sun Wukong. You must be Sun Wukong, the voice of King Kai teased, shifting his attention to Lin Xiao. And who might this be? This is Lin Xiao, my new friend. He's incredibly strong, Sun Wukong exclaimed with uncontainable excitement, oblivious to the flicker of surprise that crossed King Kai's features. Wukong sensed that the young man before him, Lin Xiao, exhibited almost no energy fluctuations, resembling an ordinary person. Lin Xiao nodded slightly, refraining from further elaboration. He had already suppressed his energy to the utmost limit. If measured, his combat power would register a mere 1,000. This exquisite mastery over his energy was one of the hallmarks that set him apart from the formidable warriors of this era. Shall we spar now, Lin Xiao? Sun Wukong could hardly contain his eagerness, adopting a fighting stance as his energy surged. On this planet, where gravity was tenfold that of Earth, his movements appeared exceptionally poised. Come at me, Lin Xiao replied, remaining in place, even eschewing a defensive posture. With a sharp cry, Sun Wukong suddenly vanished in the tenfold gravity of King Kai's planet. His speed became even more formidable, his fist slicing through the air with a resounding crack aimed directly at Lin Xiao's face. This punch encapsulated the essence of years of his arduous training, the flow of energy akin to a tranquil stream. Had it been an ordinary opponent, they would have undoubtedly crumbled under such a sudden assault. However, just as the fist was about to graze Lin Xiao's nose, a solitary finger firmly interposed itself. With a soft thud, Sun Wukong felt a gentle yet irresistible force emanating from the fingertip, effortlessly halting the full might of his strike. His eyes widened in disbelief. This was a blow delivered under tenfold gravity. Again, Sun Wukong bellowed defiantly, unleashing another leg sweep like a steel whip, aimed at Lin Xiao's waist with the ferocity of a howling wind. The angle was cunning, and the force surpassed that of his earlier punch, tearing the air with minuscule fissures. Yet, Lin Xiao remained steadfast, not even shifting his stance. As the leg was about to connect, he merely inclined his body slightly and nonchalantly deflected the strike with his arm. Bang! The collision of limb and arm produced a dull sound, and Sun Wukong felt an overwhelming force surge through him, rendering his leg numb, while Lin Xiao remained unmoved, as if struck by nothing more than a stubborn rock. How is this possible? Sun Wukong murmured, yet a fervent fighting spirit ignited in his eyes. He leapt back, creating distance, as the energy within him surged wildly, enveloping him in a faint golden aura. With a mighty roar, Sun Wukong charged forth like an arrow released from its bow, unleashing a barrage of attacks, fists, knees, elbows, and legs, each strike raining down upon Lin Xiao like a tempest. His movements quickened, and the fluctuations of energy intensified under tenfold gravity. Each punch bore the weight of the earth, causing the reddish-brown soil to erupt in concentric ripples. Yet, Lin Xiao stood unwavering, hands clasped behind him, allowing Sun Wukong's relentless assault to wash over him. Regardless of the ferocity of the punches or the sharpness of the kicks, the moment they met his body, Their power was diffused by an invisible barrier, as if sinking into the abyss, unable to even ruffle his attire. After half an hour, Sun Wukong finally ceased, panting heavily. Sweat beading on his forehead, his energy in disarray. He gazed at Lin Xiao, who remained composed, his expression a canvas of defeat, after such a prolonged struggle. Not a crease marred Lin Xiao's clothing, while he himself felt on the verge of collapse. Shall we continue? Lin Xiao's voice was calm and gentle. Sun Wukong vigorously shook his head, yet an exhilarated smile broke across his face. Brother Lin Xiao, you truly are formidable, stronger than anyone I have ever known. Lin Xiao smiled faintly, his fingertip gently coalescing into a minuscule, pale blue energy orb. Seemingly insignificant, this orb contained energy that had undergone extreme compression, emanating a pulse that sent shivers down the spine. Be careful. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, the energy orb shot forth like a meteor towards Sun Wukong. Reacting instinctively, he raised his hand to block, only to be met with an irresistible force upon contact, plunging him into darkness as he lost consciousness. The King of Worlds stood nearby, his eyes wide behind his sunglasses, utterly astonished. He had lived for millennia, yet had never witnessed such exquisite mastery of energy manipulation, compressing immense power to such a degree while maintaining precise control over its intensity. Capable of rendering foes unconscious without inflicting harm. This level of control was simply unfathomable. Clearing his throat, the king of the realm endeavored to maintain his composure and inquired, "Given your formidable strength, what brings you to me?" He was skeptical that the other party merely sought a friendly exchange. Lin Xiao turned to him, a serious expression gracing his face. "I wish to learn 2 techniques from you, the King's Fist and the Spirit Bomb." The king was taken aback, almost bursting into laughter. This young man's prowess had likely surpassed that of the vast majority of warriors in the universe. And yet he desired to learn the King's techniques? Suppressing his amusement, he feigned a stern demeanor. "Are you certain? My techniques are notoriously difficult to master." "I have faith in my talent," Lin Xiao replied with unwavering conviction. The king felt a surge of joy within, though he maintained a facade of calm. "Very well. Since you are so earnest, I shall teach you. Shouldn't you tell a joke first? With your strength and talent, there is no need for humor. However, if you wish to share one, I would be delighted to listen. There was a tiger with yellow fur and black stripes. I don't know its name, but it's called Dandan. Why? Because it has a fierce gaze." The king burst into hearty laughter, clutching his belly, before gradually calming down. "I quite enjoyed that story. But let it be known, if you cannot master it, do not blame me." Though he spoke these words, he thought to himself, "Even someone of such strength wishes to learn my techniques. It seems my reputation has indeed spread throughout the universe." The instruction commenced swiftly. The king first elucidated the principles of the King's Fist, which involved forcibly enhancing one's physical potential to significantly boost combat power over a brief period, albeit with considerable strain on the body. As he spoke, he illustrated the intricate pathways of energy circulation. These were the quintessence he had refined over centuries. Initially, the energy must gather in the dantian, then travel through these meridians in reverse, creating a cycle around the heart. The king, parched from his explanations, was about to ask Lin Xiao if he comprehended, only to find him already assuming the starting posture of the King's Fist. A faint crimson energy surged from Lin Xiao, his muscles slightly swelling as his aura began to escalate. "Is this all it takes?" the king exclaimed, removing his sunglasses and widening his eyes at the astonishing sight. "It seems manageable," Lin Xiao replied, feeling the power coursing within him, nodding slightly. "Let me try multiplying it." No sooner had he spoken than the energy around him surged dramatically, 5 times the King's Fist. The red aura intensified, causing the surrounding air to tremble and the ground to fissure. The king sensed Lin Xiao's combat power skyrocketing, instantly surpassing 10 million. 10 times, the energy shot skyward, seemingly shaking the gravity of the King's planet, while distant mountains echoed with thunderous roars. Lin Xiao's form flickered amidst the energy waves, his muscle definition becoming more pronounced, radiating explosive power. 15 times, golden sparks began to intermingle within the crimson energy, and the very fabric of space exhibited subtle distortions. The expression on the king's face changed dramatically, and he hastily exclaimed, "Be cautious. Do not destroy my planet." He sensed that the power was nearing the limits that King Kai's planet could endure. Lin Xiao did not pause. The energy within him surged uncontrollably, his meridians throbbing with sharp pain, Yet he forcibly subdued this discomfort 20 times. With a thunderous roar, a terrifying wave of energy swept across the arena like a tsunami. Amidst the crimson flames, golden lightning danced wildly, and Lin Zhao's form was nearly engulfed by the onslaught. He could distinctly feel his body emitting groans of unbearable strain, his bones creaking, as if his meridians were on the verge of being torn apart. Almost there, Lin Zhao gradually reined in his energy, the red flames dissipating. As he took a breath, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. With his current physique, he could only withstand the 20-fold King Kai fist. Any higher, and his body would collapse. The king stood by, his mouth agape, as if an egg could fit within. He had studied the King Kai fist for centuries, and he himself could barely manage to execute it 20 times. Yet this young man had mastered it in merely an hour, and even tested it at that level. Such talent was beyond the realm of humanity. Next, I shall teach you the spirit bomb. The king's voice trembled slightly as he began to explain the principles behind the technique, gathering energy from the natural world to coalesce it into a formidable sphere. A technique that inflicted no harm upon the user, yet unleashed terrifying power. This time, Lin Zhao learned even more swiftly. He closed his eyes, immersing his consciousness in the cosmos, and soon felt the myriad energies pervading the universe. The vitality of flora, the movement of the wind, and the luminance of the stars. These energies converged like streams, forming a swirling sphere of energy in the palm of his hand. Initially, it was merely a pale green or the size of a ping-pong ball, but as energy continued to flow in, it rapidly expanded to the size of a basketball. Then a soccer ball, ultimately ballooning to several meters in diameter, emanating an awe-inspiring aura. Is this really coalescing? The king was utterly astounded. In the past, it had taken Sun Wukong several days just to grasp the concept of gathering natural energy, yet Lin Zhao accomplished this in less than half an hour. And his speed of coalescence was astonishingly rapid. Lin Zhao dispersed the spirit bomb in his palm, the energies returning to nature like a receding tide, causing no destruction. He opened his eyes, a glimmer of satisfaction flashing within. The principle of the spirit bomb was exquisite. It consumed a significant amount of mental energy and should not be used lightly. At that moment, Sun Wukong stirred awake beside him. Rubbing his head as he sat up, he happened to witness Lin Zhao dispersing the spirit bomb and instantly widened his eyes. Brother Lin Zhao, what was that technique you just used? It was incredible. This is called the spirit bomb. It is a technique taught to me by King Kai. Lin Zhao explained with a smile. Sun Wukong immediately turned to King Kai, his eyes sparkling with excitement. King Kai, will you teach me as well? Only then did King Kai regain his composure, glancing between Sun Wukong and Lin Zhao, and sighed helplessly. I can teach you, but you will not learn as quickly as Lin Zhao. Thus, in the time that followed, King Kai began formally instructing Sun Wukong. As he stated, the journey of learning for Sun Wukong was far more arduous. Merely comprehending the energy flow of the King Kai fist consumed an entire day, and his attempts to condense the spirit bomb were fraught with repeated failures, leaving him exasperated yet resolute, his determination stirring even Lin Zhao's emotions. 2 days later, when Sun Wukong finally managed to execute a meager 3-fold King Kai fist and form a spirit bomb the size of his fist, Lin Zhao deemed it sufficient. It is time for us to return to Earth, Lin Zhao proclaimed. Although Sun Wukong yearned to continue his practice, the mention of going home prompted an immediate nod of agreement. All right, I want to showcase the techniques I've learned to Chi-Chi and Piccolo. After bidding farewell to the astonished King Kai, who was still marveling at Lin Zhao's talent, the two tore through the fabric of space and instantaneously returned to Earth. Upon landing in Sun Wukong's yard, they were greeted by a group of people gathered together in animated conversation. Piccolo maintained his usual stoic demeanor, leaning against a tree with his arms crossed, while Tien and Chaos sat together, engaged in lively discussion. Krillin, on the other hand, was gesticulating enthusiastically, eliciting laughter from the crowd. Wukong. Krillin was the first to spot them, waving his hand with excitement. The group turned, their faces lighting up with smiles. Wukong, where have you been these past few days? Tien inquired. Just as Sun Wukong was about to respond, Piccolo's gaze landed on Lin Zhao, his brow furrowing slightly. And who might this be? He asked, sensing that the individual before him was anything but ordinary. Despite his weak aura, there was an undercurrent of pressure that made him uneasy. Oh, this is Lin Zhao, my new friend, extremely formidable. Sun Wukong enthusiastically introduced him, then proceeded to animatedly recount his experiences on King Kai's planet, conveniently omitting the incident where he was knocked out by Lin Zhao in one blow, instead focusing on his journey of mastering the King Kai fist and spirit bomb. What? You've learned new techniques? Krillin's eyes widened in astonishment. King Kai's planet? What kind of place is that? Tien asked, his curiosity piqued. Piccolo's gaze lingered on Lin Xiao longer than the others. He was skeptical of Sun Wukong's claim that someone could be so impressive as to warrant personal instruction from the typically aloof King Kai. There was undoubtedly a secret concealed within this individual. Lin Xiao greeted everyone with a smile, displaying no hint of arrogance despite his formidable strength. He understood that while their current abilities may not match his own, each of them was a guardian of this world, possessing their own convictions and pride. Lin Xiao, would you like to spar with Piccolo? He is quite formidable as well. Sun Wukong suggested excitedly, believing that fighting was the finest way to forge friendships. Piccolo raised an eyebrow, but did not decline. He was indeed curious to assess the true strength of this young man named Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao chuckled and shook his head. There is no need for a spar. I've just returned and would prefer to rest for a bit. He sensed that Piccolo's combat power was approximately 5,000. Impressive, yet not enough to warrant his full effort. The others did not press the matter further and began to eagerly inquire about King Kai's planet. Sun Wukong animatedly recounted the experiences of the tenfold gravity there and the king's penchant for delivering terrible jokes, which prompted waves of laughter from the group. Lin Xiao sat quietly by the side, absorbing the scene before him. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a warm glow upon him. As he observed those who continuously strengthened themselves to protect the earth, a peculiar sensation blossomed within him. Perhaps this world was even more fascinating than he had previously imagined. He understood that with his arrival, the trajectory of this world had irrevocably altered. Sun Wukong had not perished, nor had he undergone the lengthy training at King Kai's. Future threats might manifest in unexpected forms. Yet, he felt no trepidation, for he possessed sufficient power to confront all that lay ahead. It was time to meet the Saiyan known as Vegeta. Lin Xiao mused internally, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. He was eager to witness the expression of this self-proclaimed prince of the Saiyans when faced with his 20-fold Kaioken and Spirit Bomb. Chapter 7. The Call of the Southern Galaxy and the Encounter of Fate. Morning light streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting a slender beam upon the floor. Lin Xiao sat on a mat by the window, his fingertips enveloped in a faint blue aura, immersed in the comprehension of the Kaioken technique. Since his return from King Kai's planet 2 days prior, he had grown accustomed to channeling his energy each morning, keenly aware of the subtle injuries and subsequent healing wrought by the 20-fold Kaioken. This method of training, teetering on the edge of extremes, allowed his physical strength to burgeon at a visibly rapid pace. With a slow exhale, Lin Xiao released a breath of stagnant air, the waves of energy surrounding him dissipating into the ether. He opened his eyes, a flicker of brilliance igniting within, his battle power of 4.02 million lay dormant like a slumbering volcano, simmering beneath a tranquil surface. Through recent days of refinement, his control over his energy had sharpened, enabling him to maintain a seemingly ordinary aura even without deliberate restraint. At that moment, a chilling mechanical voice suddenly pierced the morning's tranquility. Ding! Main quest issued. Subdue Broly as an underling. Quest reward, 10,000 points. Permanent battle power increase of 3 million. Quest hint. Target currently resides in the Southern Galaxy and has yet to master the legendary Super Saiyan transformation. The calm expression on Lin Xiao's face instantly solidified, the teacup in his grasp clattering as it rotated half a turn. He could hardly believe his ears, furrowing his brow as he mentally questioned. System, could you repeat that? Subdue Broly? The name Broly resonated in his mind like thunder. This was the Saiyan legend whose battle power soared to 10,000 at birth. The being capable of effortlessly overpowering Super Saiyan Goku and Vegeta in unison, the one heralded as the legendary Super Saiyan. And now, he was tasked with subjugating such a formidable character as a subordinate, with my battle power just over 4 million, to challenge Broly? Was this not an invitation to suffering? Lin Xiao could not help but murmur to himself, his fingertips turning pale from the intensity of his grip. He vividly recalled that even the partially awakened Broly could easily dominate Goku during his Super Saiyan phase. The sheer force of his might rendered any hope of victory nearly invisible. Task prompt reiterated. The target has yet to master the legendary Super Saiyan transformation. The system's voice remained as impassive as ever, as if merely stating an undeniable fact. Lin Xiao took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain his composure. He closed his eyes, and a flurry of fragmented memories of Broly rushed through his mind. The infant exiled from planet Vegeta due to his overwhelming power. The solitary warrior who clung to his father Paragus on a desolate planet. The berserker with an inexplicable obsession with Kakarot, Son Goku. Most importantly, the current Broly had indeed not yet undergone the myriad stimuli of his later years. The legendary transformation still lay dormant within him. Yet to master the transformation, Lin Xiao murmured, his fingertips lightly tapping on the table. This meant that although his current combat power far surpassed that of ordinary Saiyans, it might not reach the catastrophic levels of destruction. From his recollections of the Dragon Ball narrative, Broly's combat prowess in his youth was indeed formidable. Yet it had not yet reached the point of being able to disregard all constraints, especially in the absence of the legendary form. While his power was considerable, it possessed inherent flaws in control, which perhaps presented an opportunity for Lin Xiao. Moreover, a cold smile graced Lin Xiao's lips, the allure of a reward comprising 10,000 points and a permanent boost of 3 million in combat power was simply irresistible. The 10,000 points would allow him to exchange for numerous practical skills in the system shop, while the permanent enhancement of 3 million combat power would propel his strength beyond 7 million, sufficient to confront any imminent threats, including the approaching Saiyan Prince, Vegeta. System. Mark the precise coordinates of the southern galaxy. A flicker of determination flashed in Lin Xiao's eyes. The path of cultivation was inherently fraught with challenges. Without the courage to confront the strong, how could one hope to surpass their own limits? Coordinates of the southern galaxy have been uploaded to the consciousness realm. Would you like to initiate spatial transmission? Detected target area is too distant. Transmission will cost 500 points. Do you confirm? 500 points? Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow. His current point balance was the remaining 1,000 points from completing the King Kai mission. While spending 500 points was somewhat painful, it was undoubtedly worth it compared to the time required to traverse the vastness of space. Confirm transmission. No sooner had he spoken than a faint purple ripple enveloped his surroundings. Countless tiny specks of light emerged from the void, swirling around him like fireflies, forming a continuously rotating cocoon of light. A powerful sensation of spatial distortion surged forth, as if myriad hands were disassembling and reassembling his body. This sensation was exponentially stronger than the last time he journeyed to King Kai's planet, clearly indicating that the distance to the southern galaxy surpassed his expectations. With a hum, the cocoon of light abruptly contracted, and Lin Xiao's figure vanished from the room in an instant. The next moment, a violent wave of dizziness crashed over him, akin to being thrust into a high-speed spinning washing machine, his consciousness racing through a kaleidoscope of bizarre nebulae and dark matter. After an indeterminate passage of time, when the disorienting sensation finally subsided, he abruptly opened his eyes. What unfolded before his eyes was a desolate expanse of crimson earth. The sky exhibited an eerie shade of dark purple, with two satellites glowing with an ethereal green light suspended in midair. The air was thick with a pungent odor of sulfur, and in the distance, a volcano belched forth dense plumes of smoke, while black lava meandered across the surface like a serpentine river. This was a lifeless planet, where even the wind bore a scalding heat that sliced across the skin like a knife. Arrived in the southern galaxy region, planet Wampa. Target Broly is currently located at latitude 37N, longitude 112E, approximately 800 kilometers from the host. Lin Xiao alighted upon a colossal black rock, feeling the scorching heat radiating from beneath his feet. He furrowed his brow as his energy instinctively began to circulate within him, enveloping his body in an invisible shield that insulated him from the oppressive heat and harmful gases of the surroundings. Surveying the desolate landscape of planet Wampa, Lin Xiao was acutely aware of its notorious reputation as one of the deadliest planets in the southern galaxy, despite its lack of detailed mention in the Dragon Ball narrative. The environment was so inhospitable that even cosmic pirates dared not tread here. Paragus' choice to train Broly in this harsh realm was indeed reflective of his obsessive and ruthless nature. He lifted his gaze towards the direction indicated by the system, where faint energy fluctuations could be discerned along the horizon. Though subtle, they exuded a wild and primal aura, akin to a slumbering behemoth drawing breath. 800 kilometers, he mused. In an instant, Lin Xiao transformed into a streak of pale blue light, soaring skyward. On this planet, where gravity far exceeded that of Earth, his speed remained astonishingly swift, The crimson terrain beneath him rapidly receded, and the flowing rivers of lava appeared as mere serpentine red lines in his vision. As he approached the target area, the energy fluctuations in the air grew increasingly distinct. It was a power of unparalleled purity, wild, ferocious, yet tinged with an ineffable sense of suppression, as if bound by some unseen force, ready to break free at any moment. This was the essence of Broly. Lin Xiao realized with a start. Even from hundreds of kilometers away, he could sense the terrifying potential encapsulated within that aura, reminiscent of a supervolcano on the brink of eruption. The purity of this power surpassed that of any Saiyan he had ever encountered, including Son Goku and the future Vegeta. A half hour later, Lin Xiao halted in midair above a vast canyon. At the canyon's base, a tall, golden-haired youth was bare-chested, relentlessly striking the rock face before him with powerful punches. He appeared to be no older than 16 or 17, yet his muscular definition was as if sculpted from stone, with his golden locks cascading casually over his shoulders and his emerald eyes swirling with uncontrollable ferocity. Each punch resonated with a thunderous roar, shattering the hundreds of meters high rock wall, sending debris cascading down like a waterfall. Not far from youth stood a middle-aged man clad in a white battle suit, lean and gaunt. With a grotesque scar marring his face, he observed the boy's training with an almost fanatical intensity, gripping an oddly shaped controller in his hand. "Broly, push harder. Your strength is still insufficient," the middle-aged man bellowed, his voice distorted with excitement. "Remember, you were born to seek vengeance against King Vegeta, to become the strongest Saiyan in the universe." This man was none other than Broly's father, Paragus. The golden-haired youth furiously pounded the rocky wall, embodying the young Broly. Lin Xiao concealed himself among the clouds, his gaze fixed upon Broly, his pupils narrowing slightly. Through his perception of energy, he could distinctly ascertain that the combat power of the youth before him had reached an astonishing 5 million. This figure weighed heavily on his heart. A battle power of 5 million surpassed his own 4.02 million by a staggering 1.48 million, a gap that could not simply be bridged by skill alone. More alarmingly, Broly's energy fluctuated erratically during his attacks, occasionally surging close to 6 million before plummeting to around 5 million, indicating that he had yet to fully master his power. "Indeed, a monster," Lin Xiao murmured in awe. It was no wonder that King Vegeta regarded him as a threat, achieving such prowess even before awakening his legendary form. At that moment, Broly at the bottom of the canyon abruptly ceased his actions. He jerked his head up, his emerald eyes locking onto Lin Xiao hidden in the clouds, releasing a deep, guttural roar as his energy surged like boiling water. "Is someone coming?" Paragus's expression shifted, and he quickly raised the controller in his hand, warily scanning the sky. "Who is it?" Lin Xiao recognized that he had been exposed and chose to reveal himself. He gracefully descended to the canyon floor, confronting Broly from a distance of 100 meters. "Who are you?" Paragus demanded sharply, a flicker of suspicion crossing his eyes. He sensed that Lin Xiao's energy was weak, around a mere 100 points, akin to an ordinary Earthling. However, Broly's reaction indicated that this individual was far from ordinary. Lin Xiao disregarded Paragus, focusing solely on Broly, and calmly stated, "Broly, I am here to take you away." Roar. At these words, Broly erupted in fury. He seemed particularly sensitive to the notion of being taken away. His verdant eyes instantly filled with bloodshot veins, and his energy surged violently to 5.8 million, causing the crimson ground beneath him to crack under the pressure. Paragus's expression changed dramatically as he hastily pressed a button on the controller. A faint electric current coursed through the collar around Broly's neck, causing his body to convulse violently and his energy to diminish. "Broly, calm down," Paragus shouted sternly, his gaze fixed warily on Lin Xiao. "What do you intend to do? This is not a matter for outsiders to meddle in." Lin Xiao regarded the collar around Broly's neck, a glimmer of coldness in his eyes. "To control your son in such a manner, Paragus, is truly pathetic. What do you know?" Paragus's face twisted with rage. "This is to make him stronger. For revenge." "Revenge?" Lin Xiao scoffed. "Against whom? The King Vegeta, who has long since turned to cosmic dust? Or the Vegeta you have never even met?" He stepped forward, his aura gradually ascending. "For Broly's power should not be wielded to fulfill your delusions." "Arrogance," Paragus bellowed, fiercely pressing the red button on the controller. "Broly, eliminate him." With a roar, the intense current surged through Broly, causing him to lose all rationality. He emitted a deafening roar as his combat power surged to 5.8 million. unleashing a crimson wave of energy that scattered the clouds above. Like an arrow released from its bow, he charged towards Lin Xiao, his fist slicing through the air with a piercing shriek, gouging a deep trench into the ground beneath him. Come on. A glimmer of battle intent flickered in Lin Xiao's eyes. He chose not to evade. Instead, the energy within him began to surge wildly, a faint red hue entwining with the pale blue flames. Tenfold Kaioken. His combat power instantaneously soared to 40 million, though merely a fleeting burst. It was sufficient to grant him the means to contend with Broly. Boom! At the moment their fists collided, a terrifying shockwave radiated from the two, causing the entire canyon to tremble violently. The rock walls on either side crumbled, and black magma was hurled into the air, raining down like a torrential storm. Broly's eyes widened in disbelief. He could sense that while the opponent's power was not as pure as his own, it bore an oppressive weight, managing to withstand his full force strike. But it was not over. Lin Xiao murmured lowly, his left fist clenched tightly, unleashing the might of the tenfold Kaioken towards Broly's chest. Instinctively, Broly raised his hand to block, yet he was forced back by the blow, the rocks beneath him shattering and scattering. An enraged roar escaped his throat, his emerald eyes blazing with fury as he commenced a relentless assault on Lin Xiao. Fists, knees, elbows, sweeping kicks. Broly's attacks were chaotic yet imbued with a feral ferocity and swiftness. Each collision resonated with earth-shattering booms, sending massive waves through the magma river at the canyon's base, making the entire planet of Wampa tremble at their clash. Lin Xiao danced between the openings of Broly's onslaught, the speed granted by the tenfold Kaioken allowing him to deftly evade the majority of attacks. While dodging, he scrutinized Broly's fighting style, wild, direct, and rife with primal destruction, yet riddled with countless vulnerabilities. Especially in moments of heightened emotion, Broly's aura became increasingly chaotic, and his movements exhibited subtle delays. Now is the moment. Seizing the instant when Broly's old strength waned and new strength had yet to rise, Lin Xiao suddenly closed the distance, his right hand's index and middle fingers converging, darting towards the collar around Broly's neck with lightning speed. With a sharp crack, the pale blue energy precisely struck the junction of the collar, shattering the device that had bound Broly for over a decade. In that instant, with the collar's destruction, Broly let out a tortured yet liberating scream. The sensation of freedom surged through him, causing his power to skyrocket, surpassing 6 million in mere seconds. A glimmer of clarity flashed in the emerald depths of his eyes, only to be swiftly engulfed by a more profound ferocity. This is not good. Paragus' face turned ashen as he staggered backward. He understood that Broly, devoid of his controller, had spiraled completely out of control. Lin Xiao also sensed the shift in Broly's aura, his heart sinking with foreboding. He felt as if a slumbering behemoth within the youth was awakening, its latent power far more terrifying than what was presently displayed. Broly! Lin Xiao called out with a commanding tone, infused with a hint of energy, attempting to awaken his reason. Look at me. You're no one's tool. Broly's movements faltered slightly, a flicker of struggle crossing his green eyes. He gazed at the stranger who was entangled with him, and fragmented memories surged forth in his mind. The explosion of planet Vegeta, the chilling void of space, his father's anguished cries, and an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Yet ultimately, ferocity prevailed. Broly unleashed a more savage roar as his aura began to destabilize, crimson interspersed with strands of gold. A portent of a legendary transformation? Lin Xiao's pupils constricted in alarm, refusing to underestimate the situation. He inhaled deeply, his own energy surging once more. 20 times Kaioken, his foundational battle power of 4.02 million skyrocketed to an astonishing 80 per million under the influence of the Kaioken. The pale blue aura morphed into a deep crimson, distorting the surrounding space under the weight of this terrifying force, igniting the very air itself. Broly received my strike. Lin Xiao's form flickered, and he appeared before Broly in an instant, his right fist clenched, concentrating the power of the 20-fold Kaioken into a singular point, unleashing it with the might to shatter stars. This punch bore no embellishments, yet encapsulated his entire comprehension of power, refined, precise, and irresistible. Broly instinctively raised his arms to block. The impact resonated with a thunderous roar that echoed across the entire planet of Wampa. Broly was propelled backward like a shooting star, crashing into the canyon wall with such force that he created a colossal crater in the hundreds of meters thick rock. Countless fragments cascaded down, entombing him completely. Paragus! witnessing this scene in stunned silence, crumpled to the ground in disbelief. He had never encountered such overwhelming power, the son he had once prided himself on. The embodiment of his hopes for vengeance had been reduced to such a state by a single punch. Lin Xiao gradually withdrew his fist, the deep crimson aura dissipating. The side effects of the 20-fold Kyokan began to manifest, sharp pains coursing through his arm, a trickle of blood escaping his lips. Yet he paid it no mind, his gaze fixed solemnly on the crater where the rubble lay. He could sense that although Broly's aura had diminished significantly, it had not vanished entirely. Indeed, it was not long before a violent tremor erupted from the depths of the crater. The debris was violently displaced, and Broly's figure reemerged. He was battered and bruised, his golden hair disheveled against his face. Yet the ferocity in his emerald eyes had been replaced by a mixture of confusion and awe. "You are formidable," Broly rasped, marking the first time he had spoken such words to another during battle. Lin Xiao gazed at him and slowly replied, "Your strength surpasses mine, yet it remains unrefined." Stepping forward, he extended his hand and asked, "Do you wish to experience the essence of true combat? Do you aspire to grow stronger? Come with me, and I shall unveil a broader world to you." Broly hesitated, glancing at Lin Xiao's outstretched hand before looking towards the motionless figure of Paragus in the distance. A flicker of struggle passed through his emerald eyes. He sensed an alluring aura emanating from his person before him, a sense of freedom, an unshackled power. Detected, Broly's affinity has risen to 60 points, meeting the conditions for acquisition. The system's notification reverberated within Lin Xiao's mind. At that moment, Paragus suddenly bellowed, "Broly, do not forget your hatred. You are my son." Broly's body jolted, and the confusion in his gaze was swiftly replaced by fury. He instinctively stepped back, regarding Lin Xiao with caution. Lin Xiao frowned slightly and turned to Paragus, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. "It appears that your time has come to an end." In an instant, he vanished, reappearing before Paragus. And before the latter could react, he struck him into unconsciousness. Chapter 8. The green flames surged, and the silver dawned deep within the canyons of planet Vampa. The heat of the magma river mingled with the acrid scent of charred rock, swirling beneath a dark purple sky. Paragus's unconscious form lay partially obscured by debris lifted by the gusts, the broken controller at his neck intermittently flickering with faint sparks, reminiscent of a dying breath. As Broly looked down at his father, a long-buried shackle shattered with a thunderous crack. The metallic collar around his neck had long since deformed from the earlier clash, now emitting a strained hum with the violent rise and fall of his chest. The fury forcibly suppressed by electrical currents, the hatred instilled by Paragus, and the wildness nurtured by his solitary planet surged forth like a torrential flood, coursing through every inch of his swelling muscles. A roar erupted, tearing through the clouds, sending visible ripples across the dark purple sky. The air around Broly began to warp. Initially, a faint green mist, it swiftly transformed into a tumultuous emerald blaze, more profound in hue than the molten core of the magma river, infused with a frenzied energy that threatened to consume all. Lin Xiao's pupils constricted as the energy flared to life, his perception of power akin to droplets of water splashed in a boiling oil, erupting in a barrage of piercing sensations. 45 million. This figure was nearly 5 times his current battle power. Even more alarming was the realization that this force continued to escalate at a terrifying pace, with millions of battle power consolidating into that tempest of green. "Broly, regain your senses." Lin Xiao surged forward, his 20-fold Kyokan igniting into a crimson flame akin to a volcanic eruption. With an overwhelming battle power of 80 million, he formed a concentrated barrier of energy around himself, striving to counteract the ferocious pressure emanating from Broly. He understood that once Broly completely lost control, not only would the prospect of subduing him be uncertain, but even the possibility of escaping planet Wampa alive would be in jeopardy. Yet, within the emerald-hued aura, no sound could be discerned. Broly's figure gradually ascended amidst the energy. His previously balanced musculature began to proliferate uncontrollably, with veins beneath his skin swelling like cerulean earthworms, each pulsation causing the ground to tremble slightly. His golden hair lengthened at a visibly rapid pace, the tips tinged with an eerie silver-purple hue, a harbinger of the legendary Super Saiyan transformation. 55 million. 60 million. Lin Xiao gritted his teeth, blood seeping from his gums. He could distinctly perceive that the opponent's energy had ceased to be a chaotic flow, instead condensing into an indomitable, colossal hammer, each strike causing his defensive barrier to violently quiver. There was no choice but to fight. Lin Xiao let out a low growl, his form transforming into a streak of crimson lightning, his right fist gathering all his strength and skill, slicing towards Broly's heart with a space-rending shriek. This punch fused the explosive power of the Kaioken with the profound martial essence he had honed over the years, even manifesting minute spatial fissures upon his fist. Boom! The moment his fist collided with the emerald energy, Lin Xiao felt as though he had struck a neutron star. The violent recoil surged through his arm, causing every bone to emit a creaking groan, and his body uncontrollably flew backward, carving a deep trench several dozen meters long into the crimson rock. 70 million. Broly slowly raised his head, his once verdant eyes now entirely consumed by the whites, leaving only an overwhelming desire for destruction surging forth. A low, beastly growl emanated from his throat, and the emerald aura suddenly surged several times in intensity, sending debris flying in all directions. As Lin Xiao struggled to rise from the trench, he was astounded to discover that Broly's combat power had surpassed 80 million. This creature's potential was nothing short of monstrous. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he noted the unnatural angle of his left arm, the ulna having fractured from that last blow. However, there was no time to tend to his injuries, for Broly had made his move. Without any warning, the emerald figure appeared before him as if teleporting. A fist the size of a cauldron, infused with the pressure of 90 million combat power, grazed his ear before crashing into the rock wall behind him. Boom! The hundreds of meters thick wall collapsed in response, black magma being thrust upwards like torrential rain. Lin Xiao rolled sideways, narrowly evading the flying debris. Yet the scalding magma still splattered onto his back, igniting his robe in flames. 100 million. The system's alert echoed piercingly. Lin Xiao turned sharply, witnessing Broly's hair had transformed into a pale violet, his muscles swelling like towering mountains, each step shaking the canyon violently. His attacks became increasingly wild, fully abandoning defense. Relying solely on instinct to throw punches and kick, yet with a speed and strength that made Lin Xiao unable to underestimate him. Clang, clang, clang. The incessant sounds of collision reverberated throughout the canyon. Lin Xiao, harnessing the speed advantage bestowed by the 20-fold Kyoken, danced through the shadows of combat. His hands moved like delicate butterflies, deftly blocking and dissipating force, as he sought to uncover Broly's vulnerabilities. Yet, the opponent's attacks were utterly unpredictable. One moment, a straight punch. The next, a sweeping kick, with the chaotic waves of energy swirling like a tempest, rendering any anticipation futile. More alarmingly, the grass-green aura seemed to possess a will of its own, forming a protective barrier just as Lin Xiao's strikes were poised to connect. With an apparent disparity of 80 million to 100 million, the difference seemed minor, yet Broly's near-cheating resilience and explosive power gradually pushed Lin Xiao into a disadvantageous position. In a single defensive maneuver, 3 of Lin Xiao's ribs fractured under the strain, the excruciating pain momentarily clouding his vision. He felt the side effects of the 20-fold Kyoken intensifying, his meridians pierced by countless needles, the deep crimson aura flickering ominously. Broly's onslaught accelerated, his grass-green fists falling like a torrential downpour, relentlessly compressing Lin Xiao's evasion space. At last, in a fleeting moment of exhaustion, a devastating elbow strike shattered Lin Xiao's defenses, landing squarely upon his chest. The impact was akin to being struck by a hammer, sending him careening like a marionette with severed strings. Crashing through 3 rock walls before hitting the ground with a thud. Curled on the earth, he coughed up blood mixed with internal fragments, the agony radiating from his spine, rendering even the slightest movement a monumental challenge. The recent blow had fractured at least 5 vertebrae. 150 million. Broly loomed before him, his grass-green hair swirling in the energy, his eyes ablaze with a savage crimson light. Slowly, he lifted his colossal foot, bringing down a force of unimaginable weight upon Lin Xiao's chest. The sickening crack of shattered ribs echoed painfully, causing Lin Xiao to feel his very organs shift, his consciousness teetering like a flickering candle in the wind. He yearned to resist, to summon the Kyoken once more, yet discovered his internal energy in a chaotic disarray, unable to coalesce even a modicum of strength. Was this how it ended? Lin Xiao gazed at the dark purple sky, his vision tainted red by the blood that flowed ceaselessly. Memories of his past life on Earth flashed before him like a revolving lantern, the cramped rental room, the endless work, the cold steamed bun he gnawed on alone after late-night shifts. After enduring so much, he had finally been granted a chance to traverse worlds. Favored by the system, was he truly destined to die in such a humiliating manner on this alien planet, beneath a rampaging Saiyan? Unwillingness surged forth from the depths of his soul, burning like molten lava. Why? Why must he face failure once more? Why must he always be crushed by fate? No, I cannot perish. A roar built in his throat, transforming into a hoarse bellow, as Lin Zhao's pupils constricted suddenly, his previously dim eyes igniting with astonishing brilliance. Golden blood began to seep from his wounds, not falling but coalescing upon his skin into intricate patterns, resembling some arcane totem. An unprecedented power awakened deep within his marrow, surging through his veins to invigorate every limb and sinew. This force diverges from the ferocity of the king's fist and the meticulous refinement of ki. It is gentle yet resilient, imbued with a profound sense of encompassing the universe. Wherever it traverses, the fractured bones begin to emit faint sounds of healing. The battle power surged dramatically, akin to a rocket, as Lin Zhao's physique expanded at a visible rate. His bones crackled as they elongated, muscles bulging like coiled dragons. His height, originally at 1.8 meters, instantaneously surpassed 2.3 meters, transforming him into a figure as formidable as an iron tower, rivaling even Broly's physique. What is this? Lin Zhao marveled at the surging power within him, as the meridians torn by the king's fist were being mended by a gentle energy. The broken spine sent tingling sensations of itchiness, clearly healing rapidly. The silver aura emanated slowly from within him, initially a mere flickering point of light, but quickly evolving into a tempest that engulfed the heavens and the earth. This silver energy was as pure as a nascent star. Devoid of the chaotic green and the violent crimson, it flowed serenely, yet carried a pressure that commanded submission from all beings. As it passed, even the raging rivers of lava became docile, and the sulfurous scent in the air was supplanted by a refreshing aroma. When the silver aura stabilized at a battle power of 4 billion, Lin Zhao gradually rose to his feet. He gazed down at his hands, now adorned with silver patterns. Feeling the inexhaustible power within him, instinctively calling upon the system in his mind. System, what is the situation? Detected that the host triggered potential awakening under extreme emotional stimulation. Current state, Super Earthling, base form. Form effect, base battle power multiplier of 500 times, which can further amplify with emotional fluctuations and willpower intensity. With no significant side effects. 500 times, Lin Zhao murmured, followed by a hearty laugh. His laughter resonated throughout the canyon, causing stones to tumble from the cliffs. Realizing that the potential of Earthlings was not inferior to that of the Saiyans. Before him, Broly seemed infuriated by this sudden transformation, his green aura surging once more, escalating his battle power to 250 million. He let out a thunderous roar, his colossal fist, imbued with destructive force, hurtling towards Lin Zhao's face with immense speed. This punch was several times faster than before, the green aura distorting the very fabric of space. Had it been the previous Lin Zhao, evasion would have been impossible. Yet now, everything was different. Lin Zhao regarded the oncoming fist with an unwavering gaze. He merely raised his right hand, extending a single finger, gently pointing towards Broly's fist. Clang! The crisp sound of collision reverberated through the canyon, reminiscent of a bronze bell being struck. An astonishing scene unfolded. Broly's mighty punch was firmly halted by Lin Zhao's solitary finger. The green aura surged violently at the point of contact, but could not advance further. Broly's body stiffened abruptly, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes for the first time. He roared defiantly, his other fist following suit, both imbued with a staggering combat power of 250 million. Yet, Lin Zhao merely raised a single finger, effortlessly blocking the onslaught. The cacophony of roars filled the air as Broly descended into a frenzy, his fists raining down on Lin Zhao like a tempest, each blow harboring the strength to rend planets asunder. The verdant aura surged violently, his power escalating once more under the impetus of rage, surpassing the threshold of 300 million. However, in Lin Zhao's eyes, these attacks moved with the lethargy of a snail. He remained perfectly still, not even shifting his stance, effortlessly deflecting all of Broly's strikes with just 2 fingers. A silvery aura flowed calmly around him, not even a ripple disturbing its surface. Broly's fists began to bleed, his knuckles fracturing and healing, only to fracture again, while the verdant flames flickered dimly from overexertion. Yet, he seemed oblivious to the pain, mechanically continuing to strike. His initial ferocity gradually giving way to bewilderment. Enough, Lin Xiao spoke softly, yet his words resonated with a penetrating force that seemed to reach into the very soul. In the instant that Broly launched another punch, Lin Xiao finally moved. His figure flickered like a specter, appearing instantaneously behind Broly. His palm transformed into a blade, striking precisely at the back of Broly's neck with just the right amount of force. Broly's body stiffened abruptly, his fist suspended in midair. The green flames dissipated rapidly like a receding tide, his bulging muscles gradually returning to their original state, his once purplish hair reverting to gold, and the whites of his eyes regaining their emerald hue. His massive form swayed slightly before crashing to the ground, plunging into a deep unconsciousness. Lin Xiao dispelled his Super Saiyan form, his body returning to its original size. A profound sense of weakness washed over him like a tidal wave, causing him to stagger and grasp the nearby rock wall. Although his earlier burst of power lacked the side effects of the Kaioken, it had drained a considerable amount of mental energy, and at that moment, he longed for nothing more than to succumb to sleep. Yet, he persevered through his fatigue. Moving to Broly's side, gazing at the youth who, after losing his fury, appeared somewhat innocent in his slumber, Lin Xiao shook his head with a hint of resignation. He surveyed the surroundings and spotted a flat stone slab not far off. Grasping Broly's ankle, he dragged the massive body over. When you awaken, we shall have a serious discussion about the future. Lin Xiao settled beside the stone slab, gazing up at the dark purple sky. The two moons of the Wampa star hung majestically, casting a ghostly green light that illuminated the chaotic battlefield within the canyon. In the distance, Paragus lay amidst the rubble, his fate uncertain. Lin Xiao cast a brief glance before averting his gaze. He felt no sympathy for the man who had used his own son as a tool for vengeance. The river of lava continued to flow languidly, bubbling and gurgling as if recounting the earth-shattering battle that had just transpired. Lin Xiao closed his eyes, beginning to circulate his energy to mend his wounds. Chapter 9. Taming Broly. The energy crystals on the surface of the stone plate glimmered with a cold light under the brass-colored dawn. As Broly abruptly opened his eyes, tiny crystalline fragments clung to his eyelashes. Instinctively, he reached for his waist, where his father's handcrafted energy detector should have been, only to find it empty. Awake? Lin Xiao's voice drifted from 3 meters away. He leaned against a floating sharp stone, his fingertips twirling a green detector, its screen displaying smooth and stable waveforms. Following the direction of his finger, Broly noticed Paragus curled beneath the rock face, his chest gently rising and falling with each breath. His grizzled hair, dampened by the morning dew, resembling a clump of wet cotton. My father Broly's voice was hoarse, as if rasped by sandpaper. Just as he attempted to rise, a searing pain coursed through his muscles. The residual force of the fierce battle 3 days prior still echoed within his bones. Lin Xiao's final punch, enveloped in purplish-golden energy, seemed to have buried countless tiny embers within his meridians, igniting with the slightest movement. You won't die. Lin Xiao tossed him an energy canister, which struck the stone wall with a crisp sound. Though he was drained of energy and slightly concussed, the gravitational field of this planet would aid in his recovery, allowing him to awaken by this time tomorrow. Broly caught the canister. The warmth of his palm melted the frost that had formed on its surface. He gazed at his father's sleeping profile, his throat constricting slightly. Ever since the day they were exiled from planet Vegeta, Paragus had always hunched over, only straightening when he looked at Broly, as if to shield him from the harsh winds and sands of planet Wampa with his frail frame. What brings you here? Broly suddenly turned, a flicker of wariness flashing in his emerald eyes. He recalled the last image before he was knocked unconscious. Lin Xiao stood at the center of an energy maelstrom, silver flames coiling around him like a living entity, the overwhelming force stifling any thought of transformation. Lin Xiao jumped down from the sharp stone. The gust of wind he created tousling the hair on Broly's forehead. I'm here to deliver some news. He paused, observing Broly's tense profile, and spoke deliberately. Planet Vegeta is no more. Broly's pupils dilated abruptly, as if gripped by an invisible hand. He could scarcely believe his ears. His fingers clenched tightly around the energy canister, the metal yielding to 5 deep impressions from his grip. What did you say? 6 months ago, Frieza obliterated it. Lin Zhao's tone was as flat as discussing the weather, stating that Frieza believed the Saiyans' potential to be too great and, finding them a nuisance, casually launched a destruction bomb. The entire planet, along with King Vegeta, was left without a single survivor. Broly stood frozen, the whispers of countless nights spent with his father echoing in his mind. Paragus would often polish that rusted dagger while murmuring in his ear, "Once you grow strong enough, we shall return to planet Vegeta. Fashion the skull of King Vegeta into a chalice, and make those royal Saiyans who once mocked you kneel and lick your boots." Those vows of vengeance that had sustained them for 30 years on planet Wampa suddenly burst within his chest like a punctured balloon, leaving behind a profound emptiness. How is it possible? Broly's voice quivered with disbelief, his emerald eyes gradually dimming. I have yet to let those people experience the taste of being crushed. I have yet to see my father stand tall before King Vegeta. Nothing is impossible. Lin Xiao kicked at the gravel at his feet, and the stone fragments coalesced into tiny whirlpools of energy in midair. Frieza never requires a reason for his actions. Broly lowered his head, his long hair concealing his eyes. The energy crystals on the surface of the stone slab reflected his trembling shoulders as the hatred that had accumulated over 30 years suddenly lost its outlet. Akin to a beast trapped in a cage, rampaging within him. He pressed his hand to his chest, where his heart throbbed wildly, each beat accompanied by sharp pain. However, Lin Zhao's voice took an unexpected turn, punctuated by a deliberate pause. There is one exception. Broly suddenly lifted his head, a flicker of light reigniting in his emerald pupils. Who? Vegeta. Lin Xiao produced a holographic projector and pressed the switch. The image displayed a golden-haired Saiyan standing in the cockpit of a spaceship, a familiar arrogance gracing his lips as his fingertips swiftly navigated the control panel. He was executing a task for Frieza and was not on planet Vegeta. Then, the projector abruptly switched scenes, revealing a series of fluctuating coordinates, the destination unmistakably Earth. He was accompanied by a companion named Nappa, en route to Earth. Lin Xiao retracted the projector, observing the sudden intensity in Broly's gaze. Rumored to be in search of the Dragon Balls to fulfill a wish. Broly's breathing quickened, waves of tumult surging within his emerald eyes. Vegeta. That name pierced his memory like a venomous thorn. Years ago, in the incubation pod, it was this so-called genius Saiyan who had crushed the nutrient vial he had dropped. And it was King Vegeta's favoritism toward his son that had deemed him inferior, leading to his exile alongside his father to a desolate planet. The enemy was not dead. This realization struck like lightning, cleaving through the chaos in Broly's heart. His clenched fists slowly relaxed, droplets of blood seeping through his fingers and falling onto the energy crystals, instantly absorbed without a trace. What do you want? Broly's voice was low and hoarse, tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. He understood that Lin Xiao would not divulge such information without reason. Let's make a deal. Lin Xiao stepped closer, towering over him. Earth is my territory. If Vegeta comes here to wreak havoc, I cannot turn a blind eye. My people require assistance, and you seek revenge. He paused, casting out the bait. Be my subordinate, and I will take you to see Vegeta. In that moment, whether to kill or spare, it will all depend on your fists. Broly fell silent. He glanced toward the depths of the cavern where his father lay in slumber, then looked down at his calloused hands. These hands could crush the steel and rock of planet Vampa, tear apart colossal beasts amidst storms. Yet they had never harbored such an intense desire to pin that golden-haired Saiyan to the ground, to make him taste the bitterness of contempt, to watch as his most cherished title of genius crumbled into inconsequential dust. Very well, Broly finally spoke, his voice imbued with a resolute determination. I promise you. Ding. Main quest. Subduing Broly has been completed. Quest evaluation. S grade. Reward granted. 10,000 points. Permanent combat power increase of 3 million. Suddenly, a notification from the system echoed in Lin Zhao's mind, as a warm surge of energy flowed from his dantian to his limbs. Instinctively, he summoned his breath, and his normal combat power, which was originally 8 million, began to ascend at a visibly rapid pace. The numbers on the detector screen surged wildly before stabilizing at 11 million. This additional 3 million power merged seamlessly with his existing energy, refining his aura to a more solid and profound state. The debris that had been suspended in mid-air quietly descended to the ground, as if soothed by an invisible force. Broly keenly sensed this change, his emerald eyes narrowing slightly. Your aura. Nothing, Lin Xiao replied nonchalantly, retracting the detector. He concentrated, conjuring a silvery energy at his fingertips, which tore open a rift in space. Beyond the rift, a blue ocean and verdant land were faintly visible. Let us return to Earth. There are healing devices that are 100 times superior to those on this desolate planet, sufficient for your father to regain his strength, and for you to sharpen your skills. Broly lifted his floating father, casting a deep glance at Lin Xiao before ultimately stepping into the rift. He refrained from questioning the sudden surge of energy, burying the curiosity within him. This seemingly ordinary Earthling concealed secrets that perhaps surpassed his imagination. On Earth, before the medical chamber of Capsule Corporation in West City, a gentle blue light enveloped Paragus' body, visibly healing the burns on his chest. Broly sat on a nearby metal chair, his hands clasped on his knees, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the progress bar of the medical chamber. Beep. Treatment completed. The moment the mechanical voice sounded, Broly sprang to his feet. The chamber's door opened slowly, and Paragus coughed a couple of times, gradually opening his eyes. Upon seeing Broly clad in Earth-style black combat attire, his murky eyes instantly filled with wariness. Where are we? Who are you? Father, it's me. Broly softened his tone. We are on Earth, and Lin Xiao saved us. For the next half hour, Broly recounted the destruction of planet Vegeta, the survival of Vegeta, and is packed with Lin Xiao in great detail. Paragus' expression shifted throughout the tale, from initial shock to wild elation upon hearing of Vegeta's survival, ultimately morphing into profound skepticism. Do you trust him? Paragus grasped Broly's wrist, his knuckles whitening from the pressure. What reason does this Earthling, Lin Xiao, have to aid us in our vengeance? In his eyes, all Saiyans were untrustworthy, especially one as enigmatic as Lin Xiao. I have no other choice. Broly gazed at his father's aged face and replied softly, moreover, he is formidable, stronger than Frieza. This statement rendered Paragus silent. He was acutely aware of his son's prowess. To be deemed stronger than Frieza by Broly implied that the young man named Lin Xiao might indeed possess the capability to confront Vegeta. Just then, the laboratory door swung open, and Sun Wukong sauntered in, a banana clenched between his teeth, with Krillin and Yamcha trailing behind. Broly, your father has awakened, Sun Wukong exclaimed, his tail swaying with excitement, oblivious to the sudden wariness reflected in Paragus' eyes. I've prepared a stew of senza beans. Consuming it will hasten his recovery. Before he could finish, Broly erupted like a powder keg, springing to his feet. His emerald eyes locked onto Sun Wukong, and the air around him warped violently from the surge of his energy, causing a metallic chair to splinter into fragments. He could not articulate why this was happening. Upon seeing this fellow Saiyan, who shared his dark hair, his chest felt as though it had been set ablaze. The pent-up fury, wrath, and resentment that had simmered for 30 years suddenly found an outlet. Broly, Paragus urgently grasped his arm, fully aware of what this demeanor signified, a harbinger of uncontrollable energy. Lin Xiao swiftly positioned himself before Sun Wukong, his fingertips coalescing into a silvery energy, forming a barrier against Broly's oppressive force. Calm down, he said, his voice steady yet imbued with undeniable authority. He was a friend, not a foe. Friend? Broly growled, his voice resonating with a primal ferocity, his nails digging painfully into his palm. I feel nauseated just looking at him. The moment those words escaped his lips, he paused, bewildered, despite it being their first encounter. It felt as if centuries of animosity had been harbored. Sun Wukong was taken aback by this sudden outburst, the banana slipping from his grasp. He scratched his head, the golden aura around him flickering momentarily. Why are you angry? I haven't done anything to provoke you, he said, suddenly adopting a combat stance, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Do you want to fight? Great. I've been itching for a good spar. Wukong. Krillin quickly intervened. Don't make it worse. Lin Xiao placed a hand on Broly's shoulder, a gentle yet resilient energy flowing into him, akin to cold water dousing a raging fire. This is Sun Wukong, a Saiyan raised on Earth, different from Vegeta and his ilk. He paused to add, moreover, he can help you confront Vegeta. Those words fell like a bucket of ice water, extinguishing much of Broly's rage. He fixed his gaze on Sun Wukong, his emerald eyes still tinged with crimson. Yet his clenched fists gradually began to relax. The prospect of confronting Vegeta was a temptation too enticing to ignore, enough to momentarily suppress his inexplicable agitation. Oomph. Broly turned his head away, letting out a dismissive snort, indicating a temporary ceasefire. In the following days, the Capsule Corporation's gravity chamber became Broly's exclusive domain. He devoted nearly all his time to it, each punch delivered under 80 times Earth's gravity imbued with a ferocity aimed at obliteration. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong appeared like an unshakable shadow, punctually arriving at the gravity chamber's entrance each day, armed with senza beans and energy drinks, eagerly awaiting their sparring sessions. Broly, let us train together. Broly, I've just perfected the Kamehameha. Would you like to see? Broly, Krillin has prepared skewers. If you do not eat them soon, they will be gone. Broly's response is perpetually a cold gaze accompanied by an ever-increasing aura of pressure. Yet Goku, much like an unyielding stone, regardless of how many times he is hurled away by energy blasts, always manages to rise again, brushing himself off and approaching to engage in conversation once more. A turning point occurred on the afternoon of the 5th day. As Broly attempted to break through his energy limits, he suddenly lost control. A silvery aura wrapping around him like a frenzied vine, threatening to rupture the gravity chamber's protective shield. Just when he believed he was about to explode like a bomb, a golden figure rushed in, shielding him with their body. "What are you doing?" Broly exclaimed. A mixture of shock and anger flooding his senses as he instinctively attempted to shove him aside. "Don't speak. Focus." Goku's voice resonated with an unprecedented seriousness, his golden aura blazing fiercely around him like a sturdy armor. Imagine the energy flowing like water. Yes, following the meridians. Broly stood frozen. He could feel Goku's energy gradually seeping into him through their point of contact, like a gentle thread guiding his chaotic energy back into place. This energy was pure, fervent, and carried an inexplicable sense of reassurance, resembling the rare sunlight of the distant star Vega. 3 minutes later, the tumultuous energy finally subsided. Broly gazed at the perspiring Goku before him and suddenly felt the inexplicable fury in his chest diminish in intensity. Thank you," he muttered, turning his head away, his voice barely above a whisper. Goku flashed a wide grin, revealing 2 rows of white teeth, as if the earlier peril had never occurred. "No problem. By the way, Master Roshi said he wants to teach us a new technique. Do you want to join?" Broly hesitated for a moment, but ultimately nodded in agreement. In the evening training grounds, Master Roshi was demonstrating his newly invented drunken fist. Broly stood in the corner, watching Goku stumble around, laughing in delight despite the blows he received. He observed Krillin and Yamcha arguing over who would claim the last skewer of grilled meat, and saw his father and Master Roshi huddled together enjoying drinks. Suddenly, he felt that this blue planet wasn't so terrible after all. He touched his chest, where the flames of vengeance still burned, but alongside those flames, there seemed to be something else, a seed, freshly buried, quietly taking root and sprouting. "Vegeta." Broly gazed at the evening glow on the horizon, gently clenching his fists. Regardless of the source of his inexplicable anger towards Goku, at least for now, they shared a common goal. This unexpected camaraderie might become the most surprising support on his path to vengeance. Chapter 10. Growth in Training and the Arrival of Outsiders. In the coming days, I intend to find a planet to focus on my training. Lin Xiao gazed out the viewport at the swirling energy clouds, his fingertips lightly tapping the control panel, his gaze fixed on a yellow planet marked with high-gravity anomalies on the star map. The memory of the fierce battle with Broly was still vivid, when that ferocious Saiyan transformed into a green-haired behemoth, tearing apart half a continent with mere gusts of his punches. Had it not been for the terrain advantage, the outcome would have remained uncertain. "I'm going to." Sun Wukong immediately approached, his tail excitedly swaying behind him, clutching unfinished fairy beans in his hand. "Last time, during the battle against Broly, I couldn't even sustain Super Saiyan for 3 minutes. This opportunity is perfect for breaking through my limits." Krillin adjusted his sunglasses, his eyes gleaming with determination from behind the lenses. "Take me with you, Lin Xiao. The overwhelming power of Broly is terrifying. I must train my energy slicing technique to a level where it can cut through energy shields." Yamcha nodded in agreement, lightly tapping his toes on the ground, creating a faint breeze. "My newly created Shadow Fist is just 1 step away from completion. This high-gravity planet will help me refine my rhythm." Lin Xiao glanced back at the 3 of them, tapping his fingertips on the screen to input the coordinates of the absurd star into the navigation system. "Very well. Practical sparring is more effective than solitary cultivation." He pulled up his combat power panel, showing a baseline of 15 million, with a transformation multiplier of 600 times, a stable value after enduring 3 of Broly's punches. However, he was acutely aware that such explosive strength, built on sheer power, would be utterly inadequate in a true endurance battle. He needed to rebuild his foundation in extreme conditions. The moment the spaceship exited the jump portal, a palpable gravitational force pressed down upon them. As the hatch opened, Krillin squatted down with a grunt, while Yamcha barely managed to steady himself with the help of the doorframe. Only Sun Wukong, his eyes gleaming, was energetically stretching his muscles. "This feeling, it's even more exhilarating than the 100 times gravity room," Lin Xiao was the first to step out of the spaceship, and the yellow soil beneath his feet sank 3 inches instantly. The sky of this planet was a bizarre brass color, with the surface adorned by twisted black plants spiraling upward. Distant peaks floated in midair, entwined with silver streams of energy, creating a scene that completely defied the laws of physics, an ideal environment for both physical and mental training. This will do. He walked into an open expanse, took a deep breath, and slowly clenched his fists. Initially, it was merely a faint ripple of energy, akin to a stone dropped into a still lake. 3 seconds later, his aura erupted like a volcano. A resonant hum filled the air as silvery flames surged forth from his body, refracting a cold sheen under the brass-hued sunlight. His physique visibly expanded, muscles transforming into the defined contours of tempered steel, his short black hair flowing into shoulder-length silver, and his irises shifting to a crystalline ice blue. Most astonishing was the transformation of his energy field. The residual ferocity from the previous encounter with Broly was now restrained by a more refined power, causing the surrounding floating debris to orbit him in a rhythmic manner. Is this the state after transformation? Krillin was left speechless, even from 100 meters away. He could feel the oppressive energy emanating from Lin Xiao, far stronger than the residual waves from their last confrontation with Broly. Yamcha swallowed hard, just standing nearby. It feels like my energy is being siphoned away. This amplification must exceed 600 times. Lin Xiao paid no heed to their astonishment, fully concentrating on guiding the energy through his meridians. The 3 points of stagnation left from his previous encounter with Broly became increasingly pronounced under the gravitational pressure of the absurd star. Each flow of energy felt like sandpaper grinding against a rusted pipe, causing cold sweat to bead on his forehead. I must ensure the energy circulates more smoothly. He let out a low growl, and his form suddenly transformed into a silver streak, hurtling toward the distant floating peak with a fist that cleaved through the air. With a thunderous crash, the mountain shattered, and the splintered stones, upon contact with his energy field, were disintegrated into the finest particles. For the ensuing 7 days, the vast expanse echoed daily with the sound of energy collisions. Lin Xiao's training was nothing short of self-inflicted torment. He first completed 100,000 basic punches under 80 times gravity and then repeatedly tested the brink of energy overload, each time pulling back from the verge of losing control through sheer mental strength. On the 3rd day, he coughed up blood from energy backlash, his silvery aura dimming momentarily. Yet after a brief half-hour respite, he gritted his teeth and rose once more. Sun Wukong watched with fervor, inspired to train alongside him. He often recalled Broly's overwhelming power, pushing himself harder than anyone else. Initially only able to barely sustain 3 times the Kaioken, he now managed to stabilize at 5 times, though he was left utterly exhausted after each session. On the morning of the 7th day, as the brass sun ascended the horizon, Lin Xiao abruptly opened his eyes. The energy within him surged forth like a torrent finding its course, smoothly completing a grand cycle, with all blockages vanishing. Rising slowly, his silvery aura swelled 3-fold, forming a small vortex of energy around him. System, what is the current transformation enhancement? He dissipated the aura, his voice tinged with fatigue, yet barely concealing his excitement. Host's current base combat power is 15 million. Transformation enhancement is 700 times, an increase of 100 times, resulting in a combat power of 5 billion. The system's mechanical voice rang out, indicating a 47 improvement in energy stability and a breakthrough in mental strength beyond previous limits. 5 billion. Lin Xiao gazed at the floating peak, his expression unusually calm. It was still insufficient. He vividly recalled the world-shattering power of Broly in his berserk state, the system estimating his battle capacity to be as high as 20 billion. His current strength was still far from adequate. After a brief recovery, he commenced training in the Kaioken. A crimson aura enveloped him, intertwining with the silvery transformation energy to create an extraordinary purplish-golden hue. 10 times, he shouted, delivering a punch to the ground, which instantly cracked for 100 meters. 20 times, the purplish-golden aura intensified, his skin taking on an abnormal flush. 30 times, the surrounding space began to warp slightly, and the leaves of black plants exploded. When he called out 100 times, a pillar of purplish-golden energy shot skyward, tearing a brief rift in the brass-hued heavens. Gasping for breath, he felt the surging power within him and was astonished to find he could still maintain clarity, a feat that had been utterly impossible just a week prior. System, what is the current comprehensive battle power? With the transformation state compounded with 100 times the Kaioken, his current combat power reached a staggering 105 trillion. The system paused before adding. The enhancement from Kaioken improves energy output efficiency, not merely numerical addition. The current physical strength can support a short-term burst of 120 times. Lin Xiao nodded in acknowledgement. In other words, the 100-fold Kaioken does not merely transform 5 billion into 105 trillion. Rather, it enables each unit of energy to manifest its utmost efficiency. This holds far greater practical significance than mere multiplicative growth. Should Broly appear again, we would at least possess the means to confront him head-on. Over the ensuing year, the absurd planet became a crucible for the four of them. Lin Zhao's progress was nothing short of terrifying. He first stabilized his base combat power at 5 billion, then developed a second-stage transformation. Within the silvery aura, golden patterns emerged, and although the amplification factor did not increase, the energy density surged by 70 times. His transformed combat power reached 35 trillion, 35,000 billion, while the limit of Kaioken rose to 150 times, allowing for seamless transitions between multipliers during battle. Although he had yet to touch the realm of the divine, Lin Xiao shattered a meteor with a single punch, feeling the surging power in his fist. In terms of sheer strength, there was likely no one who could surpass him now. Son Goku's growth was equally astonishing. Under Lin Xiao's guidance, he not only elevated his base combat power to 8,000, but also stabilized his Kaioken at 7 times, occasionally reaching 10 times in moments of explosive power, though he would require a lengthy recovery thereafter. Krillin's Qianzhen was capable of slicing through the low-level energy shields Lin Xiao produced, while Yamcha's Wolfang Fist had incorporated spatial leap techniques, increasing its speed by 30%. One day, the spaceship's alarm blared suddenly, and a line of red text appeared on the screen. Saiyan spaceship signal detected, expected to arrive on Earth in 72 hours. Vegeta and the others were coming. Lin Zhao's gaze sharpened as he opened the system store. Among the myriad of goods, a golden icon stood out prominently. Instant transmission. Host. This is a fusion version of instant transmission, integrating the spatial positioning of the Yardertons and the key tracking of the Angels, allowing for transmission that disregards distance. The system elucidated. Lin Xiao decisively purchased the skill, feeling the lingering stiffness of the instant transmission as he mastered it. Immediate practice was essential. Come over here and place your hands on my shoulders, he beckoned to the three. Son Goku's tail curiously wrapped around his arm, while Krillin and Yamcha, though puzzled, complied. Lin Xiao focused intently, envisioning the essence of Earth, the fragrant flora of Baozi Mountain, the mechanical clatter of West City, the briny breeze of Kame House. These familiar aromas served as coordinates, guiding the flow of spatial energy. Whoosh! In a flash of blue light, the four vanished from the absurd planet. The next moment, they stood atop Baozi Mountain, inhaling the fresh air as Bulma's jubilant voice echoed from afar. The radar has detected something. You're finally back. Just as Lin Xiao was about to respond, he suddenly looked up at the sky. A streak of fire pierced the clouds, trailing a long tail as it hurtled toward the ground. The energy detector blared wildly. It was the presence of Vegeta and Nappa, stronger than reported. Just in time, his energy began to surge, and a fierce smile crept across his lips. Let them witness the growth we have achieved this year. In the distant valley, Master Roshi set down his teacup and murmured to the sky, "This energy, is that kid Lin Xiao? It's far more terrifying than when he faced Broly last time. There exists a plethora of elements within this narrative that I have unearthed through my online explorations. Some may be inaccurate, though I have amended portions and shall accept them as truths." Chapter 11. The Saiyan Vegeta. The earth trembled with a thunderous roar, as if an ancient behemoth had awakened from its slumber. A fiery streak tore through the clouds, trailing a charred aftermath as it hurtled toward the northwestern wasteland. The resulting shock wave lifted waves of air hundreds of meters high, uprooting trees within a 10-mile radius. Amidst the swirling dust and debris, a silver metallic capsule lay half embedded in the center of a crater, its high-temperature coating peeling away under the impact to reveal a shimmering alloy skeleton within. A hissing sound pierced the chaos as the pressure valve released, and the hatch slowly ascended under hydraulic force, unveiling two towering figures shrouded in shadow. The first to emerge was a bald, muscular man, his physique chiseled like rock, adorned in a purple battle suit marred by intersecting scars, while a device on his neck emitted a rhythmic beeping. Following closely was a tall man with short black hair that stood upright like steel needles. a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. Indeed, the elite Saiyan warrior, Vegeta. Suddenly, the detector emitted a rapid beeping, and the gravelly voice of Nappa shattered the silence. Vegeta, an anomalous energy response has been detected in the southeast, Battle Power Index 1800. Vegeta pushed aside the debris of the hatch, his crimson gaze sweeping over the distant village. It's that worthless Kakarot. His voice was as cold as ice. The intention behind sending him to this planet was to fulfill the cleansing of their race. It seemed, however, that the inferior warriors were destined to act foolishly. The duo treaded over the rubble toward the village, and as Yamcha appeared at the village entrance, Vegeta's detector emitted a shrill alarm, an indication of encountering a fellow Saiyan. Kakarot. Vegeta halted, tapping his fingers on the detector. Your mission directive states clearly to eliminate all Earthlings. Now, you find yourself mingling with these lowly beings? Goku scratched the back of his head with a sheepish grin. I'm Goku, not Kakarot. Besides, Krillin and the others are my friends. Yamcha stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Goku. Who are you? Why are you destroying the village? Nappa clenched his fists tightly, knuckles cracking ominously. Vegeta, this kid is clearly deranged. Krillin interjected urgently. Goku fell off a cliff when he was young and hurt his head. He has no recollection of his past. Vegeta raised an eyebrow, his spiky hair swaying in the wind. Interesting. Nappa, assess how much battle power this amnesiac fool still possesses. Nappa grinned maliciously as he approached Goku. The detector aimed at his chest. Let me see the level of this lowly warrior. 2,000? Huh, clearly no growth. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Nappa's right fist, accompanied by a shrieking rush of air, was already barreling toward Goku's face. Dust and sand were whipped into a frenzy, creating a swirling pillar between the two. Goku's pupils constricted, his body tilting at an impossible angle to the left, arms crossing protectively over his chest. Boom! The resounding clash of fists reverberated painfully through Krillin's eardrums. As Nappa felt as though his fist had collided with an iron fortress, the tremendous recoil causing his hands to split. He stared in shock at the unmoving Goku, suddenly realizing that something was amiss. How could this be possible? Nappa roared as he stepped back, his feet carving deep grooves into the ground. With a fierce leap, he ascended 30 meters into the air, arms outstretched, unleashing a torrential downpour of energy, spheres the size of ping-pong balls. Taste this. Prince's battle technique. The orange-red energy orbs detonated upon impact with the ground, igniting a dense blaze that engulfed Goku entirely. Nappa landed some distance away, laughing maniacally. It's over. His laughter abruptly ceased. From the smoke, a golden figure burst forth, Goku's fist cutting through the air with a sonic boom, striking Nappa squarely on the chin. Crack! The audible shattering of bones echoed, and Nappa's massive frame was sent flying like a severed kite, skidding over 50 meters before crashing against a rock wall. Clutching his dislocated jaw, saliva mingled with blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. Help me, Vegeta! Vegeta approached slowly, his crimson eyes devoid of any compassion. Grasping Nappa's ankle, he tossed him into the sky as one might discard a trash bag. As Nappa's terrified screams reached a crescendo, Vegeta raised his hand, coalescing a purple orb of energy. The glory of the Saiyans shall not be sullied by trash. The energy beam streaked across the sky like lightning, utterly consuming Nappa's form. The explosion's blinding light compelled Krillin to instinctively shut his eyes. When he reopened them, only drifting ashes remained in the sky. Vegeta turned away, the cape of his battle suit fluttering in the hot wind. He flexed his neck, the sound of cracking joints piercing the silence. Kakarot, it is now our turn. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, he had already left an afterimage in his wake. Goku felt an intense gust rush toward him, a sharp pain erupting in his abdomen as he was sent flying backward, akin to being struck by a battering ram, crashing through 7 ancient trees before finally coming to a halt. Gasping, Goku clutched his stomach, coughing up blood, and looked up at the approaching Vegeta, his gaze sharpening. You are strong, but I will not concede. The struggles of lowly warriors are truly laughable. Vegeta scoffed, shaking his fists. Your battle power is barely half of mine. Goku inhaled deeply, a blue aura beginning to manifest around him. This technique I learned on King Kai's planet, the Kaioken. The aura surged dramatically, doubling in intensity. Double Kaioken. His speed surged, and he instantaneously appeared behind Vegeta. Vegeta reacted with lightning speed, turning to block, but was forced back by the impact. How is this possible? But it's not over yet. Goku's aura suddenly transformed to a fiery red. The air around him warping from the heat. Triple Kaioken. His fist, imbued with the force to tear through space, struck Vegeta's chest, marking the elite Saiyan's first taste of defeat as he crashed heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Coughing, Vegeta leaped from the crater, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Very well, you have successfully provoked me. His figure blurred into an afterimage. Fists and feet raining down upon Goku like a torrential storm. Goku crossed his arms in a defensive X, feeling each block resonate painfully through his bones. As Vegeta's knee collided with his ribcage, Goku deftly sidestepped and retaliated with a punch to his opponent's flank. Vegeta emitted a low grunt and staggered back a few steps, a flicker of caution flashing in his eyes. It seemed he had no choice but to unleash his true power. He suddenly threw back his head and let out a long, piercing howl, while his hands gathered a swelling green energy sphere before his chest. The sphere detached and soared into the sky, bursting through the clouds in a blinding explosion of light, resembling a second sun. Is that an artificial moon? Krillin exclaimed in disbelief. Bathed in the radiant glow, Vegeta began to undergo a terrifying transformation. His bones cracked audibly, muscle fibers proliferated wildly, and black hair erupted from beneath his skin. In a mere 10 seconds, he had morphed into a colossal ape towering 50 meters tall, his crimson, beastly eyes locking onto Goku with unwavering intensity. This is bad. Goku felt the overwhelming pressure akin to a mountain and summoned his energy once more. Invoking the sevenfold Kaioken, his golden fist, imbued with tremendous force, struck the giant ape's chest, but merely created ripples upon impact. Vegeta looked down at the point of contact and unleashed a deafening roar, stamping his foot onto Goku's chest. Get up, Goku! Krillin rushed forward to assist, but was swatted aside by Vegeta's massive hand, hurtling away like a leaf in the wind. Goku struggled to rise. The strain from sevenfold Kaioken caused blood to seep from his veins. Krillin, hurry and get everyone out of here. Vegeta's enormous foot came crashing down again, and Goku rolled to evade, only to see the giant ape suddenly turn and charge toward the heavenly temple. The pristine white steps of the temple crumbled beneath the beast's tread, and Mr. Popo, standing guard at the entrance, was about to intervene when Vegeta carelessly swatted him away. Inside, an elderly voice inquired sternly as the Kaioshin, clad in white robes and leaning on his staff, emerged. What do you intend to do? Vegeta's beastly gaze fixed upon the dragon radar within the temple, and he slammed his massive palm onto the ground. I have come for the Dragon Balls. Absolutely not. The Dragon Balls must not fall into evil hands. The Kaioshin shielded the 7 Dragon Balls behind him, the crystal atop his staff glowing with radiant light. Vegeta scoffed, reached out, and effortlessly snapped the staff in two. The Kaioshin glared at him, a faint blue energy shield manifesting around him. I will not allow you to succeed. An obstacle, Vegeta declared, his colossal hand descending, shattering the energy shield like glass. The Kaioshin was struck to the ground, blood staining his pristine robes as he struggled to grasp Vegeta's ankle. The Dragon Balls will bring disaster. I cannot give them to you. Impatiently, Vegeta lifted his foot and brought his heel down heavily upon the Kaioshin's chest. The sound of cracking bones echoed, and the Kaioshin's pupils gradually dulled. He cast one last glance at the altar housing the Dragon Balls before succumbing to the void. The giant ape entered the inner sanctum, his rough fingers grasping the Dragon Ball box. Upon opening it, however, he discovered only 7 ordinary stones inside. Bulma had long since replaced the genuine orbs with fakes. With a furious roar, he shattered the temple's glass roof. Vegeta hurled the stones against the wall and stormed out of the temple. At that moment, a golden light raced from the east, where Goku, dragging his bloodied body, stood defiantly before him. Vegeta, your opponent is me. The giant ape swung his massive arm in a sweeping motion, but Goku narrowly dodged using the speed granted by the sevenfold Kaioken, only to be sent flying by the ensuing shockwave. He gazed upon the imposing figure of Vegeta and suddenly recalled the final technique imparted by the King Kai. He must sever his tail. Goku summoned all his strength, transforming into a golden meteor that hurtled toward Vegeta's lower back. Just as his fingertips were about to make contact with that furry appendage, the great ape abruptly turned, its colossal hand descending like a gathering storm. Bang! Goku was struck as if by a meteor, becoming deeply embedded within a mountainside. Vegeta looked down at his nearly defeated opponent, a triumphant roar escaping his lips. However, He was oblivious to Krillin stealthily approaching with a senzu bean. Eat it, Goku. Krillin tossed the bean into Goku's mouth. The verdant energy surged throughout his body, and Goku erupted from the crevice, his 10 fingers radiating brilliant light. The Kamehameha, the azure energy wave, struck Vegeta's tail, eliciting a pained howl from the giant ape as it rapidly diminished in size, reverting to its original form. Vegeta clutched his bleeding, severed tail, disbelief etched on his face. Impossible. How could I be defeated by a lowly warrior? Goku, panting heavily, replied, "You are mistaken, Vegeta. True power does not stem from lineage, but from the unwavering resolve to protect one's friends." Vegeta stared at Goku for a moment, then suddenly let out a bitter laugh. "Wait, Kakarot. I shall return, and then it will be your demise." He pressed a button on his wrist, and the distant spaceship hummed to life, a beam of light engulfing him. Lin Xiao sat upon a distant cliff, observing the entire spectacle unfold. He munched on an apple, watching as Vegeta's ship vanished into the horizon, a sly smile curling at the corners of his lips. It was quite akin to the original tale. He flicked away the apple core, noting that Goku's sevenfold Kaioken was stronger than he recalled, and Vegeta's weakness had been exposed earlier than expected. The wind rustled through the wild grass at the cliff's edge, brushing against Lin Xiao's handsome visage. Next, should he venture to Namek? Rising to his feet, he dusted off his trousers, keen to ascertain whether Frieza's combat power truly reached 100 million. In the distance, Krillin's voice echoed as Goku was surrounded by his companions. Making his way toward the flying Nimbus, Lin Xiao gazed at that golden figure, suddenly reminded of the flicker of emotion in Vegeta's eyes as he departed. Amidst the fury, there seemed to be a trace of unnoticeable hesitation. Perhaps the fate of the Saiyans would be irrevocably altered from this day forth. Lin Xiao chuckled softly, turning to delve deeper into the forest. Suddenly, his wrist device began to flash red, projecting a holographic image. The skies of Namek were shrouded in purple energy, countless meteors plummeting toward the surface. It appeared that the real spectacle was yet to unfold. He tightened his grip on the device, his figure gradually vanishing among the trees. In a nearby village, Bulma was adjusting the Dragon Ball radar, the screen displaying 7 luminous points slowly advancing. Chapter 12. Frieza's Arrival. The God of Destruction Awakens. Bulma's spaceship carved a silvery blue trajectory through the sea of stars, and within the cockpit, she remained fixated on the interstellar navigation system, her fingertips dancing swiftly across the control panel. Only 3-star systems remain until we reach Namek. I hope Gohan and the others can hold on until we arrive. Klein gazed out of the porthole at the receding nebula, gripping the energy blade at his waist. Vegeta was there too, along with the formidable Frieza, a daunting opponent for the Saiyans. As the spaceship traversed the purple atmosphere of Namek, a fierce battle raged below. Vegeta, drenched in blood, unleashed energy waves upon Frieza's elite guards, while Gohan shielded the barely conscious Den with his own body. When Bulma and the others landed at the periphery of the battlefield, Frieza's fourth form loomed like an iron tower atop a pile of meteors, his golden skin reflecting a cold light under the twin suns. Another batch of sacrificial lambs? Frieza's tail swayed gently behind him as dark red energy coalesced at his fingertips, a perfect opportunity to demonstrate the true power of the Cosmic Emperor. Just as Klein prepared to charge forward, Vegeta seized him, cautioning against impulsiveness. Frieza's combat power had already surpassed 1 million. The Saiyan scouter, cracked from the recent onslaught, still registered a value that sent shivers down his spine. At that moment, an alarm blared through the communication channel of the space station. Son Goku's ship was breaking through Namek's gravitational field. As the hatch opened, the residual energy from his gravity training swept across the battlefield. Wiping sweat from his brow, Goku apologized for his tardiness. Frieza tilted his head, scrutinizing the black-haired youth, a cruel smile curling at his lips. "So, you're Kakarot?" The remnant of the Saiyans, just in time to be eliminated. The battle erupted in an instant. Goku's Kaioken seemed like child's play before Frieza, and when the 5th Dragon Ball was crushed by Frieza's grip, Klein's body suddenly froze mid-air, a sign of Frieza's telekinetic control. "No!" Goku's roar tore through the heavens. Klein's form disintegrated into motes of light under the energy impact, crimson droplets splattering across Goku's cheek. In that moment, time itself appeared to stand still. Goku slowly lifted his lowered head, his black hair visibly transforming to gold, his emerald eyes igniting with a fiery red glow. Super Saiyan Vegeta murmured, a flicker of fervor and despair crossing his gaze. The legend was indeed true. A golden aura erupted skyward, painting Namek's twin suns in dazzling gold. Goku's fists, imbued with cataclysmic power, struck Frisia, each collision sending violent tremors through the planet's crust. As the final Kamehameha engulfed Frisia's remnants in an explosion, Goku turned to the crumbling Namek, racing towards Bulma's ship to evacuate his companions before the planet's demise. Lin Shao stood upon a meteor within the asteroid belt, silently observing Namek transform into cosmic dust. He opened his palm, a faint golden aura swirling within it, an essence cultivated through years of arduous training. The Saiyans' fury could indeed summon such pure energy, he mused softly. This power was even closer to the realm of the divine than he had imagined. The sky over Earth was particularly clear on the day the Cell Games commenced, the martial arts arena filled with spectators from all corners of the globe. Sheru sat upon the stone platform at the center of the arena, idly toying with the energy sphere in his hand, blissfully oblivious to the cacophony surrounding him as he awaited the strongest warriors to approach. Lin Shao concealed himself above the clouds, his presence diminished to an almost imperceptible whisper, akin to dust seamlessly merging with the air. He observed Gohan ascend to the arena, noted how Vegeta, in his pride, unwittingly granted Shira the opportunity to absorb Android 18, and watched Goku refine his Super Saiyan form to perfection within the hyperbolic time chamber. Over the years, he had refrained from intervening in any events, choosing instead to exile himself between the gravity chamber and King Kai's planet, allowing his body to be torn apart and reborn through rigorous training at the brink of his limits. Boom! The overwhelming aura of Sheru in his complete form left the audience gasping for breath. He unfurled his insect-like wings, emitting a piercing laughter. Now, who shall be my first opponent? Goku's figure materialized at the center of the arena, his golden aura radiating with the steadiness of a star. I shall. Throughout the intense 72 hours of battle, Lin Shao etched every detail into his memory. He witnessed Goku voluntarily concede, observed Gohan awaken his Super Saiyan 2 form in a fit of rage, and saw Goku transport Sheru to King Kai's planet at the moment of his self-destruction. As Gohan's Kamehameha wave ultimately obliterated Sheru, Lin Shao quietly clenched his fist. In that fleeting moment, he distinctly perceived a tremor within Gohan that resonated with the divine energy he himself possessed. So, it is, he murmured, the potential of the Saiyans is but a hair's breadth from the realm of the divine. In the 3 years following Sheru's defeat, Earth enjoyed a long-awaited peace. Goku participated in the martial arts tournament in the afterlife, Gohan entered high school, and Vegeta confined himself within Bulma's specially crafted gravity chamber, spending his days drenched in sweat. Meanwhile, Lin Shao chose to train aboard an abandoned starship at the edge of the universe. He sat cross-legged beside the ship's energy core, surrounded by dozens of energy crystals collected from across the cosmos. Divine energy flowed through his palms, sometimes surging like a roaring river, at other times solidifying into still ice crystals. Each time he attempted to channel this power into his strikes, he encountered an invisible barrier, the line that divides mortals from divinity. System prompt. The original bloodline clue resides in the depths of consciousness, requiring pure combat intent to activate. The cold, mechanical voice echoed once more in his mind, prompting Lin Shao to open his eyes, a flicker of resolve igniting within them. He sprang to his feet and struck the starship's alloy wall with a powerful punch. At the moment of impact, his divine energy surged violently, enveloping his form in a soft purple flame. Just a little more, he gasped, staring at the indentation left by his fist on the wall. I must find an opponent who can compel me to unleash my full potential. When Babbidi's ship descended upon Earth, Lin Shao was locked in battle with a colossal star beast at the edge of the galaxy. The beast's fangs grazed his shoulder, drawing forth droplets of blood. Yet he retaliated with a precise strike to the beast's core, the divine energy slicing through its energy source like a scalpel. Roaring, the beast dissolved into stardust. And Lin Shao retracted his aura, only to receive an urgent call from King Kai. Lin Shao, hurry back to Earth. Babidi has unleashed Majin Buu, and everyone is on the brink of collapse. By the time he returned to Earth, the battlefield had shifted to the realm of the gods. Majin Buu's pink form continuously morphed like pliable clay, while Goku's Super Saiyan 3 form gradually succumbed to exhaustion before him. Lin Shao, concealed behind the clouds, observed as Vegeta and Goku fused into Vegeto, witnessing Buu's repeated division and reformation, and ultimately, Goku's spirit bomb obliterating that chaotic mass of energy. For the first time amidst this calamity, he felt utterly powerless. It was not a matter of insufficient strength, but rather the stark contrast of his divine energy against Buu's near-legendary regenerative abilities, rendering his own power seemingly feeble. It dawned upon him that divinity exists in layers. As he watched Goku vanish within the radiance of a spirit bomb, a sudden clarity washed over him. The destroyer gods and Kaioshin wielded a deeper understanding of the cosmic laws. As the Earth began its reconstruction post-battle, Goku returned from the afterlife, and everyone believed peace would endure eternally. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao retreated to the summit of the Korin Tower for seclusion. He plunged into the depths of his consciousness, endeavoring to uncover the primal bloodline spoken of by the system. There, he beheld countless remnants of battles. From the primordial particle collisions at the universe's inception to the blood and fire of ancient warriors, ultimately crystallizing into a golden silhouette traversing the starry river. Was that the Super Saiyan God? Just as he was about to make contact with that figure, a presence capable of freezing stars erupted from the far reaches of the universe. The tranquility of the destroyer realm was shattered by a prolonged yawn. Beerus, awakening from a 36-year slumber, rose from his stone bed. His purple fur shimmered in the dim light of the temple as he rubbed the sleep from his eyes, inadvertently releasing destructive energy that reduced distant asteroids to mere dust. Lord Beerus, what has awakened you? Whis approached, bearing a freshly made strawberry cake, his expression as ever imbued with a gentle smile. Beerus did not respond. Instead, he swiftly materialized beside the prophetic fish's pool. The fish, bubbling in the water, displayed a hazy star map upon its scales, having sensed its master's awakening and entered a deep slumber to dream of the future. Was placed the cake down, murmuring, "It seems you had quite a special dream, my lord." After 3 days and nights, the prophetic fish suddenly leapt from the water, shooting forth a stream of water imbued with fragments of the future. Beerus caught it, and the water transformed in his palm into a vivid image, golden hair, blazing aura, and a fist potent enough to shake the cosmos. The Super Saiyan God, Beerus murmured, excitement and battle intent flickering within his purple eyes. It was no mere legend. Lord Beerus, what troubles you? Whis offered a cup of red tea. I had a dream, Beerus replied, taking the cup, his fingertips whitening from the force of his grip. He dreamt of a lifelong rival, a being known as the Super Saiyan God, located on the Earth of the Milky Way. No sooner had he spoken these words than, billions of light years away on North Kai's planet, the old Kaioshin suddenly shivered. He gazed at the image of Beerus within the crystal ball, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Why has that plague god awakened? And now he has set his sights on Goku? The Earth is doomed. In a flurry, he grasped the communicator, desperate to warn Goku, only to discover that an invisible force had severed the signal, a pressure from the destroyer god, potent enough to block any communication below the divine tier. At this moment on Earth, Lin Xiao had just emerged from the depths of his consciousness. He opened his eyes, and the atmosphere atop the Galinta suddenly thickened, as if a pair of eyes from a higher dimension were observing him. This sensation made Lin Xiao clench his fists, the divine energy within him surging violently. Was it the god of destruction, Beerus? The system's prompt chimed in at the opportune moment. High-level divine energy detected. The resonance of the primal bloodline has increased to 30. Note, engaging in battle with the god of destruction will serve as the best opportunity for dimensional breakthrough. Lin Xiao gazed upward as the clouds appeared to part under an invisible hand, revealing the profound cosmos. He could sense a powerful will traversing the sea of stars, accompanied by anticipation, hostility, and a destructive force potent enough to make the entire universe tremble. Finally, a long-lost smile graced his lips, as his divine energy erupted for the first time in its entirety, a pale purple flame soaring towards the heavens. There was a chance to engage in a true battle. In the distance, at Baozi Mountain, Goku, who was training Goten, suddenly looked up towards the direction of Galinta, a flicker of bewilderment passing through his eyes. Whose energy is that? So formidable and distinctly unique. Chapter 13, The Arrival of Beerus. Vegeta weaved through the bustling party crowd, holding a glass of chilled juice, the light from the crystal chandelier dancing upon his chiseled profile. Krillin, brandishing a skewer, playfully chased after Goten, while Bulma, in high heels, directed robots to replenish the champagne tower. The air was filled with the enticing aroma of barbecued meat and the sweetness of fruitcakes. A grand feast held to celebrate their victory over Majin Buu, a rare moment of peace on Earth bubbling joyously with the sound of effervescent wine. Suddenly, two figures appeared without warning in the center of the pool shimmering water curtain. A white-haired man, elegantly clad in a tailored purple servant uniform, gracefully held a silver tray, while beside him, a purple feline creature adorned with golden earrings lazily swept its tail across the water's surface without causing a single droplet to splash. The revelry of the party came to an abrupt halt as Krillin's skewer clattered to the ground, and Gohan instinctively shielded Videl behind him. Vegeta's drink trembled slightly in his grasp. The gaze of the feline creature resembled a black hole in the depths of the universe, seemingly languid, yet concealing an oppressive force capable of devouring everything. Alarms blared in the recesses of his memory, an instinctive fear inherited from the Saiyan royal bloodline, a primal terror of absolute strength. Cold sweat trickled down his spine, soaking his black vest. Beerus? His voice was dry as sandpaper. His knees, which had never wavered before Frisia, now trembled uncontrollably. Beerus licked the cream from his claws. Remnants of the milfy he had just snatched from the dessert table. HM? He casually raised his gaze, his golden pupils reflecting Vegeta's pallid face. Do you know me? I have seen your portrait in the royal archives. Vegeta's throat constricted violently, the god of destruction of the seventh universe. Whis chuckled softly, presenting the silver tray to Beerus. Sir, the blueberry mousse from Earth is quite delightful. The instant Beerus accepted the dessert spoon, a surge of dark purple energy erupted around him, causing the water in the pool to freeze into ice sculptures. I have heard that you Saiyans are quite formidable. He tapped the frozen surface of the pool with the handle of a spoon, and in an instant, the ice spread across the entire venue, inviting me to stretch my limbs. As the words left his mouth, Vegeta was abruptly hurled away by an unseen force, shattering Bulma's meticulously arranged glass dome. Gohan roared as he transformed into Super Saiyan 2, his golden aura ripping through the icy mist, yet as he approached within 3 meters of Beerus, a more potent force pinned him to the ground. Krillin's energy disk dissipated before it could fully form, and Yamcha's Wolfang fist struck only his own shadow. This was not a battle, but a one-sided obliteration. Beerus brushed the cake crumbs off his claws, observing the groaning figures sprawled on the ice, his interest flickering like a waning candle. It seems this is all they amount to. He sauntered over to Vegeta, his toes grinding against the back of the latter's hand. Do you know the Super Saiyan God? Super Saiyan God? Vegeta's forehead struck the ice, blood mingling with the melting water seeping into his hair. I have. Never heard of it. Oh, Beerus's tail shot up like a taut steel whip. You do not even know this. Then this planet truly lacks reason for existence. He raised his right claw, a sphere of purple energy the size of ping-pong balls swirling at his fingertips. The energy seemed faint, yet it sent ripples through the surrounding space, causing the ice it touched to silently evaporate, its molecular structure annihilated. Suddenly, a thunderous boom split the sky as Son Goku rode the Nimbus cloud, breaking through the cloud cover, his orange martial arts uniform billowing in the fierce wind. He had just returned from King Kai's planet, still imbued with the scent of King Kai's tea. Vegeta, what has happened to everyone? Beerus tilted his head, scrutinizing the suddenly appeared Saiyan. The energy detector in his eyes was merely a laughable toy. And who are you? I am Son Goku, the guardian of his planet. Goku assumed a combat stance, his black hair defying the wind. What do you intend to do to Earth? Whis elegantly interjected. This is Lord Beerus, the god of destruction. He is in search of the Super Saiyan God. Goku scratched his head, beads of sweat trickling down his cheek. Super Saiyan God? I don't know. But we can ask the dragon. His eyes lit up suddenly, like a child who had found treasure. The dragon knows everything. Beerus arched an eyebrow, retracting the energy at his fingertips. The dragon? How intriguing. The group, battered and bruised, made their way to the lake deep within Baba Mountain. Goku arranged the 7 Dragon Balls in a circle by the shore, and a golden light shot skyward, creating monstrous waves on the lake. Arise, dragon. The sky darkened at a visible speed, the noon sun swallowed by inky clouds, stars appearing prematurely. A colossal green figure rose from the lake, its scales shimmering with metallic luster under the starlight, 7 crimson eyes sweeping across the scene until they settled on Beerus. And Master Beerus. The dragon's voice shifted pitch, its massive form trembling as the scales clashed, producing a crisp sound. How could you be here? Once, during its birth on planet Namek, it had witnessed the god of destruction obliterate 3 planets with a mere snap of his fingers. The terrifying pressure from that moment still haunted its nightmares. Beerus, displaying impatience, flicked his tail. Enough of the chatter. Tell him what the Super Saiyan God is. Goku stepped forward immediately, asking the dragon, what exactly is the Super Saiyan God. The dragon swallowed hard, its 7 eyes unwilling to meet Beerus's gaze. The Super Saiyan God is a legendary transformation among the Saiyans, requiring 6 righteous Saiyans to channel their power into another Saiyan, awakening the dormant divine bloodline within. Its voice grew softer, according to legend. This form possesses strength comparable to that of a god of destruction. 6 Saiyans? Goku looked around, counting me, Vegeta, Gohan, Goten, Trunks. We're still 1 short. Count me in. Bulma suddenly exclaimed, referring to the unborn Trunks within her womb. Trunks is also a Saiyan. Vegeta struggled to rise, clutching his bleeding ribs. Stop wasting time. Let us begin. The 6 Saiyans formed a circle, placing their palms atop Goku's back. Golden energy flowed, like a stream, merging into a river, igniting a colossal surge within Goku. His black hair gradually transformed into a vivid crimson, surrounded by a fiery aura of divinity, his height slightly increasing, and his pupils shifting to a clear lake blue. Is this the Super Saiyan God? Goku felt the torrent of power coursing through him and could not help but let out a triumphant roar, the sound shattering the clouds around. Interesting, Beerus finally stood upright, his tail swaying excitedly. Let's have a match. In an instant, their figures vanished from sight, reappearing on the far side of the moon. Goku's fist, enveloped in scarlet flames, surged towards Beerus, but was effortlessly intercepted by the latter's 2 fingers. Decent speed, but your strength is still lacking. With a flick of his wrist, Beerus sent Goku spiraling away like a top, crashing into a lunar crater. The crimson figure charged again, weaving a dense web of punches. Beerus evaded with casual grace, occasionally raising a hand to block. Each collision left deep chasms on the moon's surface. Put in a bit more effort. Suddenly, Beerus seized Goku by the ankle, flinging him towards Earth. Take your fight to space. Don't damage the moon. Outside the atmosphere, an intense battle unfolded. The clash of crimson and violet energies producing light brighter than stars. Goku's divine aura flared hotter. He concentrated his power at his fingertips, unleashing a serpentine wave of energy that resembled a fire dragon. Beerus yawned, casually redirecting the energy wave, shattering a passing asteroid. Are you playing around? Goku roared, transforming into Super Saiyan God Stage 2, his hair deepening to crimson, crackling with electricity. Take this. Just about then, Beerus sidestepped, evading Goku's upward punch, and swiftly delivered a chop to the back of his neck. The crimson flames extinguished abruptly, and Goku plummeted towards Earth like a kite severed from its string. Beerus hovered in the universe, gazing at the unconscious Goku, his eyes once again turning frigid. Since the one I seek is not here, he murmured. As his right palm began to coalesce a deep purple energy sphere, this energy now magnified 100-fold, coursing with black lightning. Let this planet vanish. Stop. Goku suddenly opened his eyes, fighting against the dizziness as he rolled over, his hands tracing golden orbs of light before him. Kamehameha. A blue-white energy wave collided with the deep purple destructive energy in the cosmos, forming a distorted vortex of power. However, Goku's divine energy was rapidly waning. The brilliance of the Kamehameha dimmed until it was ultimately consumed by the purple energy. With a cough of blood, he lost consciousness entirely, plummeting towards the blue earth below. It is time for my entrance. A figure appeared faster than light before the energy wave, extending a hand and gently pressing down. To everyone's astonishment, the planet-destroying energy melted away as if it were ice meeting sunlight. Lin Shao slowly turned around, his black hair softly drifting in the cosmic rays, while beneath his ordinary athletic wear, his muscles concealed explosive power. Beerus squinted. Who are you? Lin Shao. The young man's voice was calm, yet imbued with undeniable strength. I have come to protect this planet. Weiss adjusted his non-existent glasses and quietly informed Beerus, My lord, his energy is peculiar. Its source cannot be detected. Beerus scoffed. He barely possesses half the power of that earlier Saiyan and dares to. Before he could finish, his pupils suddenly constricted. Lin Zhao's body began to undergo astonishing transformations. Bones cracking, his height surpassing 2.5 meters, muscles bulging like rock, with black hair spreading from his neck to his chest, while only his face retained a human contour. A white aura surged from him, gradually darkening to a profound gray. The violent energy waves caused nearby asteroids to disintegrate, yet they dissipated upon nearing the Earth's atmosphere. This is my latest transformation, which I shall call Primordial Earthling. Is this the 4th stage of the divine realm? Beerus's tail straightened for the first time, the pinnacle of divinity. It was worth noting that even he was merely in the early stages of the 5th level of the divine realm, yet this suddenly appeared human possessed such terrifying power. Lin Zhao's gray aura erupted, and in an instant, he was before Beerus, his right fist roaring through the fabric of space as it struck towards Beerus's abdomen. Beerus barely raised his hand to block, yet was met with a force that misaligned his organs, recoiling like a struck shrimp, hurtling backward like a meteor, crashing through 3 abandoned satellites. How is this possible? Beerus steadied himself in the cosmos, golden blood trickling from his mouth, the essence of a destroyer. Before he could regain his balance, a gust of wind announced Lin Zhao's relentless pursuit. Boom! The punch landed squarely on Beerus's back, causing him to spew blood once more as the energy fluctuations surged violently. You have thoroughly enraged me, Beerus roared, spreading his arms wide as countless purple spheres of destructive energy rained down upon Lin Zhao like a tempest. As the energy orbs traversed their path, even light was consumed, leaving the space riddled with web-like fissures. Lin Zhao's gaze sharpened, and from the gray aura, countless energy projectiles suddenly emerged, exploding into brilliant fireworks against the backdrop of the cosmos. Astonishingly, his energy projectiles not only countered the destructive force, but also pushed Beerus back with each wave. The god of destruction, surprisingly, found himself suppressed. Whis' expression turned exceedingly grave. My lord, his energy possesses a peculiar nature, seemingly capable of neutralizing destructive power. Beerus clenched his teeth, and a silver-white aura suddenly enveloped him, his pupils transforming into pure silver. His movements became remarkably agile, each evasion executed with exquisite precision, as if he anticipated Lin Zhao's attack trajectory. The Ultra Instinct, Whis exclaimed in shock. My lord is taking this seriously. Lin Zhao's fists repeatedly missed their target. The energy waves he unleashed creating black holes in the universe, yet failing to graze even the hem of Beerus's attire. Conversely, while Beerus's counterattacks were precise, they only stirred faint ripples upon striking Lin Zhao, whose gray aura stood as an impenetrable armor, completely insulating him from destruction. The two found themselves in an uncanny stalemate. Beerus could flawlessly evade all attacks, but could not inflict damage on Lin Zhao. While Lin Zhao's strength was sufficient to suppress his opponent, yet he could not grasp his elusive form. Lin Zhao ceased his onslaught, suspended in the cosmos, and closed his eyes. Beerus's ultra instinct reminded him of the state of egolessness described in ancient texts, a realm free from distractions, allowing the body to transcend the speed of consciousness. He took a deep breath, and the gray aura gradually faded, replaced by a gentle yet more potent white radiance. His awareness sank into the depths of the ocean, while his body felt unprecedentedly light, each cell autonomously judging and responding. This was, for the first time, fear appeared in Beerus's pupils. Lin Zhao slowly opened his eyes, his gaze transforming into a profound starry hue. The surrounding white aura, no longer tempestuous, but flowing gracefully around him. Without making any overt gestures, he merely waved his fist nonchalantly. There was no thunderous roar, only a barely perceptible white streak traversing the universe. Beerus, unable to discern the trajectory of the attack, felt a tremor in his forehead, and the silver aura instantly collapsed, causing his body to topple backward like a marionette with severed strings, his pupils losing their luster. Whis instantly appeared beside Beerus, catching the unconscious god of destruction, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. He bowed deeply to Lin Zhao, his posture exuding utmost respect. Esteemed lord, I implore you to spare Lord Beerus. He produced a golden fruit from his robe, its skin shimmering with a nebula-like glow. It was the stardust fruit bestowed by the Omni King, containing the energy of an entire galaxy. If you would forgive him, I am willing to offer this to you. Lin Zhao glanced at the unconscious Beerus, and then looked down at the azure earth below, where Goku was cradled in Gohan's arms, and Vegeta, despite his grave injuries, stubbornly gazed at the sky. He dispersed his aura, reverting to the appearance of an ordinary human, the white radiance fully merging into his being. No need. Lin Zhao's voice regained its tranquility as he conveyed to him that Earth was under his protection, and advised him not to cause any further disturbances. Whis, feeling as if a great burden had been lifted, bowed once more, expressing his gratitude for the Lord's mercy, and proclaimed that they would take their leave immediately. Cradling Beerus, he transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the depths of the cosmos. Lin Zhao cast his gaze down upon the earth, a faint smile gracing his lips. He turned away, his figure gradually fading, leaving behind a whisper carried by the wind. Take good care of this beautiful planet, Saiyans. On Earth. Vegeta gazed at the now clear sky, his fists clenched tightly. The overwhelming power he had just experienced, surpassing that of the god of destruction, had planted a new desire deep within his heart like a seed. Meanwhile, the unconscious Goku smacked his lips, seemingly relishing in a dream of Chi-Chi's delicious buns. The ice layer at the party venue began to melt, sunlight once again bathing the gathered individuals, and the piece of Earth was quietly safeguarded, unbeknownst to anyone. Chapter 14. The Wrath of Sun Wukong. When Beerus opened his eyes on the soft cloud bed, the star trails outside were shifting at a speed visible to the naked eye. This bed, crafted by Wiz from the fluffiest nebula cotton in the 7th universe, was meant to make the god of destruction's slumber feel like floating in the cradle of the cosmos. Yet at this moment, a throbbing pain pulsed at his temples, as if countless miniature stars were exploding within his skull. Whis, whis. He propped himself up, his purple hair standing on end in agitation, the golden earrings casting tiny glimmers of light in the morning sun. My head is about to explode. What on earth happened? The bedroom door slid open silently, and Whis entered, carrying a cup of a shimmering beverage and a small plate of nebula-candied fruits on a silver tray. You are awake, Lord Beerus, he announced, presenting the drink at the bedside. As the dew condensed on the glass fell to the ground, it transformed into fine stardust. This is a revitalizing tea made from comet tail dust, designed to alleviate dizziness following divine power fluctuations. Beerus snatched the cup and drank half of it in one gulp. The cool liquid coursed down his throat, slightly easing the burning sensation in his skull. I demand to know what transpired. He slammed his hand on the nightstand, causing ripples to ripple across the cloud-like surface. I remember battling that red-haired Saiyan, and then my memories became obscured, shrouded in a thick fog, the latter half completely unclear. Whis elegantly speared a piece of candied fruit with a silver fork. You were defeated by a human named Lin Xiao. Beerus sputtered, spraying the tea he had just swallowed, as stardust formed a delicate rainbow at the tip of his nose. What did you say? I was defeated by a human? By a creature so primitive it requires bombs to destroy a planet? He sprang from the bed, the hem of his robe sweeping the floor and sending forth a ripple of energy. Impossible. I am the god of destruction. It is true, my lord, was replied, producing a crystal ball from his possession. Within it, light and shadow swirled, vividly depicting Lin Xiao's gray aura during his transformation, as well as the punch that rendered Beerus unconscious. He has reached the 4th tier of the godly realm and possesses the ability to perfectly counter your destructive energy. Beerus stared intently at the image within the crystal ball, his tail thrashing uncontrollably against the edge of the bed, producing a series of crackling sounds. Where's that guy now? At the party hosted by Mr. Vegeta's wife, Mrs. Bulma, was tucked away the crystal ball, a faint smile gracing his lips. During your 2-day slumber, they have redecorated the venue, claiming it was to compensate for the joy interrupted by the destroyer. Half an hour later, Beerus stood at the open-air party hosted by the Capsule Corporation, his jaw nearly dropping in astonishment. The pool he had frozen 3 days prior was now brimming with effervescent fruit juice, and a colossal cake tower soared 3 tiers higher than before, its top adorned with a chocolate decoration in the shape of his feline silhouette. Klein dashed by, holding a skewer of grilled squid, and nearly swallowed the stick in fright upon seeing him, yet managed to stammer, Master Beerus, would you care to try this? It's seasoned with a specialty from Namek. Beerus's curiosity instantly overshadowed his anger. He leaned toward the buffet table, his nose almost touching a platter of colorful glutinous rice balls, gently poking a pink one with the tip of his tail. What is this made of? It smells of nebula berries. It's strawberry daifuku. Bulma approached, holding a glass of champagne. Though still somewhat apprehensive, she gained confidence upon seeing him no longer poised to annihilate the earth. It's fresh strawberries wrapped in cream, encased in glutinous rice. Would you like to try some? Beerus hesitated for half a second before cautiously picking one up and popping it into his mouth. The sweet and tangy juice burst on his tongue, the soft exterior mingling with the cool cream sliding down his throat, imparting a warmth that surpassed any intergalactic dessert he had ever tasted. Quite delightful, he mumbled, his claws already reaching for another. Whis followed behind, exasperatedly wiping the cream from Beerus's lips with a handkerchief. My lord, please mind your decorum. What are they grilling over there? It smells divine. Beerus suddenly broke free from Whis's grasp, darting towards the source of the enticing aroma like a cat drawn to a tantalizing scent. By the grill, Lin Xiao was flipping sizzling, oozing meats with tongs, the sauce dripping onto the charcoal and rising in fragrant white smoke. clad in a simple white t-shirt and jeans. He appeared entirely distinct from the towering, tempestuous figure of 3 days prior, save for the occasional glimmer of starlight in his eyes, remnants of his divine state. "Are you Lin Xiao?" Beerus crouched beside the grill, his tail coiling like a pet awaiting its meal. Lin turned back with a smile, offering a skewer of perfectly charred pork belly. "Master Beerus has awakened? Do try this. It's made with Bulma's special sauce." Beerus cautiously sniffed it before taking a small bite. The succulent meat melded with the mildly spicy sauce exploded in his mouth. His eyes lighting up as his tail began to wag uncontrollably. "This is even more delectable than magma-roasted meat." "Whiz facepalm, my lord. Just yesterday you claimed that magma-roasted meat was the finest delicacy in the universe. Times change." Beerus snatched the entire skewer, devouring it in just a few bites. "Hey, Earthling, what exactly are you? An ordinary Earthling wouldn't possess such power." Lin continued to turn the skewers on the grill, the glow of the charcoal dancing across his face. "I am indeed a native of Earth, having grown up in Baozi Mountain and trained in martial arts under Master Wu Tian for several years." "Master Wu Tian?" Beerus tilted his head. "That old man with the long beard? He couldn't even penetrate my energy shield with the Kamehameha wave. The enhancement of power is sometimes unrelated to one's lineage." Lin Xiao sprinkled a pinch of cumin, sensing the presence of unique energy fields hidden deep within the earth. "I merely stumbled upon them and gradually forged my own path." Weiss adjusted his glasses, and streams of data flickered in his golden pupils. Yet, the divine realm necessitates a profound comprehension of the cosmic laws, as well as the civilization level of Earth. The cosmic laws encompass more than mere destruction and creation. Lin Xiao interrupted him, handing a plate of grilled chicken wings to Weiss. "The Earth experiences cyclical seasons, the cycle of life and death, and within these subtle laws lies immense power. Just like this grilled meat, a slight misjudgment in cooking can yield vastly different flavors." Beerus, gnawing on the freshly served grilled shrimp, suddenly paused. "By the way, do you know about the Super Saiyan God? I have searched for a true powerhouse for quite some time without success." Lin Xiao scratched his head, smiling sheepishly. "I'm afraid I don't know much about that. However, I have conceived a form of my own, which I tentatively call the Earthling God, though it remains partially unlocked." "The Earthling God?" An enthusiastic voice interjected. Sun Wukong had approached unnoticed, his eyes sparkling like 2 stars. "That sounds impressive. Lin Xiao, shall we spar a bit?" The surroundings fell silent. Krillin's plate clattered to the ground, while Gohan quickly covered Biddy Li's mouth. Vegeta furrowed his brow, muttering a curse under his breath. Had this fool forgotten that he had been knocked unconscious by Beerus with a single blow? How dare he challenge someone who had defeated the god of destruction? Beerus also ceased chewing, his purple ears twitching with interest as he regarded Lin Xiao. "Oh? Will you accept a challenge?" Lin Xiao observed Wukong's eager demeanor, recalling how the latter had fought valiantly to protect Earth 3 days prior, and found the situation rather amusing. He extinguished the grill's flames and clapped his hands. "All right, but let us keep it light and not ruin Bulma's party." "Splendid." Wukong immediately grabbed Lin Xiao and dashed to a clearing at the edge of the party area, striking a fighting pose. "I want to hold back." Just as the words left his mouth, a golden aura erupted around him. His hair transformed into a dazzling gold, and his muscular definition became even more pronounced, embodying the Super Saiyan form. Beerus, munching on grilled squid, teleported alongside Weiss to an observation platform. "How much power do you think he will use?" "Weiss inquirit. At least half of what he uses against me, I suppose." Beerus mused. Wukong's Super Saiyan form, while weaker than the Red God form, was still formidable. However, in the next moment, both were taken aback. Lin Xiao stood unwaveringly, neither transforming nor unleashing any aura, merely maintaining the posture of an ordinary human. "You may begin." He nodded at Wukong. Though puzzled, Wukong instinctively charged forward, his fist radiating a golden aura aimed directly at Lin Xiao's face. The speed of this punch was as swift as lightning, causing even Vegeta to tense up. This was a new technique Wukong had comprehended after battling Beerus, with a speed that surpassed his previous capabilities by 30%. Yet, just as Wukong's fist was about to graze Lin Xiao's nose, he suddenly felt his wrist gently clasped. Lin Xiao's movements appeared astonishingly slow, yet it seemed as if he had foreseen the trajectory of his actions. With merely a subtle exertion of his fingertips, Wukong felt a gentle yet irresistible force compelling him to alter his direction. His fist grazed Lin Xiao's shoulder, barely missing its target, and he nearly stumbled due to the inertia. Wukong gasped, his eyes widening in astonishment as he swiftly altered his attack. He executed a sweeping kick with his left foot, followed by a knee strike with his right leg, delivering a fluid combination of blows. However, regardless of how swift or ferocious his assaults were, Lin Xiao effortlessly neutralized them, sometimes with a mere flick, at other times with a slight shift of his body. On one occasion, he simply raised a finger, and Wukong felt as though he had collided with an invisible wall, abruptly halting in his tracks. This was akin to the evasion technique of the god of destruction, yet it appeared even more instinctive. Beerus set aside his squid skewer, his violet pupils narrowing slightly. Lin Xiao did not employ any divine power, nor did he release any energy. He merely relied on his absolute mastery over his own body and his precise anticipation of Wukong's movements to completely suppress the Super Saiyan form of Wukong. This level of mastery was more astonishing than a mere explosion of power. After exchanging blows for over 10 minutes, Wukong had yet to lay a finger on Lin Xiao's attire, and, due to his continuous changes in attack, found his breath becoming somewhat erratic. He paused, wiped the sweat from his brow, and rather than feeling disheartened, he was filled with exhilaration. Incredible! Lin Xiao, do you possess the same evasion skills as Lord Beerus? Lin Xiao released his hold, chuckling as he shook his head. It's somewhat different. I merely have a better understanding of your fighting style. He gestured towards Wukong's fists. Every exertion of your strength and each breath reveals traces of your subsequent actions. By seizing upon these cues, one can react preemptively. Is that so? Wukong's eyes sparkled with newfound understanding. Then let me try a more powerful form. As his words fell, the crimson aura surrounding him surged, and his hair became imbued with a fiery red hue, his energy amplifying several-fold. This was the Super Saiyan God form combined with a 20-fold Kaioken. That guy, Wukong. Vegeta muttered under his breath, unable to resist taking a couple of steps forward, fixated on the scene unfolding before him. Lin Xiao regarded the blue flame enveloping Wukong, his gaze sharpening slightly as he sensed a shift within his own energy, though he still maintained his human form. Come fort. This time, Wukong refrained from a reckless assault. Instead, he pressed his palms together, and the fiery red aura around him began to swirl, coalescing into a contracting sphere of energy. Kamehameha. He thrust his hands forward, unleashing a blue-white energy wave that tore through the air towards Lin Xiao, scorching a charred trench into the ground along its path. Everyone held their breath, with Beerus even preparing to intervene to safeguard the arena. Yet, Lin Xiao merely raised his right hand, palm facing the rapidly approaching energy wave. At the moment of impending contact, a faint green halo emanated from his palm, an essence infused with the vitality of Earth. The blue-white Kamehameha collided with the green aura, dissipating as effortlessly as water encountering a sponge, leaving behind not a single ripple, merely a small, damp mark upon the ground. How is this possible? Wufan exclaimed in disbelief. The Kaioken X-20 Kamehameha, powered by Super Saiyan, was effortlessly neutralized. Goku stared blankly at his hands and suddenly burst into laughter. Haha, incredible. Lin Xiao, you are indeed stronger than Lord Beerus. Beerus, upon hearing this, huffed in discontent but refrained from retorting. He gazed at the lingering green aura in Lin Xiao's palm and suddenly found the grilled squid in his mouth unappetizing. This seemingly ordinary Earthling possessed a power system that completely transcended his comprehension. It was neither destruction nor creation, nor the rage or pride of Saiyan, but rather a serene embrace of all existence. Lin Xiao dissipated the energy from his palm and waved at Goku. That's enough. If we continue, Bulma will be upset about her lawn. As expected, Bulma dashed out from the crowd, hands on her hips, exclaiming, Exactly. If you want to fight, do it elsewhere. My party is not over yet. She shot Goku a glare, and then turned to Lin Xiao, her tones softening instantly. Lin Xiao, come try my freshly baked cheesecake. Even Lord Beerus had 3 pieces. Beerus immediately perked up, his tail wagging joyfully. Where? I want more. The shock and dissatisfaction he felt moments ago vanished in an instant, swept away by the aroma of dessert. Lin Xiao chuckled and shook his head, following the crowd back to the party venue. Sunlight bathed him, the white t-shirt glimmering with a warm sheen. No one could discern that this youth, sharing barbecued delights with everyone, had once single-handedly defeated the once mighty god of destruction in the cosmos. Whis observed Lin Xiao's retreating figure and murmured to Beerus, My lord, perhaps the laws of the universe are far more intricate than we imagine. With his mouth full of cake, Beerus mumbled, Whatever the laws are, as long as this planet has good food, it can remain intact for now. He glanced at Lin Xiao and leaned closer. Hey, Earthling, when will your god of Earth unlock? Can I be the first to taste your celebratory desserts? Lin Xiao chuckled at the sight of the god of destruction, who one moment contemplated annihilating Earth and the next craved sweets. Sure, I will treat you to the best celebratory cake on Earth. In the distance, Goku was pestering Vegeta for a spar, while Krillin and Yamcha were fighting over the last skewer of barbecued meat. Bulma was directing a robot to refill everyone's drinks. The laughter from the party erupted once more, even more vibrant than 3 days prior. Chapter 15. A solution to the uncontrolled situation. The moment Lin Zhao's foot touched the familiar training ground, the faint sound of his boots against the alloy floor still lingering, an inescapable question loomed in his mind. During the fleeting clash with Beerus, he distinctly felt his transformed aura surge like uncontrollable magma, bubbling and roaring within his veins. Yet in that state, the rhythm of the Zai, Ji, Gong was remarkably clear, as if the tumultuous energy was merely a transparent shell that did not disturb the serenity within his heart. System. My aura was almost violent enough to rip through space just now. Why was I still able to smoothly execute the Zai, Ji, Gong? He leaned against the energy barrier at the edge of the training ground, his fingertips unconsciously gliding over the frigid surface, where remnants of energy scorch marks from the recent battle lingered. The system's mechanical voice resonated with a barely perceptible fluctuation, as if deciphering a complex energy formula. Each transformation form is, in essence, a manifestation of the host's potential, akin to water presenting itself as ice, liquid, or steam at varying temperatures, though the forms may change. The essence of the water molecules remains unaltered. While the host releases a torrent of wild energy during transformation, the core of the mind remains in a state of tranquility, which is the fundamental tenet of the ultimate freedom technique. After such a long time, he had not realized that Lin Xiao was gazing at his palm. The prominent veins from his recent transformation still not fully faded. He attempted to harness the energy within, feeling the familiar, wild energy coursing through his veins. Yet it became docile as it approached his brow, like a rushing river merging into a serene lake. So, the form is merely a facade, and the true essence lies in maintaining the anchor within one's heart. He suddenly comprehended, a smile of relief curling at the corners of his mouth. It seemed that his recent training had indeed taken root on a spiritual level. At that moment, the system panel unexpectedly illuminated before him. A pale blue screen flashing a striking notification. Congratulations, host, for completing the challenge of defeating the god of destruction, Beerus. Reward, 20,000 points and 30 transformation shards. As the notification tone echoed, Lin Xiao felt a wondrous perception emerge in his mind, as if 30 glimmering shards were gently colliding deep within his consciousness, each containing distinct energy fluctuations. System, what do these shards signify? He fixed his gaze upon the words transformation shards on the panel, lightly tapping the screen with his fingertip. Since acquiring the system, he had unlocked numerous skills and forms, yet this concept of needing to collect shards to unlock new abilities was an entirely novel experience. Transformation shards are the fundamental components of advanced transformation forms. The system explained succinctly, and a progress bar subsequently appeared on the screen. Upon gathering 210 shards, the clues for unlocking the legendary Saiyan advanced form will be automatically revealed, allowing the host to explore further the awakening methods for this form. Lin Xiao contemplated the numbers 30 and 210 on the progress bar, nodding thoughtfully. 210 shards meant he needed an additional 180 to unlock the clues, indicating a long journey of accumulation ahead. He casually opened the system shop to see if any useful items were available. But as his gaze swept over the prices of those goods, he couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief. The lowest tier Stardust Shield cost 5,000 points, while the somewhat practical Superliminal Teleportation Scroll was priced at a staggering 100,000 points. His newly acquired 20,000 points paled in comparison to these exorbitant items. Oh well, better to save it for now. He closed the shop panel, turning to adjust the training equipment when a fuzzy figure suddenly flashed through his mind. Oh dear, I almost forgot about Bulma. Big brother, did you call for me? A crisp sound echoed from the entrance of the training ground as Broly, cradling a massive energy orb, entered with a sprightly gait. He was clad in a battle suit, now faded from repeated washes, while his green hair was simply tied back with a leather band, exposing his smooth forehead. His amber eyes sparkled with innocent joy, a state that Lin Xiao had deliberately encouraged him to maintain, lest his innate ferocity disturb the nearby residents. Lin Xiao approached with a smile, placing a hand on Broly's broad shoulder. Come with me. I shall take you to a splendid place. No sooner had he spoken than a surge of energy erupted from within him, enveloping them in a soft golden glow. Broly blinked, and the faint hum of space tearing filled his ears. In the next moment, the sensation beneath his feet shifted from the hardness of metal to the softness of sand. They found themselves standing on the equator of a desolate planet, the dark red sand glinting with an eerie metallic sheen under the light of 2 stars. In the distance, a colossal volcano belched forth dark green smoke, its plume tracing a long trajectory in the thin atmosphere, akin to blood spewing from the earth. The air was thick with the acrid scent of sulfur and ozone, and the ground beneath them trembled slightly, a reminder to visitors that this was no hospitable realm. This was the Wasteland Planet, renowned throughout the cosmos as a zone of chaotic energy. Lin Xiao surveyed the surroundings and nodded in satisfaction. Here, he could transform without fear of collateral damage. Turning to Broly, his expression grew serious. Broly, show me the legendary Super Saiyan form. Upon hearing this, a flicker of hesitation crossed Broly's amber gaze. He instinctively clenched his fists, his knuckles whitening with the force. The memories of losing control at the edge of Vegeta's planet resurfaced like a brand, observatories engulfed in green flames, shards of metal splattering, and Lin Xiao's anxious eyes now swirling in his mind. Do not fear. I am here. Lin Xiao's voice resonated with a soothing power. He took a step back, creating a faint golden energy barrier between them. Release your energy freely. I will help you stabilize your spirit. Broly took a deep breath, as if making a monumental decision. He closed his eyes, a suppressed roar escaping his throat, awakening the slumbering beast within his bloodline. In the next instant, an indescribable ferocity erupted from him, green light bursting forth like a fountain from his pores, forming an energy vortex several meters in diameter around him. Muscle fibers proliferated wildly amidst the green flames, swelling as his previously proportionate form expanded into a powerful bulk within mere seconds, each muscle brimming with astonishing strength, as though harboring the potential to rend the very stars. His emerald hair stood erect like a blazing inferno, arcs of energy flickering between the strands. Most striking were his eyes, where the white completely consumed the pupils, leaving behind a chaotic expanse of whiteness, exuding a savage and bewildered ferocity. Roar! Broly abruptly opened his eyes, unleashing a deafening roar that reverberated through the swirling vortex of energy, creating circular waves of sand on the ground. His body instinctively leaned forward, fists clenched, as green energy dripped from between his fingers, scorching small smoking holes into the gravel beneath him. Lin Xiao stood behind the energy barrier, his brow slightly furrowed. He could distinctly sense the tsunami-like power surging within Broly, at least 10 times stronger than that of an ordinary Super Saiyan at the 3rd level, and even faintly approaching the edge of a god of destruction. However, in stark contrast was the chaotic mental energy, akin to a spider's web being torn apart by a tempest, on the verge of complete collapse. Indeed, it was as he suspected. He murmured softly to himself, his gaze sweeping over Broly's snow-white pupils. The amplification of power was terrifying, yet the mental and willpower could not keep pace. Much like handing a butcher's knife to a 3-year-old child. Just as Broly's aura threatened to spiral completely out of control, with green flames beginning to erode the surrounding space, Lin Xiao sprang into action. His figure left behind an afterimage as he swiftly traversed the energy vortex, arriving behind Broly in an instant. With his right hand poised like a blade, imbued with a serene essence of extreme intent, he accurately struck Broly at the nape of his neck. Ugh! Broly's body stiffened suddenly, the raging vortex of energy collapsing swiftly like a punctured balloon, his emerald hair gradually falling down as his muscles regained their original contours. He let out a muffled grunt and toppled over, succumbing to slumber. Lin Xiao reached out to catch him, gently placing him on the sandy ground, and pressed his fingertips to Broly's forehead, imparting a gentle energy to help stabilize the chaotic forces within him. An hour later, Broly slowly opened his eyes amidst a gentle tremor. Sunlight filtered through the thin atmosphere, casting a scorching warmth upon his face. He sat up, rubbing the back of his neck, where a faint pain lingered. Upon seeing Lin Xiao sitting not far away, he scratched his head in embarrassment. Brother, did I lose control again? Yes, but it's much better than last time, Lin Xiao replied, handing him a bottle of blue nutritional liquid. When you transform, you tend to lose your rationality. The core issue lies in your mental energy not matching the amplification of your power. The legendary Super Saiyan form is akin to a skyscraper built without a foundation. The stronger the power, the faster it collapses. He paused, observing the bewildered look in Broly's eyes, and continued to explain, in simple terms, your body can endure that power, but your mind cannot control it. Broly gazed thoughtfully at his palms. Then, what should I do? Train your mental energy, Lin Xiao replied with unwavering certainty. He raised his hand to open the system marketplace, typing mental energy into the search bar, quickly locating a product named Star Marrow Elixir. Star Marrow Elixir, extracted from the spinal fluid of cosmic star beasts. Each bottle can stabilize and enhance mental energy threshold by 150 points, priced at 100 points per bottle. This will do, he declared without hesitation, exchanging for 5 bottles. 5 vials shimmering with a pale golden hue appeared in his hand, their transparent crystal bodies containing liquid that flowed like starlight. Consuming it would rapidly enhance one's foundational mental energy. Broly grasped the vial, observing the shimmering light within, hesitating slightly. Brother, does this really work? Only by trying, well, you know, Lin Xiao encouraged with a smile, reassuring him that there were no side effects. With a determined bite of his lip, Broly twisted off the cap of the vial and swallowed the liquid in one swift motion. The cool liquid slid down his throat, and suddenly, a gentle warmth surged through him, coursing through his veins to his brain. He felt a comforting warmth at his brow, and his previously muddled consciousness became crystal clear. Even the distant rumble of a volcanic eruption was now distinctly audible. How do you feel? Lin Xiao inquired. Very comfortable. As if a clean space has opened up in my mind, Broly exclaimed, his eyes widening in surprise as he eagerly uncapped a second vial and drank it down. After consuming 5 vials, he distinctly sensed a qualitative shift in his mental state. The rationality that had been suppressed by power blossomed like a sprout breaking through the soil, reclaiming its dominance. Now, let's see if he could transform again, Lin Xiao said, rising and stepping back, prepared to intervene at any moment. Broly took a deep breath, this time without hesitation. The emerald aura erupted once more. However, unlike before, this time it was still tempestuous yet exhibited signs of restraint. The expansion of his muscles was noticeably diminished, and although his jade-hued hair still stood upright, it no longer appeared as chaotic as it once did. Most crucially, his eyes revealed a hint of amber pupil outlines amidst the stark white, indicating that his consciousness had not completely succumbed. Excellent, Lin Xiao couldn't help but exclaim, attempting to concentrate and envision himself controlling a stream of water, guiding the power with his mind. Broly's body trembled slightly, clearly engaged in a fierce inner struggle. He stared intently at his clenched fist, the green energy flickering between his fingers, as if battling some primal instinct. After a full 3 minutes, his throat's roar gradually subsided, and the surrounding green aura stabilized, no longer expanding chaotically as before. Indeed, it is effective, Lin Xiao nodded in satisfaction, recognizing that the Star Essence potion had played a crucial role. Yet, he understood that the enhancement provided by the potion was ultimately an external force. To genuinely master this power, systematic mental training was essential. He gestured for Broly to revert from his transformation, then settled cross-legged on the sandy ground, instructing, "Come here, and I shall teach you a set of mental meditation techniques." Once Broly was seated, Lin Xiao began to speak slowly. First, close your eyes and empty your mind. Do not think of anything, as if you were lying on the calm surface of a lake. He explained while demonstrating, feel the energy within your mind. Not the energy meant for battle, but that which resides in your spiritual core. Attempt to guide it, allowing it to flow through your brain like a gentle stream. With each cycle, it will grow stronger. Broly listened intently, closing his eyes as his long eyelashes cast faint shadows beneath his eyelids, his breath gradually becoming long and steady. Initially, his brow furrowed slightly, evidently struggling to capture the subtle essence of mental energy. Under the patient guidance of Lin Xiao, he gradually discovered the key. The furrow between his brows slowly unfurling, radiating an aura of tranquility that starkly contrasted with his usual exuberance. Time slipped away, quietly amidst the monotonous yet focused training. The twin stars of the wasteland planet alternated in their ascent and descent, painting the sky in hues of orange, indigo, and deep violet, among other extraordinary colors. Lin Xiao devised a rigorous training regimen for Broly. Each dawn, as the first star rose, he would absorb cosmic rays to refine the harmony between flesh and energy. At noon, he practiced controlling the wild forces of nature near the volcano, enhancing his sensitivity to power, and at night, he engaged in mental meditation in absolute darkness. gradually solidifying the foundation of his mental strength. Lin Xiao himself was not idle during this time. He delved into the profound mysteries of the ultimate skill, attempting to integrate it more seamlessly with his transformation. Occasionally, he would spar with Broly, always controlling his strength to match Broly's current state, allowing him to become familiar with power control in combat without overwhelming him. During one such practice, Broly transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan form once more. As the green flames erupted, Lin Xiao keenly noticed a subtle golden hue woven within, indicating the initial fusion of mental strength and energy. Although Broly's movements retained their primal ferocity, they were no longer mindless. Each punch and kick had a clear target, and he could even execute simple tactical evasions under Lin Xiao's guidance. His awareness had increased significantly. Lin Xiao silently praised him, intentionally exposing a flaw. Broly seized the opportunity, launching a punch, but just as his fist was about to strike Lin Xiao, he abruptly reined in his power. In that moment, a glimmer of amber light flickered in his snow-white pupils, a clear sign that reason had triumphed over instinct. "Well done," Lin Xiao exclaimed with a smile, patting him on the shoulder. "Remember this feeling. Let reason always precede strength." Breathing heavily, Broly deactivated his transformation, a delighted smile spreading across his face. He felt the most profound sense of progress over the past month, evolving from utter chaos to maintaining fundamental rationality during his transformation, even engaging in simple tactical thoughts. This remarkable metamorphosis filled him with confidence for the future. A month later, in the canyons of the Wasteland planet, Broly transformed once again into the fabled Super Saiyan form. This time, the green flames no longer erupted wildly but clung to his skin like a translucent emerald veil, sculpting his figure with sharp clarity. His emerald hair cascaded smoothly over his shoulders, no longer wild and flailing as before. Most astonishing was his gaze, within the snow-white scara. His amber pupils sparkled with calmness and resolve, revealing no trace of loss of control. "Try your utmost," Lin Xiao called from 100 meters away, his voice tinged with anticipation. Broly nodded, and in an instant, his figure vanished from sight. There was no earth-shattering gust of energy, only a faint green afterimage darting through the canyon. His speed was astonishing, each flicker precisely appearing before the energy target that Lin Xiao had predetermined. His fists, infused with just the right amount of force, shattered the targets composed of high-density energy without a trace of energy leakage, not even disturbing the gravel beneath his feet. "Perfect," Lin Xiao marveled sincerely. After a month of training, Broly had not only fully mastered the power of the Super Saiyan transformation, but had also achieved a seamless fusion of mental energy and physical power, reaching a state of effortless control. The data on the system panel reflected a dramatic transformation in Broly's attributes. Super Saiyan stability 98, mental energy threshold 2700, energy control precision 89. Such a rate of growth even astonished him. Broly reverted to his normal form and approached Lin Xiao, a hint of bashfulness gracing his smile. "Big brother, I did it." Not only did he accomplish it, but he also did exceedingly well. Lin Xiao patted his shoulder, a flicker of pride in his eyes. "Next, I shall introduce you to a significant figure and recommend you to become a candidate for the God of Destruction. He will surely be pleased." "God of Destruction?" Broly blinked, his amber eyes filled with curiosity. "What is that?" "One of the maintainers of cosmic order," Lin Xiao explained succinctly. "In the universe, there are Kaioshins and gods of destruction. The Kaioshins are responsible for creating and nurturing life, while the gods of destruction eliminate planets and civilizations that have lost their purpose. Together, they complement each other, maintaining the balance of the universe and propelling the evolution of civilizations." Broly nodded, half comprehending. "So, he is very powerful?" "Very powerful." Lin Xiao recalled Beerus' seemingly casual yet terrifyingly powerful strike and said earnestly, "With your current strength, you might not even reach 1/10,000th of his power." Broly's pupils constricted slightly. He knew Lin Xiao never exaggerated. An entity deemed worthy of such praise was undoubtedly formidable. A fierce competitive spirit surged within him as he clenched his fists, his gaze growing resolute. "I will strive to catch up to him." "That's the spirit," Lin Xiao smiled. "Now let's go find him." He grasped Broly's wrist once more, and with a flash of brilliance, they vanished from the canyon of the Wasteland planet. In the next moment, they materialized in a hall of unimaginable grandeur. A soft Persian carpet covered the entire floor, making each step feel like sinking into clouds. Tapestries woven from nebulae adorned the walls, flowing with ethereal colors, while a gigantic crystal chandelier hung from the ceiling, casting light that illuminated the hall as if it were daylight. The air was thick with the rich aroma of desserts, mingled with an unknown floral scent that was intoxicating. In the center of the hall, a purple cat lay curled up on a sofa, sound asleep. Its size was comparable to an ordinary cat. It had sported long ears and a tuft of white fur at the tip of its tail. At that moment, it emitted a steady purring sound, which, although seemingly faint, carried a peculiar melody, with white bubbles constantly emerging from its nose. Chapter 16, The Candidate God of Destruction. Lin Xiao floated in the throne room of Beerus, his fingertips unconsciously tracing the edges of the energy barrier. The dome of the temple was crafted from translucent star crystal, allowing a clear view of the swirling nebulae in the cosmos. Yet, his gaze remained fixated on the purple fur ball curled up on the sofa. Beerus had maintained this coiled, sleeping position for 3 hours, his snores resembling the pulsations of a miniature star, causing the dessert plates on the coffee table to tremble slightly. This fellow truly had no sense of moderation when it came to sleep, Lin Xiao remarked with a sigh. He had specifically arrived with Broly before Beerus's nap concluded, only to find that the god of destruction had extended his slumber into a cross-galactic hibernation. Not even the limited edition Nebula ice cream that Whis had brought could rouse him. At this moment, the bowl of ice cream emitted a cloud of steam as the melting sweet liquid pooled into small puddles within the crystal bowl. Broly stood anxiously behind Lin Xiao, his palms sweating. He discreetly surveyed the surroundings. Tapestries woven from dark matter adorned the walls, intricately embroidered with the star maps of the seventh universe. Shelves in the corners were filled with golden trays, each containing a variety of exquisite desserts from different planets. What captured his attention most was the white-haired gentleman standing before the floor-to-ceiling window, clad in a pristine butler's attire, gently stirring an unknown liquid in a cup with a silver spoon, exuding a gentle yet unfathomable aura. That was Whis, Lord Beerus's attendant, and also his mentor. Lin Xiao introduced in a hushed tone, and as soon as he spoke, he noticed Whis turning around, greeting them with a perfectly measured smile, his eyes seemingly reflecting the birth and demise of the universe. At that moment, Beerus's snores suddenly escalated an octave, a bubble of mucus the size of a fist bursting at the tip of his nose, scattering sugary remnants across his face. Lin Xiao facepalmed momentarily before a playful impulse struck him. He flicked his fingers, condensing a minuscule energy sphere the size of a grain of rice. Its semi-transparent form crackling with tiny electric sparks, a miniature star explosion compressed through his mastery of Ultra Instinct. Shoo! Lin Xiao gestured for Broly to be silent, then gently directed the energy sphere towards Beerus's ear. The sphere traversed an almost imperceptible trajectory before abruptly detonating a mere 3 centimeters from Beerus's ear. Boom! There was no earth-shattering roar, yet it unleashed an extremely sharp, high-frequency sound wave, akin to numerous tuning forks vibrating simultaneously near one's ear. The sound wave collided with the crystal chandelier, eliciting a crisp resonance, causing even the nebulae beyond the star crystal dome to seem to quiver. The purple fur ball on the sofa jolted upright, Beerus's ears instantly erecting at right angles, his amber pupils filled with the ire of being awakened. Who? Which insolent fool dares to disturb my slumber? Instinctively, he swiped a paw towards the source of the noise. An invisible wave of destructive energy narrowly grazing Lin Xiao's ear, instantly carving a smooth, circular hole into the wall, the edges shimmering with the remnants of spatial annihilation. Calm down, it's me. Lin Xiao sidestepped the attack, smiling as he spread his hands. Upon recognizing the intruder, Beerus's ears drooped, his irritation gradually replaced by impatience. You again? Lin Xiao, can't you learn from Whis and stay quietly in one place? He licked the sugar remnants off his paw, his gaze sweeping over Broly standing behind Lin Xiao, and inquired, Who is this? Your new sidekick? He is known as Broly, and he is no ordinary subordinate. Lin Xiao deliberately emphasized his tone and stepped aside, stating, I have brought you a remarkable candidate. Candidate? Beerus scoffed, as if he had heard a jest, his tail flicking impatiently. Are you suggesting a candidate for the god of destruction? Spare me. I have no intention of retiring just yet. Besides, I doubt anyone in the entire universe is worthy of being my successor, let alone has been born. Do not be so quick to dismiss. Lin Xiao replied with a mysterious smile. Once you witness his abilities, you will undoubtedly be astonished. Whis, might I trouble you for a training ground? Whis gracefully bowed, a soft white light emanating from his palm. I happen to know of a newly formed uninhabited planet, where the energy environment is quite suitable for testing. With a gentle wave of his hand, the space before them rippled, revealing the desolate landscape of another planet. The ground was cracked black rock. 3 dark red stars hung in the sky, and unstable energy particles floated in the air. Beerus, arms crossed, sauntered through the spatial portal, nonchalantly declaring, "Very well. I shall see what you can produce. If I am disappointed, you will owe me 100 servings of wasabi sea bream." The 4 arrived at the barren planet in succession. As soon as he steadied himself, Broly could not help but shudder. The energy field here was exceedingly chaotic. The radiation from the 3 stars of differing frequencies clashed in the air, creating visible energy turbulence, while the rocks beneath continually oozed scorching magma. Beerus settled upon a relatively flat rock, while Whis conjured an exquisite tea table and leisurely brewed cosmic red tea. Lin Xiao patted Broly on the shoulder, signaling him to relax. "Broly, transform and show them your most adept form." Taking a deep breath, Broly nodded in agreement. The instant he closed his eyes, the surrounding air seemed to stagnate, as if an invisible force compelled the previously chaotic energy currents to converge upon him. In the next moment, a surge of dark green energy erupted violently from within him. Boom! The energy surged skyward like a volcanic eruption, instantly tearing through the dark red clouds. Broly's muscles expanded at a visible rate, his emerald hair standing on end, shimmering with a metallic sheen under the starlight. He towered nearly 3 meters tall, each inch of muscle radiating explosive power, as green flames crackled with golden arcs, scorching the surrounding space. This power caused Beerus, who was holding his teacup, to pause, his previously indifferent gaze sharpening. He could distinctly sense that this force was not only ferocious, but also possessed an almost brutish potential for growth. Akin to a star undergoing a frenzied fission, growing stronger by the second. Whis took a gentle sip of red tea, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes behind his glasses. The energy amplification curve is quite peculiar, showing no apparent limit. It seems this child harbors a universe within him, one that is infinitely expanding. Maintaining his transformed state, Broly gazed down at his hands with a slight bow of his head. After undergoing Lin Xiao's rigorous training, although he still exuded a ferocious aura, his gaze was markedly clearer than before. At least he did not immediately succumb to an uncontrollable desire for destruction. "What do you think, Beerus?" Lin Xiao's voice resonated clearly amidst the roaring energy. "This power, is it worthy of being your candidate?" Beerus set down his teacup, rising to circle around Broly, yet his brow gradually furrowed. "Indeed, the power has increased significantly, even surpassing my expectations, but it remains excessively wild, akin to an unbridled stallion. If such an individual were to wield the scepter of destruction, half the universe would likely be dismantled. That is precisely why I brought him here," Lin Xiao interjected, stepping between the two with a calm demeanor. "His power may be tempestuous, yet there are means to tame it. You must have encountered Goku and Vegeta in their Super Saiyan forms, correct? From the 1st to the 3rd level. Each transformation represents a precise mastery of power." He paused, his gaze sweeping over the tumultuous green aura enveloping Broly. Broly's transformation is the legendary Super Saiyan form. At first glance, it appears similar to the standard Saiyan transformation stages. However, the internal amplification is entirely distinct. A regular Super Saiyan achieves a 50-fold increase, whereas the 3rd level boasts a 400-fold enhancement, but his transformation amplifies differently. Lin Xiao extended his hand, a stream of data manifesting in his palm. The foundational amplification of the Super Saiyan God form is 100-fold, and it can theoretically accumulate indefinitely during combat. Imagine, if he were to ascend to godhood and master this power, what a terrifying entity he would become. Beerus fell silent, leaning against a rock, his fingertips unconsciously tapping against his knee. He had personally battled Goku in his Super Saiyan God form and Vegeta in his Super Saiyan Blue state, fully aware of the power ceilings those forms possessed. Yet, the green-haired Saiyan before him exhibited potential that transcended mere genius, resembling a combat machine birthed by the very laws of the universe. Upon reflection, it does sound promising, Beerus conceded, his tone softening. He recalled the vast expanse of his long life, much of which had been spent in slumber and destruction. The endless cycle of purging abandoned planets and unruly civilizations had grown increasingly monotonous, and he found himself yearning for a diversion. He regarded Broly with a transformed gaze, no longer scrutinizing, but rather infused with a hint of admiration. At his first stage, this lad's strength could nearly rival that of Goku in his Super Saiyan God state. With further refinement, he might indeed alleviate some of my burdens. Whis interjected with a smile. Lord Beerus, based on my calculations, Mr. Broly's latent combat potential is already infinitely close to the criteria for a candidate of destruction. Furthermore, his mental fortitude is quite extraordinary. Though suppressed by power, it resembles an incredibly resilient spider's silk, capable of weaving a sturdy barrier with just a bit of guidance. A rare smile finally graced Beerus's face, his tail curling in delight. In all his years, he had encountered numerous prodigies, but few possessed the terrifying power and growth potential that Broly exhibited. The discovery of such a promising talent reignited the long-dormant desire for battle within him. Very well, the individual you introduced is quite satisfactory, Beerus remarked, giving Lin Xiao a firm pat on the shoulder, enough to cause a subtle tremor in the surrounding space. From this day forth, he shall be my candidate. Whis, please escort him to familiarize himself with the responsibilities of a god of destruction, and in the meantime, modify my training regimen. This young man requires an increased workload. Understood. Lord Beerus, Whis replied, gesturing courteously towards Broly. Mr. Broly, please follow me. I will elucidate the principles governing the balance of the universe. Broly glanced at Lin Xiao, who nodded in encouragement, and thus he followed Whis toward the distant chaotic energy currents. His emerald aura continued to swirl, yet it had subdued considerably, evidently having taken Beerus's approval to heart. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave, Lin Xiao said, waving at Beerus as a faint golden glow enveloped him. He had numerous tasks awaiting completion, from the essence fragments in the system shop to the profound cultivation of the Ultra Instinct, alongside the myriad hidden missions scattered throughout the universe. Beerus waved dismissively, his focus entirely on Broly, who was intently attempting to harness the chaotic energy. Lin Xiao's figure left behind a golden afterimage, and in the next moment, he vanished from the planet's surface, leaving only a lingering trace of Ultra Instinct energy to intertwine with the radiation of 3 stars, dissipating amidst the desolate expanse. Chapter 17. The Reverie of a God of Destruction's Training Beneath the Clear Skies of Earth. Familiar waves of energy surged from the training grounds on the outskirts of West City. Beerus hovered in midair, delicately pinching a freshly made taiyaki between his fingers, fragments of sugary frosting adorning the corners of his mouth. This marked the 23rd dessert he had sampled on Earth that day. Ever since Goku had won him over with a bowl of pudding, this god of destruction had developed a habit of monthly visits to Earth, ostensibly to inspect cosmic order, yet in truth, merely to indulge his palate in diverse culinary delights. Lord Beerus, a familia, exuberant voice pierced the air as Son Goku raced towards him on his Nimbus cloud, the wind lifting the edges of his blue martial arts uniform. He landed before Beerus, scratching his head and flashing his signature goofy grin. You've arrived at the perfect moment. I've been feeling rather stuck in my training lately. Beerus licked the sugary remnants from his fingers, his eyelids barely lifting. That is of no concern to me. However, I know of a newly opened ramen shop where the proprietor crafts hellish ramen that emits flames. Goku immediately threw out this enticing bait, his eyes sparkling with eagerness. It is said that the broth is simmered with 100 types of chili peppers for 3 days and nights, and consuming it can make one unleash energy blast right on the spot. Beerus's ears twitched with interest. He cast a sidelong glance at Goku, a flicker of intrigue passing through his golden pupils. I shall indulge your claim, but let us be clear. I will only offer you a few pointers, and do not expect me to invest too much effort. Fantastic, Goku exclaimed, leaping 3 feet into the air, nearly colliding with the hovering Beerus. At that moment, a chill-laden aura approached from a distance. Vegeta landed beside them, arms crossed, his deep blue battle suit accentuating his icy expression. Kakarot, what are you pestering Lord Beerus about this time? His peripheral vision flickered over Beerus, and though he remained silent, a similar anticipation glimmered within his eyes. Ever since he witnessed the god of destruction's formidable power, this Saiyan prince had never relinquished an opportunity to grow stronger. Lin Xiao was drawn to the scene unfolding before him. He had just completed his morning training at Baozi Mountain and had yet to wipe the sweat from his brow when a mechanical voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Ding. System task issued. Assist Son Goku and Vegeta in mastering the Super Saiyan 4 form, enabling their combat strength to surpass current limits. Task reward, 30,000 points. Original bloodline awakening degree increased to 50. Such fortunate tidings filled Lin Xiao with delight, prompting him to call out towards the trio. Lord Beerus, wait for me. Beerus cast a fleeting glance at him, neither assenting nor dissenting. Whis, having appeared behind the god of destruction, smiled and waved his staff. Since everyone is gathered, why not proceed to the god of destruction's realm? The gravitational field and time flow there are perfectly suited for the training of our two Saiyans. A golden portal materialized in midair, and the four stepped through in succession, traversing the warped tunnel of time and space. They set foot upon the land of the god of destruction, where the sky was a soft lavender and the ground resembled polished obsidian. Countless small asteroids floated in the distance, each radiating pure energy waves. The air here. Goku inhaled deeply, his eyes widening in astonishment. I can feel my power surging outward. Foolish lower-class warrior, Vegeta scoffed, yet he could not help but tense his muscles. The energy density of the god of destruction's realm was dozens of times that of Earth. Every breath felt as if he were consuming the power of the stars. Lin Shao positioned himself at the center of the area, casting his gaze over Goku and Vegeta, and began. The reason Saiyans can continuously grow stronger fundamentally lies in the three evolutionary paths embedded within your bloodline. Goku and Vegeta perked up simultaneously, with even Beerus resting his chin on his hand, clearly intrigued by the topic. The first path is that of following the divine, akin to comprehending destructive energy and mastering the ultra instinct, shedding excess emotions to resonate power with the laws of the universe. Lin Zhao's fingertips glimmered faintly as he simulated the fluctuations of destructive energy, adding, however, this path is ill-suited for you warriors consumed by combat. The second path relies on the accumulation of conventional strength, honing the foundation to perfection, allowing every muscle to unleash power that transcends forms. He turned his gaze towards Vegeta. You previously pursued this path, but regrettably, you were too hasty, constantly seeking shortcuts through transformations. Vegeta's face flushed slightly, yet he refrained from retorting. Lin Zhao's words held truth. Indeed, after breaking through to Super Saiyan 2, he had invested too much energy into developing new forms. As for the third path, Lin Zhao paused, his voice imbued with a hint of mystery. It is the most primal transformation of you Saiyans, Super Saiyan 4. Super Saiyan 4? Goku tilted his head, scratching his hair. Is it even more powerful than Super Saiyan 3? How come I've never heard of it? More than just powerful. Weiss added with a smile that the form Mr. Lin Shao mentioned is documented in ancient cosmic texts. It can be regarded as the ultimate optimization of the Saiyan form. Unlike the immense energy consumption of Super Saiyan forms 1 through 3, this form approaches a new norm, boasting a power level twice that of Super Saiyan 3, while allowing for complete energy concealment and exhibiting virtually no weaknesses. Virtually? Vegeta keenly seized upon the keyword, for he never believed in the existence of an infallible power. The only flaw, Lin Shao remarked coolly, was the necessity of a tail, his gaze settling on the base of their spines. This statement struck Vegeta like a dagger, causing him to clench his fists tightly, veins bulging at his temples, as the humiliating memory of having his tail severed by that rotund creature named Yachirobe on Earth resurfaced. Had he not lost his tail, he might have long since discovered this evolutionary path. But we have long since lost our tails, Goku mused, scratching his backside in confusion. It seemed to sprout once on Namek, only to vanish again. He wondered if it could grow back. Restoring the tail is quite simple. Lin Shao indicated with a nod toward Weiss. Either they could wish for it from the eternal dragon or seek the assistance of an angel. Lord Weiss, with your abilities, this should be within your power, correct? Weiss smiled as he raised his staff, the crystal atop, it emanating a gentle glow. Of course, this is merely a trifling task for an angel. Two faint golden beams descended upon Goku and Vegeta as spines, a tingling sensation racing up their spines to the crown of their heads. In the next moment, two tails, adorned with brown fur, sprang forth from their battle suits, swaying as if imbued with life. Wow, it really grew back, Goku exclaimed, grasping his tail, only to be yanked off balance. Ouch, that hurts. So, this is what it feels like to have a tail. Vegeta, however, stood rigidly, allowing his tail to sway behind him. As he attempted to adjust his power control, the tail playfully coiled around his arm, nearly inciting him to blast it away with energy. However, years of combat instinct informed him that this tail harbored significant power. Adapting to the tail would require 3 days. Observing the clumsy antics of the two, Lin Zhao's tone turned serious. During these 3 days, you must each run 1,000 laps around the god of destruction's realm daily. Only when your tails respond as obediently as your arms, aiding and dodging and attacking during combat, will you be ready for the next step. The ensuing 3 days shattered the tranquility of the god of destruction's realm. Initially, Goku could not resist tugging at his tail, resulting in him stumbling awkwardly each time. However, by the evening of the second day, while evading a suddenly hurtling asteroid, his tail instinctively coiled around a nearby stone pillar, stabilizing his stance. In that moment, he comprehended the tail's remarkable utility. So, this is how the tail can be utilized. He gleefully swung his tail, leaping agilely among the floating rocks like a monkey, at times using the tail to anchor himself against the stones, and at other times sweeping it to attack virtual targets, achieving a speed that surpassed even his use of instant transmission. Vegeta, adopting a more extreme approach, confined himself within the gravity chamber prepared by Whis, practicing various combat techniques under 100-fold gravity, compelling his tail to synchronize with every movement of his body. Only when he could ensnare the ankles of a simulated opponent with his tail while moving at high speed and simultaneously unleash an energy wave attack did he finally acknowledge the reclaimed weapon as a formidable asset. On the third night, he even sought out Goku for a sparring match. Their tails clashed in a back-and-forth exchange, resulting in a surprisingly even contest. Lin Xiao sat at a distance on the stargazing platform, observing the progress bar on the system panel slowly ascend. Goku, adaptability, 98. Vegeta, adaptability, 95. Task progress, 30. He watched the two Saiyans transition from clumsiness to proficiency. As a sphere of energy began to coalesce at his fingertips, an artificial full moon exchanged with points. Its luminosity was sufficient to trigger the transformation of a Saiyan into a great ape, yet would not incite an uncontrollable surge of energy as a true full moon would, allowing for better control over the transformation's rhythm. It was nearly time to commence. Lin Xiao rose, his gaze sweeping over the two who had begun to adeptly wield their tails. Your tails are now in sync with the rhythm of battle. Next, we will awaken the great ape form. Meanwhile, Beerus, perched upon a floating stone platform, watched with keen interest. Oh, are you going to take action yourself? I am quite eager to see just how formidable this so-called Super Saiyan 4 truly is. Indeed, Lin Xiao replied, raising his hand to cast the luminous sphere into the sky. Upon contact with the atmosphere of the god of destruction's realm, the energy expanded dramatically, emitting a blinding white light that instantaneously enveloped the entire sky, its wavelength precisely aligning with the transformation frequency inherent in the Saiyan bloodline. Both Goku and Vegeta lifted their gazes, their pupils constricting upon encountering the radiant light. The blood within them surged, bones crackled, and muscles inflated as if inflated by air. Brown fur erupted from beneath their skin, facial structures elongated and morphed, fangs pierced through their lips, and in mere seconds, 2 40-meter-tall golden great apes materialized upon the plains of the god of destruction's domain. Roar! Goku's transformed great ape emitted a furious roar, his golden eyes brimming with primal bloodlust. His wildly flailing fists effortlessly shattered nearby asteroids, and amidst the flying debris, his aura resembled an uncontrollable volcano. Although Vegeta also transformed into a great ape, he retained a fragment of his rationality, fixating on the rampaging Goku, a low growl of warning emanating from his throat as he sought to rouse his former comrade. Kakarot, snap out of it. Think of Gohan. Think of Chi-Chi. Vegeta attempted to approach, yet Goku's tail sent him hurtling away, crashing into a distant rock wall and stirring up a cloud of dust. Beerus, arms crossed, observed coldly. Indeed, the flaw of lower-class warriors manifests itself in this manner. Once transformed into great apes, they are easily consumed by their primal instincts. Lin Xiao, is this the evolutionary path you speak of? It appears rather unimpressive. Do not be hasty. This is merely the beginning. Lin Xiao's form flickered, appearing before the great ape Goku. He did not launch an attack. Rather, he unleashed the essence of his primal bloodline, a force both gentle and yet suffused with an oppressive aura, akin to the placid depths of the ocean. In an instant, it subdued the fury within Wukong, causing the giant ape's movements to slow. Wukong, look at me. Lin Xiao's voice resonated with a mental shock, penetrating the giant ape's consciousness. Think of the braised pork that Chi-Chi made. Think of Gohan's first transformation into a Super Saiyan. Reflect on why you strive to grow stronger. Not to destroy, but to protect. These words acted as a key, unlocking the consciousness that had been sealed by primal instincts. The giant ape's movements gradually decelerated, and a flicker of confusion passed through its golden pupils, followed by intense struggle. It raised its massive fist, yet halted just before striking Lin Xiao. emitting a pained whimper as if two souls were waging war within. Now is the moment. Lin Zhao's voice reverberated like thunder, igniting the power of Super Saiyan 1, overpowering the primal instincts with reason. Channel your thirst for battle and your desire to protect your comrades into this force. Seizing the opportunity, Vegeta rose from the ground, his body erupting in golden flames. Although still in giant ape form, he forcefully transitioned into Super Saiyan, his golden fur gleaming with brilliance. Kakarot, do you wish to be overshadowed by me? We are destined to surpass all Saiyans. These words ignited Wukong's fighting spirit entirely. The giant ape let out a thunderous roar, unleashing the Super Saiyan energy within, the golden light erupting like a volcanic explosion, transforming its white fur into dazzling gold. At the center of this brilliance, the giant ape's form began to shrink dramatically, its bones cracking as they restructured. The golden fur receding to reveal a deep crimson coat covering all but his face and chest. As the radiance dissipated, two figures stood firmly on the ground. Wukong's black hair cascaded to his waist, the red fur enveloping his skin, save for his face and chest. His golden pupils glimmering with a hint of wildness, yet clearer than ever before. He flexed his wrist, relishing the surge of power coursing through him. This feeling is as if I am filled with boundless energy, and I do not feel the slightest fatigue. It's far easier than Super Saiyan 3. Vegeta's form mirrored Wukong's, albeit with shorter hair and more defined musculature beneath the red fur. He raised his hand to condense an energy sphere, astonished to discover that his aura was infinitely more refined than in Super Saiyan 3, yet contained a more terrifying destructive potential, as if each drop of blood harbored explosive power. Humph, finally not a worthless form. Ding! Detection of Son Goku and Vegeta successfully mastering Super Saiyan 4. Combat power exceeding current limits. Task completed. Reward: 30,000 points. Primal Bloodline Awakening level increased to 50. A warm current surged within Lin Zhao, awakening the slumbering power within his bloodline. He sensed his five senses sharpening, even perceiving the sound of water as was brewed tea from afar, feeling the flow of energy particles as his fingertips sliced through the air. Well done. Beerus rarely displayed a look of approval as he gazed at Lin Zhao, astonished by his profound understanding of Saiyan lineage. It seemed that the forthcoming training would be far more intriguing with his guidance. Suddenly, Goku slapped his forehead and turned towards the teleportation portal, exclaiming, "Oh right, Lord Beerus. I almost forgot the instant noodles I promised to bring you." Half an hour later, the stone table in the God of Destruction's realm was laden with an array of colorful noodle containers. Beerus, holding a fork, eyed the curled noodles with skepticism. Is this truly as delicious as you claim? It appears less chewy than the legs of cosmic locusts. You'll see once you try it. Goku had already prepared a bowl of seafood-flavored noodles and eagerly slurped it up, indifferent to the splashes of broth that landed on his red fur. Beerus hesitated before lifting a noodle, blowing on it to cool, and then placed it in his mouth. In the next moment, his eyes widened in astonishment. The rich seafood broth enveloped the springy noodles, and a delectable flavor burst on his palate, offering a perfect balance of savory delight that surpassed any cosmic delicacies he had ever tasted, awakening a deep-seated craving within his taste buds. Whis, you must try this. The God of Destruction, momentarily losing his composure, hastily snatched another container of braised beef flavor, skillfully tearing open the seasoning packet, his tail, manifested at some point, excitedly swaying. Whis, smiling, lifted his own bowl and, after a delicate sip, revealed a look of surprise on his elegant face. I had no idea Earth possessed such marvelous cuisine. The texture of the noodles is entirely unlike that of energy blocks, imbued with a warm, festive essence. Vegeta stood nearby, arms crossed, observing the two divine beings fighting over the noodles, unable to suppress a smirk. However, when Goku presented him with a bowl of tonkatsu ramen, he accepted it silently. After all, he too wished to sample the food that had so thoroughly captivated the God of Destruction and the angel. Leaning against the railing, Lin Zhao observed this extraordinary scene. The God of Destruction and the angel relishing their noodle containers, slurping noisily, while the two Saiyans discussed new techniques for Super Saiyan 4. The red fur glimmered softly beneath the pale, purple sky, and the distant galaxy flowed gracefully, as if time itself had slowed its pace in this moment. He opened the system panel, noting a bloodline awakening degree of 50, a smile gracing his lips. Chapter 18. Culinary Delights of the God of Destruction Realm. In the gravity training arena of the God of Destruction, the pale purple air twisted with the rapid movements of two figures. Goku and Vegeta, clad in brand new gravity suits, the deep blue fabric clinging to their muscular forms, each punch resonating with a sound that tore through the air. This attire, crafted by Whis from a special cosmic fiber, could automatically adjust gravity levels based on the wearer's strength, currently imposing a 50-fold increase in Earth's gravity upon their movements. Wow, this outfit is quite intense, Goku remarked, wiping the sweat from his forehead, his brown tail drooping slightly under the gravitational pressure. His clothing, drenched in sweat, clung to his neck and arms, yet it did not diminish the fiery determination burning in his eyes. Vegeta scoffed, his toes creating shallow indentations on the obsidian ground. Is this the extent of your endurance? Kakarot, you truly remain a lowly warrior. That being said, his rapid breaths and taut jawline betrayed his true state. The pressure of the gravity suit was far more intense than he had anticipated. Each surge of energy felt as though he were pushing a colossal boulder. Lin Shao stood at the edge of the training ground, observing the gradually increasing values on the system panel. Sun Wukong Combat Power, 1. 2 billion, Super Saiyan 4 State. Vegeta Combat Power, 11. 8 billion, Super Saiyan 4 State. Gravity Adaptation, 35. He turned his gaze towards Whis, who hovered in mid-air, nodding in acknowledgement. This gravity suit is quite suitable. Let us train at this intensity until they can fight effortlessly under 100-fold gravity. Whis smiled and waved his staff. The crystal atop it shimmering with a gentle light. As you command. However, Mr. Lin Shao, are you certain you wish for them to wear it continuously? The wear on their battle suits can be quite substantial. They must not remove it unless absolutely necessary. Lin Shao's eyes fell upon the swaying tails of the two. Understanding that the power of Super Saiyan 4 requires a prolonged adaptation with their bodies, and the gravitational pressure would expedite this process. Only when they can perfectly control their energy within the gravity suits will they have truly mastered this power. Wukong and Vegeta exchanged a glance and simultaneously clenched their fists. For the Saiyans, the phrase "cannot take it off" was not a constraint, but rather a declaration of their resolve for battle. In the ensuing half-month, the daily routine in the God of Destruction's realm transformed into a disciplined cycle of training. Mornings were spent running around the floating asteroid under 100-fold gravity. Afternoons were dedicated to practicing energy control under Whis' guidance, and evenings featured sparring sessions between the two. Their red silhouettes in Super Saiyan 4 form colliding on the training ground, the golden flames intertwining with the rained-in red energy, causing the very air to tremble with each clash of fists and feet. One afternoon, as Wukong was curling his tail around an energy fruit to bring it to his mouth, he suddenly furrowed his brow, glancing towards the direction of the God of Destruction's palace. There's an unusual energy approaching. Vegeta immediately halted his actions, his aura surging dramatically, its destructive energy, and it's quite volatile. No sooner had he spoken than a tremendous roar erupted from the direction of the palace. A corpulent purple figure hovered before the palace gates. Deep purple destructive energy coalescing between its stubby fingers, poised to blast the doors, its face, strikingly similar to Beerus's, etched with impatience. "Beerus, come out," the rotund God of Destruction bellowed, his voice reverberating so fiercely that the nearby asteroids buzzed in response. "If you hide any longer, I shall demolish this wretched palace." Inside the palace, Beerus, who had been savoring a special treat from Earth, suddenly rose with a thud, fury igniting in his golden irises. "This fool dares to invade my domain." With a flick of his hand, he conjured a black energy blast and hurled it towards the gates. Boom! The heavy alloy doors disintegrated into fragments, propelled towards the purple figure by a fierce gust of wind. Is that all you got? The purple God of Destruction effortlessly sidestepped, its seemingly cumbersome body displaying surprising agility, the rotund belly barely grazing the flying door. It patted the excess flesh on its stomach, a mocking smile gracing its features. "Beerus, after years apart, your aim has become increasingly poor." Beerus unleashed a flurry of energy blasts, only halting abruptly upon recognizing the face of his opponent, his tone shifting from anger to disdain. "Compa, why have you ventured into the 7th universe? Are you simply bored?" Lin Shao, along with Goku and Vegeta, rushed over upon hearing the commotion, their expressions filled with astonishment as they beheld two deities of destruction who bore an uncanny resemblance, albeit with starkly contrasting physiques. Goku, unable to contain his curiosity, scratched his head and exclaimed, "Wow, Lord Beerus, he looks just like you. Is he your brother?" "Brother?" Compa leapt up in indignation, his short legs kicking in the air. I am his twin brother. Can't you see the difference in our stature, you little runt? At that moment, the elegantly green-haired angel gracefully approached, offering a slight bow to the assembly. Greetings, everyone. I am Vados, the angel of the sixth universe. Her gaze swept over Goku and Vegeta before ultimately resting on Beerus, the corners of her mouth curling into a knowing smile. It seemed that the god of destruction from the seventh universe was living quite comfortably, even his lower-tier warriors appearing robust. Whis promptly stepped forward, smiling as he replied, Sister Vados, you jest. They are indeed diligent warriors. However, Lord Kampa, your visit must not solely be for a quarrel with Lord Beerus, correct? At least you're perceptive. Little Whis. Kampa proudly puffed out his belly and produced a gleaming metallic container from his robes. I have come to show Beerus what true gourmet cuisine looks like. To let him know that the sixth universe is the epicenter of culinary excellence in the cosmos. Beerus scoffed, leisurely wiping the corner of his mouth. Is that so? With what you brought last time, that cosmic popping candy, I nearly lost a tooth. That was merely a matter of your lack of appreciation. Kampa retorted angrily, slamming the container onto the table. Vados, enlighten them. Vados waved her staff, and a pale green light enveloped the table, conjuring a pristine white jade dining table out of thin air. She opened the container Kampa had brought, revealing a neat arrangement of a dozen or so fist-sized eggs. Their shells exhibited a rainbow-like gradient, adorned with intricate golden patterns, reminiscent of rare bird eggs. This is the egg of the illusory rainbow bird, Vados elaborated. This bird inhabits the Rainbow Nebula in the sixth universe, laying eggs only once every 100 years. A single bite allows one to savor the essence of the stars, with an aftertaste lingering on the palate for 3 days and nights. Goku's eyes sparkled with excitement as he reached out to grab one. That sounds delicious. Wait. Vegeta restrained his hand, eyeing Kampa warily. This wouldn't be some kind of trap, would it? Coward. Kampa picked up one of the eggs and gently tapped it against the edge of the table, causing a crack to form in the shell, revealing a pale golden liquid within. Kampa, swear by the name of the god of destruction that this is indeed top-tier cuisine. He took the first sip of the egg liquid, an expression of bliss washing over his pudgy face, his eyes narrowing into slits. This is the flavor. It's even richer than when I had it fresh in the nebula. Seeing him relish the delicacy, Goku couldn't resist grabbing an egg himself, mimicking Kampa's actions. As the liquid slid down his throat, his eyes widened in amazement. Wow, it feels like there are stars dancing inside. It's sweet and somewhat reminiscent of the honey pudding that Oozra made. After a moment of hesitation, Vegeta also picked up an egg, unlike Wukong, who devours in a ravenous manner. He merely savored each bite, his brows gradually relaxing. The egg's liquid melted upon entry, exuding an indescribably crisp sweetness, as if he had truly captured the entire cosmos within his mouth. Lin Xiao took a taste and silently praised its rarity. Indeed, it was an exquisite delicacy, with a purity of energy surpassing even the sacred beings of the seventh universe. He glanced at Beerus, only to find the god of destruction with his arms crossed, not even casting a glance at the eggs. How about that? Surely superior to your terrestrial snacks, isn't it? Champa boasted, lifting his chin with pride. Beerus yawned leisurely and gestured to Whis. Whis, bring forth my treasured items. Whis nodded with a smile, turning to retrieve a cardboard box from within the palace, which was neatly stacked with dozens of instant noodle cups, beef, seafood, tonkatsu flavors, and even a few extravagantly packaged, hellishly spicy noodles. Is this it? Champa chuckled at the colorful plastic containers, his belly shaking with laughter. Beerus, are you so impoverished that you can only afford such cheap fare? These look less appealing than the energy blocks in my palace. Bardos couldn't help but cover her mouth with a quiet laugh. Sister, it seems the culinary standards of the seventh universe indeed leave much to be desired. Unperturbed, Whis produced a kettle, tore open the noodle cup's packaging, placed the noodle cake and seasoning packets inside, and poured in boiling water. He even took out a small hourglass, turning the sand. Please wait 3 minutes. This will yield the best texture. Xiangpa, arms crossed, regarded this with disdain. I shall see just how delectable this inferior noodle can be. 3 minutes swiftly passed, and Whis gently lifted the lid of the noodle cup. An intense aroma wafted through the air, a rich blend of beef, fresh seafood, and hearty tonkatsu, intertwining to create an aggressively enticing scent that even Wukong, meditating from afar, couldn't help but sniff in curiosity. How fragrant! Wukong's tail instinctively pointed toward the noodle cup. More tantalizing than the earlier bird egg, Xiangpa's expression stiffened, and he feigned composure. What good is aroma? It might very well taste dreadful. Beerus picked up a pair of chopsticks and slurped a mouthful of noodles, deliberately making a slurping sound. The ingenuity of Earthlings should not be underestimated. This noodle's elasticity surpasses that of cosmic noodles. Xiangpa's throat moved, and he could no longer restrain himself. He reached for a cup of seafood noodles. I'll just have a taste to see if it's truly as divine as claimed. Mimicking Beerus, he carefully lifted the noodles to his mouth. The next moment, his corpulent body jolted, his eyes widening in astonishment. The rich seafood broth enveloped the bouncy noodles, and the exquisite flavor exploded on his palate, as if countless tiny shrimp were dancing upon his taste buds. What is this? Xiangpa could no longer maintain his composure. Shoving the noodles into his mouth, oblivious to the strands dangling at the corners of his mouth, even slurping the broth clean, ultimately licking the bottom of the cup. Well, Beerus raised an eyebrow, his tone dripping with satisfaction. Far superior to your bird eggs, wouldn't you agree? As Kampa let out a hearty belch, he stubbornly asserted, This noodle dish is merely mediocre, far inferior to my illusory rainbow bird egg. Oh, Beerus feigned a raised voice. But I believe I just witnessed someone finish even the broth. You. Kampa's cheeks flushed crimson. Rendered speechless, he could only pivot and inquire of Beerus. What is this dish called? Where does it originate? It is known as instant noodles, hailing from Earth, Beerus replied leisurely. Our Earth in the 7th universe is indeed a culinary treasure trove of the cosmos. Earth? Kampa's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he turned to Vados. Show me the Earth of the 6th universe. If the 7th universe boasts such delights, surely our 6th universe's Earth must offer even greater wonders. Goku, intrigued, asked, What is the 6th universe? Is it different from ours? Whis elucidated, there are 12 universes in total, numbered from 1 to 12. Universes whose numbers sum to 13 are twin universes, much like the 7th and 6th universes, where many planets and species correspond. Ah, I see, Goku exclaimed. So, does the Earth of the 6th universe have many delectable treats as well? Vados waved her staff, conjuring a reflective water mirror before the group. Gradually, a planet emerged within the mirror, an ochre-colored orb, its surface marred by parched fissures and craters left by war, devoid of any greenery, let alone signs of life. Lord Kampa, Vados spoke hesitantly. The Earth of the 6th universe perished 300 years ago due to humanity's nuclear warfare. It is now a lifeless world. The mirror depicted a stark, desolate landscape, with an atmosphere so thin it was nearly imperceptible. Kampa's anticipation evaporated instantly, replaced by an unmistakable disappointment. He hung his head. Even the flab on his abdomen seemed to lose its vitality. How could this be? Ha ha ha! Beerus laughed heartily, pounding the table. It appears that only the Earth of our 7th universe deserves the title of culinary universe. You've lost Kampa. Kampa shot him a fierce glare, but refrained from retorting as he typically would. His gaze remained fixed on a lifeless planet in the water mirror, his expression complex. Despite his constant rivalry with Beerus, witnessing the desolation of his universe's Earth stirred something deep within him. Consider yourself fortunate this time. Kampa abruptly stood, feigning composure as he turned away. Vados, let us depart. As the two figures vanished through the portal, Beerus's smile gradually faded. He fell silent for a moment before addressing Whis. Whis, seek out the Super Dragon Balls and restore the Earth of the 6th universe. Whis looked surprised. You wish to assist Lord Kampa? Who is assisting him? Beerus averted his gaze, his ears tinged with a faint blush. I simply wish to avoid his incessant lamentations about Earth's demise during our next quarrel. It is utterly vexing. Lin Shao observed this awkward god of destruction, unable to suppress a chuckle. It seemed even the most arrogant deities possess such contradictory facets. On the other side, within the teleportation passage of the 6th universe, Vados suddenly exclaimed, Lord Kampa, look! She waved her staff, and the water mirror re-emerged. Within the mirror, a tawny planet was undergoing astonishing transformations. The arid surface cracked open, releasing crystalline seawater. Green shoots sprouted from the barren land, rapidly spreading into a lush forest, while the atmosphere thickened, gradually enveloped in a blue halo. In mere seconds, a vibrant blue planet appeared before them. Kampa abruptly halted, staring intently at the water mirror, disbelief etched across his rotund visage. What on earth is happening? Vados smiled and replied, It seems that Lord Beerus from the 7th universe has aided in its restoration. Kampa stood stunned for a moment, then huffed and turned to continue walking, the corners of his mouth subtly curving into an unperceived smile. He patted his belly, recalling the taste of instant noodles from earlier. and whispered to Bados, "Once we return and settle in, let us also visit Earth in the 7th universe, under the guise of an inspection, to see if their cuisine truly merits my appraisal." Bados, suppressing a laugh, respectfully responded, "At your command, Lord Kampa." In the training grounds of the god of destruction realm, Goku and Vegeta were drenched in sweat under the oppressive weight of their gravity suits. Lin Xiao gazed at the progress bar on the system panel, which had risen to 45, and then looked towards Beerus, who was engaged in a discussion with Whis about 100 different ways to prepare instant noodles. Chapter 19. The Takeout Turmoil from Another Dimension. Lin Xiao flung himself onto the large bed in his bedroom, the springs emitting a soft creak. Overwhelmed by the remnants of fatigue from his daytime training, he casually grabbed his phone from the bedside, and, as the screen illuminated, it reflected the twilight that had fully descended outside. The night in the mountains arrived early, cloaked in an unusual stillness, broken only by distant, indistinct animal calls, accentuating the solitude of his small dwelling. Gurgling sounds emanated from his stomach, disrupting the quietude. Lin Xiao irritably raked his fingers through his hair, his gaze sweeping over the clock on the nightstand, which indicated it was past 8 in the evening. The kitchen lay at the end of the hallway, with the refrigerator still stocked with ribs and vegetables he had purchased from town last week. Yet, the mere thought of cooking, washing vegetables, and cleaning dishes drained him of energy. After an afternoon of cultivating divine energy, his spirit was invigorated, but his body felt lethargic and unmotivated. Perhaps takeout would be the most convenient. He opened the delivery app, and the loading icon spun for an eternity before the page finally appeared. The poor signal in the mountains was a common occurrence, and he had long since acclimated to this leisurely pace, his fingers absent-mindedly gliding across the screen. The number of nearby restaurants capable of delivering to the mountains was scant, and he perused the same few home-style eateries repeatedly until he spotted the enticing promotion for Huangmin beef from Lao Zao Tai. His eyes brightened at the sight of the succulent, glistening beef enveloped in rich sauce, resting atop potatoes and mushrooms that had soaked up the broth. Just the visual alone quickened his salivation. "This is it." Without hesitation, Lin Xiao ordered a large portion of Huangmin beef, along with a scallion pancake and chilled plum juice. As he reviewed the delivery fee, which exceeded the cost of the meal itself, he winced in pain. In this wretched place, ordering takeout is as challenging as climbing to the heavens. "I must stock up on instant meals next time." Despite his complaints, he confirmed the payment, tossed his phone aside, and closed his eyes, preparing for a brief respite while awaiting his delivery. Just as he began to drift into slumber, an abrupt sound sliced through the air outside. Unlike the gentle whispers of the mountain breeze, it resembled the sharp noise produced by a heavy object tearing through the atmosphere. Lin Xiao abruptly opened his eyes, a surge of divine energy coursing through him as he cautiously glanced out the window. A golden light, entwined with a familiar aura, descended into the courtyard. As the dust settled, a stout figure clad in an orange combat suit emerged, unmistakably Kakarot, or as he preferred to call him, Sun Wukong, whom he had encountered 3 months prior. "Lin Xiao, I'm here," Kakarot exclaimed with a broad grin, his signature tail swaying behind him. "The method you mentioned for cultivating divine energy was intriguing. I tried it out while sparring with Vegeta, but I felt something was amiss, so I came to ask you." With a sigh of resignation, Lin Xiao rose from his bed and made his way to the courtyard. "Sun Wukong, could you at least give me a heads up next time? It's quite startling to have you suddenly appear in this secluded forest." Though he grumbled, there was no discontent in his heart. Ever since he had unexpectedly traversed into this world, a fusion of multiple dimensions, he had managed to find his footing thanks to the awakened divine energy. Sun Wukong, hailing from the Dragon Ball Super Universe, was one of the few individuals with whom he could engage in profound discussions about cultivation. I thought it best to come directly for clarity." Sun Wukong replied nonchalantly, scratching his head as he pulled Lin Xiao into the house. "Now tell me, how does your divine energy manage to enhance its potency without transformation? I feel like its operational logic differs significantly from Ki." Once the topic of cultivation arose, the two lost track of time. Lin Xiao set out chairs and brewed strong tea, explaining the principles of resonance between divine energy and the energies of nature, as well as how to subtly refine energy through everyday breathing. Sun Wukong intermittently demonstrated techniques from the King's Fist for comparison and occasionally referenced the training methods of the god of destruction, Beerus. From the intricate skills of energy control to techniques for concealing one's aura in battle and how to balance strength with bodily strain, their conversation grew increasingly harmonious. As the moonlight waned and dawn began to break, They finally paused their discussion. I see now. No wonder I always felt something was off. The principles are entirely different. Kakarot exclaimed, enlightenment dawning upon him as he slapped his thigh in excitement. Lin Xiao, once I perfect this, I'll take you to Bulma's for some barbecue next time. With that, a golden aura enveloped him, transforming into a streak of light that shot into the sky, vanishing into the horizon. Rubbing his throbbing temples, Lin Xiao felt invigorated. The insights gained from their discussion had deepened his understanding of divine energy. Stretching lazily, he was about to head to the kitchen for a drink when his phone vibrated on the table, displaying a flurry of missed calls, all from the food delivery service. Oh no, the delivery. Lin Xiao suddenly recalled the order he had placed the previous night, realizing he had forgotten something important. He hastily grabbed his phone to call back, only to be met with the cold tone of a busy signal. As he gazed at the order details, which indicated a 2-hour delay, he ran his fingers through his hair in frustration, donned his coat, and hurried down the mountain. His residence was nestled in a deep valley, and the delivery personnel typically awaited at the fork in the road at the foot of the mountain, the only notable landmark in this remote area. The mountain path was rugged and difficult to traverse. However, Lin Xiao harnessed his divine energy to accelerate his journey, undeterred by the gravel and fallen leaves beneath his feet. In just over half an hour, he reached the fork in the road. As he rounded the bend, he spotted a man clad in a blue delivery uniform standing at the roadside, gripping a white delivery bag tightly. The helmet was pulled low, obscuring his face. Yet an aura of hostility emanated from him, palpable even from a distance. This place was so secluded that even locals rarely ventured there. Apart from those delivering their own meals, it was unlikely to encounter other delivery personnel. A surge of anxiety gripped Lin Xiao as he quickened his pace towards the man, plastering an apologetic smile on his face. I sincerely apologize, Master. I forgot to check my phone last night due to an unexpected matter, and I kept you waiting. Before he could finish, the delivery man abruptly lifted his head. The face beneath the helmet was etched with hostility, his gaze sharp as a poisoned blade. Fixated intently on Lin Xiao. Waiting for you? I've been standing in this godforsaken place for 3 hours. The signal in the mountains is atrocious. My calls wouldn't connect, and the navigation was utterly confused. Do you have any idea how many unnecessary detours I took? Just as Lin Xiao attempted to utter further apologies, a chilling mechanical voice resonated in his mind. It was the first time the system he had bound to himself after his transmigration had spoken up. Unknown high-energy wave intrusion detected. Energy characteristics are inconsistent with this world. Classified as a traveler from another realm. Emergency mission issued. Eliminate the interdimensional traveler. Mission reward. Divine energy refinement acceleration card. Mission failure. World line disturbance warning. Lin Xiao's pupils constricted as he mentally inquired, System, are you saying he is a traveler? From which world? Energy analysis in progress. Analysis failed. No corresponding energy characteristics found in the database. Detection of an artificially modified energy core within the target. Suspected illegal traveler. The system's voice was devoid of emotion. Yet it instantly heightened Lin Xiao's vigilance. He discreetly circulated his divine energy, suppressing his presence to the utmost. With his current cultivation level, unless he chose to reveal himself, those of equal or lower cultivation would be entirely unaware of his true strength. The delivery man continued to rant and curse. I finally succeeded in crossing over with the system, intending to celebrate with a good meal in this world, only to receive this wretched order and end up in this hellhole, encountering a bastard like you who takes too long to collect his food. Who cares about this lousy beef? With that, he abruptly hurled the delivery bag to the ground, the plastic tearing open and the yellow braised beef along with its sauce, spilling out in a messy heap. Lin Xiao observed the scattered meal in silence, his attention fully on the individual before him. This man claimed to possess a system and mentioned his successful crossing over, clearly indicating he was an outsider like Lin Xiao. However, the violent and greedy tone betrayed that he was far from benign. Before Lin Xiao could speak, the delivery man suddenly made a move. He forcefully propelled himself off the ground, his body launching forth like a cannonball, his fist as large as a clay pot, slicing through the air with a sharp crack aimed directly at Lin Xiao's abdomen. Within the punch, there even lingered a faint ripple of energy. Today, I shall make you aware of the consequences of delaying a traveler's meal. He clearly underestimated Lin Xiao, perceiving him as merely an ordinary inhabitant of the mountains. This punch was both swift and ferocious, clearly intended to impart a lesson that Lin Xiao would remember for a lifetime. Lin Xiao stood his ground, immobile, his expression unchanged. as an invisible shield of divine energy enveloped him. Thud! The fist struck Lin Xiao's abdomen with a resounding thump, reverberating through the air. Time seemed to freeze. The delivery man maintained his striking posture, his fierce demeanor gradually transforming into disbelief, ultimately settling into a state of incredulous shock. He could distinctly feel that his punch, powerful enough to shatter bricks, had collided with the other as though he had struck a mound of cotton, inflicting no damage whatsoever. And the rebound caused a dull ache in his fist. How is this possible? The delivery man exclaimed, his eyes wide as saucers, fixated on Lin Xiao. How can an ordinary person withstand my punch? Who on earth are you? Lin Xiao replied calmly. Did you not wish to know the consequences of delaying your meal? You may now begin to worry about your own fate. The delivery man, thoroughly enraged, took 2 steps back, his aura surging wildly. The blue delivery uniform crackled under the strain of energy, golden flames of power gradually materializing around him, dancing like a fire in the wind. His hair transformed at a visible pace into a brilliant golden hue, standing upright, while his pupils morphed into an eerie shade of emerald green, emanating a fierce sense of oppression that heated the surrounding air. A Saiyan? Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow, internally astonished. In his past life, he had been an avid fan of Dragon Ball, well acquainted with the transformations of Saiyans. Yet, the transformation before him was distinctly unique, diverging from any known form. The golden flames were more intense, radiating an unstable ferocity, and his eye color was not the typical blue or green, but a deeper emerald green, suggestive of some mutated form. Indeed, he is not from this world, Lin Xiao murmured to himself, the divine energy within him flowing steadily, preparing for action. The golden-haired delivery man, evidently confident in his transformation, flexed his neck, producing a series of crackling sounds. A cruel smile spreading across his face. It seems you possess some knowledge, but it is too late. I am a modified being, fused with the genes of a Super Saiyan. Today, you shall experience my true power. With that, he arched his body, his right leg sweeping out like a steel whip, accompanied by the sound of air being torn apart, aimed at Lin Xiao's calf. He exerted 80% of his strength, clearly intent on incapacitating Lin Xiao's mobility. Crack! He imagined he could already hear the sound of bones shattering. However, the anticipated scream did not follow. Lin Xiao's leg remained steadfast, as immovable as an iron pillar. The delivery man's kick met its target, akin to striking a solid diamond, sending a piercing pain through his ankle, forcing a cry of agony from his lips. This is impossible. This cannot be happening. The delivery man was utterly overwhelmed, struggling to comprehend how an ostensibly ordinary individual could possess such formidable defensive capabilities. In a frenzy, he launched a relentless assault, fists and feet flying, his golden aura intensifying and whipping up the surrounding debris and dust into a miniature tempest. At the eye of the storm stood Lin Xiao, his demeanor unperturbed. The opponent's attacks, though seemingly ferocious, were riddled with flaws, and his energy manipulation was laughably crude. Clearly the work of an amateur who had acquired power without systematic training. Lin Xiao even found time to observe the flow of energy from his adversary, noting that the golden aura was interspersed with a chaotic mix of unstable energy poised to collapse at any moment. Are you finished playing? Lin Xiao finally spoke, his voice softly yet distinctly piercing through the storm. The delivery man's assault abruptly faltered. He gasped for breath, eyes filled with fear and confusion. He had exerted all his strength, yet his opponent remained unfazed. Not even a corner of his garment stirred. This was a battle of an entirely different dimension. Extending his right hand, Lin Xiao gently intertwined his middle finger and thumb, gathering divine energy into a minuscule point of light at his fingertips, radiating an unsettling resonance. Against an opponent of this caliber, intricate techniques were entirely unnecessary. What do you intend to do? The delivery man sensed the looming specter of death, instinctively attempting to retreat, only to find his body ensnared by an invisible force, immobilized. Lin Xiao offered no response, merely flicking his fingers with a delicate motion. Boom! A tendre explosion érupted, a blinding white light instantaneously engulfing the delivery man's form. The shockwave of energy rippled outward, clearing the debris and dust from the ground, even snapping several small trees at their trunks. When the golden light dissipated, only a sizable crater, several meters in diameter, remained. The golden-haired delivery man had been utterly obliterated, leaving not a trace behind. Lin Xiao shook his hand, gazing at the crater with a hint of disillusionment. Is this truly what you call a transcendent being from another world? The energy fluctuations may be impressive, but the actual power is rather lacking. Target Energy Core exhibits severe deficiencies, classified as an incomplete modified transcendent. Power Assessment, Degrade. The system database does not catalog this type of energy signature, rendering its origin indeterminate. The system's voice remained cold. Indeterminate? Lin Xiao furrowed his brow, a first for the system to present such a response. Having traversed into this world for 6 months, he had always presumed it to be a conventional urban cultivation realm, occasionally inhabited by peculiar beings. However, it now appeared that matters were far more intricate than he had envisioned. A mutated Saiyan transcendent could very well implicate a far-reaching network of transference, or even suggest the existence of organizations intentionally modifying transgressors. Casting his gaze downward, Lin Xiao observed the scattered yellow braised beef, its once enticing aroma now mingled with dust, extinguishing his appetite. Such a waste of fine meat. With a shake of his head, he turned and ascended the mountain. The morning sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon the path. As Lin Xiao walked amidst the interplay of light and shadow, a weightiness settled upon him. This encounter served as a stark warning, reminding him that this world was anything but tranquil. The emergence of Kakarot, the system's urgent mission, and the crossing of the mutated Saiyans. All these clues subtly indicate that beneath the calm facade lies a profound secret. Upon returning to his solitary abode, Lin Xiao noticed that the sun had already ascended high in the sky. He first examined the protective runes surrounding the yard, ensuring that the previous night's skirmish had not affected his refuge, before retreating indoors to take a seat. He summoned the system panel, observing the notification that the tasks had been completed and rewards dispensed, yet he felt no sense of relief. It seemed that he could no longer afford to be lax as before. Clenching his fist, the divine energy coursed slowly within him. He could sense that, following the recent battle, his mastery over this divine force had advanced yet again. Perhaps the arrival of these uninvited guests represented both a crisis and an opportunity for him to enhance his prowess. He approached the window, gazing at the distant undulating mountains, his eyes sharpening with determination. How many secrets lay hidden in this world? Besides the Saiyans, could there be other interdimensional travelers? Who, indeed, was orchestrating all of this? Countless questions swirled in his mind, yet he understood that pondering them at this moment was futile. Only through relentless self-improvement could he establish a foothold in this intricate world and unveil all mysteries. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiao turned toward the training room. Regardless of the storms that lay ahead, strengthening his abilities remained paramount. As for the threats lurking in the shadows, he would eventually root them out himself. Meanwhile, the forgotten delivery bag at the foot of the mountain had long been picked clean by the wild birds, as if that harrowing clash from another realm had never transpired at all. Allow me to clarify that the purpose of this chapter is to lay the groundwork for future developments, though the foreshadowing is subtle. Chapter 20. The Birth of the God of Earth. Sitting cross-legged in the center of his training chamber, Lin Xiao concentrated, the divine energy coalescing at his fingertips, swirling into a pale, golden vortex in the palm of his hand. Sunlight streamed through the wooden lattice window, casting mottled shadows upon the green brick floor, while the air was imbued with the fragrant essence of flora and the intertwining waves of energy. The words spoken by Kakarot before his departure still resonated in his mind, regarding the martial arts tournament between the 6th universe and the 7th universe, and the battle that would determine the fate of the cosmos. The war between the 6th universe and the 7th universe, Lin Xiao murmured softly, as the energy vortex in his palm surged, creating gusts of air. Although his current strength was sufficient to handle ordinary threats, true cosmic-level combat demanded utmost vigilance. He recalled the mutated Saiyan Deliverman. While easily dispatched, he had unveiled the existence of interdimensional threats. Who knew whether he might encounter even stronger adversaries next? Could he truly contend with Saiyans of Vegeta's caliber or deities like Beerus? With these thoughts, Lin Xiao's gaze intensified, and the divine energy around him began to surge violently. Gradually closing his eyes, he entered a state of cultivation, the system's prompt resonating in his consciousness like a metronome. Base combat power, 1 billion. Base combat power, 1 billion. Base combat power, 1 billion. Divine energy, 10. Divine energy, 10. Divine energy, 10. With each resonant chime, the energy within Lin Xiao burgeoned. The divine essence coursed through his meridians, akin to a golden river surging through his limbs and bones. Wherever it flowed, his cells emitted a euphoric hum, continuously refined and fortified by the energy. His foundational combat prowess soared upwards like a rocket, swiftly transcending the 100 billion mark and approaching the trillion level with steadfast momentum. The air within the training chamber began to warp, as the once tranquil energy field rippled with intensity. Ancient calligraphy and paintings hung upon the walls trembled under the influence of the invisible energy waves, while the training stones piled in the corners exhibited fine cracks on their surfaces. These special stones, capable of withstanding immense forces, were now marred by the energy fluctuations emanating from Lin Xiao, though he remained oblivious to their plight, wholly absorbed in the rhythm of the energy's flow. As his bloodline awakening progressed, he distinctly sensed a dormant power within him stirring to life. It was an ancient and formidable essence, seemingly intertwined with the very planet beneath his feet, imbued with the gravitas of mountains and rivers, the vastness of lakes and seas, and the vitality of all living things. Was this the power of Earth? Lin Xiao's heart stirred as he endeavored to merge this nascent strength with the divine essence. The moment the two energies made contact, a violent reaction ensued. The sacred purity of the divine essence clashed with the weighty might of Earth's power, repelling each other, yet under the influence of some mysterious law, they began to slowly intertwine. Warning: unstable energy fluctuations detected during fusion. Abnormal increase in bloodline awakening, current progress, 783. Divine essence purity has surpassed the critical threshold. Immediate relocation to a safe zone is advised. The system's urgent alarms jolted Lin Xiao awake, his eyes snapping open, a fleeting golden glimmer igniting within his pupils. He sensed the energy within him had reached saturation, akin to a volcano on the brink of eruption, poised to break free from its corporeal confines. Minute fissures began to appear in the surrounding space, a manifestation of instability caused by excessive energy density. This is bad. A breakthrough is imminent. A chill ran down Lin Xiao's spine. Here, deep within the mountains, an energy explosion could level the entire range. With no time to ponder further, he summoned the divine essence to envelop himself, activating his teleportation ability, a skill he had recently mastered, allowing him to briefly manipulate the laws of space for short-distance transference. In an instant, the scenery morphed, the space rippling as though disturbed by a stone cast into water. The next moment, Lin Xiao found himself in a mysterious realm suspended above a sea of clouds. Beneath his feet lay a smooth, mirror-like surface of white jade, with ancient palatial structures rising in the distance. The air was suffused with an even purer, sacred energy than the divine essence, and faintly, he could hear the harmonious chants of cosmic laws, destruction of the divine realm. Thankfully, he made in time. Lin Xiao exhaled in relief. This was a weak point in the cosmic laws, a gathering place for deities, guarded by the god of destruction, Beerus, and the angel Whis, capable of withstanding the energy shock from his impending breakthrough. As he firmly established his footing, the energy surging within him could no longer be contained, erupting forth like a deluge breaking through a dam. A thunderous roar resonated as an indescribable aura emanated from Lin Xiao, radiating like the golden rays of the sun. Wherever it spread, the sea of clouds roiled, and the very fabric of space trembled. This divine essence was both sacred and imposing, imbued with a sense of pressure that transcended dimensions, as if it were the primordial law manifested since the inception of the universe, causing the entire realm of destruction to shudder. In the palace, where Beerus was indulging in strawberry cake, he abruptly lifted his head, a flicker of astonishment flashing within his golden pupils. The silver fork in his hand clattered into the jade plate, and his previously languid demeanor shifted to one of gravity. This aura is formidable. It is purer than any deity I have encountered. Before he could finish his thought, his figure transformed into a streak of light, darting out of the palace. The angel Whis, carrying a freshly brewed cup of milk tea, paused in surprise upon sensing this immense pressure, then smiled with keen interest. Oh, this energy fluctuation is quite extraordinary, neither belonging to a destroyer nor an angel, yet imbued with a rich essence of life. Who could it be? Unlike Beerus, he did not rush forward, but instead stood still, conjuring a small energy shield with his fingertips, quietly observing the unfolding situation. In a few swift movements, Beerus arrived at the epicenter of the energy explosion. Upon recognizing Lin Xiao enveloped in golden light, his pupils constricted in shock. Is it that lad Lin Xiao? How could he be breaking through here? Just as he attempted to approach, an invisible pressure collided with him, as if a mountain weighing tons had descended upon him, forcing his knees to buckle uncontrollably. and he knelt upon the jade stone floor with a thud. Cursed be this pressure. Beerus was astounded. As the god of destruction of the seventh universe, who presides over the laws of destruction, when had he ever endured such humiliation? Yet, no matter how he summoned his destructive energy in resistance, that sacred pressure enveloped him like an inescapable net, making it exceedingly difficult even to lift his head. The golden divine essence flowed around him, carrying the power to purify all, rendering his destructive energy unstable. At that moment, Lin Xiao was at a pivotal stage of his breakthrough. His body exhibited no outward manifestations. There were no golden locks typical of a Saiyan transformation, nor the purple skin of a god of destruction. Yet, his aura underwent a monumental transformation. The previously subdued and gentle divine energy became magnificent and vast, with each breath drawing upon the cosmic energies surrounding him. He seemed to merge with the laws of heaven and earth, exuding the essence of the Tao, a quality only true deities possess, pure, majestic, yet radiating a serene inclusiveness. From a distance, Whis sensed this aura, and his previously indifferent smile gradually faded, replaced by a glimmer of astonishment in his eyes. The fifth tier of the divine realm, transcending the dimension of deities and touching upon the threshold of the angelic dimension. Such a precedent has never occurred in the annals of cosmic history. He glanced down at his palm, feeling the resonance of angelic power within him, which, under Lin Xiao's influence, stirred with a faint echo. This revelation left him momentarily disheartened. It appeared that beyond destruction and creation, there existed another path to divinity. The aura of Lin Xiao continued to ascend, the golden divine energy spreading like a tide, quickly enveloping the entire realm of destruction. Sun Wukong and Vegeta, who were engaged in sparring on the training ground, were taken aback by this sudden pressure, halting their movements in disbelief. What is this aura? Sun Wukong's eyes widened as he instinctively channeled his ki to resist, only to realize that his strength felt like that of an ant before this overwhelming force, even surpassing that of Lord Beerus. Moreover, it felt both warm and authoritative. Vegeta's expression turned grave as he clenched his fists tightly, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Impossible! How could anyone possess such immense power? This level of pressure must transcend that of a destroyer. But who is it? Who is breaking through? Following the source of the energy, he was stunned to see Lin Xiao enveloped in golden light, his pupils constricted. That kid? How could it be him? At that moment, the energy within Lin Xiao reached its zenith. He slowly opened his eyes, devoid of any emotional fluctuations, yet seemingly encapsulating the cycle of creation and destruction of the entire universe. As he focused his thoughts, the explosive divine energy began to retract rapidly, flowing back into his being like a receding tide, and the suffocating holy pressure vanished without a trace. As the golden light dissipated, Lin Xiao stood quietly in place, his aura becoming warm and serene, yet unfathomable, as if he had merged with the surrounding environment, both existent and seemingly non-existent. He gazed down at his hands, clearly sensing the divine energy within him becoming more refined and majestic, establishing a mysterious connection with the realm of destruction beneath his feet and even the distant earth. Is this the form of the god of earth? Lin Xiao murmured, a hint of enlightenment in his voice. In this form, he no longer relied on the strength of mortals, instead drawing entirely from divine energy, capable of invoking the laws of the universe with every gesture. Although his previous form was powerful, even surpassing that of ordinary deities, it still bore the shackles of mortality, preventing him from fully unleashing the might of divine energy. Now, he had truly stepped into the domain of the divine. He lifted his head and surveyed his surroundings, only to find that the destroyer, Beerus, was still kneeling on the ground, his face flushed, clearly having endured considerable pressure moments ago. Not far away, Whis observed him with keen interest, while Sun Wukong and Vegeta stood with their mouths agape, unable to articulate a single word. I apologize, Lord Beerus, for not controlling the energy during the breakthrough. Lin Xiao quickly dissipated the residual pressure and approached to assist Beerus in standing. Only then did Beerus regain his composure, supported by Lin Xiao, his expression still reflecting shock. He scrutinized Lin Xiao with a complex gaze. What exactly are you? This level of breakthrough is unprecedented. He could sense that although Lin Xiao's aura was gentle, it was profoundly unfathomable, akin to a seemingly tranquil abyss of the cosmos, evoking an inexplicable sense of trepidation, even in a destroyer like him. I'm not entirely certain either. Lin Xiao shook his head honestly, explaining that he only felt a connection to Earth during his cultivation. Then, the divine energy underwent a transformation, and he unintentionally broke through to this new form. He attempted to summon the divine energy within him, and, at his fingertips, a miniature energy sphere began to coalesce. Within this sphere, one could perceive the ethereal shadows of mountains, rivers, the sun, and stars, symbolizing the fusion of Earth's power with divine energy. Weiss approached with a gentle smile, congratulating Lin Xiao. Congratulations, Mr. Lin Xiao. You have forged an entirely new path for divinity. Based on the essence of the planet and bridged by divine energy, you shall ultimately become the Earth God. This realm would surely pique the interest of even Lord Beerus. Earth God? Sun Wukong leaned in curiously, scratching his head. That sounds impressive. Lin Xiao, are you now stronger than Lord Beerus? Let's spar. Wukong. Vegeta quickly restrained him, though he too was filled with a fighting spirit. Reason told him that this was not the time to challenge Lin Xiao. He noticed that even Lord Beerus was hesitant to intervene, and he swallowed his words, realizing that it would be unwise to put the god of destruction in an awkward position. Beerus huffed softly, adjusting his slightly disheveled collar. Sparring is unnecessary. This young man has just broken through and needs to stabilize his realm. His gaze towards Lin Xiao had shifted from initial astonishment to a more serious demeanor, even tinged with a hint of subtle wariness. However, this form of yours is indeed remarkable. It allows you to wield such potent divine power without the destruction associated with destructive energy, making it quite suitable for safeguarding the planet. Lin Xiao smiled. I am, after all, a resident of Earth. It is my duty to protect it. He could sense that in the form of the Earth God, his perception of Earth had become extraordinarily clear. He could even see the distant city lights thousands of miles away and hear the calls of birds and beasts in the forest. This profound connection to his home planet filled his heart with tranquility. Weiss lifted the cup of milk tea that had been floating beside him and took a gentle sip. Mr. Lin Xiao, your breakthrough likely extends beyond this, does it not? I can sense that the awakening of your bloodline continues to rise slowly, and the divine energy harbors limitless potential for growth. Perhaps in the future, you will reach heights that even angels cannot attain. Lin Xiao felt a stir in his heart and accessed the system panel. Host, Lin Xiao, current form, Earth God, normal, base combat power, 876 trillion, divine energy, 98, 750 points, purity 100, bloodline awakening level, 602, mastered skills, control of divine energy, perfect, teleportation, energy perception, earth connection, realm, 5th stage of divinity. Angelic dimension. Gazing at the data on the panel, Lin Xiao was taken aback. His base combat power had astonishingly surpassed the trillion level, and the purity of his divine energy had reached 100. No wonder he felt an unparalleled smoothness in wielding his power. Although his bloodline awakening level had only risen to 602, he sensed that each additional increment would require considerable effort, likely necessitating a more extraordinary opportunity for complete awakening. As for the martial arts tournament of the 6th and 7th universes, I should be able to lend my assistance, shouldn't I? Lin Xiao murmured to himself, previously concerned about the adequacy of his strength. Now, however, he felt confident even in the face of opponents of destructive god caliber. Hearing his words, Beerus raised an eyebrow. You wish to participate in the martial arts tournament? Very well. With a powerhouse like you joining, the 7th universe's chances of victory will significantly increase. Yet, do not underestimate your adversaries. The 6th universe's Kampa, though not particularly bright, has several formidable subordinates. Kampa? Is he the destructive god who bears a striking resemblance to you? Lin Xiao recalled what Kakarot had mentioned. That fool is nothing but a braggart, constantly trying to compete with me, Beerus scoffed, though a flicker of seriousness crossed his eyes. However, within my universe exists a killer named Hit, whose strength is considerable. Even I must approach him with caution. Be wary when you encounter him. Son Goku's eyes sparkled with excitement. Hit? You sound powerful. I must spar with him. Fool. This is a tournament that determines the fate of the universe, not a mere sparring match. Vegeta chastised as he tapped Goku's head, yet his eyes glimmered with anticipation. Whis interjected with a smile. All right, everyone, let us allow Mr. Lin Xiao to stabilize his realm first. Breaking through to the divine level is no trivial matter. It requires familiarization with newfound powers. I shall prepare some snacks. How about we converse while we eat? Lin Xiao nodded gratefully. He indeed needed time to assimilate the changes brought about by this breakthrough. Approaching the edge of the god of destruction realm, He gazed down at the swirling sea of clouds and distant stars, feeling the divine energy flowing within him, intertwined with Earth's mysterious essence, filling him with unprecedented confidence. The awakening of the Earth God form not only catalyzed a qualitative transformation in his strength, but also illuminated his unique path as a guardian. No longer would he imitate the Saiyans' transformations or pursue the power of destruction gods. Instead, he would forge a singular path rooted in Earth. Sixth Universe, Compa hit. Lin Xiao softly uttered these names, his gaze sharpening. Chapter 21, Divine Duel, Ultra Instinct versus Earth God. The clouds of the God of Destruction realm flowed gently in the breeze, golden sunlight filtering through the clouds to illuminate the jade-like ground, casting a warm glow. Lin Xiao stood at the center of the plaza before the palace, the divine energy he had just stabilized circulating steadily within him, resonating subtly with the cosmic energies surrounding him. He observed Whis, who was leisurely enjoying tea not far away, and suddenly broke the tranquility. "Whis, I wish to challenge you." As his words fell, the surrounding air seemed to freeze in an instant. Beerus, who had been discussing delicacies with Son Goku, abruptly turned his head, nearly spitting out his strawberry cake. Vegeta, having just assumed a standard combat stance, froze in disbelief, gazing at Lin Xiao. Meanwhile, Son Goku's eyes lit up with excitement as he rubbed his hands together. Wow, Lin Xiao is going to spar with Whis. It's bound to be spectacular. Whis set down his teacup, a gentle smile gracing his face, his blue eyes reflecting a hint of surprise. "What did you say? You wish to challenge me? Mister Lin Xiao, are you serious?" As an angel, his strength transcended that of the God of Destruction, and within the entirety of the seventh universe, there were but a few adversaries capable of earning his earnest attention. Yet, before him stood a young man who had only just breached the divine realm, audaciously challenging him. Lin Xiao offered a faint smile, a soft golden aura emanating from him, the divine energy ebbing and flowing as naturally as breath itself. "Of course, I am serious. I have just ascended to the Earth God form, and I wish to explore the limits of this state. I have heard that angels master the ultimate instinct technique, and I am eager to witness it." His tone was light, yet imbued with an undeniable resolve. "You wish to experience ultimate instinct?" Weiss observed him with keen interest. "However, my power is immense. If not carefully controlled, it could easily affect the surrounding universe." "Fear not. I shall be cautious," Lin Xiao reassured, waving his hand. Divine energy coalesced beneath his feet, forming a protective layer that enveloped the entire realm of the God of Destruction. "I have established an energy barrier. Even should we engage fully, the outside world shall remain unscathed." Beerus interjected, unable to contain himself. Weiss, do not acquiesce to him. This young man, who has just broken through, is unaware of the vastness of the heavens. Let him understand the might of an angel. Yet, despite his words, he secretly anticipated this encounter, having long desired to see Weiss unleash his true power, though opportunity had evaded him thus far. Weiss glanced at the eager Lin Xiao and then at the expectant Beerus, shaking his head in resignation. "Very well. Since Mr. Lin Xiao is so enthusiastic, we shall engage in a brief spar. However, remember to keep it measured." No sooner had he spoken than a silvery mist began to emanate from Weiss, his previously gentle aura transforming into one of unfathomable depth. His gaze became ethereal, silvery strands of hair flowing gracefully in the currents of energy around him, enveloped in a soft white glow, an emblematic display of the angelic ultimate instinct. "This is ultimate instinct. It is nothing extraordinary, perhaps inferior to my perfect ultimate instinct," Lin Xiao mused, his eyes narrowing as he sensed Weiss's aura become elusive, as if merging with the surrounding space, each movement harmonizing with the rhythm of the cosmos. Indeed, the reputation was well-deserved, as even the fluctuations of energy appeared exquisitely natural. Weiss inclined slightly, adopting a stance that seemed casual yet bore no flaw. "Mr. Lin Xiao, please make your move." Without hesitation, Lin Xiao raised his right hand slowly, extending his index finger. A faint golden divine energy gathered at his fingertip, coalescing into an energy orb no larger than a fingernail. This seemingly unremarkable orb radiated no pressure. Yet the expressions of Beerus, Son Goku, and Vegeta shifted dramatically. This power! Beerus sprang to his feet, his golden pupils fixated on the diminutive energy sphere, involuntarily taking a step back. Has this young man lost his mind? He has condensed such terrifying energy. Son Goku gasped, his ki surging uncontrollably within him. What an incredible force! It is more formidable than any energy sphere I have ever encountered. Is this truly a technique meant for sparring? Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white from strain. A madman. An absolute madman. This energy is capable of annihilating the entire universe. How dare he utilize such a technique within the realm of the god of destruction? Only Whis remained composed, a flicker of gravity passing through his cerulean gaze. He discerned the intricate flow of the energy orb, a manifestation of divine essence, imbued with the weight of Earth's primordial energy and the vastness of cosmic power. Within its seemingly diminutive form lay an unimaginable capacity for destruction. It appears that Mr. Lin Zhao's interpretation of moderation diverges from mine, Whis remarked softly, crossing his hands before his chest. Instantly, a surge of silvery energy erupted, forming a formidable barrier before him. Lin Zhao uttered no superfluous words, merely flicking his fingertip. The golden energy orb shot forth like a meteor, its speed unhurried enough to trace its trajectory, yet it bore an unavoidable sense of oppression. As if the very space had been locked down, leaving no option but to confront it head-on. With a thud, the energy orb struck Whis' barrier with precision, yielding no earth-shattering roar, only a muted collision sound. Yet, in the next instant, a terrifying shockwave of energy erupted, causing the silvery barrier to tremble violently. The jade floor beneath Whis' feet cracked instantly, and he found himself sliding backward involuntarily. Such formidable penetrating power, Whis thought in astonishment, feeling the divine essence of his opponent steadily eroding his barrier. This blend of sanctity and weighty force could indeed counter the defensive principles of the Ultra Instinct. He hastily increased his energy output, the silvery flow intensifying, allowing him to stabilize his stance with great effort. The collision of the energy orb and barrier produced countless tiny sparks, each leaving a deep, unfathomable pit in the jade floor upon landing. As Whis retreated, he exerted all his strength to resist, his silvery form leaving elongated afterimages across the plaza, while the once tranquil sea of clouds was stirred into chaos by the residual energy waves. But it is not over yet, Lin Zhao called out sharply, his fingertip once again gathering divine energy. This time, he refrained from compressing the energy, instead allowing the golden flow to surge into the energy orb. Instantly, the orb, previously no larger than a fingernail, swelled into a golden beam of light that pierced through heaven and earth, completely enveloping Whis. Whis! Beerus could not suppress his exclamation, yearning to assist, yet he was repelled by the turbulent energy waves. Goku and Vegeta held their breaths, fixated on the golden beam, their hearts racing. Within the beam, Whis' figure flickered in and out of view. His Ultra Instinct had reached its pinnacle, the silvery flow forming a vast cocoon around him. The golden divine essence relentlessly battered against the cocoon's walls, emitting a sizzling sound, with each impact thinning the barrier further. To think the power of the Earth deity was so unique. Whis' voice resonated within the beam, tinged with admiration. This divine essence, harmonizing with the planet's core, indeed held the capacity to counter angelic strength. Drawing a deep breath, the silvery flow surrounding him suddenly condensed remarkably, and his previously ethereal gaze flashed with sharpness. The realm of Ultra Instinct advanced once more, transcending into a deeper state of completion, as every cell in his body instinctively evaded the attacks, neutralizing their force. The silvery cocoon suddenly burst open, transforming into countless streaks of light that struck the golden pillar like a meteor shower. Each ray of light carried a precise force, perfectly targeting the vulnerabilities in the flow of energy within the pillar. After numerous accurate impacts, the energy of the golden pillar began to destabilize and dissipate. At that moment, a deafening roar erupted from the end of the golden pillar. Boom! A terrifying energy storm radiated outward from the center of the divine realm, intertwining golden and silvery energies to form a colossal vortex that twisted the surrounding space into a helix. The energy barrier deployed by Lin Zhao flickered violently, on the verge of collapse. At the storm's epicenter, Whis was sent flying like a kite with a severed string. The silvery currents dimmed significantly, and for the first time, fatigue appeared on his face. He managed to stabilize himself after flipping through the air several times, but before he could regain his footing, a powerful aftershock struck him, plunging him into darkness as he fell toward the sea of clouds below. Vice! Beerus reacted swiftly this time, transforming into a streak of light that dashed forward, catching Whis just before he plunged into the cloud sea. The golden energy storm gradually subsided, and Lin Xiao remained in place, his divine aura slowly retracting. He gazed at the unconscious Weiss in Beerus's embrace, feeling somewhat helpless. I said I would take it easy, yet I failed to control my strength. He flickered and appeared beside Beerus, extending his palm to gently press against Weiss's chest, allowing pure divine energy to flow in. The golden energy surged like a warm spring, nurturing Weiss's overexerted body and repairing his damaged energy core. Before long, Weiss's eyelashes quivered gently, and he slowly opened his eyes. He looked at Lin Xiao, who was so close, then glanced at the worried Beerus, offering a weak smile. It seems I have lost. You merely overexerted yourself. Lin Xiao retracted his hand and spoke gently. The Ultra Instinct is indeed formidable. Had my divine energy not been perfectly counter to your energy attribute, the outcome might have been uncertain. Weiss, supported by Beerus, stood up, stretching his somewhat stiff body, his gaze towards Lin Xiao filled with reverence. Lord Lin Xiao, your power is truly extraordinary. Your divine energy is not only of exceptionally high purity, but also contains a unique law of power, capable of suppressing even the angel's ultra instinct. A phenomenon unprecedented in the annals of the universe. Lin Xiao waved his hand dismissively, speaking in a relaxed tone. What is this? I still have a long way to go compared to the boxing champion. I am the man who intends to punch Beerus and kick Zeno. At this proclamation, the entire arena fell silent. Sun Wukong and Vegeta stared at Lin Xiao in astonishment, as if meeting him for the first time. Beerus's expression darkened instantly, his golden pupils flashing with a dangerous glint, his fists cracking ominously. Weiss inadvertently glanced at Beerus and noted his struggle to contain his anger, unable to suppress a slight smirk. Sensing Weiss's gaze, the dark aura surrounding Beerus gradually dissipated, restoring his usual lazy demeanor, though his ears tinged with a hint of red, signaling a touch of embarrassment. Weiss, unable to contain his amusement, chuckled softly upon seeing the scene before him. Ah, Lord of Destruction, you still resemble a child. Utterly unable to withstand a bit of jest, Beerus let out a huff, turning away as if he had not heard, though the tension in his shoulders gradually eased. Sun Wukong and Vegeta exchanged glances, both recognizing the helplessness in each other's eyes. The god of Earth certainly had the audacity to tease even the god of Destruction and the Omni King. Lin Xiao observed this moment, unable to suppress a smile. He understood that Beerus merely cared about his pride and was not truly angry. The atmosphere in the realm of destruction lightened once more as they gathered around the stone table. Weiss prepared a fresh cup of milk tea, and Beerus, forgetting his earlier displeasure, eagerly began discussing the upcoming Universe Martial Arts Tournament. The assassin hit from Universe 6 is indeed formidable. I must be cautious in dealing with his time skip ability, Weiss remarked, sipping his milk tea. However, with Lord Lin Xiao's current strength, he should be able to handle Hit's time skip with ease. I must spar with him, Sun Wukong exclaimed with excitement. Vegeta scoffed. Sparring can wait until after we win the tournament. Let us not act impulsively like last time. Beerus dismissed the concern, stating disdainfully, even without Lin Xiao, our Universe 7 would prevail. That fool Kampa has no truly formidable fighters under his command. Lin Xiao listened with a smile, occasionally interjecting a thought or two. Sunlight streamed through the clouds, enveloping them in warmth and comfort, as if the earlier thrilling confrontation had never occurred. After some time spent in idle chatter, the sun began its descent, casting a golden glow that bathed the realm of destruction in a warm orange hue. Lin Xiao rose from his seat and bowed slightly to the others. It is getting late. I must return. I shall visit the realm of destruction again before the tournament begins. Do come often, Lin Xiao. Sun Wukong waved enthusiastically. Be safe on your journey. Weiss nodded with a smile. Beerus huffed, a sound that served as a farewell, though his gaze had softened considerably. Lin Xiao smiled, his body radiating a golden divine aura as he transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the horizon. Once Lin Xiao departed, Weiss's smile gradually faded. He spoke softly to the air. Father, you have seen it as well, haven't you? Ripples emerged in the void, and a figure clad in a flowing white robe, exuding an air of authority, slowly materialized. It was the Grand Priest, the father of all angels. His presence was more profound and vast than Weiss, seemingly embodying the very laws of the multiverse. Indeed, I have observed, the Grand Priest replied, his voice gentle yet imbued with undeniable authority. This young man, Lin Xiao, possesses remarkable strength, nearly rivaling my own. Weiss's eyes widened in astonishment. He is that strong? If even you say so, what do you perceive of his potential? The Grand Priest gazed in the direction Lin Xiao had departed, a hint of approval glimmering in his eyes. His potential is unfathomable. Achieving divinity based on the essence of planets is a path I have never witnessed before. What is even more commendable is his pure state of mind, embodying both the conviction to protect and the vigor of ambition. He paused for a moment, his tone turning solemn. He is the only one with the potential to surpass me. Keep a close eye on his development. Once the martial arts tournament concludes, I shall personally seek him out for a conversation. Respectfully bowed. Yes, my lord. The high priest nodded slightly, his figure transforming once more into ripples, vanishing into the void. Gazed blankly at the high priest before returning to the realm of destruction. Chapter 22. The Cosmic Inspector, a New Mission. Lin Xiao's fists carved through the air in the training chamber, each strike accompanied by the sound of breaking air, sending the golden energy surrounding him scattering in all directions. The walls bore numerous cracks of varying depths, remnants of his relentless training day after day. The deepest fissure still retained the residual energy from last night's breakthrough, glimmering faintly in the dim light. Meanwhile, in another part of the universe, the voice of the Almighty King resonated. Surely you have seen him. What do you think of his appointment to this position? The first voice, tender and soft like that of a child, carried an undeniable cosmic authority, each word causing the very fabric of space to tremble, as if distant stars were gently colliding in an unseen dimension. I find him quite admirable. He is well suited for this role. Another voice, equally pure like that of a child, yet imbued with an aloofness that belied its supreme authority, assessed the matter as if appraising the birth of a nebula. The hourglass made of star sand in the corner of the training room suddenly levitated, the grains coalescing into 12 miniature star points. I concur, yet I believe his strength is still insufficient. He has not yet attained the requisite power for this position. The initial voice took on a more cautious tone, its energy infused with a reverence for cosmic order. The inspector must quell the chaotic undercurrents of the 12 universes, and his foundation remains too shallow. Then let us await his strength to grow before passing judgment. The brief response was definitive, like a law of nature, and the two voices dissipated in an instant, leaving only a subtle energy ripple in the air, akin to the ripples created by a stone cast into the deep sea, gradually spreading before returning to tranquility. Lin Xiao abruptly withdrew his fists, a surge of vitality coursing through his chest. He could distinctly discern that the two voices emanated from a realm beyond dimensions, the pressure contained within them nearly overwhelming his energy, a force far exceeding his comprehension. As if the universe itself were whispering, he instinctively pressed down on the bronze bracelet adorning his wrist, his companion artifact from years of cultivation, which now radiated heat and trembled as if issuing a warning. Before he could process this strange dialogue, the space within the training chamber suddenly warped violently. A pale blue halo rippled like water, and the energy particles in the air began to dance wildly, emitting a faint humming sound. A diminutive figure of blue and white gradually solidified within the halo. Silver hair flowed like moonlight, and on her exquisitely crafted face, there was not a hint of expression. Her fingertips entwined with a gentle starry glow. It was none other than the legendary High Priest. Lin Xiao, would you be interested in assuming the role of our inspector? The voice of the High Priest resonated like the clash of ice crystals, crisp yet imbued with a power that pierced the very soul. His gaze fell upon Lin Xiao, as if he could see through every vein and sinew within him. A tempest surged within Lin Xiao's heart, yet he feigned composure. In the face of such unfathomable strength, he felt akin to a fragile boat adrift in a vast ocean, unable even to conceal his aura. Could you elucidate this position? He inquired, striving to maintain a steady tone. As the name suggests, the Inspector General signifies the overseer of the cosmos, tasked with maintaining the order of the 12 universes while also monitoring the laws governing them. The High Priest slowly raised his hand, revealing 12 resplendent stars within his palm, rotating in accordance with an enigmatic trajectory. With the acceptance of this responsibility, one would attain the highest stature. Originally, the position of Inspector General is beneath my rank. However, given your current strength, it is likely beyond your reach. Nonetheless, you may initially serve as a provisional Inspector General. The stars flickered and danced in his palm, reflecting the rise and fall of countless civilizations. Lin Xiao fixated on the miniature cosmos, his heart racing uncontrollably. To govern the 12 universes? The power encapsulated in such a title is unfathomable, coupled with a weighty responsibility akin to a mountain that demands strength to uphold. Very well, I shall ponder this. Lin Xiao exhaled deeply, compelling himself to regain his calm. Approaching the wall, he traced his fingertip along the deepest fissure, a testament to the pain and perseverance he endured 3 years prior when he shattered his limitations. 3 centuries of arduous cultivation had taught him that any seemingly illustrious position requires a corresponding strength as its foundation. To oversee and inspect the 12 universes, positioned beneath the high priest, Lin Xiao paced within the cultivation chamber. The temperature of the bronze wristband intensified, signifying that this role would necessitate confronting the chaos and crises of the cosmos. Lacking sufficient power would not only jeopardize the maintenance of order, but could also lead to utter destruction. He recalled the arduous journey from the mortal realm, from struggling to condense even the slightest sword energy to now being able to summon the celestial energies of heaven and earth. Every step was steeped in sweat and blood, and he could not allow his efforts to be in vain. 10 minutes later, Lin Xiao halted, a flicker of resolution igniting in his eyes. He turned to face the high priest, his gaze unwavering as granite. I have come to a decision. I am prepared to accept this position. However, I have one stipulation. The high priest's silvery lashes quivered imperceptibly, revealing a hint of surprise. What is your requirement? Speak if you will. The position of Inspector General must correspond with your rank. Lin Xiao articulated, each word deliberate yet imbued with undeniable conviction. What I seek is not a subordinate role, but the genuine authority to equally safeguard the order. He understood, well, that within the cosmic hierarchy, without an equivalent status, one could not fulfill the responsibilities of oversight. After a moment of silence, the 12 stars in the high priest's palm began to rotate with increased velocity, radiating a brilliant light. Eventually, he nodded gently. Agreed. When your strength is sufficient to bear this weighty responsibility, an equivalent position will be conferred upon you. As his words faded, the bluish-white figure transformed into motes of luminous dust, vanishing from sight as if it had never existed. The spatial turbulence had completely subsided, leaving only a pure, divine essence lingering around the bronze bracelet. Lin Xiao exhaled deeply, his back drenched in cold sweat. The seemingly effortless spatial traversal ability of the high priest had made him acutely aware of the disparity between them. He realized he must strive harder in his training. Clenching his fists, the warmth of the bronze bracelets served as a timely reminder of the decision he had just made. Lin Xiao settled into a meditative posture, once more immersing himself in his cultivation. The system panel within his sea of consciousness illuminated, a gentle blue light flowing continuously, a mysterious guide accompanying him on his path of cultivation. Bloodline Awakening, Progress 005. The chilling prompt echoed within his mind. He directed the energy within his body to circulate according to the 9 turns mystical art, each cycle sending a subtle sting through his meridians. His blood surged through his veins, roaring like a mighty river, delivering the awakened power of his bloodline to every limb. The sacred essence left by the high priest melded with his energy, transforming his previously sluggish flow into a smooth current. Bloodline Awakening Degree 005. Sweat beaded on his forehead, evaporating upon contact with the energy on his skin, turning into white mist that enveloped him. The temperature in the training room gradually rose, and golden droplets of spiritual essence began to seep from the cracks in the walls. Nature's quintessence forcibly extracted from the rock by the powerful energy. Lin Xiao gritted his teeth, pouring all his focus into his cultivation, the bronze bracelet emanating a soft halo, shielding his consciousness from the onslaught of turbulent energy. Uncertain of how much time had passed, as the first rays of dawn streamed through the stone window into the training room, the system prompt suddenly resonated with clarity. Bloodline Awakening Degree reached 062. In that instant, it felt as though countless stars erupted within his dantian simultaneously. A torrent of power, several times more formidable than before, surged forth, instantly widening the previously constricted meridians, while the fragile bones emitted a crystalline chime. Even the dormant cells danced joyfully. Lin Xiao sensed a warmth at his brow, as if some shackles had been utterly shattered. Awakening, Divine Position. With the sound of this prompt, a brilliant white light suddenly burst forth from the back of his head. A divine ring, approximately 3 meters in diameter, slowly materialized, its edges flowing with a sacred glow, not shrouded in white mist as before, but resembling solidified moonlight, radiating a steady and solemn aura of divinity. The already sacred essence now became purer and more majestic. Even the dust in the air seemed to dance in the light. Feeling the surging power within him, Lin Xiao attempted to wave his hand. The divine ring rotated slightly, and a soft white light shot towards the wall, causing the jagged cracks to begin healing slowly, the sound of stone fragments reassembling akin to celestial music. He glanced down at the bronze bracelet on his wrist, now glowing with a lustrous sheen, intricate golden patterns emerging upon its surface, resonating with the divine ring behind his head. Ah, this transformation is too swift, devoid of any sense of arduous training. Lin Xiao chuckled, touching the back of his head, though excitement was palpable in his tone. The bloodline awakening degree, which had been stuck at 0.619 for so long, had astonishingly broken through the bottleneck after his conversation with the high priest, and the awakening of the divine position had come naturally. He reigned in his aura, allowing the divine halo to gradually recede behind his head, restoring the illumination of the training chamber to its normal state. The system panel within his consciousness distinctly displayed Bloodline Awakening Degree 62, Divine Position Awakening Degree 1, Divine Position Level, Primary Divine Position, Status, God of Earth. It appeared that the divine position was merely the beginning. To truly attain a level commensurate with that of a high priest, a long journey still lay ahead. Lin Xiao rose, stretching his limbs, the sound of cracking bones echoing in succession. He moved to the center of the training chamber, once more adopting a cross-legged posture, ready to embark on a new cycle of cultivation. This time, his aim transcended merely enhancing his bloodline awakening. He sought to comprehend the essence of the divine position, striving to perfectly merge the sacred aura with his own energy. The visage of the high priest flickered through his mind, embodying composure and strength, becoming his new aspiration. Time slipped quietly away during his cultivation. The sky outside the training chamber shifted from brightness to darkness and back again. L'un chaos aura fluctuated continuously, at times tempestuous like a tidal wave, and at others tranquil like an ancient well, as the sacred aura intertwined and fused with the power of his bloodline. Bloodline Awakening. Progress 005. Bloodline Awakening. Progress 05. Divine Position Comprehension 001. The system's notification resonated in his consciousness, each chime signifying his gradual strengthening. Lin Xiao sensed an increasingly intimate connection with the cosmos, his every movement able to summon the surrounding spiritual energy, a transformative quality bestowed by the divine position. A white divine halo emerged behind him, continuously emanating wisps of white mist, enhancing the sanctity of his aura. When he opened his eyes once more, the dawn of a new day greeted him outside the window. Lin Xiao took a deep breath, expelling a cloud of turbid energy that transformed into a faint black mist in the air, swiftly purified by the surrounding sacred aura. He could distinctly feel that his comprehension of the divine position had risen to 3. Although still at the primary level, his mastery over the power had become more adept. It was time to solidify his realm. Lin Xiao stood and approached the stone window, pushing it open. Fresh air, imbued with the fragrance of flora, surged into the training chamber, invigorating his spirit. The distant mountains undulated in the morning light, shrouded in mist, resembling a celestial realm. He understood that from the moment he accepted the position of the pre-selection inspector, his path of cultivation had acquired a new significance, no longer solely for personal breakthroughs, but also to genuinely undertake the responsibility of overseeing the 12 universes in the future. A steadfast light flickered in Lin Xiao's eyes as he turned and returned to the center of the training chamber, once again immersing himself in his cultivation. The sunlight outside became increasingly radiant, illuminating the gradually healing cracks on the walls, casting a warm glow. Chapter 23. Gravity Tempering. The path of cultivation from mortal plane to divine officer realm. The alloy walls of the training room glimmered with a cold, metallic sheen under the lights. Lin Xiao gazed at this wall, reputed to be indestructible, as the divine energy swirling around his fingertips emitted a subtle hum. This is the elite training room he redeemed using system points, forged from a blend of divine alloy and dimensional crystal. It is capable of withstanding not only ordinary martial techniques, but also the formidable energy shocks of ultra-single universes with ease. He took a deep breath, feeling his divine power surge through his meridians as he slowly raised his right fist. An invisible ripple seemed to emanate through the air, and the energy-sensing patterns on the floor instantly ignited with a soft blue glow. With a thunderous sound that sliced through the air, his fist struck precisely at the center of the wall. The dull thud reverberated in the enclosed space, yet the wall merely rippled with faint energy waves, leaving not even the slightest scratch. Lin Xiao retracted his fist, his knuckles slightly reddened from the force exerted. His power was indeed steadily increasing, though the sheer intensity still lacked a certain refinement. He murmured to himself, conjuring the system that had accompanied him across realms. System. What is the maximum multiplier for the gravity chamber on the exchange list? A cold mechanical voice resonated in his mind. In response to the host, the gravity adjustment chamber produced by the system is powered by chaotic energy, with a theoretical multiplier that knows no bounds, adjustable freely according to the host's tolerance. No limits? A spark of excitement flickered in Lin Zhao's eyes, and a smile of anticipation graced his lips. Excellent. I wish to exchange for the gravity chamber. Notice to host. The basic gravity chamber requires 20,000 points. Do you confirm the exchange? Confirmed. As the command was issued, the virtual panel before him transformed into a stream of light and dissipated. He pushed open the alloy door of the training room, revealing a previously vacant training ground, now bustling with countless energy particles coalescing into form. A soft golden light spread like a flowing stream, swiftly constructing a 10-meter-tall cubic structure, its outer walls displaying a profound dark purple hue, adorned with silver patterns reminiscent of celestial orbits. The gravity chamber redeemed from a system. Lin Zhao stepped into the gravity chamber, where the ambient light was gentle. In the center floated a semi-transparent control panel, surrounded by walls embedded with sensing crystals that could monitor bodily data in real time. Approaching the panel, he lightly touched its smooth surface, and a myriad of numbers unfolded before him, with scales extending from 1x like a river of stars, each representing varying intensities of gravitational pressure. Let us start with a warm-up at 100,000 times. He casually selected the number on the panel, and before he could finish his words, an invisible weight surged from all directions. Lin Zhao felt his knees sink slightly as his body was instantly engulfed by a burden 10 times that of ordinary training. His bones emitted faint creaks, and his muscle fibers trembled subtly under the gravitational strain, while the divine power coursing within him felt as though it were ensnared in a viscous liquid. Its flow markedly slowed. He attempted to move his limbs, each motion demanding several times the effort compared to usual, his footsteps echoing heavily against the floor. This sensation is just right. A smile tugged at the corners of Lin Zhao's lips as he began to stabilize his stance within the gravity field. Soon, beads of sweat trickled from his forehead, cascading down his jawline and splattering onto the floor, creating small puddles. He channeled his divine power to combat the oppressive gravity, savoring the contraction and fortification of each muscle under the immense weight, his breathing gradually becoming long and steady. Time slipped away quietly amidst the focused cultivation, as the energy clock on the wall ticked through 36 increments, equivalent to 12 hours in the outside world. When Lin Zhao once again stirred his body, the oppressive sensation brought by the 100,000-fold gravity had diminished to an inconsequential level. His once heavy steps transformed into a brisk cadence, and the flow of divine energy resumed its former fluidity. It appeared that this intensity was no longer suitable for his current stage of training. Approaching the adjustment panel, his gaze traversed the incessantly fluctuating numbers, ultimately settling on the 10 million-fold mark. Time to enhance the challenge. The moment his fingertip descended, the entire gravity chamber seemed to be engulfed by a miniature black hole. A terrifying surge of gravity erupted, causing Lin Zhao's body to plummet abruptly, leaving shallow imprints of his feet on the alloy floor. His bones groaned under the unbearable weight, as though a colossal boulder pressed upon his chest, rendering breathing an arduous task. Gritting his teeth to steady himself, he soon discovered that even raising an arm required mobilizing all his divine energy. Intriguing. A glimmer of determination sparked in Lin Zhao's eyes as his inner divine energy surged wildly, a faint golden aura manifesting upon his skin. He attempted to take his first step. With every inch he moved, it felt as if countless steel needles pierced his muscles, and his trembling legs were beyond his control. Yet, this extreme pressure ignited his fighting spirit. He began practicing the foundational boxing stances under the 10 million-fold gravity. Each punch was exceedingly laborious, yet he could distinctly feel the searing traces left by the divine energy coursing through his meridians. Sweat soaked his training attire, pooling into small puddles on the floor, each droplet infused with impurities squeezed out by the gravity. After merely 3 hours, Lin Zhao had acclimated to this intensity. He raised his hand once more to adjust the panel, his gaze sharpening. 10 million times was still too easy. Let us try 50 million. This time, the shift in gravity was no longer a gradual pressure. It crashed down upon him like a tsunami, Lin Xiao felt as though the world was spinning wildly. A cacophony of near-fractured bones echoed throughout his body, and his legs buckled as if laden with lead. Had he not promptly supported his knees with his arms, he would have collapsed to the ground. The golden aura on his skin dimmed instantly, revealing grotesque blue veins under the strain of gravity. One overwhelming force. He gasped for air, each breath accompanied by a tearing pain. His vision began to blur. The sound of his bones grinding filled his ears, and the divine energy within him felt frozen, nearly impossible to summon. This was no mere muscular burden. Even at the cellular level, he was subjected to a terrifying compression. Lin Xiao fixated on the wall ahead, yet the corners of his mouth stubbornly curled upward. This sensation of nearing his limits was precisely the opportune moment to transcend his own constraints. He took a deep breath, summoning the primal divine energy hidden deep within his dantian, and commenced the most fundamental standing meditation under 50 million times gravity. In this realm, time lost its significance, with only the energy clock on the wall faithfully recording the passage of moments. On the first day, Lin Xiao found standing to be an arduous task, requiring his utmost concentration as he battled on the brink of collapse. By the second day, he could barely raise his arm to perform the simplest of gestures, a mere fist clenching. On the third day, the tremors in his legs began to subside, allowing him to finally navigate the gravitational field with some degree of mobility. A week elapsed quietly, and when Lin Xiao next opened his eyes after training, his gaze had transformed entirely. The once ferocious gravitational force of 50 million times had, in his perception, become akin to a gentle breeze. As he stretched his limbs, a series of crisp cracks echoed through the air. He moved gracefully within the gravitational field, his steps so light that it seemed he might lift off at any moment. It was time to test his progress. Lin Xiao pushed open the door to the gravity chamber, and the dazzling sunlight made him instinctively squint. He strode purposefully toward the training room nearby, his inner divine energy beginning to circulate rapidly, activating the myriad abilities he had cultivated over the years in an instant. With the physique of the Earth God fully unleashed, the perfect freedom ultimate skill ignited, bolstered by the preliminary power of rules, amplifying his strength by 150 times. With a deep roar, a resplendent golden light enveloped Lin Xiao, countless minuscule energy particles swirling around his surface, forming layers of radiant halos. His pupils transformed into a profound silver gray, and the surrounding space exhibited slight distortions as an overwhelming aura of terror ascended, transcending the mundane. With a fierce shout, he concentrated all his strength in his right fist and struck the impenetrable alloy wall with a piercing sound that tore through the air. The resounding boom reverberated throughout the training room, and a violent shockwave of energy radiated outward, shattering all the sensory patterns on ground. Amidst the swirling dust, Lin Xiao's gaze fell upon the wall, tinged with dissatisfaction. The wall, reputed to withstand planetary-level impacts, had merely shed a small patch of surface, revealing a more resilient core beneath. It was still insufficient. Shaking off the numbness from his fist, his determination deepened. It seemed that the trial of 50 million times gravity was far from adequate. Turning back to the gravity chamber, Lin Xiao cranked the gravitational multiplier to its maximum of 50 million times and embarked on an even more frenzied regimen. He not only honed his fundamental strikes and kicks, but also integrated the perfect freedom ultimate skill into every movement, allowing his body to instinctively grasp the essence of evasion and counterattack under extreme pressure. In wielding the King's fist, he no longer pursued mere multiplicative stacking, but instead delved into how to refine energy flow under gravitational compression. He even attempted to extrapolate the power of rules in such an environment, sensing the subtle variations of the four fundamental rules: destruction, creation, time, and space within the gravitational field. Sweat soaked through multiple training outfits. Muscles tore only to heal rapidly under the nourishment of divine energy, and his bones grew denser and more resilient under the immense pressure. Lin Xiao's aura surged with each cycle of collapse and breakthrough, and the light in his eyes deepened in intensity. 2 weeks later, within the gravity chamber, Lin Xiao executed a set of self-created boxing techniques with ease under the 50 million times gravity. Each punch he delivered resonated with the fluctuations of rule power, the air sliced by his fists leaving faint golden trails. As he shifted his stance, his body seemed to merge seamlessly with the surrounding space. The perfect freedom ultimate skill had reached an extraordinary realm, enabling him to anticipate and respond to even the slightest variations in gravity. It is time to give another try. Lin Xiao paused his movements, and the halo of energy surrounding him gradually receded. He pushed open the door to the gravity chamber and returned to the alloy wall of the training room. This time, he did not deliberately exert all his strength, but casually threw a punch. The seemingly ordinary fist erupted with an overwhelming force upon contact with the wall, far surpassing anything before. The golden divine energy intertwined with the power of the laws pierced into the alloy like a sharp sword. Crack! Boom! Unlike the slight peeling from last time, this time the alloy wall emitted a sound of unbearable strain, revealing spiderweb-like cracks on its surface. With the entire wall bulging inward by nearly half a meter, the grotesque marks of distortion clearly visible. Fragments of stone and energy debris cascaded down, triggering the alarm system in the training room to emit a frantic buzz. Lin Xiao gazed at the deformed wall, finally nodding in satisfaction. Now that looks impressive. He could distinctly feel the surging power within him, stronger than it had been 3 weeks ago by more than tenfold. Every gesture imbued with a weight that could shake the heavens. Such strength must be on par with an archdeacon, he mused. With a thought, he summoned the system in his mind. System, display my attribute panel. A pale blue virtual panel unfolded before his eyes, presenting a dense stream of data clearly. Name, Lin Xiao race, human bloodline, supreme human bloodline, awakening degree, 645, current status, Earth God, stable, combat power, 15. 6 billion mastery of divine realm, stage 5 divine position, primary divine position, awakening degree, 52, skills mastered, perfect freedom supreme art, complete, king of worlds fist, maximum multiplier 150x, stackable, chi blast, merged with miracle power, mastery of laws, preliminary destruction of laws, proficiency 37, preliminary creation of laws, proficiency 29, preliminary time laws, proficiency 18, preliminary space laws, proficiency 24, path of power, great accomplishment, miracle power, passive activation, enhances all abilities by 17, divine combat technique, integrated understanding, energy perception, omni coverage, super speed regeneration, divine level, special status, no negative buffs, divine energy saturation 987, mental power compatibility 100, overall evaluation, achieved the combat power standard of a primary divine official, possesses cross-dimensional combat capability. Recommended to continue enhancing divine position, awakening to unlock higher tier divine authority. Lin Xiao gazed at the data on the panel, particularly the awakening degree of 52 for his divine position and the evaluation of his archdeacon level combat power, unable to suppress a smile. 3 months prior, he had been troubled by the challenge of breaking through the awakening degree of his divine position. Yet now he stood on the threshold of the divine official realm that countless practitioners yearn for. In the end, strength can no longer be merely gauged by combat power. Although he currently possessed just over 10 billion in combat power, his actual strength far exceeded 6 billion, bolstered by the awakening of his divine position and bloodline. Yet he remained unsatisfied, his gaze sweeping over the values of bloodline awakening and divine position awakening, his eyes sharpening once more. A bloodline awakening score of 635 indicated vast potential for improvement, while a mere 52 in divine position awakening served as a stark reminder that the true realm of divinity had only been grazed. It appeared that he could not afford a pause. Lin Xiao closed the attribute panel and turned to gaze out at the sky. The clouds raced past in his vision, and in the distant starry expanse, it seemed as though more formidable foes awaited. He could feel the stirrings of his bloodline within, the strongest of human bloodlines calling for a higher level of awakening, while he sensed an unnameable divinity trembling, as if a more profound power lay in wait to be unlocked. Lin Xiao took a deep breath and re-entered the gravity chamber. The dark purple walls slowly closed behind him, and the numbers on the adjustment panel began to fluctuate wildly, soon surpassing the billion mark, ascending towards a more terrifying gravitational multiplier. Inside the training room, the deformed alloy walls emitted a faint hum, the sound of energy self-repairing. But everyone knew that when Lin Xiao next emerged from the gravity chamber, this wall, reputed to be indestructible, would undoubtedly face an even more staggering impact. The path of cultivation was endless. The light of the gravity chamber once again illuminated the figure that ceaselessly broke through under extreme pressure. Sweat and divine energy intertwined to form a golden mist, with each breath refining the essence of a more potent life. Chapter 24. Preparations for war between two universes. The currents in the realm of destruction remained as steady as ever, golden light flowing like silk, gently enveloping this sacred domain suspended within the cosmic chasm. Sun Wukong and Vegeta stood at the center of the training ground, surrounded by a blazing white aura. Each clash of fists and feet resonated with the sound of rending air. Their movements were as swift as lightning, and at the moment of impact, dazzling energy sparks erupted, sweat cascading down their taut muscle lines, only to evaporate into white mist before touching the ground. "Huh!" Sun Wukong roared, his right foot smashing through the energy tiles beneath him, using the recoil to spin and deliver a powerful kick. Vegeta's gaze was sharp as an eagle. While crossing his arms to block, he slightly lowered his shoulders to absorb the impact, then twisted his waist to deliver an elbow strike charged with purple lightning aimed directly at Sun Wukong's face. The two exchanged blows, their figures flickering across the training ground, leaving behind a series of afterimages, the air thick with the scent of battle and the ozone produced by their energy clashes. Not far away on the grassy lawn, Whis patiently instructed Broly. The Saiyan warrior from the fringes of the seventh universe had now tempered his usual ferocity, focusing intently on following Whis' movements. Whis moved with the lightness of a feather, guiding the flow of energy within Broly's body with a mere touch of his fingertips. To feel the trajectory of energy was akin to streams merging into rivers and seas. There was no need for forceful restraint, only the pursuit of balance. Whis' voice was gentle yet penetrating, and as Broly took a deep breath, the green aura surrounding him gradually softened, no longer tearing through space with the wildness of old. Upon the exclusive floating cushion of the god of destruction, Beerus, this purple, feline deity was curled up, deep in slumber. His whiskers quivered gently with each breath, a satisfied smile gracing his lips, as if he were savoring the most delectable pudding in the universe within his dreams. Sunlight filtered through the energy barrier of the realm of destruction, casting mottled shadows upon him. Everything appeared so serene and tranquil, as though time itself had slowed to a leisurely pace. Suddenly, a blinding white light rent the sky of the realm of destruction. The brilliance, akin to a nascent star, instantaneously engulfed half the horizon. In the wake of this light, a thunderous explosion erupted, resembling the furious roar of a cosmic titan. As the resounding shockwave swept across the entire domain of destruction, the energy shield of the training ground quaked violently, interrupting the fierce battle between Son Goku and Vegeta, both of whom simultaneously lifted their gazes to the sky, their expressions filled with caution. Broly's aura surged dramatically, instinctively assuming a defensive posture, while Whis furrowed his brow, his gaze penetrating the radiance to pinpoint the source of the explosion. Most adversely affected was the slumbering Beerus, the explosion crashing against his eardrums like a heavy hammer. He sprang up from his cushion, his purple fur bristling, his eyes ablaze with wrath. Who dared to disturb the tranquility of the realm of destruction? His voice, still hoarse from sleep, resonated with an undeniable authority. In his view, aside from those two troublesome Saiyans, no one would dare create such a ruckus in his domain. Seeking to punish the audacity, Beerus, disinterested in confirming the source, casually waved his hand, unleashing several purple energy blasts that shot towards the entrance of the training ground like homing missiles. These energy spheres, imbued with the power to obliterate all, distorted the very fabric of space as they passed, the air crackling with a sizzling sound. At this moment, outside the gates of the realm of destruction, two figures stood poised. One was an elegantly attired woman in a blue robe, the angel Vados from Universe 6, delicately holding a refined food box, evidently prepared for a visit. Beside her stood Kampa, the god of destruction from Universe 6, his purple skin glistening with sweat as he panted heavily. I told you that traveling via the angel ship is far more expedient, yet you insisted on walking to shed some weight. Last time at the borders of Universe 7, you nearly got lost. Vados sighed in exasperation. Before her words could fully escape, a barrage of energy blasts screamed toward them. Boom! 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 A series of explosions erupted at the entrance, enveloping Kampa in a cloud of dust. Vados nimbly sidestepped, shaking her head in dismay at the sight of the disheveled figure emerging from the smoke. As the dust settled, Kampa stood covered in grime, his once pristine attire tattered, hair resembling a nest, and his face obscured in soot, save for his furious eyes glaring defiantly. Beerus, you scoundrel! Kampa bellowed, trembling with indignation, his voice brimming with a mixture of grievance and rage. This thunderous outcry instantaneously captured Beerus's attention. Beerus flew to the entrance, gazing at the dust-coated figure before him, tilting his head in curiosity, Who are you? A new dessert chef, perhaps? Clearly, he failed to recognize Kampa, whose true visage was concealed beneath the layer of dust. Xiangpa, seething with rage, snatched a towel from Beerus and vigorously wiped his face, revealing his familiar violet skin and a haughty expression. You imbecile! You don't even recognize me? I am Xiangpa, the god of destruction of Universe 6. At this, Beerus suddenly realized, only to dismiss him with a disdainful smirk. Oh, it's you. What brings you here? Is losing to me in the Grand King S Palace not enough? Are you here to offer desserts as an apology? Don't get too cocky. Xiangpa straightened his posture, a glimmer of defiance sparkling in his eyes. Our duel is far from over. Let us engage in a true contest, with the stakes being the Super Dragon Balls. Beerus raised an eyebrow, incredulous. Are you mad? There are regulations forbidding private battles between gods of destruction. Do you wish to be erased by the Grand King? Despite his competitive nature, he was not foolish enough to defy cosmic laws. Xiangpa, however, chuckled with arrogance. Who said it has to be just the two of us? I propose a battle between Universe 6 and Universe 7. Each universe will select 5 warriors to compete in a series of duels, with the victorious universe claiming the Super Dragon Balls. So what say you? Are you brave enough to accept? Beerus fell into contemplation, a calculating gleam flickering in his golden eyes. The allure of the Super Dragon Balls was undeniably great, as they were the ultimate treasure capable of granting any wish. He had unwavering confidence in his universe's warriors, especially the 2 Saiyans, who had recently shown remarkable growth in strength. Very well, it is settled, Beerus finally nodded, a confident smile curling his lips. It's a pact. In 3 days, I shall return with the warriors of Universe 6, and we shall meet on the Earth of Universe 7. With his agreement secured, Xiangpa promptly turned to leave. I shall return to prepare. Don't lose too miserably when the time comes. With that, he and Beerus vanished into a rift in space. Beerus then returned to the training grounds and called out to Goku and Vegeta, who were sparring. Goku, come here. Instantly, Goku teleported before Beerus, scratching his head. Lord Beerus, what is the matter? Was that explosion you're doing? It was incredible. Vegeta and Broly, along with Whis, approached, their curiosity piqued. We are heading back to Earth. Beerus stated succinctly, we have an important match to prepare for. A match? Goku's eyes lit up, his excitement palpable. Is it a fight against strong opponents? Sort of. Beerus replied, unwilling to elaborate further. Quickly, use Insta-transmission to take us back. Goku nodded eagerly, extending his hands. One by one, Beerus, Whis, Vegeta, and Broly placed their hands on Goku's shoulders. Goku closed his eyes, sensing Bulma's energy on Earth, a faint blue glow enveloping him. In an instant, the space distorted, and the group vanished from the realm of the gods. On Earth, the headquarters of Capsule Corporation in West City was abuzz with activity. Bulma sat at the control panel of her laboratory, her fingers dancing rapidly over a virtual keyboard, complex data flickering across the screen. Suddenly, a ripple in the center of the lab heralded the arrival of Goku and the others, who appeared out of thin air. Hey, Goku, how did you guys come back? Bulma exclaimed in surprise, turning her head to see Beerus, her eyes lighting up. Lord Beerus, would you care to sample my freshly made strawberry cream cake? Upon catching a whiff of the cake's enticing aroma, Beerus's stomach rumbled audibly, yet he feigned an air of authority, stating, we'll discuss it later. We have pressing matters at hand. He turned to Goku and Vegeta, declaring, we must locate the Super Dragon Balls. They are pivotal to winning the tournament. The Super Dragon Balls? Vegeta furrowed his brow. Aren't they the legendary treasures said to be vastly larger than the Dragon Balls of Earth and capable of granting any wish? Indeed, Whis gently elaborated. The Super Dragon Balls are scattered across the 6th and 7th universes and require a unique method to be discovered. Goku scratched his head, pondering. Why not summon the Dragon of Earth and ask him? The group's eyes lit up. It was indeed a splendid idea. They swiftly set to work. And with Goku and Vegeta's keen sense of the Dragon Ball's energy, they quickly gathered the 7 scattered Dragon Balls from around the world. Arriving at the Capsule Corporation's courtyard, they arranged the Dragon Balls in a circular formation. Come forth, Shenron, Goku exclaimed, raising his hands high. A golden radiance erupted from the 7 Dragon Balls, coalescing into a beam of light that shot skyward. In an instant, the heavens darkened with ominous clouds, thunder rumbled, and a colossal green dragon slowly emerged amidst the flashes of lightning, its massive form casting a shadow over the land, with eyes that glimmered like 2 enormous rubies. O summoner, speak your wish. The dragon's voice resonated like thunder, echoing throughout West City. However, Upon seeing Beerus standing amidst the crowd, the dragon's immense body stiffened, beads of cold sweat forming on its brow. It had not forgotten the last time it had nearly succumbed to chaos from fear of Beerus. Noticing the dragon's distress, Beerus raised a hand in a calming gesture. Do not be alarmed, I mean you no harm. I merely seek to inquire if you possess knowledge of a Super Dragon Ball's whereabouts. The dragon exhaled in relief, but soon wore a troubled expression. After a moment of silence, it spoke slowly. I regret to inform you that the energy levels of the Super Dragon Balls far exceed those of the Earth-S Dragon Balls. My sensory capabilities cannot extend to such vast distances. I am unable to fulfill this wish. Disappointment clouded the faces of the onlookers. Goku scratched his head again. Oh, I see. What shall we do now? Beerus turned to Bulma. Bulma, can you create a radar to detect the Super Dragon Balls? Bulma patted her chest confidently, smiling. Leave it to me. Though the Super Dragon Balls are enigmatic, I can create a detector as long as there are energy fluctuations. Give me 3 days. She promptly whisked her assistants into the laboratory, where the sounds of various instruments resonated instantly. In the ensuing 3 days, the group awaited Bulma's detector while also beginning to select warriors for the tournament. On the manicured lawns of the God of Destruction's realm, Beerus reclined in a specially designed chair, observing the diligent training of the fighters. He turned to Lin Xiao and inquired, "Whom do you think should enter the fray?" After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xiao scanned the training ground and replied, "I believe our 5 contenders should be Goku, Vegeta, Broly, Piccolo, and myself." "Oh, and what is your rationale?" Beerus asked with keen interest. "Well, Goku and Vegeta need no introduction. They're the mightiest Saiyans of our universe, seasoned in battle with unfathomable strength." Lin Xiao elucidated that Broly's potential is boundless. Under Whis' guidance, he has learned to master his powers, with explosive strength sufficient to confront any formidable adversary. Piccolo's wisdom and tactical acumen are pivotal to the team. His regenerative capabilities and energy blast techniques can adeptly handle various scenarios. As for myself, as the ultimate trump card, I might play an unexpectedly significant role at a critical juncture. Beerus nodded, finding the reasoning sound. What about the order of appearance? Who shall take the stage first? I believe it would be advantageous for Broly to lead, Lin Xiao reasoned. His formidable strength, shrouded in mystery, would allow us to gauge the opponent's capabilities and provide the others with time to acclimate. Moreover, his imposing presence would likely intimidate our foes, disrupting their strategies. Very well. Let Broly take the lead, Beerus decided. And what follows? Next, we should have Son Goku, Lin Xiao continued. Goku possesses the strongest combat intuition, capable of adjusting tactics based on Broly's performance. Furthermore, his Ultra Instinct state is sufficient to contend with most powerful opponents. The third should be Vegeta. His pride forbids him from losing to anyone, often unleashing even greater power against formidable foes. Fourth is Piccolo, whose calm demeanor and strategic mind can stabilize the situation. If the preceding fighters have exhausted the enemy, Piccolo's intellect may secure victory. Should we encounter a truly insurmountable challenge, I shall be the final card to play. Beerus smiled with satisfaction. This arrangement is quite reasonable. It is settled. At that moment, the training ground echoed with fierce clashes. Son Goku was engaged in a simulated battle with Broly, utilizing the Kaioken technique, enveloped in a red aura, amplifying both speed and strength severalfold. Broly remained steadfast, a green aura forming a protective shield around him, effortlessly deflecting Goku's relentless assaults. Vegeta trained independently nearby, his purple aura intensifying, evidently striving to reach a new realm. Piccolo sat in meditation not far off, attuning himself to the surrounding energy flows and adjusting his state accordingly. 3 days swiftly passed. Bulma emerged, brimming with excitement. Clutching a palm-sized device, "I did it. This is the Super Dragon Ball radar." She handed the device to Beerus. Unlike the ordinary Dragon Ball radar, this detector employs cosmic ray sensing technology, its range encompassing the entire 7th universe. As soon as the Super Dragon Balls appear within range, they can be accurately located. The group gathered around, observing the radar screen flickering with 7 faint points of light scattered across different regions. "Fantastic!" Son Goku exclaimed, leaping with enthusiasm. "Let us set off to find the Super Dragon Balls." Beerus took the radar, a look of anticipation gracing his features. "We mustn't delay. We will split into 2 teams. Whis, you will take Broly to investigate that point of light at the edge of the galaxy. Son Goku and Vegeta will head to the Nebula Belt, while Piccolo and Lin Xiao will venture into the dark matter region. I will remain here on Earth to coordinate and maintain communication. Understood. The group responded in unison, each preparing for departure. Son Goku and Vegeta summoned their spaceships, while Piccolo activated the space transporter crafted by Bulma. Whis, accompanied by Broly, opened a rift in space. The vastness of the universe surpasses all imagination, and the quest for the Super Dragon Balls is destined to be arduous. On their journey to the edge of the galaxy, Whis and Broly encountered a furious meteor swarm, which Broly shattered with a single punch, scattering a kilometer-wide meteor into fragments. Meanwhile, Goku and Vegeta faced an attack from cosmic pirates in a nebula, effortlessly annihilating the pirate ships. Piccolo and Lin Xiao found themselves lost in the realm of dark matter. But with Piccolo's wisdom, they managed to navigate back onto the correct path. Each time they discovered a Super Dragon Ball, the group was filled with exhilaration. These Super Dragon Balls indeed lived up to their legendary status. Even the smallest among them was the size of a house, adorned with enigmatic patterns and radiating ancient, formidable energy. They temporarily stored the Super Dragon Balls in energy containers crafted by Bulma, awaiting the impending tournament. Simultaneously, Kappa from Universe 6 was diligently preparing as well. Vados had selected 5 powerful warriors for him, including the Super Saiyan transforming Kaba, the incredibly swift Hit, the magical wizard Basil, and 2 mysterious cosmic powerhouses. Kappa supervised their training daily, determined to triumph over Universe 7 and reclaim his lost glory. As the sky over Earth grew dim, the moonlight bathed the Capsule Corporation courtyard. Beerus gazed at the 5 Super Dragon Balls collected in the container, his eyes shimmering with anticipation. Goku and Vegeta had just finished a day of training, their battle suits drenched in sweat, yet their fighting spirit shone through. Broly sat quietly in a corner, attuned to the energy within him, his aura now steadier after this period of refinement. Piccolo was engaged in research, analyzing various scenarios they might encounter. Lin Xiao stood in the center of the courtyard, gazing at the star-studded sky, fully aware that a monumental battle, one that would determine the fates of 2 universes, was on the horizon. With just one day remaining until the tournament commenced, Beerus rose, his voice tinged with gravity. We have located several Super Dragon Balls, but the last one remains elusive. However, this does not affect the tournament. From now on, everyone must maintain peak condition and remain vigilant for any unforeseen battles. Rest assured, Lord Beerus. Goku clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with fervor. We will certainly win. Vegeta scoffed, but was equally imbued with confidence. Winning this tournament is a given. I refuse to be defeated by the trash of Universe 6. Though Broly remained silent, the aura emanating from him was a testament to his resolve. Piccolo calmly stated, I have devised multiple tactical plans. No matter the circumstances, we shall be prepared. Lin Xiao nodded in agreement. Everyone is in excellent form. As long as we perform to our potential, victory shall be ours. The night breeze swept through the courtyard, carrying distant whispers. All understood that this intergalactic battle was not merely about the ownership of the Super Dragon Balls, but also about the dignity of 2 universes. They were fully prepared. Awaiting the moment, the tournament began to demonstrate the might of Universe 7. The Super Dragon Balls of Universe 7 had already been gathered. Chapter 25, Broly vs. Lulu Bear. In the preparation chamber of Universe 6, energy fluctuations surged like boiling magma. Kappa stood at the center of the training ground, gazing at the 5 warriors with composed auras before him, a satisfied smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Are you all ready? He inquired loudly, his purple skin glistening under the radiant energy. Ready for battle at any moment, Lord Kappa. The 5 warriors replied in unison, their voices brimming with confidence. To the far left stood the Saiyan, Kaba, surrounded by a faint golden aura, clearly having mastered the Super Saiyan form. In the middle, Hit remained silent, his sharp gaze concealed beneath his short gray hair, with the essence of time subtly surrounding him. To the right, the sorcerer Basil wielded his staff, the tip shimmering with an eerie purple light. At the forefront of the group were 2 enigmatic warriors, one towering like an iron tower, while the other, slender yet exuding a dangerous aura, with a cosmic powerhouse's Kampa had specifically summoned for this match. Vados gracefully approached Kampa and whispered, the 7th universe should also be ready. We can set off. Kampa nodded in satisfaction, adjusting his tattered cloak, which had yet to be replaced since it was damaged by Beerus. Excellent. Let that fellow Beerus witness the might of Universe 6. He turned to the 5 warriors and commanded, remember, our goal is victory at any cost. No sooner had his words left his lips than Kampa, along with Vados and the 5 warriors, tore open a rift in space, instantaneously appearing at the edge of the destruction realm. At that moment, Beerus sat leisurely on his newly upholstered velvet cushion, savoring the cosmic pudding freshly prepared by Whis. Goku, Vegeta, Broly, Piccolo, and Lin Xiao stood nearby, each in peak condition, their energies akin to a volcano on the brink of eruption. Beerus, are you ready? Kampa's voice carried an unmistakable provocation. If so, begin selecting the arena. Beerus leisurely swallowed the pudding, wiping the corner of his mouth. What's the rush? The seventh universe has long been prepared and is ready to fight at any moment. He cast a glance at the warriors behind Kampa, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. With these guys? Enough nonsense. Kampa's anger flared. I will choose the arena, ensuring you lose convincingly. With that, he and Vados turned and soared into the depths of a universe, commencing their search for a fitting battleground. The vastness of a universe surpassed imagination as Kampa and Vados traversed countless nebulae and star systems, gliding past twinkling stars and silent planets. They flew over vibrant green planets, where intelligent life was celebrating grand festivities, and past desolate worlds ravaged by war, their surfaces marred by massive craters and twisted metallic wreckage. Kampa furrowed his brow, shaking his head repeatedly, deeming the venues either too small or lacking in grandeur. Lord Kampa, you have been selecting for 3 hours, Vados reminded with a hint of exasperation. At this rate, we may not begin the match until tomorrow. Impatiently, Kampa waved his hand dismissively. What's the hurry? This is indeed a pivotal contest determining the rightful ownership of the Super Dragon Balls, and the venue must be flawless. As soon as he finished speaking, his gaze was suddenly captivated by a grayish-yellow planet ahead. This celestial body lacked an atmosphere, its surface cloaked in a thick layer of rock and gravel, with immense canyons crisscrossing like scars upon the earth. In the distance, a volcano belched forth dense smoke, and the entire planet exuded an aura of primal desolation. This one will suffice. Kampa's eyes lit up. It was vast and barren, and even if it were to be damaged, no one would mind. Vados followed his gaze and nodded gently. Indeed, it is a fitting location, with a stable geological structure capable of withstanding the energy collisions of a god of destruction. She brandished her staff as she descended to the planet's surface alongside Kampa. As her feet touched the searing gravel, a cloud of dust was kicked up, and the distant sound of rock crumbling echoed. It was the resonance of energy activity within the planet. Vados, please set up a combat arena on this planet, Kampa commanded, crossing his arms and overseeing her work. Vados smiled slightly, raising her golden staff and gently tapping the ground. A hum resonated as the gem atop the staff radiated a soft glow, energy surging outward like a tide. The ground began to tremble violently. Countless rocks and gravel lifted by an invisible force, swiftly converging and taking shape at the center of the arena. Within mere seconds, a circular arena, 100 meters in diameter, rose from the ground, its surface composed of smooth energy crystal, shimmering with a faint white light, encircled by an energy barrier sufficient to withstand the shockwaves of battle. Next, Vados directed her staff around the arena, softly reciting an incantation. The ground surrounding the arena heaved as if awakened from slumber, gravel and rock transforming into sturdy seats under the influence of energy, arranged in layers around the arena to form tiered spectator stands. The seats bore a rough and resilient texture, retaining the primitive essence of rock. Though humble, they were ample to accommodate the onlookers from both sides. Yes, this looks quite satisfactory. Kampa assessed the venue with contentment. Although simple, it was sufficiently practical. He waved at Vados. Let us proceed, summoned Beerus and the others. The two opened a rift in space once more and returned to the realm of the gods of destruction. Kampa called out to the yawning Beerus, Beerus, the arena has been selected. Let us depart. With that, he turned and led the warriors of Universe 6 towards the battleground. Beerus lazily rose to his feet, brushing off pudding crumbs from his attire. Have you finally made a choice? I thought you might get lost in the cosmos. He addressed Goku and the others. Keep up. Don't embarrass Universe 7. Goku, unable to contain his excitement, rubbed his hands together and exclaimed, Fantastic. It's finally about to begin. Vegeta scoffed, yet his eyes shimmered with anticipation, while Broly clenched his fists, his aura beginning to subtly ripple. Piccolo and Lin Xiao followed closely behind, their expressions serious and focused. The group traversed through the rift in space, instantly arriving at the desolate planet. As soon as they touched down, the scorching air, laden with dust, rushed towards them. In the distance, a volcano erupted, spewing dark red lava that traced eerie arcs against the gray-yellow sky. Sun Wukong curiously surveyed his surroundings and couldn't help but exclaim, "The environment here is truly harsh, more desolate than King Kai's planet." Beerus's gaze fell upon the arena and the audience, immediately furrowing his brow. The arena, while sturdy, was utterly devoid of any embellishments, and the spectator seats were composed of rough, angular rocks that appeared quite uncomfortable. "What is this?" Beerus disdainfully kicked the rock seat beneath him. "It's so hard. Sitting on this must be quite painful." "Whis, do make it more comfortable." Whis, with a resigned shake of his head, stepped forward and raised his staff. A gentle light illuminated the area once more, and the rocky seat before Beerus instantly softened, becoming adorned with a layer of plush velvet. The backrest was thoughtfully cushioned, and the previously rudimentary energy arena transformed. Its surface glimmered with crystalline clarity. The edges of the energy barrier radiated a soft blue light, and delicate patterns emerged around it. The rocky spectator seats morphed into luxurious sofas, each accompanied by a small table adorned with exquisite snacks and beverages. The entire venue swiftly transitioned from a primitive, desolate planet to a sophisticated cosmic arena. Beerus, satisfied, reclined in the sofa, crossing his legs and popping a piece of strawberry cake into his mouth. "Now, this is comfortable," he remarked. "Champ, what have you done?" It looked like a beggar's hovel. Champ stood nearby, watching in fury as his designated area was transformed beyond recognition, his face turning purple with anger and veins bulging on his forehead. "Beerus, you have gone too far," he growled through gritted teeth. "You'll see what happens during the match." Beerus disdainfully curled his lip. "Let us see if you can win first." The atmosphere between the two sides instantly turned tense, with energy clashing in the air, creating an invisible pressure. Bardas and Whis, acting as referees, approached the center of the arena, signaling both gods of destruction to determine the order of combatants. Champ took a deep breath, suppressing his fury, and addressed the 5 warriors behind him. "For the first round, you will take the stage." He pointed to the most robust warrior in his team, a nearly 3-meter-tall yellow behemoth, covered in thick yellow fur, with a round belly reminiscent of a balloon and powerful limbs. This was the formidable warrior from Universe 6, a creature known as Lulu Bear. Lulu Bear grunted in response, lumbering toward the arena with heavy steps that caused the ground to tremble slightly with each movement. He stood at the center, arms crossed, his enormous belly swaying slightly, exuding an air of disdain, clearly underestimating the warriors of Universe 7. Beerus, observing the giant bear in the arena, turned to those around him and inquired, "For the first match, it should be our Broly, right?" Lin Shao nodded. "Indeed, let Broly gauge the opponent's strength first." Upon hearing this, Broly quietly approached the edge of the arena. Though his stature was not as towering as Lulu Bear's, the aura he emanated was far more restrained yet powerful. Under Whis' guidance during this period, Broly has adeptly learned to harness the tumultuous power within him. His gaze, once filled with madness, now reflects a newfound focus and calmness. "Go, Broly!" shouted Son Goku from the sidelines, giving him a thumbs up. Broly nodded slightly, leaping gracefully onto the stage, where he faced off against the formidable Lulu Bear. Whis soared to the center of the arena and declared with a resonant voice, "The inter-universal battle between Universe 6 and Universe 7 commences now. The rules are as follows. If one party loses their ability to fight or concedes, they should be deemed the loser. Deliberate destruction of the arena is prohibited, as is the use of external forces beyond one's own capabilities." Casting a glance at both combatants, he waved his staff and proclaimed, "Now, let the battle begin." No sooner had he finished speaking than Broly launched his attack. His figure shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, appearing instantaneously before Lulu Bear. With a right fist that cleaved through the air with a sharp crack, he struck fiercely at Lulu Bear's abdomen. This punch encapsulated the entirety of his strength, even emanating a faint green glow, potent enough to pulverize solid alloy. Bang! His fist connected solidly with Lulu Bear's midsection, yet the anticipated explosion and recoil did not materialize. Instead, it felt as though his punch had struck a colossal marshmallow. Lulu Bear's belly merely caved in slightly before quivering like jelly, absorbing the full force of the blow. A flicker of surprise crossed Broly's eyes. It was the first time someone had withstood his punch with such ease. Lulu Bear grinned, revealing sharp teeth, and scoffed. "Is that all you've got? Not even enough to tickle me." With another shake of his belly, a rebound force propelled Broly's fist away. From the sidelines, Kappa laughed triumphantly. "Huh, Beerus, did you see that? This is the power of our Universe 6. Lolibear's gelatinous defense can absorb any physical attack. Beerus furrowed his brow, remaining silent as he intensely scrutinized Broly on the stage. Goku and Vegeta, too, had wiped the smiles from their faces, their expressions turning serious. The yellow giant bear's defensive capabilities far exceeded their expectations. On the stage, Broly remained unfazed. Aware that conventional attacks would prove ineffective, he swiftly adapted his strategy, his form flickering as he circled Lolibear with rapid movement. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Shadows of his fists appeared across the arena, raining down upon Lolibear's body, his abdomen, chest, back, and arms, each blow delivering formidable force, the winds from his punches creating chaos in the surrounding air. Boom, 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 boom. The series of impacts resonated like distant thunder, leaving a multitude of indentations on Lolibear's form. Yet these marks quickly vanished as his belly quivered, leaving no tangible damage. Lolibear stood his ground, even too lazy to move, allowing Broly to unleash his onslaught while maintaining a perpetual smirk of disdain. This approach will not suffice. Piccolo, observing calmly from the sidelines, assessed the situation. Broly's ordinary attacks were ineffective against Lolibear. He must unleash a far greater power to breach the creature's defenses. Lin Xiao nodded in agreement. Although the defense of the Liao bear was formidable, it undoubtedly had its limits. The question remained whether Broly could transcend those bounds. At that moment, Broly abruptly ceased his assault on the arena. Breathing heavily, his gaze sharpened with newfound intensity. Despite his relentless attacks failing to inflict damage, he had discerned the patterns in the Liao bear's defense. Its seemingly soft belly was, in fact, a mechanism that dissipated force and absorbed energy through constant vibrations. If Broly could muster sufficient strength to exceed its absorption threshold, he could indeed inflict harm. With a thunderous roar, Broly unleashed a primal scream that reverberated through the air. The energy surrounding him surged dramatically, green flames erupting like a volcanic eruption, enveloping the entire arena. His physique expanded rapidly, muscles bulging and veins protruding. His once ebony hair transformed into a brilliant green, standing erect like flickering flames. This was the fabled Super Saiyan form. Yet unlike before, Broly's eyes retained their clarity and focus, shimmering with determination rather than insanity. Thanks to Whis' training, he had mastered the ability to maintain conscious awareness in this powerful transformation, a testament to his command over such terrifying strength. What is that? In the stands of Universe 6, Gabe stared in astonishment, overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of power. The expression on Xiangpa's face turned serious. So this is the Saiyan from Universe 7? Quite intriguing. For the first time, the Liao bear retracted its disdainful smile. Sensing the cataclysmic force, it instinctively tensed its body, its rotund belly ceasing its tremors as it entered a defensive stance. Now was the moment. A glimmer of resolve sparked in Broly's eyes as he forcefully shattered the energy crystal beneath his right foot. Utilizing the recoil, his body propelled forward like a cannonball, charging with boundless strength toward the Liao bear's belly with an explosive punch. This strike encapsulated all the power he had harnessed in his Super Saiyan form. A radiant sphere of green energy coalescing around his fist, warping the very fabric of space. Perish! With an earth-shattering impact, the moment Broly's fist collided with the bear's belly, there was no cataclysmic explosion, only an extremely muffled thud. The Liao bear's belly contorted into an exaggerated concave shape, as if it were on the verge of rupture. Its expression morphed from shock to agony, eyes bulging and mouth agape. Yet no sound emerged. Broly's fist sank deep into the Liao bear's abdomen, green energy surging forth, relentlessly battering against its defensive limits. The bear's body began to tremble violently, its yellow fur standing on end, clearly at its breaking point. Fly away, Broly roared, retracting his fist with a surge of even greater energy. Finally, unable to withstand the onslaught, the Liao bear emitted a wretched cry. Its massive form flung through the air like a marionette with severed strings, propelled by Broly's overwhelming might. Its body traced a parabolic arc before colliding with the energy barrier, resulting in a thunderous crash that sent shockwaves through the arena, causing the barrier to quiver and ripple. The Luolu bear tumbled from the barrier, crashing heavily onto the arena floor, rendering it unconscious, with the immense indentation on its abdomen taking a considerable time to recover. A profound silence enveloped the venue. as the audience was left astounded by this shocking spectacle. Moments later, Weiss's voice shattered the stillness. The Luolu bear from Universe 6 has lost its fighting capability. The first match goes to Broly from Universe 7. Victory! Goku leaped up in excitement, pumping his fist in the air. Beerus displayed a satisfied smile, tilting his chin towards Kampa. What do you think? My warrior isn't too shabby, is he? Kampa's face turned a deep shade of anger as he glared fiercely at the unconscious Luolu bear, gritting his teeth. Don't get too cocky. This is merely the first match. There are far stronger opponents awaiting you. On the arena, Broly's verdant aura gradually subsided, returning him to his normal form. Breathing heavily, beads of sweat dotted his forehead, yet his eyes sparkled with renewed vigor. He descended from the stage, offering a slight nod to Beerus and Lin Xiao, signifying the completion of his task. Beerus nodded in approval. Well done, Broly. Take a moment to rest and observe the upcoming battles. Meanwhile, in the audience of Universe 6, Kampa was quietly instructing the next warrior. The fighter nodded, a dangerous glimmer igniting within their eyes. The referee soared to the center of the arena, announcing in a booming voice, "Next, we are prepared to commence the second match. Please welcome the second warrior from Universe 6. Chapter 26, Broly vs. Frost." Amidst the martial arts tournament arena, the lingering echoes of energy collisions had yet to dissipate as cheers from the audience reverberated beneath the dome of the cosmic arena. In the center of this collective gaze, the signal for the second match suddenly illuminated, and a swift figure streaked through the air like a shooting star, landing firmly in the center of the stage opposite Broly. All eyes instantly fixated on the newly arrived warrior. Even those who had just concluded their first match held their breath in anticipation. The figure bore a striking resemblance to the well-known Frost Demon from Universe 7, Frieza. Its streamlined physique outlined a coldly rigid silhouette, the shape of its head exuding an unmistakable exotic aura, while the proportions of its limbs echoed the overall form. Yet, the subtle differences were particularly pronounced. Frieza's iconic deep purple skin transformed into a deep oceanic blue, shimmering with an even more chilling essence, while its pale abdomen bore an uncanny resemblance to Frieza's, as if two universes had left a shared imprint in the evolution of the same race. Greetings, everyone. A clear voice resonated through the arena's sound system, reaching every corner, infused with a perfectly measured warmth. I am Frost, and I look forward to your guidance. Upon finishing, he executed a slight bow, his movements graceful as if attending an interstellar gala, before turning to face Broly and extending his right hand in a gesture of handshake. The curvature of his fingertips imbued with a deliberate politeness. Broly furrowed his brow, a hint of confusion flickering in his deep green eyes. He vividly recalled the aura of Frieza, and the energy fluctuations before him, albeit similar, carried subtle differences that instinctively put him on guard. However, the demeanor of the other party exuded no hostility. After a moment's hesitation, he extended his hand and briefly shook hands with Frost. At the instant their fingertips touched, Broly sensed the chilling sensation emanating from Frost's skin, reminiscent of Frieza's, yet devoid of the underlying brutality. The audience erupted in astonishment, with the members of Universe 7 exchanging bewildered glances. The Frost Demon from Universe 6 was surprisingly courteous. Krillin's eyes widened as he tugged at Goku's sleeve, noting how entirely different Frost was from Frieza. Bulma swiftly accessed her data panel, scrolling through the information, according to previous reports. He had aided many across the cosmos and resolved numerous planetary crises, earning a stellar reputation. Wow, so, he is indeed a good person. Xiao Fong leaned over the railing, her face brimming with curiosity. Would Broly engage in battle with a good person? As the crowd buzzed with speculation, Frost's expression abruptly hardened, his courteous facade shattering in an instant. He lowered his body sharply, his legs springing forth like coils, ensnaring Broly's neck with blinding speed. His knee pressing firmly against Broly's shoulder, a classic grappling technique of the Frieza race, the freezing stranglehold. According to the original script, he would next utilize centrifugal force to hurl his opponent away, gaining the upper hand with minimal effort. Humph, Frost muttered under his breath, channeling power to initiate a spin. Yet the anticipated sensation of weightlessness failed to materialize. Broly remained rooted to the spot, as immovable as a mountain, the muscles of his neck not even tensing, as if entangled not with a seasoned warrior, but with a delicate ribbon. Frost's complexion shifted drastically. He could distinctly sense the terrifying power contained within Broly, a force as tumultuous as a star's core, yet firmly restrained, sending chills down his spine. Something was amiss. Alarm bells rang in Frost's mind, and almost instantaneously, he released his grip, retreating swiftly with the force of reaction, creating a distance of at least 10 meters between himself and Broly. His body hovered in midair, trembling slightly, clearly shaken by the impact of his earlier probe. Broly gradually lifted his gaze, his dark green eyes betraying no emotion. Through extensive training, he had long transcended the wild warrior who fought solely on instinct. His understanding of conflict and strategy had deepened significantly. He regarded Frost calmly and spoke. "Frost, please show me your true strength." He understood the traits of the Frieza race all too well. Behind their myriad transformations lay layers of unleashed power, and this individual before him could not possibly be limited to such capabilities. Frost remained silent, his expression dark enough to draw water. The anger of being seen through intertwined with trepidation for the unknown power he sensed within Broly, and he realized that this battle would not be easily won. In the next moment, his body underwent a drastic transformation. The bones emitted a series of sharp cracks. His stature visibly soared. The once compact head elongated, its angles sharpened, and bony protrusions jutted from his back. Beneath his azure skin, veins bulged ominously. A presence far more potent than before surged over the arena, heralding his second form. The terrifying visage, reminiscent of a creature from another world, elicited gasps from the audience. Is this truly the second form of the Frost Demon from Universe 6? The spectators from Universe 7 drew in their breaths, involuntarily recalling the oppressive aura associated with Frieza's transformations. Meanwhile, the attendants of Kampa in Universe 6 hastily reassured the crowd. "Fear not. Lord Frost merely possesses a unique form. He has cultivated himself to this extent for the protection of the universe. The last time a meteor threatened the agricultural planet, it was he who obliterated it in this very form." Understanding dawned upon the inhabitants of Universe 7. Their gazes towards Frost now imbued with a complex mix of admiration and trepidation. On one side stood their own Broly, and on the other, the renowned champion of the cosmos. Even their cheers faltered, and the atmosphere in the arena shifted to a delicate balance. The battle commenced with fervor. Frost darted forth like a bolt of blue lightning, his claws slicing through the air with a piercing shriek aimed at Broly's face. Each strike was executed with precision and ferocity, a clear testament to his extensive battle experience. Broly, however, stood resolute, crossing his arms to block the onslaught. The clattering of their clashes resonated like metal striking metal, sparks flying between them. While his movements appeared languid, he consistently thwarted Frost's attacks just in the nick of time. His feet firmly planted in the center of the ring. As they engaged in a frenzied exchange, the arena was illuminated by radiant energy waves, creating a tempest of force. From the audience's perspective, the duel unfolded as a seamless dance of technique, each combatant responding fluidly to the other's maneuvers, almost locked in a stalemate that drew cheers from the stands. Yet, only Broly was aware that he had yet to unleash even a tenth of his true power. The control techniques he honed during training allowed him to meticulously restrain his energy, adapting to his opponent's rhythm while cleverly concealing his ultimate strategy. He moved with the patience of a hunter, observing Frost for any openings amidst the relentless blocking and dodging, the cool glint of determination shining in his dark green eyes. Frustration mounted in Frost as he realized his attacks were akin to stones cast into an abyss. No matter the skill he employed, he could not unsettle his foe. He sensed Broly's energy as an unfathomable chasm, and despite exerting his utmost effort, he was merely skimming the surface. Just as one of his sweeping kicks was effortlessly evaded by Broly, causing him to lose his balance, Broly's voice resonated once more. "You must have an ultimate form, don't you?" Frost's pupils narrowed in disbelief as he gazed at Broly. "How do you know?" The ultimate form of the Frost Demon clan was their greatest secret, one he had never revealed in public. How could this green warrior possess such knowledge? After a fleeting moment of astonishment, a fervent battle spirit ignited within his eyes. "Since you are aware, I shall show you my true strength." With that declaration, Frost's body underwent yet another monumental transformation. This time, he did not continue to expand. Instead, he began to shrink dramatically. His bones retracted, the spurs vanished, and his figure became slender and harmonious. The azure hue of his skin grew even smoother, yet the ferocity in his eyes intensified. In his ultimate form, his aura became restrained, exuding a terrifying sense of primal authenticity, with energy fluctuations that surpassed the second form by more than tenfold. Is this truly Lord Frost's ultimate form? What an overwhelming presence! The audience from Universe 6 erupted in jubilant cheers, as if they had already glimpsed the dawn of victory. However, before their cheers could subside, Broly on the arena suddenly unleashed a deafening howl. A dark green energy surged from within him like a volcanic eruption, fracturing the ground beneath into a spiderweb of cracks. His height instantly soared to over 3 meters, muscles bulging and each inch of skin radiating explosive power. His once black short hair moved as if caught in a breeze, gradually transforming into a vibrant yellow-green, while golden flames ignited in his eyes, heralding the transformation into Super Saiyan. The ferocious aura swept through the arena like a tangible tempest, silencing the cheers of the audience, leaving them speechless in the presence of this cataclysmic power. Even the seasoned warriors from Universe 7, accustomed to Goku's transformations, could not help but gasp in astonishment. This power was far more concentrated and terrifying than their memories of Broly. Frost's complexion turned ashen, yet he had no choice but to press on. "I refuse to believe this," he roared, charging towards Broly, conjuring azure energy spheres in his hands, unleashing them in a relentless barrage, each strike capable of flattening a small mountain. However, in the face of these attacks, Broly merely waved his arm casually. The energy spheres detonated upon contact with the energy barrier surrounding him, failing to even graze the hem of his clothing. Impossible. This cannot be happening. Frost was utterly panicked, launching a frenzied assault with fists, kicks, energy blasts, and freezing rays, employing every technique he could conceive. It was akin to an ant trying to shake a tree. Broly stood at the eye of the storm, his gaze icy as he regarded Frost like a mere jester. Finally, as Frost lunged in for another punch, Broly made his move. He appeared to strike slowly with his right fist, devoid of any flamboyant technique, yet it bore an irresistible force. Bang! His fist landed squarely on Frost's abdomen, a dull thud resonating through the arena. Frost's body instantly contorted like a shrimp, his eyes bulging in disbelief, and instead of blood, he spewed forth a blue liquid laced with energy, hurtling backward like a marionette with its strings severed, crashing heavily against the energy barrier at the edge of the arena with a resounding crash. Cough, cough, cough. Frost struggled to rise, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Each breath sent searing pain through his abdomen, clearly indicating that blow had inflicted severe damage. Yet, a strange gleam flickered in his eyes as he leaned against the energy barrier, slowly straightening himself, his voice intentionally imbued with a tragic resonance. "I will not concede. For my family, for those I have aided, for the honor of Universe 6, I must prevail." These words instantly ignited the emotions of the audience, with the spectators from Universe 6 moved to tears, exclaiming, "Well done, Lord Frost. Keep going. Don't give up." Even some from Universe 7 could not help but feel a sense of admiration, questioning whether Broly was being too ruthless. Amidst this touching atmosphere, Frost suddenly lifted his head, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. Seizing the opportunity while Broly was unguarded, he summoned his remaining strength and lunged forward, his right fist slicing through the air towards Broly's chest. Broly's gaze barely flickered. Instead of dodging, he extended his left hand and effortlessly caught the punch in his palm. Now was the moment. A wicked smile spread across Frost's face as his left hand shot upward like lightning, a shimmering, azure-tipped poison needle springing forth from his fingertips, silently aiming for Broly's throat. Simultaneously, his right leg lashed out like a whip, striking towards Broly's temple at an awkward angle, hoping to turn the tide of battle with this sudden ambush. Broly reacted with astonishing speed, his right hand darting out to block, precisely grasping Frost's ankle. However, at that moment, he felt a faint sting in the palm of his left hand. Looking down, he saw the needle's tip pressing against his skin. How could this be possible? Frost's smile froze in an instant, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stared at his left hand. The needle, capable of piercing through alloy, had snapped in two, with only half remaining at his fingertip, the break smooth and clearly the result of sheer force. His prideful assassination technique had failed to even breach the opponent's skin. Broly also sensed something amiss. The sting in his palm, though slight, harbored a chilling energy attempting to invade his body. Yet upon mere contact with his formidable physique in Super Saiyan form, it was obliterated by the raging Saiyan energy. He glanced at the nearly invisible red dot on his palm, then at the broken needle in Frost's hand, and an inferno of rage ignited in his emerald eyes. He despised such treacherous ambushes, especially in the honorable arena of martial arts. A roar of fury echoed throughout the arena as Broly's yellow-green aura surged violently, his power erupting uncontrollably. No longer restraining his strength, he forcefully hurled Frost's body into the air. In a swift motion, he appeared at Frost's landing point, unleashing a flurry of lightning-fast strikes. Right fist, left fist, knee, elbow, each attack raining down upon Frost like a torrential storm. Accompanied by the sickening cracks of bones and Frost's pained gasps, blue blood splattering through the air. The cheers from the audience abruptly ceased, all present stunned by this unexpected turn of events. The smiles on the faces of the Universe 6 spectators froze as they gazed in disbelief at the scene unfolding in the arena. Broly's final heavy punch crashed into Frost's back, sending him crashing down into the ground. Boom! The arena was left with a massive crater, Frost lying motionless within, drenched in blood, his breath shallow. Yet, Broly's fury remained unabated. He raised both hands high above his head as a yellow-green energy coalesced in his palms, forming a colossal sphere of energy, its brilliance so blinding that it was impossible to behold directly. The power contained within was sufficient to obliterate a small planet. Broly cease. The audience from Universe 6 screamed in terror, with Kampa abruptly rising from his seat, only to be gently restrained by Whis at his side. Without hesitation, Broly hurled the energy sphere with tremendous force towards Frost. The moment the sphere made contact with the ground, it erupted, enveloping the entire arena in a massive shockwave, swirling with dust and debris. As the haze began to dissipate, Frost's body was sent hurtling through the air, crashing heavily onto the ground outside the ring, utterly unconscious. The referee rushed to the edge of the arena, beginning the count. 1, 2, 3. His voice trembled slightly, clearly shaken by the recent spectacle. 7, 8, 9, 10. The count concluded, yet Frost remained motionless. The referee inhaled deeply, turned to face Broly, and raised his right hand, proclaiming loudly, "The match is over. The victor is Broly from Universe 7. However, the anticipated cheers failed to materialize, replaced instead by a chorus of furious protests. "How could you do this, Broly?" A warrior from Universe 6 shouted in outrage, pointing an accusatory finger at Broly. "Lord Frost is barely hanging on, and you strike him with such ferocity. This is outrageous. Indeed, he has aided countless individuals. How can you be so cruel?" Voices of condemnation surged forth, even among some bewildered spectators from Universe 7 who appeared troubled. Broly, with an impassive expression, surveyed the enraged crowd and coldly replied, "Just take a look at his arm." The referee paused momentarily before rushing to Frost's side, cautiously grasping his left hand, still clutching the broken needle. Upon recognizing the half of the needle glimmering with a sinister blue hue, the referee's expression shifted dramatically. Instinctively, he touched the tip of the remaining toxin with his finger, and an overwhelming wave of dizziness washed over him, the world spinning as if the entire universe were in rotation. Just as he felt himself about to collapse, the referee's unique energy expelled the toxin, and he jolted back to consciousness, hastily releasing Frost's hand. "Everyone silence," the referee shouted into the microphone, clutching his still dizzy head, his voice quivering with anger. "Frost has committed a foul. He concealed a poison needle in his hand, attempting to ambush his opponent with treachery." "What?" The arena erupted in astonishment. All present rendered speechless. A slow-motion replay was immediately displayed on the large screen, vividly illustrating how Frost had concealed the needle, his attempt at ambush. In the moment the poison needle was shattered by Broly's formidable physique, the fury on the faces of Universe 6's spectators swiftly transformed into disbelief, quickly morphing into shame and indignation. How could this be? Lord Frost would never do such a thing. Isn't he a paragon of virtue? How could he resort to using a poison needle? Hypocrite! How despicable! Are you too cowardly to fight honorably? Xiangpa's face darkened like the bottom of a pot. He had believed Frost to be the pride of the 6th universe, only to discover that he was, in fact, a duplicitous scoundrel, more shameless than Frisia of the 7th universe. A terrifying force of destruction coalesced in his palm, exuding an aura of annihilation. "Wretched fool! You've brought shame upon the 6th universe," he roared, hurling the destructive energy fiercely at Frost. Struck by the force, Frost awakened from his stupor, about to emit a scream. But his body began to disintegrate, peeling away like weathered rock, ultimately transforming into a handful of blue dust, dissipating into the air. The arena fell silent, save for the hum of energy flowing. The referee cleared his throat and announced loudly, "It has been determined that Frost has been disqualified for malicious foul play. Broly of the 7th universe is victorious. We will now enter halftime. Please wait a moment, as the third match is about to commence." Broly silently descended from the platform, his emerald eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. Though victorious, he felt no joy, only a sense of victory tainted with the filth of hypocrisy. Meanwhile, the audience buzzed with discussions about the recent turn of events. Chapter 27, Broly vs. Robot. The halftime bell tolled softly, and the dazzling lights of the cosmic arena illuminated the stage, casting it in a daylight glow. After a brief respite, the enthusiasm of the audience had not waned. Rather, it surged higher due to the previous match's unexpected twist, as everyone eagerly anticipated the commencement of the third battle. As the referee signaled, two figures ascended the ring in succession. Broly donned his simple battle attire, his calm emerald gaze sweeping across the arena. After his encounter with Frost, his aura was steadier, yet still harbored a lingering sharpness. Opposite him stood a contestant who drew gasps from the crowd. A colossal robot forged entirely from dark golden metal. Towering nearly 4 meters high, its massive frame resembling a moving fortress. Its joints glimmered with red light, and a core pulsating with molten lava embedded in its chest released scorching steam with every breath. This was the mechanical lava warrior of the 6th universe. Rumor had it that he was crafted from the hardest star core alloy in the cosmos, capable of moving freely on lava planets. The announcer in the audience promptly began relaying information about the contestant, revealing that his energy source was high-temperature magma, and the hotter it became, the stronger his combat prowess. No sooner had he finished speaking than a more astonishing scene unfolded. The mechanical lava warrior bent down to retrieve a metallic container from his waist, opening it to unleash an intense wave of heat. He tilted his head back and consumed the liquid within, which was none other than bubbling red magma. The magma flowed down his metallic throat, sizzling audibly, causing the core in his chest to glow brighter, while the temperature around him soared, causing the very ground of the arena to begin to heat up slightly. The referee stood between the two, his eyelids twitching, unable to resist rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Could this truly be happening? He murmured softly to himself, then cleared his throat and raised his arm, announcing in a resounding voice, "The third battle begins now." As soon as the words left his lips, Broly sprang into action. Without a moment's hesitation, the Saiyan energy within him erupted instantaneously, a yellow-green aura soaring skyward like flames. His form expanded amidst the radiance, muscles bulging, hair transforming into a brilliant yellow-green, and the fire of battle igniting in his golden eyes. Directly invoking the legendary Super Saiyan transformation, the ferocious aura swiftly overpowered the searing heat emanating from the mechanical lava warrior, seemingly solidifying the very air in the arena. The cheers from the audience escalated to a fervent pitch. "Broly! Broly!" The spectators from Universe 7 waved their arms excitedly, the previous gloom dissipated by this overwhelming display of power. Although the mechanical lava warrior appeared momentarily daunted by Broly's transformation, the surging magma within its core propelled it into battle mode. Warning: high-intensity energy response detected. Activating combat mode. The cold, electronic voice resonated as its massive form lunged forward, its right foot leaving a deep imprint on the arena floor. With fists the size of cauldrons, it unleashed a howling blast of hot wind aimed directly at Broly's face. Before the fist could reach its target, the scorching wave of heat distorted the air, emanating a temperature fierce enough to melt steel. Confronting this formidable punch, Broly neither flinched nor retreated. He firmly rooted his feet to the ground, crossing his arms before him, as the yellow-green aura formed an invisible barrier on the surface of his arms. With a thunderous impact, the fist collided with his arms, producing a sound akin to thunder, and the shockwave radiated outward from the point of contact, causing the energy barrier at the edge of the arena to hum ominously. The mechanical lava warrior's fist halted in midair, a flicker of confusion flashing in its electronic eye. It sensed that its molten energy-infused punch had been effortlessly absorbed by the seemingly slender arms, which stood immovable like the toughest alloy. Before it could react, Broly's counterattack was already upon it. With a steely gaze, Broly summoned power into his left arm, deftly redirecting the mechanical lava warrior's fist to the side. His right hand formed a fist, glowing with yellow-green energy, and struck like lightning towards the joint of its arm. A sharp crack echoed as the metallic structure of the mechanical lava warrior's right arm joint was instantly deformed, the dark golden alloy shell fracturing like glass, exposing the internal circuitry and piping, sparking with electric fire. Warning: right arm joint damaged. Functionality reduced by 30. The mechanical lava warrior emitted a shrill alarm, its injured right arm hanging limply yet it did not retreat. Instead, it lowered its center of gravity, its left fist charging with an even more ferocious wave of heat, hurtling towards Broly's side like a cannonball, attempting to leverage its size to dominate. Broly's footwork shifted, his form gliding like a specter to the side, effortlessly evading the attack. His movements appeared slow, yet were imbued with a meticulous rhythm, precisely avoiding the punch's range while his body spun like a top, instantaneously positioning himself behind the mechanical lava warrior. Now was the moment. He let out a low growl, channeling all his strength into his right fist, which descended upon the robot's back with a piercing shriek that seemed to rend the very air. Boom! The force behind this punch far exceeded anything prior, sending the massive mechanical lava warrior crashing forward as if struck by a meteor, losing its balance in an instant. Thud! The entire arena trembled violently, the ground giving way to a massive crater, debris and dust erupting into the air, while the robot's half-submerged body sank into the pit, its alloy shell deeply dented, releasing billowing clouds of black smoke. Incredible. Broly's speed and strength were utterly terrifying. Krillin in the audience stared in astonishment, unable to contain his awe. How could such a seemingly sturdy robot be driven into the earth by a single blow? Goku stroked his chin, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Broly's control techniques had advanced again. That last strike had deftly circumvented the robot's frontal defenses, targeting the most vulnerable point on its back. Suddenly, the mechanical lava warrior emitted a shrill sound of machinery whirring to life, its magma core glowing a fierce crimson, surrounded by a thick cloud of white steam, causing the arena's temperature to surge dramatically, even the stones beneath beginning to melt. Rage mode activated. Energy output surged to 150. The high-temperature field was unleashed. It surged from the pit, its damaged body miraculously beginning to self-repair under the intense heat, the cracked shell rejoining with molten metal, though still marred by fissures. It regained the basic ability to move. Scorching waves of heat crashed towards Broly like a tidal surge, transforming the arena into a veritable volcano, with the audience feeling the waves of heat wash over them. Yet, Broly stood calmly, his formidable physique in the Super Saiyan form allowing him to disregard such extreme temperatures. The yellow-green aura surrounding him, shielding him from the heat. It is time to end this, Broly murmured, placing his hands together before his chest as energy surged wildly within him. The yellow-green glow in his palms intensified, forming a colossal energy sphere that spun with relentless vigor, the fluctuations causing the air to tremble and the surrounding space to warp. This was a technique he had mastered in his training, the art of energy compression, condensing immense power into a confined space, exponentially increasing its destructive potential. Detecting a lethal energy attack, initiating maximum defense mode. The mechanical lava warrior sensed the impending threat of death. Its magma core suddenly expanded outward. Magma fountain. Launch. A torrent of crimson magma erupted from its chest like a high-pressure geyser, forming an imposing wall of molten rock that surged towards Broly's energy sphere, attempting to melt the incoming attack with its intense heat. The two opposing forces collided in the center of the arena. The moment the yellow-green energy sphere met the thick wall of crimson magma, a hissing sound erupted as the magma evaporated under the sphere's power, transforming into clouds of white steam. However, the energy Broly had amassed was overwhelmingly potent. The magma wall withstood for less than a second before being completely penetrated and consumed by the sphere. Evade! Evade! The mechanical lava warrior's electronic eyes flashed with despair as it leapt high into the air, desperately attempting to dodge the oncoming energy attack. However, Broly had already anticipated its movements. With a gentle press of his left hand, the energy blast altered its trajectory as if it had a mind of its own, pursuing the airborne robot. At that critical moment, Broly's form flickered, instantly appearing beneath the mechanical lava warrior. Rather than concluding the battle with an energy blast, he concentrated all his power into his right fist. Seizing the fleeting moment when the robot could not leverage its weight in the air, he unleashed a full-force strike. His fist landed precisely on the core of the mechanical lava warrior's abdomen, the pivotal point of its energy cycle. A dull thud resonated deeper than any previous collision. The mechanical lava warrior's body crumpled inward like a soda struck by immense force, its molten core extinguished in an instant. Its massive frame momentarily hesitated in the air before shattering like a stack of disassembled blocks. Arms, legs, and torso fell away, parts and wiring scattered across the ground, leaving only the head and chest core tenuously connected, crashing heavily onto the arena floor, utterly lifeless. The arena fell into an immediate silence. All spectators stunned by this decisive blow. The uncontrolled energy blast soared into the safety zone above and exploded, bursting forth in a dazzling display, starkly contrasting with the scattered mechanical debris below. The referee, regaining composure from his astonishment, hastily approached the wreckage of the mechanical lava warrior, meticulously inspecting the remnants. He scanned the residual core with his equipment and examined the scattered parts, discovering that while the robot's body was in disarray, the core processor and energy source remained largely intact, merely incapacitated for the time being. 1, 2, 3. The referee began to count aloud, his voice piercing through the stillness of the arena with remarkable clarity. 7, 8, 9, 10. As the countdown concluded, the mechanical lava warrior showed no signs of response, not even a wisp of steam escaping. The referee stood upright, approached Broly, and solemnly raised his right hand, bellowing with all his might, "The third match is over. The victor is Broly from Universe 7. We've won. We won." The audience from Universe 7 erupted in jubilation, Bulma jumping excitedly to embrace those beside her, while Xiaofang waved her tiny fists in cheer. Even Vegeta, usually composed, displayed a barely perceptible smile. In the VIP section, Beerus lounged lazily against his chair, casting a sidelong glance at the visibly displeased Kampa, deliberately flashing a provocative smile as his tail swayed with pride. "It seems the strength of Universe 6 is rather lacking, Kampa," he remarked nonchalantly, yet with an unmistakable air of mockery. On the other side, the audience from Universe 6 sighed in disappointment. Several competitors, unwilling to accept defeat, approached the referee, claiming Broly's attack was excessively violent and disrupted the fairness of the match. Yet, in the shadows of the arena's corner, a man clad in a black cloak, his skin a deep shade of purple, merely cast a disinterested glance at the commotion before closing his eyes once more, arms crossed, emanating an aura of chilling aloofness that suggested he was utterly detached from the unfolding events, exuding an air of superiority that discouraged any approach. He is indeed the hidden trump card of Universe 6, quietly biding his time for the moment of his grand entrance. Kampa trembles with rage at Beerus's smug smile, his once round cheeks contorting in fury, his eyes almost ablaze. "Do not celebrate too soon," he growls through clenched teeth, his fists cracking ominously. "In the final match, I will make you pay." The true ace of Universe 6 has yet to make his appearance. Beerus snickers derisively, sipping from his teacup with an air of absolute confidence. "Oh, I shall await that with great anticipation. I hope your ace does not disappoint like that previous waste." The arena lights flicker back on as the staff begins to clear the mechanical debris from the stage, preparing for the next confrontation. Broly gradually relinquishes his Super Saiyan form, returning to his ordinary state, sweat trickling down his cheeks, yet his gaze remains resolute. The consecutive victories have not inflated his pride. Rather, they heighten his vigilance for the battles ahead. He senses that Universe 6 undoubtedly harbors stronger opponents, and the true test of this universal martial arts tournament may only just be commencing. The murmur of the audience gradually subsides, all eyes converging on the center of the arena, eager for the next duel to commence. Meanwhile, Beerus and Kampa in the VIP section await the pivotal clash that will determine the ultimate victor, their unspoken tension palpable. The fervor and passion of the Universal Martial Arts Tournament reach a new zenith at this moment. Chapter 28. Broly vs. Prince of the Saiyans, Kaba. The residual energy waves on the arena have not yet dissipated, and the cheers from the audience swell like a tidal wave, enveloping the entire venue of the tournament. Under the watchful eyes of many, the second official match is set to commence. The circular platform, forged from a special alloy, is adorned with intricate energy patterns that emit a faint blue glow whenever a fighter unleashes their power, silently recording the intensity of each collision. In the resting area of Universe 7, Broly strides forth, his towering frame, with dark green hair cascading casually over his shoulders, is accentuated by a black combat suit that outlines his muscular physique brimming with explosive power. His deep-set eyes betray no emotion, as if the arena before him were merely an ordinary training ground. The crowd erupts in thunderous applause from the previous duel. This enigmatic Saiyan had concluded the match with a single strike, his formidable strength etched in everyone's memory. Simultaneously, a subtle energy fluctuation emanates from the entrance of Universe 6. A tall, slender figure emerges into view, clad in a blue and white combat suit. His frame is thin as a reed, presenting a stark contrast to Broly's robust form. Yet, His erect posture and piercing gaze reveal an indomitable fighting spirit. He is none other than Kaba, the Prince of the Saiyans from Universe 6. The contestant from Universe 6, Kaba, makes his entrance. The referee's voice resonates through the loudspeakers, echoing throughout the arena. Kaba strides confidently onto the platform, pausing to bow slightly towards Broly, a silent gesture of respect shared among Saiyans. He took a deep breath, feeling the energy within him begin to circulate. Despite his slender frame, every inch of his muscles harbored the explosive power cultivated through rigorous training. I am Gabe, a Saiyan from the planet Salad of the 6th universe. It is a pleasure to meet you, he declared, his voice resonating with clarity and determination, infused with the pride of a warrior. Broly merely nodded slightly, offering no further words. For him, the essence of battle held far greater significance than the trivialities of pre-fight pleasantries. The referee stood between the two, raising his right hand. The rules of the match remain unchanged. A fighter is deemed defeated if they lose the ability to continue or are thrown out of the ring. He paused momentarily before abruptly bringing his arm down to signal the commencement of the fight. Even before his voice faded, Gabe's figure shot forward like an arrow released from a bowstring. Aware of his opponent's formidable strength, he held nothing back, unleashing a flurry of rapid strikes right from the outset. Ha! With a fierce cry, Gabe's fists, accompanied by the sound of whistling winds, descended upon Broly like a torrential storm. Gasps erupted from the audience as Gabe's speed was so swift that he seemed to leave afterimages in his wake. Each punch contained the power capable of shattering rock, golden energy coalescing at the tips of his fists, leaving behind trails of radiant light. The seamless connection of his blows resembled a meticulously choreographed dance of attack, completely sealing off the space surrounding Broly. However, an astonishing scene unfolded. In the face of such relentless assault, Broly remained utterly still, arms crossed over his chest, allowing Gabe's fists to rain down upon him like a deluge. The sound of impact echoed through the arena like the beating of a drum, the shock waves from their clash causing ripples in the energy barrier surrounding the ring. Gabe's apprehension grew with each strike. He could distinctly feel his fists colliding with an immovable mountain. Broly's body was harder than he could have ever imagined, not yielding even slightly. Sweat trickled down his brow, and his arms began to tingle with fatigue. Yet he gritted his teeth and persevered, striving to augment both the force and speed of his attacks. Stop! A deep voice finally broke the tension, and Broly spoke. Gabe halted mid-strike, panting heavily as he turned his gaze toward Broly in confusion. Slowly, Broly uncrossed his arms, his calm eyes surveying Gabe. You are too weak at present. Transform into a Super Saiyan, and then we shall battle. Super Saiyan? What is that? Gabe was taken aback. The term was entirely foreign to him. In the history of the Saiyans from the 6th universe, there had never been such a legend. Broly's brow furrowed slightly, clearly surprised. You do not know? It seems the Saiyans of your universe have yet to awaken even their most basic potential. He scrutinized Gabe from head to toe. Since you cannot transform, this battle holds no meaning. Gabe's cheeks flushed with a mix of shame and reluctance. Clenching his fists, a glimmer of desire flickered in his eyes. Can you teach me how to transform? I am willing to try, as long as it means becoming stronger. Unlike Vegeta, who took pride in his strength, Gabe placed greater emphasis on the pursuit of power, even if it meant seeking guidance from his opponent. Broly raised an eyebrow in mild surprise, seemingly unprepared for such directness from his Saiyan. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded in agreement. Very well. Firstly, one must gather their breath, allowing energy to continuously surge within, concentrating this force at the dantian. After a brief pause, a flicker of complexity danced in his eyes, fueled by rage. He ignited the latent power within, commencing his transformation. Gabe, following Broly's guidance, promptly began his endeavor. He closed his eyes, fists clenched at his sides, striving to sense the energy flowing through him. The arena fell into an instant hush, all eyes fixated on this extraordinary spectacle, as one combatant dared to assist his opponent in awakening their power. With a sudden roar, Gabe opened his eyes, a low growl erupting from the depths of his throat. A formidable energy began to surge forth, golden flames igniting around him, his hair shimmering with a faint golden hue. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the audience, with spectators from Universe 6 rising in excitement, eagerly anticipating a miracle. However, just as the golden aura was on the verge of full explosion, Gabe's energy abruptly faltered. The golden light flickered like a candle in the wind before gradually extinguishing, his hair returning to its natural black, and the energy receding to its normal state. Breathless, Gaby's face was etched with disappointment. I'm sorry, I failed. The relentless surge of energy had left him somewhat drained, his shoulders sagging slightly. At that moment, Beerus aura underwent a dramatique transformation. His dark green hair lifted as if caught by an unseen wind. A tempestuous emerald flame enveloped him, muscles becoming more defined, and his pupils glinting with a bloodthirsty crimson. He had transcended into the legendary Super Saiyan. An overwhelming pressure enveloped the arena, the audience's astonishment morphing into gasps of terror. Even the energy barrier of the ring began to tremble violently. Broly seized Gaby by the collar, lifting him effortlessly, their faces mere inches apart. His voice laced with chilling malice. Since you are so weak, you are of no use to me. It might be best to eliminate you now. When I return, I shall obliterate your salad star as well. A wicked smile curled at the corners of his mouth, the murderous intent in his eyes unabashed. Gaby trembled not from fear, but from a deep-seated fury. He could endure the threats, but the mention of his home planet's destruction ignited an unprecedented wrath from the depths of his being. You shall not touch my salad star. Gaby's voice was resolute, each word punctuated with a piercing roar. An infinite rage served as a catalyst, instantly awakening the dormant potential within him. The golden aura erupted once more, brighter and more ferocious than before, a column of energy soaring skyward, causing golden ripples to dance across the heavens. His hair transformed into a resplendent gold, his pupils morphing into a vivid green, and the definition of his muscles became more pronounced, a newfound strength surging within him. Super Saiyan, he had succeeded. Excited shouts resonated from the resting area of Universe 6. Although Kampa maintained a haughty demeanor, a subtle glimmer of satisfaction flickered in his eyes. Let us go. Transformed into a formidable warrior, Gabe unleashed a thunderous roar, releasing the pin-up power he had harbored for so long. Breaking free from Broly's grasp, he struck with a fist fueled by unbridled fury. This punch encapsulated his devotion to the defense of his home planet, achieving unprecedented speed and strength. Surprisingly, Broly did not attempt to defend himself, nor did he show any inclination to evade. Gabe's fist connected solidly with Broly's chest, producing a dull thud. Yet, Gabe did not relent. He continued to throw punches with wild abandon, each blow imbued with his wrath, as golden fist shadows wove a dense net of attacks across the arena. Enough! Broly's voice resonated once more, tinged with impatience. Suddenly, he extended his right hand, deftly catching Gabe's incoming fist. Gabe felt an irresistible force sweep over him, causing him to lose his balance in an instant. Broly retaliated with a powerful elbow strike to Gabe's abdomen. Ugh! Gabe emitted a muffled groan of agony, his body arching like a boiled shrimp, the golden aura around him dimming instantly. He was sent hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily onto the arena floor and kicking up a cloud of dust. As the brilliance faded, Gabe lay on the ground, gasping in pain. After a considerable moment, he slowly lifted his head, staring in astonishment at his own hands. The surging power he had just experienced still lingered within him, warm and potent. So, this is what it means to be a Super Saiyan, he murmured, his eyes filled with awe and longing. Struggling to rise, despite the lingering ache in his body, his gaze hardened with determination. He bowed deeply to Broly, saying, "Thank you for awakening my strength." Broly regarded him, the bloodlust in his eyes gradually subsiding, his ferocious aura retracting as he returned to a state of calm. Once more, he stated succinctly, "Transform into a Super Saiyan and fight me seriously." All right. Gabe's spirit ignited with resolve as he inhaled deeply, gathering energy once more. Super Saiyan, with a resounding shout, his golden aura erupted anew, this time more stable and refined. He hovered slightly above the ground, his golden hair flowing in the energy currents as he assumed a battle stance. Excellent, Broly intoned under his breath, launching the first assault. In an instant, he appeared before Gabe, his fist cutting through the air with a menacing whoosh. Gabe, refusing to falter, immediately employed his agility to evade. His speed had increased several-fold, his golden form darting gracefully across the arena. However, Broly's movements were even swifter, as if he were a specter, consistently anticipating Gabe's trajectory. Each attack pushing Gabe into perilous situations. Your speed is inadequate. Broly's voice echoed ominously in his ears, and Gabe felt the rush of wind as he swiftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding a punch that grazed his cheek, the resulting gust stinging his skin. Gritting his teeth, Gabe began to counterattack. He concentrated energy into his fists, unleashing a flurry of punches, golden energy blasts shooting forth like meteors aimed at Broly. However, Broly simply waved his arm nonchalantly, effortlessly deflecting all the energy blasts without moving an inch. The attacks were utterly chaotic, their power woefully inadequate. Broly shook his head, a flicker of disappointment flashing in his eyes. Suddenly, he accelerated, closing the distance before Gabe could react, his right fist coalescing with a dark green energy, exuding a cataclysmic aura as he struck forcefully. This punch landed squarely on Gabe's abdomen. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a surge of pure power that surged into his body, dismantling his energy defenses. Gabe barely had time to emit a scream before his body flew backward like a kite severed from its string, tracing a parabolic arc through the air before crashing heavily against the energy barrier with a resounding thud, then slowly sliding down. The golden aura extinguished completely, and Gabe returned to his normal state, collapsing limply to the ground, unconscious. The referee immediately rushed over, crouching beside Gabe for a moment before standing up and raising his right hand high to commence the countdown. 1, 2, 3, 8, 9, 10. As the final number echoed, Gabe remained motionless. The referee turned to the audience, straining to declare with all his might. In the fourth match, Broly from Universe 7 emerges victorious. The spectators erupted in cheers, the audience from Universe 7 jubilant, while the resting area of Universe 6 fell into a heavy silence. Compa's face twisted with rage, his purple skin darkening, fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. For consecutive defeats were undoubtedly a monumental humiliation for the proud god of destruction. Amidst the emotional turmoil that enveloped the arena, a man clad in black and green in a corner of the audience slowly opened his eyes. His pupils were as deep as the night, a faint, elusive smile gracing his lips as his gaze pierced through the clamor of the crowd, firmly locking onto Broly on the stage. No one knew his identity, nor did they suspect the ambition hidden within that seemingly ordinary gaze, one capable of overturning the entire universe. On the stage, Broly stood at the center, his black hair gently swaying in the breeze, ignoring the surrounding cheers and admiration. He quietly savored the power coursing through him, a glimmer of anticipation flickering in his eyes. Although the battle was won with ease, Gabe's potential sparked a hint of enjoyment within him. He sensed that this universe martial arts tournament might prove more intriguing than he had originally anticipated. As medical personnel lifted Gabe off the stage, his fingers twitched slightly, and a trace of a smile lingered at the corner of his mouth. Though defeated, he had awakened the power of a Super Saiyan and discovered a path to strength. For the young Saiyan prince, this may have been more significant than victory itself. Broly's figure stood tall in the radiant light, his gaze fixed toward Universe 6, seemingly awaiting the next opponent's arrival. Meanwhile, the man in black and green closed his eyes once more, appearing as an ordinary spectator, yet a subtle air of oppressive tension lingered in the atmosphere. This individual was none other than Hit, the foremost assassin of Universe 6. Chapter 29. The final battle between Universe 6 and Universe 7. The interlude of the martial arts tournament swiftly dissipated. After a brief moment of adjustment, the energy barrier surrounding the arena re-emerged, emanating a soft azure glow. While the fervor among the spectators intensified, their anticipation for the forthcoming duel palpable. This pivotal battle would determine the ultimate fate of the two universes. In the resting area of Universe 7, Broly emerged with measured steps. Having endured 2 fierce confrontations, his black battle attire bore traces of dust. Yet the fervor in his gaze burned more brightly than before. His dark green hair danced lightly in the breeze, and each step upon the metallic floor echoed ominously, as if heralding the impending clash. Upon reaching the center of the arena, an involuntary aura of pressure radiated from him, thickening the atmosphere around. At that moment, a subtle energy fluctuation emanated from the entrance of Universe 6, accompanied by an unusual aura of tranquility. A figure gracefully descended from the passage, landing lightly at the opposite end of the arena, clad in a signature black coat adorned with silver embroidery at the collar and cuffs. His violet skin gleamed with a chilling luster under the lights, his expression stern, and his gaze as inscrutable as the depths of a well. This was Hit, the premier assassin of Universe 6, a figure who instilled dread in countless formidable warriors. With a voice deep and steady, devoid of superfluous emotion, yet imbued with undeniable authority, Hit introduced himself succinctly, then took his stance, arms naturally resting at his sides, the hem of his coat fluttering slightly with the arena's currents. The referee positioned himself between the two, Sensing the starkly contrasting energies, Broly's ferocity akin to a surging volcano, while Hit's restraint resembled the dark currents of the deep sea. Drawing a deep breath, he announced with conviction, "This match is the decisive battle between Universe 6 and Universe 7. A contestant is deemed defeated if they lose their combat ability or fall from the arena. Now, let the battle commence." Before the final word had faded, Hit's figure had vanished from sight. There was no cataclysmic eruption of power, no sound tearing through the air. He melded seamlessly into the fabric of space, instantaneously traversing several meters, his fist propelled by a silent gale, aimed directly at Broly's face. What a welcome challenge! A flicker of excitement ignited in Broly's eyes. Rather than retreating from this lightning-fast assault, he chose to unleash the energy within him. With a thunderous roar, his dark green hair surged without wind. An verdant tempest of fury erupted like a volcanic explosion, his muscles expanding instantaneously, his pupils transforming into a blood-red hue as he transcended into Super Saiyan form. A terrifying wave of energy radiated from Broly, causing the intricate energy patterns on the arena's surface to blaze with intense blue light, eliciting gasps of awe from the audience. With a surge in speed granted by his transformation, Broly suddenly pivoted, extending his right hand to deftly grasp Hit's fist. Yet, in the fleeting moment before their limbs would collide, an unforeseen twist occurred. Broly was suddenly struck by a violent cramp in his abdomen, as if an invisible hammer had mercilessly struck him. His movements abruptly froze, his body uncontrollably sliding backward, retreating over 30 meters before he managed to stabilize himself. Lowering his gaze, he noticed a distinct imprint of a fist had formed on his combat suit around his abdomen, with pain radiating along the muscle fibers. A remote attack? Broly furrowed his brow, confusion filling his eyes. He had clearly observed Hit's trajectory. The opponent was several meters away, yet the strike had seemingly transcended space. Landing squarely upon him, Hit remained motionless, his purple visage devoid of any expression, as if the peculiar attack had not originated from him at all. He simply watched Broly in silence, awaiting his adversary's next move. Broly's eyes ignited with an even fiercer combat spirit. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of dark green lightning, dashing toward Hit with unparalleled speed. His right fist, infused with emerald energy, surged forward with a deafening roar, aimed squarely at Hit's abdomen. This punch embodied his absolute confidence in his strength, moving so swiftly that it left an afterimage in the air. However, history repeated itself. Just as his fist was about to make contact with Hit's body, an even more intense pain surged through Broly's abdomen, as if a searing iron brand had been pressed firmly against his flesh. He distinctly felt that although Hit's fist had not yet been unleashed, he had already suffered an attack, his body uncontrollably propelled skyward by this unseen force. Damn it! Broly forcefully steadied himself mid-air, his emerald aura swirling violently. He afforded Hit no respite, swiftly crossing his arms before his chest, unleashing a torrential downpour of green energy blasts, each the size of a fist, forming a dense web of firepower enveloping Hit. This was the signature strategy of the Saiyan Prince, a concentrated assault designed to seal off all avenues of retreat for his opponent. Faced with the deluge of energy blasts, Hit's figure became elusive once again. He did not opt for direct confrontation. Instead, he navigated through the gaps between the energy blasts with an air of nonchalance. Each flicker of movement was impeccably timed, with the shockwaves from the explosions behind him failing to disturb the hem of his attire. As he neared Broly, Hit suddenly accelerated, his form like a specter as he circled to Broly's flank, delivering a precise strike with his right fist to Broly's lower back, one of the Saiyans' energy conduit's weak points. With a muffled grunt, Broly staggered, his concentration on gathering energy momentarily faltering. He spun around abruptly, his eyes wide with shock and confusion. How could this be happening? Your speed is clearly inferior to mine. How is it that you consistently strike at my vital points with such precision? The spectators were equally perplexed, witnessing Broly's overwhelming speed and strength seemingly manipulated by an invisible force, suffering attack after attack. In the rest area of Universe 7, Goku scratched his head, a look of bewilderment directed at the Elder Kaioshin beside him. Clearing his throat, the Elder Kaioshin addressed those nearby. Pay close attention, everyone. This Hit from Universe 6 is no ordinary warrior. He is the most elite assassin in the cosmos. The reason he could execute such seemingly irrational attacks lies in his mastery of a unique technique known as the Time Flicker. Time Flicker? Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Indeed, the old Kai nodded with admiration. This technique allows its user to freeze time in the immediate vicinity for a mere fraction of a second. 0.1 seconds to be precise. Yet, in the midst of a fierce duel, that brief moment can spell the difference between victory and defeat. He utilizes this frozen instant to launch his attacks, which is why they appear to strike preemptively. To think one can freeze time. How astounding! Sun Wukong exclaimed, clenching his fists with exhilaration, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. Once the match concludes, I must challenge him. All you ever think about is fighting, Vegeta remarked, crossing his arms. His brow furrowed as he scrutinized the arena. Despite his sarcasm, his gaze betrayed a profound respect for this remarkable skill. Beside him, the god of destruction, Beerus, licked his claws with keen interest, a knowing smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he observed the unfolding drama on the stage. On the arena, Broly's roar shattered the murmurs of the audience. His energy surged once more, the emerald flames around him more tempestuous than before, crackling with electric sparks, distorting the very air around him. No matter what tricks you employ, they are utterly meaningless in the face of absolute power. Broly's form transformed into a blurred green shadow, launching a relentless barrage of assaults towards Hit at a speed several times greater than before. Each strike, fists, elbows, knees, carried the destructive force of a tempest, causing the energy barrier surrounding the arena to tremble violently, as if it might shatter at any moment. Hit continued to evade using the time flicker, seizing every opportunity to counterattack. His purple fists landed with precise strikes aimed at Broly's vital points. However, this time, Broly's response was entirely different. Just as Hit's punch was about to connect, Broly preemptively assumed a defensive stance, his arm rising like an iron barrier to block the blow. A flicker of surprise crossed Hit's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure, dismissing it as mere luck on Broly's part. He activated the time flicker once more, his form shifting to circle behind Broly, his fist aimed directly at his back. That same trick won't work on me a second time. Broly, without turning, leaned sharply to the left and retaliated with a powerful backhand, colliding precisely with Hit's fist. The sound of their clash resonated, sending shockwaves that rippled outward, forcing Hit to stagger back 2 steps. How did you decide for my time flicker? Hit finally spoke, disbelief lacing his tone. This technique had never been so easily countered, especially within such a brief interval. Broly adjusted his wrist, the emerald flames swirling around him. It's quite simple, really. Your movements, although subtle, emit minute fluctuations in energy before you strike. All I had to do was anticipate your trajectory and react accordingly. Hit's pupils constricted slightly. He had not expected his prize technique to be so effortlessly discerned. Yet, as a top-tier assassin, he quickly recalibrated his mindset and prepared to strike anew. This time, his movements were even more clandestine, and his control over his breath was perfected. Yet, Broly seemed to possess an uncanny foresight of his actions, effortlessly countering every defense with precision and even launching fierce counterattacks. Bam! Seizing an opening, Broly landed a powerful punch squarely on Hit's chest. Hit's body soared backward like a kite severed from its string, tracing a parabolic arc through the air before crashing heavily against the edge of the arena, mere inches from falling out. Quickly regaining his footing, Hit stood up, a faint trace of purple blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Yet his gaze sharpened with renewed intensity. Wiping away the blood, a subtle transformation began to occur within him. His previously restrained energy deepened in its essence. It appeared that he would have to reveal his true prowess. It seems I must show my real strength, Hit murmured, vanishing once more. This time, his speed and frequency of attacks surpassed all prior instances, the activation of his time skip occurring with increasing frequency. Although Broly continued to defend himself, he gradually found himself at a disadvantage, new wounds appearing on his body. With a furious roar, Broly's emerald energy surged, transitioning from defense to offense as his fists rained down upon Hit like a tempest. Amidst the relentless barrage, Hit flickered continuously, their forms blurring as they moved rapidly across the arena, the energy shockwaves from their collisions causing the entire venue to tremble. Just as Broly capitalized on a momentary lapse in Hit's evasion, channeling all his strength into a decisive blow that seemed destined to conclude the battle, a sudden, excruciating pain erupted in his abdomen, as if his entire core had been shattered. This assault was more intense than any he had previously endured. Broly had no time to react as his body was propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing heavily onto the arena floor. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed as the already fractured arena floor was smashed into a deep crater, debris and energy fragments scattering in all directions. Lying at the bottom of the pit, Broly curled up in agony, cold sweat beading on his forehead. What is happening? Hit approached the edge of the pit, looking down at Broly with a calm demeanor. Just moments ago, my time skip surpassed its limits, extending from 1 second to 2 seconds. Now, your anticipation and defensive maneuvers can no longer keep pace with my assaults. Before his words had fully settled, Hit vanished once more. Broly struggled to rise, yet his body was unresponsive, leaving him to passively endure Hit's onslaught. Purple fists rained down upon him like a torrential downpour, each strike landing with pinpoint accuracy, the pain overwhelming him like a tidal wave. If this continues, I will surely lose. Broly's consciousness began to blur amidst the agony, but the inherent pride and tenacity of Saiyan compelled him to resist surrender. Gritting his teeth, he summoned the deeper, latent power within him. It seemed he had no choice but to unleash that form. With every ounce of strength, Broly leaped from the pit, creating distance between himself and Hit. He positioned his feet shoulder-width apart, fists clenched at his waist, and let out a suppressed roar. With a deafening bellow, the energy within Broly began to swell uncontrollably. The verdant flames suddenly intensified, taking on a hue so dark it approached black, enveloped by a myriad of golden lightning bolts. Each strike sent tremors through the space around. His physique swelled once more, muscles accentuating in an exaggerated fashion, while his deep green hair stood erect, and his pupils gleamed with a more terrifying crimson light than before. What force is this? For the first time, a look of astonishment crossed its face. He could distinctly sense that Broly's power had transcended the previous Super Saiyan form, exuding an aura that instilled a soul-chilling sense of oppression. This was a form beyond the Super Saiyan 2. Broly's voice thundered like a tempest, each word pulsating with frenzied energy. In the VIP area, Goku and Vegeta widened their eyes in shock, their expressions etched with disbelief. Could there truly be such a form? Goku murmured, his eyes brimming with awe and yearning. Vegeta clenched his fists, nails digging into his palms, a mix of resentment and an indescribable excitement coursing through him. It turned out the power of the Saiyans could reach such realms. Though taken aback, Hit's instincts as a top assassin left no room for hesitation. He immediately activated his enhanced time skip, freezing 2 seconds of time, rendering his figure nearly untraceable, with the strength to shatter half a universe. He aimed directly for Broly's heart. Just as his fist was about to make contact with Broly's body, Hit suddenly noticed a peculiar smile curling at the corner of Broly's mouth. A wave of intense danger enveloped him, causing alarm bells to ring within him. He swiftly abandoned his attack, propelling himself backward to create distance. Yet, it was already too late. Broly's speed in the Super Saiyan 2 form transcended the bounds of time freezing. He appeared behind Hit almost as soon as he turned, his right fist coalescing with deep green energy, imbued with the power to rend time and space, striking heavily against Hit's back. With a gasp, Hit expelled a spray of violet blood, his body hurtling forward as if struck by a meteor, crashing violently onto the arena floor. A thunderous boom echoed as another deeper crater formed upon impact, debris scattering and dust swirling. Struggling to rise from the pit, Hit's purple skin was marred with wounds, his black coat in tatters, yet his gaze remained sharp. As an undefeated assassin, he would never accept such an outcome. Drawing a deep breath, he gathered energy once more, his form flickering as he charged at Broly for one final assault. It must end. Broly's voice was cold and authoritative. Facing Hit's last attack, he did not evade. Instead, he slowly raised his right hand, deep green energy pooling in his palm. As Hit's fist approached, Broly's fist moved. Though it appeared slow, it harbored an irresistible force. At the moment their fists collided, Hit felt an overwhelming power surge from Broly's punch. His arm lost sensation instantaneously, and his energy defenses shattered like fragile paper. Broly's fist continued unabated, delivering a crushing blow to his abdomen. Hit emitted a muffled groan of anguish, his body arching like a shrimp subjected to boiling water, transforming into a violet meteor that soared backward at an astonishing speed, far surpassing his initial advance. He collided with the energy barrier, producing a deafening roar. Astonishingly, the barrier, capable of withstanding the force of a planetary explosion, developed a myriad of cracks under this immense power and subsequently shattered with a resounding crack. Without a moment's pause, Hit propelled himself out of the martial arts arena, traversing the atmosphere and ascending into the vastness of space beyond the planet. Ultimately, his body collided with an uninhabited planet, A tremendous explosion resonated through the cosmos as the planet was obliterated by the sheer force of impact, scattering countless fragments in all directions. Meanwhile, its figure succumbed to unconsciousness amidst the brilliance of the explosion, drifting through the frigid void of the universe. Silence enveloped the arena, as all present were rendered speechless by this earth-shattering spectacle. After a considerable pause, the god of destruction from Universe 7 and Beerus regained their composure, promptly activating instant transmission to appear beside the unconscious hit, bringing him back to the arena. At this point, the outcome of the match was beyond doubt. The referee approached Broly, who exuded an aura of tremendous power, took a deep breath, and raised his right hand high, exerting all his strength to declare, in the sixth match, Broly from Universe 7 emerges victorious. Universe 7 has triumphed over Universe 6. We've won! We've won! The stands of Universe 7 erupted into a frenzy, cheers and shouts cascading through the arena like a tsunami. Broly stood at the center of the stage as his Super Saiyan 2 form gradually faded, returning to his normal state. He gazed upon the jubilant crowd below, and beneath his dark green hair, a glimmer of tranquility and acceptance, characteristic of a true warrior, finally emerged in his eyes. This grand martial arts spectacle that transcended universes concluded with the resounding victory of Universe 7, and Broly's name echoed throughout the entirety of the multiverse, forever immortalized by this monumental clash. Chapter 30, The Arrival of the Omni King and the Prologue to the Power Tournament. At the edge of the cosmos, amidst the folds of time and space, a clandestine confrontation, originally reserved for deities and the mighty, neared its conclusion. Beerus's destructive energy gradually subsided, his typically haughty feline demeanor now tinged with a barely perceptible weariness as he cast a glance at the equally unstable Kampa, whose golden whiskers quivered with rapid breaths. The contestants from Universe 6 and Universe 7 returned to their positions, the air thick with residual energy, while debris and dust floated in the gravitationally disturbed arena, refracting a kaleidoscope of colors. As both factions collected their thoughts, preparing to navigate their respective temporal pathways back to their realms, a disquieting tremor emanated from the distant void. It was neither the roar of energy collisions nor the sharp sounds of spatial distortions, but a deeper resonance, akin to the very essence of the universe trembling. The first to sense the anomaly was Beerus, his amber pupils constricted sharply, his previously languid posture instantly taut, every hair on his body standing on end. As his words hung in the air, the distant expanse seemed to be rent asunder by an invisible hand, unfurling like layers of silk. Ethereal blue temporal currents surged from the fissure, emanating a pressure potent enough to freeze the souls of any living being. From within the rift, a tall and statuesque figure emerged slowly. Though slightly diminutive in stature, there was an inherent majesty about him that commanded reverence. His silver-white hair cascaded like moonlight over his shoulders, shimmering with a pearlescent luster. His blue-white skin, illuminated by the swirling chaos of time and space, seemed to encapsulate the very first glimmer of light from the universe's inception. Clad in a perfectly tailored blue robe that moved as if stirred by an unseen breeze, its edges adorned with intricate golden patterns, each thread encapsulating profound temporal laws. His visage was gentle, yet his gaze held the depth of an abyss. Capable of embracing all things, he was the father of angels, the esteemed high priest among the 12 universes. The moment the high priest touched the ground, the fluctuations of time and space around him stabilized abruptly, as if his very existence personified order itself. He slightly turned, and the rift behind him widened once more, allowing 3 figures to step forth in succession. The guards flanking him were peculiar in form, resembling 2 silver-white pencils, their lines sleek and sharp, wielding glistening energy weapons. Standing silently on either side, their vigilant eyes scanning the surroundings. No subtle energy disturbance could escape their perception. At the center was a diminutive being, his head disproportionately large for his body, reminiscent of a finely crafted child. What captivated attention were his mismatched eyes, the left a deep, ethereal blue akin to the night sky, and the right ablaze with a violet hue reminiscent of a burning nebula, the 2 colors meeting in perfect curvature at the center of his pupils. His skin was fair as jade, and he donned a simple white robe. He was the supreme deity, the Omni King, reigning over the 12 universes. When Beerus and Kampa recognized the newcomer, the 2 usually imperious destroyers appeared to have their strength sapped away. Beerus' paws faltered, and his immense form collapsed onto the ground with a thud, his golden eyes filled with disbelief and terror, his forehead pressed to the earth. Too frightened to lift his gaze, Kampa, even more dramatically, succumbed to the dust, his rotund body sprawled out, the usual pride he held for his brother entirely evaporated, replaced by a primal shudder emanating from his very soul. Sweat beaded on their foreheads, trickling down their cheeks, leaving damp traces upon the ground. Their breathing became cautious, fearful of disturbing this exalted entity. The Kaioshin in the back were equally terrified, their spirits nearly fleeing in panic. The Kaioshin of the 7th universe and the Kaioshin of the 6th universe bent their bodies in unison, their waists curving like two taut bows. Hands nervously pressed against their sides, sweat streaming down their temples, soaking their divine robes. They could distinctly feel the undeniable supreme authority radiating from the Omni King. A pressure that required no deliberate exertion, yet instinctively compelled all lower deities to submit. It was as if with a mere thought, the Omni King could dissolve the very universes they were sworn to protect, leaving them as fragile as soap bubbles. The competitors in the arena were left baffled by this sudden turn of events. Sun Wukong scratched his head, his black, spiky hair swaying slightly amidst the chaotic energy currents. He curiously scrutinized the sudden arrivals, particularly the king of all, who appeared no different from a mere child, his eyes brimming with inquisitiveness. Lin Shao stood nearby, observing the situation with a calm demeanor. He sensed the unfathomable energy within the Grand Priest, but did not exhibit the fear displayed by others. Vegeta crossed his arms, a flicker of wariness gleaming in his blue eyes, as his years of combat experience alerted him to the formidable nature of these unexpected guests. Meanwhile, Broly, who had just emerged from a fierce battle, was still catching his breath, his green energy aura not yet fully stabilized. Feeling the weight of the King of All's direct gaze, causing his muscles to tense. Lord Kaioshin, who are they? Krillin tugged at Shin's sleeve, his voice tinged with trepidation. The other contestants cast questioning glances, the atmosphere growing increasingly tense due to the deity's unusual reactions. Shin's lips trembled as he struggled to articulate a response, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead with his sleeve. He lowered his voice to explain to the contestants. Do you see that person in the blue robe? That is the Grand Priest, the father of all angels. His power is beyond comprehension. Even the gods of destruction must regard him with reverence. He paused, his throat dry from anxiety, swallowing hard before continuing. And the one who resembles a child is the king of all, the supreme deity above the 12 universes. To put in perspective, there used to be 16 universes. Do you know why only 12 remain now? The 4 that are missing were personally erased by the king of all. Erased? 16 universes? The contestants erupted in disbelief, their eyes widening, the color draining from their faces. Krillin's legs buckled in fear, nearly collapsing to the ground, while Gohan instinctively shielded little Fawn behind him, veins popping on his forehead. Even a usually composed Vegeta couldn't suppress a sharp intake of breath, genuine fear reflecting in his blue eyes for the first time. They finally understood why Beerus and the Kaioshins had reacted so erratically. The seemingly harmless child before them was the ultimate being wielding dominion over life and death in the universe, capable of erasing countless stars with a mere thought. However, amidst the crowd, 2 figures stood out as incongruous. Sun Wukong maintained his curious expression, scratching his cheek and muttering to himself, erasing universes? He must be incredibly powerful, right? No sooner had he spoken than the surrounding deities were struck dumb, Beerus's tail standing on end in fright, while Shin covered his face, as if foreseeing the dreadful consequences. The Kaioshin Fua trembled, his voice quivering as he nearly cried out, He is the highest deity here. How can you say such a thing? Not only could you not defeat him, but you don't even have the right to approach him. If he were displeased, even Lord Beerus could be eliminated in an instant. At that moment, a voice, both authoritative and serene, resonated from the void, devoid of any emotion, yet piercingly clear to all. Who permitted you to engage in private combat? An immediate silence enveloped the arena, as if the very air had solidified. The Grand Priest stood beside the Omni King, his demeanor still gentle. Yet his gaze swept across every individual present, causing hearts to race. After a brief moment, that authoritative voice resonated once more. Very well, I shall spare you this time. The Omni King appeared quite pleased, preparing to host a power conference, where formidable beings from other universes would be gathered. A power conference? Gathering individuals from other universes? The faces of the onlookers were etched with disbelief, as they turned their gazes toward the Omni King. The Omni King, standing beside the Grand Priest, nodded lightly, a glimmer of anticipation shining on his youthful visage, as if merely confirming a matter of little significance. Just as silence enveloped the crowd, Sun Wukong's eyes suddenly sparkled, and he soared confidently towards the Omni King. "Wukong!" Beerus gasped, his fur bristling in alarm, yearning to intervene, but finding his body paralyzed by fear. Shin and Fua were equally terrified, their faces pale, fists clenched tightly, their hearts nearly leaping from their chests. "Greetings, esteemed Omni King." Sun Wukong landed before the Omni King, his face beaming with a radiant smile, naturally extending his hand in an attempt to shake hands. The Omni King blinked his uniquely colored eyes, observing the unflinching Saiyan before him, but did not extend his hand. Instead, he gently waved, signaling him to return. As Sun Wukong had not participated in the recent confrontation, the Omni King had not witnessed his unfathomable strength, and thus he harbored no interest in him this time, nor an opportunity for camaraderie. Sun Wukong hesitated for a moment, slightly puzzled, yet obediently retreated. The Omni King then turned his gaze beyond the crowd, landing on Broly, who felt an overwhelming discomfort under the weight of those eyes imbued with supreme authority. A green aura subtly fluctuated around him, yet he dared not make a single move. Just as everyone anticipated a reprimand for Broly's ferocious fighting, the Omni King unexpectedly spoke, his voice imbued with childlike innocence. "Brilliant talent. Your battle was exhilarating. I thoroughly enjoyed it." As his words settled, the Omni King descended from beside the Grand Priest, his diminutive figure hovering before Broly. He extended his small hand, firmly grasping Broly's palm, a sincere smile illuminating his face. "I hope you will showcase an even better performance at the Power Conference. Here is a treasure of mine. It will appear by your side when the event begins." As he spoke, the Omni King opened his other hand, revealing a crimson button adorned with intricate golden patterns, emanating a faint yet pure energy wave. Broly gazed at the red button and then into the Omni King's expectant eyes, solemnly nodding as he carefully tucked the button away. "Certainly, esteemed Omni King." Seeing him accept the gift, the Omni King beamed with joy, his smile as pure as a nascent star, relieving the tension among the deities present. Following this, the Omni King turned and returned to the side of the Grand Priest, his small form coming to rest once again. The Grand Priest inclined his head slightly, and the fabric of time and space rippled once more around them. A blinding flash of white light surged forth, and the figures of the High Priest, the Omni King, and the two guards gradually faded away like ink dissolving in water, ultimately vanishing completely into the void, leaving only the lingering aura of divine pressure in the air. With a sigh of relief, the gods collapsed onto the ground. Beerus sprawled with his four limbs in the air, his chest heaving violently, while his golden whiskers trembled with each breath. Shin and Fua leaned against the remnants of a stone pillar, gasping heavily, their divine robes clinging to their bodies, drenched in cold sweat, as if they had just emerged from the depths of the ocean. In that moment, the destroyers and Supreme Kais had lost their former grandeur. Reduced to mere shells of exhaustion after surviving a cataclysm, the contestants on the field finally dared to breathe freely. Krillin plopped down onto the ground, wiping the sweat from his brow, exclaiming, "Was that really the Omni King? That was utterly terrifying." Gohan nodded, still shaken, and replied, "The power to erase even the universe is simply unimaginable." Vegeta shut his eyes, forcing himself to regain control over his chaotic energy. Yet the words power tournament echoed incessantly in his mind. A flicker of complex emotions in his gaze, both a wariness of the unknown adversary and a fervent desire for a climactic showdown. Goku approached Broly, curiosity evident as he inquired, "Broly, what is that button the Omni King gave you?" Broly shook his head, placing his hand on the spot where the button was kept. "I don't know, but the Omni King said it would be useful when the tournament begins." Goku scratched his head, a broad grin spreading across his face. "The power tournament sounds like a thrilling experience. I bet we'll encounter many formidable warriors." Hearing Goku's words, Beerus rolled his eyes, weakly retorting, "You really have no sense of danger, do you? The power tournament is not to be taken lightly. The Omni King's games are always fraught with peril. A single misstep could lead to..." He paused, but everyone present understood the implication. Erasure, the most effortless yet terrifying power wielded by the Omni King. The Supreme Kai, Shin, regained his composure, standing up and brushing off the dust from his attire, his expression grave as he addressed the assembly. "Everyone, we cannot alter the Omni King's decision. The power tournament will be a grand event for the 12 universes, as well as a test. We must prepare ourselves, We cannot bring shame upon the seventh universe. And we must not. He hesitated, a flicker of fear crossing his eyes, disappoint the Omni King. Zampa rose from the ground, adjusting his disheveled robes. Though still somewhat disheveled, his haughty nature remained unchanged. Even if the tournament is held, the sixth universe will never be outmatched by your seventh universe. That previous confrontation was merely a warm-up. The true warriors have yet to make their appearance. Beerus scoffed, we shall see. Just don't embarrass yourself too much. The tension between the two destroyers reignited. Yet this time, no one dared to act rashly. The arrival of the Omni King served as a clarion call, reminding all present that under the watchful gaze of the supreme deity, any reckless action could lead to irreparable consequences. Goku gazed in the direction where the Omni King had vanished, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. Although he did not fully comprehend the exalted status of the Omni King or the implications of erasing the universe, he could sense the pure aura emanating from the Omni King and envision the formidable warriors that would emerge at the power tournament. For him, nothing was more exhilarating than the prospect of battling with the mighty. Lin Xiao stood calmly to the side, observing everything with a serene expression. He understood the terrifying nature of the Omni King better than anyone present and was acutely aware of the hidden dangers lurking behind the power tournament. However, he did not reveal excessive emotion, quietly plotting his future path in his mind. In this universe teeming with powerful beings, only by ceaselessly growing stronger could one hope to stand firm amidst the impending storm. Broly caressed the spot on his chest where the red button was kept, the Omni King's words echoing in his mind. He had never before received acknowledgement from such a supreme being, and this recognition stirred a mysterious drive within him. He lifted his gaze towards the depths of the cosmos, his green eyes shimmering with an unprecedented determination. He was resolved to grow stronger, not only to prove himself at the power tournament, but also to live up to the Omni King's expectations. The twilight sun cast its dying light upon the ravaged battlefield, elongating the shadows of all present. The residual energy gradually dissipated, the folds of time and space slowly smoothing out. Yet the shock of the Omni King's arrival and the impending tournament rippled through each heart like a stone cast into a lake, creating waves of emotion. After a brief standoff, Beerus and Kampa, accompanied by the chosen warriors of their respective universes and the Supreme Kai, opened a portal to return. Before departing, Beerus cast a deep, complex glance at Son Goku, a mixture of concern, anticipation, and a subtle, almost imperceptible acknowledgement in his eyes. Kampa, on the other hand, let out a disdainful huff towards Broly, but refrained from uttering any further harsh words. As the portal closed, tranquility enveloped the battlefield once again. Only the howling cosmic winds swept through the debris, producing a sound akin to a lament, as if recounting the events that had just transpired. The red button, nestled in Broly's palm, emitted a faint glow, symbolizing a covenant, a bond connecting mortal warriors with the divine. The curtain on the power tournament had been raised, and the fates of the 12 universes would intertwine in this grand event, while the stories of Son Goku, Broly, Lin Xiao, and all the formidable beings would continue to unfold on this new stage. The figure of the Grand Minister appeared in a distant temporal rift, observing the activities of the 12 universes, a subtle, elusive smile gracing his gentle features. The Omni King, seated on a floating throne nearby, toyed with a sphere of light, occasionally erupting into peals of laughter. The Grand Minister softly remarked, "Your Excellency the Omni King, preparations for the power tournament may commence. This time, I believe it will be even more spectacular than before." The Omni King nodded, tossing the sphere into the air. "Indeed. Let everyone engage in joyous combat." The sphere exploded in mid-air, transforming into countless streams of light that soared towards the 12 universes, serving as invitations to the power tournament, as well as markers of fate. An event concerning the survival of the universe, gathering the strongest from across the cosmos, was quietly brewing. Yet, those selected warriors remained oblivious to the challenges they would soon face, as well as the profound twists of fate this tournament would bring to their lives. The stars of the universe continued to shimmer, and the river of time flows relentlessly, yet a new chapter belonging to the god of destruction, the Supreme Kai, the Saiyans, and all sentient beings has slowly begun to unfold under the watchful gaze of the Omni King. The exhilaration of Son Goku, the steadfastness of Broly, the yearning of Vegeta, the composure of Lin Xiao, and the reverence and trepidation of the deities will all ignite the most brilliant sparks during the imminent tournament of power. Chapter 31. The Path to Strength, the Approaching Zamasu. The brilliance of the time-space portal gradually dimmed behind them, and the familiar aura of the seventh universe enveloped them. The crowd, still reeling from the shock of the Omni King's descent, bore lingering traces of unease on their faces. Yet there was also a complex array of emotions regarding the future. Beerus flicked his tail, his destructive energy fully receding as he resumed his usual languid demeanor, though a flicker of seriousness regarding the tournament of power remained in his gaze. The Supreme Kai let out a sigh of relief, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, and addressed the assembly with a bow. Today, events owe much to your restraint. Though the Omni King has not laid blame, the tournament of power is fast approaching, and we must prepare swiftly. The group nodded in agreement, and then dispersed like the ebbing tide. Krillin returned to Earth with his wife and child, while Gohan hurried back to balance his studies and training. Vegeta snorted disdainfully and shot off like a streak of light towards Bulma's Capsule Corporation, where the most advanced gravity training room awaited him. Son Goku scratched his head, his face lighting up with excitement as he watched Broly depart, before transforming into golden light and vanishing into the sky. The once tumultuous battlefield fell silent, leaving only the whisper of the wind gliding through the cosmic void. Broly's figure settled upon the ruins of planet Vegeta. This land, ravaged by war, still bore the primal essence of the Saiyan bloodline's fighting spirit. He raised his hand to touch the spot on his chest where the Omni King's red button lay. The words "your battle" was magnificent echoing in his ears. In the past, he had lived in the solitude of exile and the agony of uncontrolled power, never having received such exalted recognition. The dying rays of the setting sun cast a warm glow upon his chiseled features, igniting an unprecedented flame within his green pupils, as his energy surged uncontrollably, stirring clouds of dust around him. "I must grow stronger," he growled softly, each word infused with a determination akin to a desperate resolve. From that day forth, a tireless figure emerged from the ruins of planet Vegeta, day after day, throwing punches, erupting, surpassing limits, as green energy blazed like a raging fire, carving a path of strength across the barren earth. Far away in the gravity training room on Earth, Vegeta's roars and the thunderous clashes of energy resonated in succession. He floated within a hundredfold gravity field, sweat soaking through his battle attire, each punch accompanied by a sharp sound that tore through the air. Damn it! Even Broly has gained the Omni King's recognition. How can I fall behind? He suddenly surged with power, his aura expanding dramatically, sending fine cracks through the alloy walls of the training room. Nearby, Son Goku was also engaged in frenzied training, pushing the Kaioken to its limits. His red aura blazing like fire, colliding with the oncoming mechanical arms, creating a dazzling display of light. Broly has grown stronger, and Vegeta is also striving. I cannot afford to be left behind. He laughed heartily, his laughter brimming with a fervent desire for battle. With each breakthrough, he could feel the Saiyan blood within him boiling. Meanwhile, in a secluded corner, Lin Xiao stood quietly at the edge of a cliff, gazing at the tumultuous sea of clouds below. The scene of the Omni King's descent replayed in his mind incessantly, the unfathomable aura of the Grand Priest, the Omni King's nonchalant erasure of the universe's majesty, and Broly's unwavering resolve upon being recognized, all struck his heart like a hammer. No, my current strength is still woefully inadequate. He clenched his fists, his knuckles whitening with the exertion, as feelings of unyielding frustration and urgency surged within him like a tide. In this universe teeming with formidable beings, even the slightest lapse could leave one far behind, and the Omni King's power conference brooked no room for complacency. System. Display my current status and the clues for my next transformation. Lin Xiao silently intoned, and an icy mechanical voice immediately resonated in his mind. Host. Lin Xiao. Current highest form, God of Earth. Energy level, surpassing the threshold of a conventional destroyer. Next transformation clue, Ultra Instinct. Unlock conditions. Master the core principles of Ultra Instinct and perfectly integrate them with the God of Earth form. Ultra Instinct, Lin Xiao nodded thoughtfully. He had heard tales of this realm, an ultimate combat state where thought was unnecessary and the body reacted instinctively, a state even the destroyer god Beerus had not fully mastered. Accessible only to the angel race and a select few top-tier warriors. He never anticipated that his next breakthrough would require mastering such an exalted state. It seems this path is destined to be anything but easy. His gaze grew resolute, and there was not a trace of fear within him. Instead, he was filled with exhilaration at the prospect of challenging the strong. With a mere thought, Lin Zhao's aura began to transform. A gentle green glow radiated from within him, his skin shimmering with a faint vitality, and his eyes became clear and profound, embodying the form of the god of Earth. Unlike Goku and Vegeta, who needed to unleash energy to maintain their transformations, each of Lin Zhao's transformative breakthroughs represented an elevation of his very existence. The new form would become the new norm, and training upon this foundation would yield exponentially greater efficiency. At this moment, he could distinctly sense the life energy flowing through the cosmos. With each breath, he resonated with the pulse of the universe, providing an exceptional foundation for comprehending Ultra Instinct. Just as Lin Zhao adjusted his state to commence his training, the system's alert tone sounded again, imbued with an unusual gravity. Warning, special temporal and spatial node fluctuations detected. The story arc of Black Goku is about to commence. Emergency mission issued. Eliminate Zamasu after the fusion of universes. Mission reward, 1 million points. Mission failure penalty. Host will be directly erased. Erased. Lin Zhao's pupils constricted, and his heart sank. He had long been aware of the legend of Zamasu, the Kaioshin candidate who distorted the ideals of justice, and, through the Super Dragon Balls, exchanged bodies, ultimately embarking on a frenzied path to annihilate all humanity. After the fusion with the universe, Zamasu possesses the terrifying abilities of immortality and infinite replication, making him a formidable adversary even against the combined might of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, who could only rely on the power of the Omni King to eliminate him completely. Such a formidable foe has been designated by the system as a target that must be eradicated, with the punishment for failure being a merciless obliteration. With a reward of 1 million points, Lin Zhao took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. This generous reward signifies that the difficulty of the task has reached unprecedented heights. The points can be exchanged for various rare items and cultivation resources, serving as a crucial aid in enhancing his strength. Yet behind this string of numbers lies a trial of life and death. It seems there is no turning back now. His gaze sharpened like a blade. He must thoroughly fuse with the ultimate instinct before Black Goku's appearance, unlocking a more powerful form. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Zhao soared into the sky, transforming into a green streak of light that pierced through the atmosphere, flying deep into the cosmos. His destination was singular, the Void Realm. This is a special domain devoid of the concepts of time and space, free from any disturbances, and an ideal place for attaining the highest realms of cultivation. The energy here is pure and tranquil, capable of maximizing the potential of practitioners, and it is also where Sun Wukong once comprehended the ultimate instinct. The moment Lin Zhao stepped into the Void Realm, he felt an entirely different environment. Surrounding him was boundless whiteness, devoid of gravity, sound, and even the sensation of his own breath seemed to merge with the vast emptiness. He sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to clear his mind of distractions. The essence of ultimate instinct lies in a mind free from clutter, allowing the body to respond spontaneously in harmony with the environment, transcending the constraints of consciousness to achieve the most perfect reactions in battle. This resonates with his ability to resonate with the heavens and earth in his earth god form. Yet it is even more profound and enigmatic. Lin Zhao attempted to release his aura, allowing energy to flow within him like a river, while simultaneously emptying his mind to feel every subtle wave of energy in the Void Realm. He recalled instinctive reactions from past battles, amplifying those moments of intuition in an effort to find the critical point of separation between body and consciousness. Initially, he unconsciously allowed his consciousness to dictate his movements. Whenever energy was on the verge of breaking through its limits, mental interference would thwart his efforts. Sweat trickled down his forehead, forming droplets in the void that instantly evaporated. Time passed, and Lin Zhao's breath gradually steadied. He no longer deliberately sought emptiness. Instead, he integrated the life energy of the Earth God with the environment of the Void Realm, becoming one with the emptiness. When he threw his fist again, his movements were no longer hindered, as if the energy of the universe propelled his arm. His expression remained calm, yet he could perceive the most minute changes around him, with his body responding with precision before his consciousness could catch up. Is this what perfect ultimate instinct feels like? Lin Zhao felt the flowing power within him, a wave of joy swelling in his heart. He sensed that his body was adapting to this state, with each breath and every punch drawing him closer to the realm of perfection. He began to intertwine the form of the earth deity with the ultimate essence of freedom. merging vibrant green life energy with silvery white supreme power, thereby generating a novel wave of energy that encapsulated the ceaseless vigor of life while radiating an indomitable brilliance. In the realm of the void, time lost its significance, and Lin Xiao was completely immersed in his cultivation. At times, he moved with exceptional speed, leaving behind traces of his form in the emptiness while evading the attacks conjured by his own energy. At other moments, he focused inwardly, allowing his body to unconsciously evolve countless combat techniques. His strength grew at a visibly rapid pace. His aura deepened and expanded, causing even the void of the realm to ripple gently. Finally, after a full-force eruption, an astonishing silver light emanated from Lin Xiao. His gaze was ethereal yet focused, and his movements flowed like water, devoid of any superfluous exertion. Each strike was impeccably timed, as if perfectly synchronized with the laws of the universe. Detection indicates that the host has mastered the flawless realm of the ultimate essence of freedom, with the integration progress elevated to 30. The system's prompt resonated with a subtle fluctuation, and Lin Xiao gradually reined in his energy, feeling an unprecedented strength within him while a faint smile graced his lips. He understood that he had taken the most crucial step forward. Meanwhile, upon a distant throne of time and space, the high priest observed the scene in the void through the crystal orb in his hands. Within the orb, Lin Xiao's figure practicing was vividly discernible, the silvery white essence of freedom exuding a pure and potent aura. A hint of approval crossed the gentle features of the high priest as he turned to the king of all, who was busily stacking blocks beside him, and softly remarked, "My lord, observe this child." The king of all lifted his head, curiously leaning closer to the crystal orb, watching the flickering light within. What is he doing? He is cultivating a remarkably powerful technique, the high priest patiently explained. With his current strength, he is already qualified to assume the role of a cosmic inspector. This position demands formidable power to uphold the order of the universe, and he possesses such strength. The king of all nodded, albeit with a hint of confusion, poking at Lin Xiao's image in the orb. Is he strong? Stronger than Broly? Each has their merits, but his potential is far more unfathomable. A glimmer of wisdom sparkled in the high priest's eyes. However, strength is merely the foundation. What truly matters is the nature of one's heart. We must observe him further to determine if he possesses the awareness to safeguard order. The king of all blinked his multicolored eyes and returned to his blocks. All right. If he is interesting, perhaps he can come and play with me next time. The high priest smiled and nodded. Such an opportunity may indeed arise. His gaze shifted back to the crystal orb, becoming profound once more. Lin Xiao's ascent was akin to a new star, casting an uncertain light within the tapestry of the 12 universes, and his existence might play an unforeseen role in the impending storm. Unbeknownst to Lin Xiao, his cultivation was under the watchful gaze of the supreme beings. He was intensely focused on the intricate process of merging the essence of tranquility with the form of the earth deity. Silvery white and verdant energies intertwined, separated, and reformed in his hands. Each attempt deepened his comprehension of power. He could sense a nascent force burgeoning within him, one that would transcend the earth deity, serving as his ultimate trump card against Black Goku in the Tournament of Power. Zamasu, Tournament of Power, Lin Xiao murmured softly, his gaze resolute as solid as granite. Regardless of the challenges ahead, he vowed to conquer them all. He closed his eyes once more, allowing the energy around him to settle into tranquility, with only the swirling silver radiance attesting to his ascension among the cosmos' elite warriors. Simultaneously, in a distant corner of the 7th universe, a rift in time and space began to widen stealthily. An aura filled with malice and arrogance started to permeate the atmosphere. The shadow of Black Goku was gradually encroaching with the passage of time, while Lin Xiao's training entered a pivotal phase. A silent confrontation, one that would determine the fate of the universe, was brewing, as all prepared for the impending storm, unaware that its magnitude would far exceed their expectations. Goku had shattered new limits within the gravity chamber. Vegeta's roar echoed through the heavens, and Broly's training amidst the ruins caused the very earth to tremble, while Lin Xiao's presence in the realm of nothingness resembled a coiled dragon in the depths, gathering power potent enough to shake the cosmos. The Grand Minister's gaze remained fixed upon the crystal ball, while the King of All's laughter rang out, bright and melodious. The gears of fate for the 12 universes turned quietly in the unnoticed corners of existence. Author's note: some details may be inaccurate. Please disregard them. Chapter 32. The Black Goku arc begins. Future Trunks. The metallic floor of the laboratory still bore the residual energy from the activation of the time machine. Faint blue arcs dancing across the instrument's surface, filling the air with a peculiar scent of ozone mingled with mechanical lubricants. With a hissing sound of pressure release, the hatch of the time machine slowly ascended, unleashing a chilling gust from the future, laden with an aura of despair that sent shivers down the spines of all present. At the moment the hatch fully opened, a figure slid softly from within, blue hair cascading like shattered starlight upon the dust-laden ground, clad in a futuristic black battlesuit. The shoulder armor was riddled with cracks, dark stains spreading across the fabric, indistinguishable as either sweat or dry blood. This unconscious young man was none other than Trunks from the future, his brow furrowed, even in slumber, as if haunted by nightmarish memories. Bulma was the first to rush forward, gently lifting him with utmost care. The instant her fingertips brushed against his skin, she felt an extraordinary chill. "Quick! Get him to the medical bed," she urgently commanded, her voice trembling with barely concealed anxiety. Goku and Vegeta followed closely behind, working in unison to place Trunks gently upon the makeshift medical bed, the white sheets instantly stained with dark marks from his soiled attire. The medical instruments emitted a soft hum as they began scanning Trunks' condition. The data stream pulsating on the screen revealed a chaotic turbulence within him, his vitality oscillating weakly. Bulma's gaze fixated on the display, her fingers nervously twisting the hem of her garment, her eyes brimming with concern. What tribulations had this son from the future endured? Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until Trunks' eyelashes finally fluttered. His consciousness struggled to surface from the depths, first catching the blinding light, followed by indistinct silhouettes. He blinked laboriously, his dry eyes swirling, striving to focus on the scene before him. When his vision finally clarified, and he discerned the familiar face by his bedside adorned with a concerned smile, his pupils dilated in shock. It was Goku's face. Yet in this future timeline, this visage bore an entirely different and terrifying connotation. Black Goku, the demon who had thrown his world into chaos, plunging countless souls into despair. "Black Goku!" Trunks shrieked, the fury and fear within him igniting a latent power. His blue hair thrashed violently as energy erupted, a golden aura igniting around him. Muscles bulging as he transformed into a Super Saiyan. Instinctively, he hurled a punch, imbued with apocalyptic force, directly towards Goku's face. "Watch out!" Bulma's alarmed cry coincided with the rush of wind from his fist. Goku instinctively sidestepped, the punch grazing his cheek before crashing against the metallic wall behind him with a thunderous boom, leaving a deep dent and sending debris flying. As Trunks prepared to launch another assault, a hand suddenly gripped his wrist. He turned in astonishment to find Bulma standing before him, tears glistening in her eyes. Yet her expression was resolutely serious. Before he could comprehend the situation, a sharp slap echoed through the laboratory as Bulma's palm struck his face with force. The impact caused Trunks' head to jerk sideways, a vivid red mark quickly appearing on his cheek. The intense pain jolted his muddled mind back to clarity, momentarily stalling the surging energy within him. He stared blankly at Bulma, noticing the tears glimmering in her eyes and the familiar expression of worry, contrasting starkly with the cold visage of Black Goku in his memory. He finally realized he had mistaken his target. The golden aura gradually dissipated, his hair reverting to its original blue, standing dazed and speechless. "Calm down." Bulma's voice trembled with a hint of sobs. "This is our timeline. He is Goku. Not that Black Goku you speak of." Trunks lowered his gaze, fixating on his trembling hands, the residual force of his earlier punch still echoing in his muscles. A mingling of shame, fear, and sorrow caused his body to quiver uncontrollably. Taking a deep breath, he rasped, "I'm sorry, I was too tense." What exactly transpired? Goku scratched his head, a look of confusion crossing his face. Is there a problem in the future? At the mention of the future, Trunks' eyes dimmed, the once recovered calmness within him once again churning with turmoil. He slowly lifted his head, his eyes brimming with tears. The future, the world of tomorrow, is under siege. Suddenly, Black Goku appeared, bearing a visage identical to Goku's, yet possessing the cataclysmic power to annihilate. Cities lay in ruins, and people were vanishing incessantly. His voice trembled, pausing for an extended moment before continuing. "My mother had intended to escape with me through the time machine, but at the last moment, to protect me, she was struck by Black Goku's attack. I couldn't even grasp her hand." Tears finally cascaded down his cheeks. "And then there was Xiao Wu, my girlfriend. We became separated amidst the chaos, and I know not whether she lives or perished." I could only secretly activate the time machine to seek help in this timeline. The laboratory was enveloped in a heavy silence, with only Trunks' stifled sobs echoing in the air. Bulma approached with a heavy heart, gently patting his back in consolation. Her own eyes already reddened. Goku furrowed his brow. The smile that once graced his face vanished, replaced by a grave expression. At that moment, two figures silently emerged from the corner of the laboratory, as if they had always been present. One was a purple-furred, feline creature adorned with golden earrings, exuding an air of arrogance, while the other was a blond man clad in a white robe, possessing a gentle demeanor and a perpetual faint smile. They were none other than the god of destruction Beerus and his attendant Whis. Manipulating time is a grave offense. Beerus licked his claws and spoke slowly, his voice low yet imbued with undeniable authority. Even if you merely plucked a flower from the future to bring to the past, it could trigger the butterfly effect. A minor alteration, over the passage of time, could amplify infinitely, potentially leading to the obliteration of a planet or even the collapse of the entire universe. His gaze fell upon Trunks, a chill flickering in his violet pupils. Your unauthorized traversal through time has severely breached the cosmic laws. You must face the consequences of destruction. No, please no. Upon hearing the word destruction, Trunks turned pale, hastily dropping to his knees before Beerus, repeatedly bowing his head. "O Divine One, please have mercy. This is all my fault. My mother is innocent. If punishment is to be meted out, let it be upon me. I implore you, do not harm her." In his panic, his knee inadvertently struck against Whis' foot, prompting him to adopt a posture of supplication before Whis. Beerus, witnessing this, widened his eyes in indignation, pointing at himself and exclaiming, "Hey, you're kneeling before the wrong person. He is the god." Bulma, unable to contain herself, whispered a reminder. He is indeed a god, albeit the god of destruction. Whis smiled gently, adding, "I am merely Lord Beerus' attendant." "I thought you were the deity," Trunks said. His face flushed with embarrassment as he quickly turned back to Beerus, kneeling once more. "I apologize profusely. True Divine One, my mother is blameless. All the responsibility lies with me. I beg you, punish me." Goku hurried forward, hands clasped together in supplication. "I implore you, Lord Beerus, please show mercy." Trunks had no choice. His world is truly perilous. Beerus narrowed his eyes and pinched his chin, feigning a contemplative demeanor. The atmosphere in the laboratory grew tense once more, with every gaze fixated upon him, as if the very air had solidified. At that moment, Bulma seemed to recall something, her eyes sparkling with inspiration as she hastily retrieved a delicately packaged sausage from her pocket. This delicacy, prepared specifically for unforeseen circumstances, was rumored to be irresistible even to the god of destruction. "Lord Beerus, Mr. Whis, do give this a try. It's a treasured delight of mine." Beerus's nostrils flared slightly, clearly drawn in by the enticing aroma of the sausage. He accepted the offering, sharing it with Whis, and took a gentle bite. Instantly, a rich meaty flavor erupted in his mouth, harmoniously complemented by the perfect blend of spices, providing immense satisfaction to his taste buds. Both men displayed expressions of astonishment, exchanging glances filled with admiration. "Well, it's quite delectable." Beerus cleared his throat and spoke with feigned nonchalance. "Very well, in light of this sausage, I shall forgive your recent transgressions." Trunks and Bulma sighed in relief, their faces lighting up with expressions of liberation. Goku, overflowing with enthusiasm, leapt into the air, exclaiming, "This is fantastic. I knew Lord Beerus was the most merciful." Beerus huffed in a haughty manner, choosing silence, yet the fury that once adorned his visage had evidently dissipated. Subsequently, Bulma discovered a small metallic box within the storage compartment of the time machine. Upon opening it, she found a somewhat worn notebook alongside a silver disc. "Is this something my future self left for me?" she pondered, flipping through the notebook filled with densely packed handwriting, chronicling events from the future and analyses of Black Goku's powers. The disc, when inserted into a specialized player, projected an image of future Bulma onto the screen. Clad in a white lab coat, she bore a weary yet resolute expression. "Greetings, past me. If you're watching this video, it signifies that Trunks has successfully arrived in your timeline. The disc contains the structural principles of the time machine and technical explanations for time travel, which I hope will assist you. Black Goku's power surpasses our wildest imaginations. He seems to possess a unique ability to continually absorb other strength. Be cautious and safeguard everyone." As the image faded, a profound silence enveloped the laboratory once more. The gravity of the formidable adversary they were about to confront settled upon them. Are we heading to the future? How exhilarating! Goku suddenly shouted, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. For him, a powerful opponent was always the most thrilling prospect. Not so fast. Vegeta interjected, having remained silent in the corner, now unable to restrain himself. I have doubts about your strength. Before we venture into the future, you must face me in battle once more, to prove your worth for this confrontation. Absolutely. Goku replied without hesitation, a spirited grin illuminating his face. The two exchanged a glance, and in an instant, they transformed into twin streaks of light soaring into the sky. Trunks gazed at their retreating figures, inhaling deeply as he envisioned Son Goku as Black Goku, reigniting the fury and determination within his heart. Yeah, he bellowed, a golden aura erupting around him. His blue hair transforming instantaneously into a brilliant gold, standing erect against the sky, as the might of the Super Saiyan surged within him. Goku, not to be outdone, shouted as his hair began to elongate rapidly, the once short, black strands cascading down to his waist, glowing resplendently in gold, as flames of golden energy blazed around him, transforming him into Super Saiyan 3. A potent aura radiated outward, instilling a profound sense of pressure among the onlookers below. Trunks, unleash your full power, Bulma urged, producing a compact remote control and pressing a button. Instantly, a faint blue energy shield enveloped both Goku and Trunks, designed to shield the surrounding environment from their impending clash. Trunks soared into the sky, gripping the hilt of his sword, and swiftly unsheathed the long blade. The sword gleamed coldly in the air, reflecting the sun's brilliance. With both hands firmly on the hilt, energy surged within him, intensifying the golden aura that surrounded him. Hiya! He roared, channeling his strength as he swung the blade down fiercely towards Goku. The blade sliced through the air with a sharp, piercing whistle, crashing down upon Goku. With a resounding clang, a tremendous force erupted, shattering the newly formed energy shield, its fragments scattering like blue sparks into the atmosphere. Smoke billowed forth, obscuring the spectator's view. Goku! Bulma exclaimed anxiously. As the mist gradually dissipated, the scene within emerged, revealing Goku unfazed, extending 2 fingers from each hand to effortlessly block Trunks' full-throttle strike. Before Trunks could react, Goku retaliated with a swift counter, his fist propelled by a powerful current of energy, striking Trunks squarely in the abdomen. Ugh! Trunks gasped in pain. His body sent hurtling away like a severed kite, crashing heavily to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. The golden aura swiftly receded, his hair reverting to blue as he curled up on the ground, momentarily immobilized. Goku gently descended to the earth, approaching Trunks and extending his hand. Are you alright? Your strength is formidable, but it requires further training. Trunks looked at Goku's outstretched hand, then at the concerned gazes around him, a glimmer of gratitude flashing in his eyes. He grasped Goku's hand and gradually rose to his feet. Thank you, Goku. I will train hard for the future of our world and for Mom and Goten. Bulma stepped forward, patting Trunks on the shoulder. Don't worry, we will support you together. With so many powerful allies, we can surely defeat Black Goku and save the future. Beerus and Whis stood nearby, observing the scene with faint smiles gracing their lips. Beerus licked his lips and turned to Bulma, saying, that sausage was quite delectable. Is there any more? If you wish for my assistance, you must present more delicious treats. Absolutely. Bulma smiled and assured, I'll prepare everything right away. And I promise you'll be satisfied. Son Wukong excitedly waved his fist, exclaiming wonderful. Let us hasten our preparations and venture into the future time. I can hardly wait to confront that Black Wukong. Chapter 33. The first encounter with Black Wukong. The air in the laboratory had yet to settle from the aftershocks of Trunks and Son Wukong's sparring match. Trunks observed the figure of Son Wukong, effortlessly deflecting his full force attack, and his brow remained furrowed. He approached Bulma, his voice tinged with undeniable concern. Mr. Wukong's power is indeed formidable, but I fear that Black Wukong may surpass it. That earlier sparring session is nothing compared to the despair of the battlefield in the future. Bulma patted his shoulder, though her fingers unconsciously clenched the time machine notebook tightly. Do not fret too much. We still have time to prepare. Moreover, Wukong and the others are continually growing stronger. They will surely find a way to counter Black Wukong. However, as she spoke, her fingers trembled slightly as she opened her notebook. The words she had penned in the future, such as immortal energy absorption, pierced her eyes like needles. At that moment, the sky suddenly darkened. The previously clear afternoon was engulfed by ominous clouds, thick layers swirling above as if a colossal beast lay in wait within. A fierce wind arose, causing the trees outside the laboratory to sway violently, while sand and debris were lifted into the air, producing a howling sound. What is happening? The weather has changed far too rapidly. Sun Wukong looked up at the sky, his golden brows arching slightly as unusual ripples began to stir in the air around him. Vegeta snorted dismissively, crossing his arms and standing in an open space. This is no ordinary weather change. It's a disturbance in spatial energy. As soon as he spoke, a pitch-black fissure suddenly tore open in the center of the clouds above. The crack widened, its edges flickering with distorted purple lightning, as if the sky had been rent open, revealing a passage to the abyss. Following this, a blinding white lightning bolt erupted from the fissure, cleaving through the clouds like a divine sword, instantly illuminating the astonished faces of all present. As the lightning dissipated, a dark figure slowly descended from the rift. Suspended in midair, his black cloak billowed in the raging wind, the hood obscuring much of his face, revealing only a sharply defined jawline and a faint, enigmatic smirk. With his arrival, the surrounding air seemed to solidify, and a chilling, powerful aura spread, sending a bone-chilling wave through those on the ground. Where's this place? The voice of Black Wukong resonated with a metallic timbre as he gradually lifted his head, the hood slipping away to reveal a face identical to Sun Wukong's. Yet, his eyes lacked Wukong's innocence and fervor, replaced instead with a cold arrogance and a desire to annihilate all. Whis' gaze immediately fixated on Black Wukong's right hand, his pupils narrowing slightly. That is the time ring of the Kaioshin. A mere mortal cannot wield such a divine artifact. Who exactly is he? Sun Wukong, however, paid no heed to these matters. Upon seeing a face that mirrored his own, he was instantly filled with excitement, rushing forward and completely usurping Vegeta's intended advance. You truly resemble me. You must be the Black Goku that Trunks spoke of. The corners of Black Goku's mouth curled into a sinister smile, his eyes brimming with provocation. I have long admired your reputation, Sun Wukong. I never anticipated encountering you in this timeline. It has certainly saved me considerable effort. It appears you are the source of future troubles. Sun Wukong flexed his wrists, golden energy beginning to surge around him. Just what I needed. Less spar. Black Goku let out a cold chuckle, slightly raising his right hand, gathering a sphere of pitch-black energy within his palm. The surface of the energy orb pulsated with dark purple lightning, exuding a chilling aura of destruction. Before Sun Wukong could prepare himself, Black Goku hurled the energy blast with great force. The black energy sphere streaked toward Sun Wukong like a homing missile, leaving a blur in its wake. Sun Wukong's pupils constricted as he swiftly sidestepped, yet the energy blast grazed his shoulder and struck a distant cliff with a resounding crash. Boom! The earth-shattering explosion erupted, sending debris flying and enveloping the area in a cloud of dust, leveling the entire hillside in an instant. What immense power! Sun Wukong leaped from the dust, brushing off the grime from his attire, his eyes igniting with fierce combativeness. It seems I cannot afford to underestimate you. He took a deep breath and shouted, "Ya!" In an instant, golden energy exploded from within him, his hair transforming into a dazzling gold, surrounded by arcs of blue lightning. The power of Super Saiyan 2 manifested without reservation, causing the ground to tremble slightly beneath him, as the swirling sands were forcefully repelled from his vicinity. Now this is intriguing. Black Goku licked his lips, his figure flickering as he appeared before Sun Wukong, his fist hurtling toward his face with a crackling sound. Sun Wukong reacted with remarkable speed, raising his hand to block. Their fists collided in midair, producing a deep thud, and shockwaves radiated outward. The two engaged in a fierce exchange of blows, their speeds akin to lightning, leaving trails of afterimages in the sky, the sounds of their strikes echoing relentlessly. Black Goku's attacks were ruthless and cunning, each punch imbued with the force to tear through space, while Sun Wukong, drawing upon his extensive combat experience, skillfully evaded, blocking and countering as he danced through the shadows of Black Goku's dark cloak, a clash of light and darkness. After several exchanges, Sun Wukong seized upon a momentary lapse in Black Goku's defense, landing a powerful punch beneath his ribcage. Black Goku let out a soft grunt, his body sinking slightly, and Sun Wukong seized the opportunity, bringing both fists down forcefully upon his back. Black Goku was struck downward, and Sun Wukong pursued, gathering energy in his hands. unleashing a golden energy sphere that soared toward the descending Black Goku. Boom! The energy orb detonated midair, a brilliant light illuminating half the sky. Thick black smoke enveloping Black Goku entirely. Sun Wukong landed on the ground, catching his breath as he gazed at the swirling dust above. Is this truly the end? Such naivety. Amidst the swirling smoke, the cold voice of Black Goku resonated, immediately followed by the eruption of an even more formidable aura. The obsidian flames burst forth like a volcanic explosion, dispersing the haze entirely. Suspended in the air, Black Goku, though his garments bore signs of wear, remained unscathed, his eyes brimming with an intensified malice. I never anticipated you could compel me to take this seriously. He flexed his neck, the sound of cracking bones echoing, as the dark aura surrounding him deepened. Now, allow me to showcase true power. In an instant, he surged towards Sun Wukong, his speed magnified manifold, raining down blows upon him like a torrential downpour. Forced into a defensive stance, Sun Wukong crossed his arms to shield against the relentless onslaught, retreating step by step. The strength of Black Goku intensified with each strike, each fist imbued with a weighty pressure that caused Sun Wukong's limbs to grow numb. In a fleeting moment of vulnerability, Black Goku seized the opportunity and landed a devastating punch to Sun Wukong's abdomen. Ugh! Sun Wukong gasped in pain as his body was sent flying like a kite severed from its string, tracing a parabolic arc through the air before crashing heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Before he could regain his footing, Black Goku unleashed a flurry of dark energy blasts, akin to a meteor shower, targeting the spot where Sun Wukong had landed. Wukong! Bulma cried out in alarm, and Trunks immediately transformed into a Super Saiyan, eager to assist, only to be restrained by Vegeta. Do not interfere. This is their battle. Just as the energy blasts were about to strike the ground, Sun Wukong sprang up, deftly maneuvering through the air to evade the barrage. The blast detonated upon impact, a cacophony of explosions reverberating through the valley, obliterating the terrain, causing landslides, and sending debris flying, transforming the once level ground into a charred wasteland. Having evaded the onslaught, Sun Wukong pivoted midair, charging once more towards Black Goku. The two engaged in a fierce melee, the shockwaves from their strikes causing nearby rubble to hover weightlessly. The enhanced Black Goku and Super Saiyan 2 Sun Wukong clashed fiercely, their powers evenly matched, each collision sending tremors through the fabric of space itself. This cannot continue. Sun Wukong pondered, executing a backflip to create distance. The golden flames around him surged once again. It is time for you to witness my true strength. Black Goku halted his assault, hovering across from him, his dark cloak billowing in the energy currents. I was just eager to see how much you can endure. On the ground, Beerus reclined languidly in a beach chair, his previously indifferent gaze sharpening. Narrowing his eyes, he scrutinized the airborne Black Goku, his tail impatiently thumping the ground. This fellow's aura is peculiar. It possesses Saiyan strength, yet carries a divine essence not of this universe, along with a hint of Kaioshin-esque flavor. Whis nodded thoughtfully beside him. Indeed, it is quite bizarre. His very existence contradicts the laws of the universe. In the air, Sun Wukong's golden aura intensified, the brilliance of his lightning becoming ever more radiant. No longer holding back, he blurred into motion, appearing before Black Goku, his fists striking with the ferocity of tempest. This time his assault was swifter, his strength more formidable, each strike aimed directly at vital points, quickly gaining the upper hand. Black Wukong was forced to retreat repeatedly, excruciating pain coursing through his body, yet an exhilarated smile graced his face. Just as Sun Wukong's fist was about to collide with his face, Black Wukong suddenly sidestepped, ensnaring Sun Wukong's neck with his arm, executing a beautiful shoulder throw that hurled Sun Wukong violently to the ground. Boom! Sun Wukong crashed heavily onto the earth, creating a massive fissure in the ground. However, he immediately rolled over and sprang back up, his eyes ablaze with fighting spirit. At that moment, the space behind Black Wukong began to distort, a pitch-black rift reappearing, emanating a powerful suction that attempted to pull Black Wukong back into the void. The moment had arrived. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Wukong propelled himself forward with the force of a cannonball, delivering a fierce kick to Black Wukong's abdomen. Black Wukong was sent flying by this sudden blow, blood spilling from his mouth, his body trembling in midair. Yet, the intense pain did not diminish his strength. Rather, it awakened a deeper potential within him. A glint of madness flashed in Black Wukong's eyes as a more terrifying black aura erupted around him, his presence magnified several-fold. This is how it should be. Greater pain begets greater power. He cackled wildly, his hands converging before his chest to form a colossal black energy sphere. The surrounding space warping slightly. Taste this. Black Wukong hurled the energy sphere at Sun Wukong with great force. Sun Wukong, refusing to be careless, crossed his arms defensively across his chest, bracing for the impact. The tremendous force drove his feet several meters into the ground, causing the earth around him to shatter. Gritting his teeth, he summoned all his strength, propelling the energy sphere upward into the sky. Boom! The energy sphere detonated at a great height, the shockwave parting the clouds above. Just as Sun Wukong allowed himself a moment of relief, Black Wukong seized the opportunity, his figure flashing before him, delivering a fierce knee strike to his chest. Ugh! Sun Wukong felt as if his ribs might shatter, his body hurtling backward like a severed kite, crashing heavily to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. The powerful shockwave swept through like a tempest, causing the nearby time machine to tilt and topple, its shell emitting a piercing sound of shattering. Time machine! Bulma and Trunks exclaimed in unison, rushing over to inspect its condition. It was their sole means of traveling to the future, a vital legacy left by Bulma from the future. Upon hearing the words time machine, Black Wukong abruptly turned to look, and a glimmer of understanding crossed his eyes as he beheld the peculiar contraption. So this is the time machine. No wonder you could traverse different timelines. A cruel smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he prepared to charge toward the time machine. Not so fast. Sun Wukong, enduring the sharp pain in his chest, leaped from the ground, once again placing himself in front of Black Wukong. The two engaged in fierce combat once more. Golden and black auras colliding in the air, erupting violently, the residual energy waves once again overturning the surrounding ruins. The gravitational pull of the temporal rift behind Black Wukong intensified, causing his body to tilt backward uncontrollably, evidently on the verge of being drawn back to his original timeline. With a fierce roar of defiance, he exerted every ounce of strength to destroy the time machine, but was firmly ensnared by Sun Wukong. Now was the moment. Sun Wukong seized the opportunity. As Black Wukong staggered under the rift's relentless pull, he concentrated all his energy to unleash a golden energy sphere. The sphere did not target Black Wukong, but instead struck the adjacent time machine with pinpoint accuracy. Boom! The time machine was instantly obliterated, its components scattering like shrapnel, engulfed in a raging inferno. Simultaneously, the gravitational pull of the temporal rift peaked. Black Wukong let out a final, defiant howl as an invisible force forcibly yanked him toward the abyss of darkness. He reached out, yearning to grasp something, yet could only watch helplessly as he drifted further from this timeline. Sun Wukong, I shall return. Black Wukong's voice echoed in the air, ultimately consumed by the rift. As he vanished, the temporal rift gradually closed, the ominous clouds dissipated, and sunlight once again bathed the scarred earth. Sun Wukong landed heavily on the ground, clutching his chest and gasping for breath, beads of sweat cascading down his cheeks. He gazed at the spot where the rift had disappeared, his brow furrowed. This fellow is truly formidable. Trunks and Bulma rushed to his side. Bulma swiftly retrieved a medical capsule, quickly deploying the healing device. Check your injuries. That last strike looked severe. Trunks, meanwhile, surveyed the smoldering remains of the time machine, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. The time machine is destroyed. How shall we reach the future now? Beerus rose from his beach chair, brushing off the dust. Do not fret. It was merely a machine that was destroyed. He ambled over to Whis, languidly commenting, Whis, you felt that creature's aura, did you not? There's certainly something amiss behind him. We cannot remain idle. Whis nodded with a smile. Indeed, Lord of Destruction. Moreover, although the time machine is gone, we possess other means to traverse time, do we not? His gaze fell upon Sun Wukong and Trunks, sparkling with wisdom. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong perked up, momentarily forgetting his pain. Really? That is splendid. When shall we depart for the future? I have not yet finished my battle with that Black Wukong. Bulma shot him a disapproving glance. Operating the healing device, you should focus on recovering first. Furthermore, we need time to analyze future data and devise a battle plan. We cannot afford to be reckless like you. She turned to Trunks, her eyes brimming with determination. Rest assured, we will find a way to reach the future and assist you in saving that world. Trunks looked at his steadfast companions, feeling the warmth and strength radiating from them. and his unease gradually dissipated. He nodded firmly, clenching his fists. Yes, I trust everyone. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao observed the entire scene, stroking his chin as if contemplating something profound. Chapter 34. The Birth of the Ultimate Form. In the laboratory of Bulma's Capsule Corporation, the hum of metallic instruments intertwines with the low chant of the time machine's energy charging, creating a tense melody. Lin Xiao stands before the control panel, his fingertips gliding over buttons aglow with a ghostly blue luminescence, his gaze sweeping over the three warriors poised for action before him. Sun Wukong, scratching the back of his head, displays his signature goofy grin. Vegeta, arms crossed, gazes with eyes sharp as blades, while Broly quietly occupies a corner. Enveloped in an elusive green aura, the latent power of the legendary Super Saiyan. Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Broly, you are to venture into the future. Lin Zhao's voice resonates with calm authority, imbued with an unwavering resolve. The metallic walls of the laboratory seem to tremble slightly in response to his command. Remember your mission. Protect future Trunks, thwart Zamasu's mad plans, and prevent his Human Zero plan from coming to fruition. Understood, Lin Xiao. The three respond in unison, their voices echoing and causing the light fixtures to ripple with the sound. Bulma approaches briskly, cradling the latest energy detection device. The values on the screen have already surged to the critical red line. Energy is fully assembled, and the time machine S coordinates have been locked, ready for departure. By the way, future Trunks is waiting for you at the nexus of the time rift. He mentioned he has something important to confirm first, her voice tinged with concern. Sun Wukong leaps into the time machine S cabin first, the metallic seat creaking slightly under his weight. At last, I can have another go at that, Black Wukong. Just thinking about it gets me excited. Vegeta follows with a scoff, a hint of anticipation curling at the corners of his mouth. This time, I will not permit him to be so arrogant as before. Broly slips in just before the cabin door closes, his green eyes reflecting the blue glow of the machine's dashboard. As Bulma presses the start button, blue and white energy streams erupt from the base of the time machine, instantly breaking through the laboratory S dome, transforming into a streak of light that pierces into the twisted time tunnel. The surrounding scenery begins to blur at an almost imperceptible rate, retreating into the past. The future's lament meets fate once more. The temporal turbulence crashes against the hull of the cabin like an invisible tidal wave, while outside, the stars morph into trailing light streaks. As if the entire universe spins with fervent velocity, time elapses unmeasured, until the time machine jolts abruptly, breaking through the thick clouds to land in a ravaged future cityscape. The ground bears the scorched marks of battle, and the skeletal remains of collapsed buildings rise like the bones of giants toward the grim sky. The air is thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder and despair. Even the wind carries a rust-like taste. The cabin door slowly opens, the hiss of compressed air slicing through the silence. Just as Sun Wukong is about to step out, a sudden wave of energy rushes past him. And future Trunks bursts from the cabin like a silver lightning bolt, his silver-gray trench coat whipping in the fierce wind, the scabbard of his sword clanging against his back. He races toward the familiar presence he remembers, the stones beneath his feet scattering under the force of his energy, leaving shallow footprints with each stride, until he halts before the ruins of a collapsed apartment. There lies a familiar figure, the very one he has strived with all his might to protect. Little Five. The young girl lay with her eyes tightly shut, her once vibrant gaze now devoid of all luster. A trace of blood lingered at the corner of her mouth, and the life force surrounding her had dwindled to a whisper akin to a flickering candle in the wind, on the verge of extinguishment. Trunks trembled as he reached out, his fingertips barely grazing the icy cheek of the girl, an invisible blade piercing his heart, a wave of excruciating pain sweeping through him instantaneously. No! A heart-wrenching cry shattered the oppressive silence of the sky, startling a few birds that had nested among the ruins. Trunks slowly crouched down, gingerly cradling the girl in his arms, as if she were the most treasured gem in existence. Scalding tears streamed down from the corners of his eyes, splattering onto the dust-laden ground, producing a rhythmic sound that resonated sharply in this desolate world. Each tear bore the weight of boundless regret and anguish. He loathed himself for not arriving sooner, for failing to protect the one person who mattered most, and for the cruel hand of fate. At a distance, atop the ruins, two figures observed the scene with indifference. Zamasu, with his white hair and green skin, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a cold smile gracing his lips, his eyes filled with contempt for human emotions. Beside him, Black Goku toyed with a dark energy sword, its blade reflecting his twisted grin, his gaze brimming with disdain for life itself. Hearing Trunks' anguished cries, Black Goku scoffed. The lamentations of the weak are truly melodious. This is the fate of those who dare to defy the divine. Humble humans will forever remain oblivious to their own insignificance. "Ah, you've come unscathed, Black Goku," came a voice from behind, imbued with a hint of amusement and disdain. Stepping forth from the time machine was Goku, his golden hair fluttering gently in the breeze, an aura beginning to rise like a volcano. Vegeta and Broly flanked him. The former's gaze was as cold as frost, fists clenched tightly, while the latter fixed his intense stare on Zamasu, green energy swirling around him, repressing a power that threatened to erupt at any moment. Black Goku turned around, his smile freezing in place, his pupils narrowing. "Goku, you dare to come here willingly?" It seems the lessons from our last encounter were not profound enough. Almost instantaneously, Goku's aura surged dramatically, golden flames shooting skyward like a fountain, his hair standing erect in a brilliant gold, eyes transforming into emerald green, having attained Super Saiyan 2. Lightning crackled around him, distorting the very air with his power. "I didn't get enough of a chance last time. Prepare to witness my growth. Don't cry when I'm through." As his words faded, Goku vanished from sight, leaving behind a golden afterimage. In the next moment, a violent blast of energy erupted where Black Goku had stood, and two figures collided midair at blinding speed, the sound of their fists and feet meeting resonating like thunder, echoing across the city skies. Golden and black waves of energy intertwined and exploded, each clash causing the clouds to churn violently, while the ruins below trembled under the force. Debris cascading like a waterfall. The fierce battle raged on for dozens of exchanges. Goku's fists, imbued with the sound of rushing wind, relentlessly struck Black Goku, each blow carrying immense power. Yet each was barely deflected through the latter's instantaneous movement and blocking. As Black Goku gradually found himself at a disadvantage, he retreated step by step, creating distance while a peculiar smile crept across his lips, a glint of madness flashing in his eyes. "Ha ha ha, the warm-up is over. Let these mortals witness the true power of divinity." Did he possess even greater strength? Suspended in the air, Sun Wukong furrowed his brow, sensing an unfamiliar energy surging within his opponent. Below, Vegeta narrowed his eyes, arms crossed as he scoffed. "This charlatan is putting on quite a show. I'm curious to see what tricks he has up his sleeve." Broly remained silent, yet the green aura surrounding him thickened, his muscles subtly tensing, clearly prepared to join the fray at any moment. As soon as the words left his mouth, a terrifying force erupted from Black Goku, akin to a slumbering beast awakening. The already dim sky was suddenly shrouded in ominous clouds, and amidst the thunder and lightning, an eerie peach-colored flame ignited around Black Goku. This flame writhed and roared as if alive, tearing a massive rift in the clouds, revealing the somber heavens beyond. His hair stood on end, transforming into an uncanny shade of peach, and his pupils deepened to a profound pink, exuding a violent and malevolent energy that thickened the very air around them. Such a powerful presence. Sun Wukong and his companions felt the weight of this force pressing down upon them, involuntarily gasping in astonishment. Vegeta's expression turned grave, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. This power is more than twice as strong as before. What has he done? Broly's breath quickened, his green eyes fixating on Black Goku, the energy within him beginning to stir uncontrollably. Yet rather than fear, a spark of excitement flickered in Sun Wukong's eyes as his golden aura transformed dramatically. The golden radiance receded like a tide, replaced by a deep, resplendent blue, his hair becoming a brilliant sapphire hue, akin to flames of blue. The once ferocious aura softened and became more contained, yet harbored an even more terrifying divine power, sending gentle ripples through the surrounding space. This is the culmination of my training in the realm of destruction. Behold the true power of a deity. Do try not to be overwhelmed. Black Goku and Zamasu widened their eyes in disbelief. Impossible. How could you possess such pure divine energy? This cannot be, Black Goku exclaimed, acutely aware that Sun Wukong's aura was not only formidable, but also imbued with a sanctity that instinctively evoked dread within him. A power that belonged to deities of destruction and angels alike. Zamasu, too, dropped his smile, his gaze fixed intently on Sun Wukong. This power transcends all prior comprehension. With gritted teeth, Black Goku launched the first attack, his figure morphing into a streak of peach lightning, unleashing a relentless barrage of punches and kicks imbued with the force to tear through space, each strike delivered with all his might. However, this time, Sun Wukong neither dodged nor evaded. He simply extended his hands, effortlessly parrying Black Goku's assaults, even managing to smile in the process. How can this be? Black Goku seethed with fury and disbelief, his full force attacks seemingly swallowed by the abyss, failing to disturb even a whisper of his opponent's aura, while his own fists returned the sensation of numbing impact. The fate of Sun Wukong in this world was irrevocably altered with the arrival of Lin Xiao. Through Lin Xiao's introduction, he entered the realm of destruction earlier than anticipated, training under Whis. Not only did he master more intricate techniques of energy manipulation, but he also received invaluable combat insights directly from Lin Xiao. The warrior he has become is far removed from the one who relied solely on brute strength in the original narrative. With just the super blue form augmented by the Kaioken, he can compel the proud Beerus to exert over 60% of his strength. Such progress is sufficient to reshape the entire course of battle. Sensing the dire situation, Black Goku executed a feint before swiftly returning to Zamasu's side, his tone laced with urgency and a hint of panic. Zamasu, the situation is grave. This opponent's power far exceeds our expectations. Summon the other Zamasus from different universes for fusion. Without a moment's hesitation, Zamasu formed a hand seal to activate the concealed time-space communication device. Purple rifts in the fabric of reality opened around them, resembling gateways to various hells. Let me show you what true despair looks like. Ha ha! Zamasu's maniacal laughter echoed through the ruins, imbued with a chilling madness. As the rifts expanded, familiar figures began to emerge, including the immortal Zamasu, enveloped in green energy. Black Goku clad in a black martial arts uniform after exchanging bodies with Goku, and various Zamasu variants from different timelines, some bearing scars, others with even more deranged expressions. A dozen figures lined up, their terrifying presence causing the very heavens to change hue, the ground trembling beneath them. In unison, the pairs of Zamasus removed their patera earrings, the divine fusion artifacts exclusive to the Kaioshins. A golden light flashed as two figures merged, akin to droplets coalescing into an ocean, transforming into a far more potent entity, their aura instantly doubling. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The fused Zamasus removed their earrings once more, undertaking second, third, and fourth fusions, with each merging elevating their power to new heights, until the fifth fusion culminated in an unprecedented eruption of strength, akin to a volcanic explosion. Darkness intermingled with a rosy flame, surging skyward, staining the clouds with an eerie hue, as if the sky itself were bleeding. Subsequently, the fiery aura swelled again, blue lightning crackling around the fused entity, the very air of the world seemingly frozen, light itself contorted by this overwhelming force. The fused Zamasu slowly opened his eyes, a desire to annihilate everything flickering within his pupils, the space surrounding his body rippling. Through 5 fusions, I have awakened my ultimate form. This power is sufficient to purify the filth of the entire universe. I shall name it the Rose Saiyan 2. This is bad. Sun Wukong's countenance changed dramatically. This power transcended his understanding of strength, even causing the divine energy within him to stir restlessly, as if confronted with a nemesis. Vegeta clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white with tension. This fellow's power has spiraled completely out of control. We must stop him immediately, or the entire world will be obliterated. Broly emitted a low growl, his green aura nearly materializing, muscles bulging, poised to unleash an eruption of power. Let's fuse as well, Sun Wukong declared decisively, his gaze resolutely fixed upon his companions. Vegeta suddenly froze, instinctively taking a half-step back, a flicker of resistance crossing his face. He could never forget the disgraceful dance he had performed with Goku during their fusion in the future world. The synchronized movements required for such a fusion were an utter humiliation for him. Broly discerned his apprehension and silently extended his hand, producing 2 golden earrings from his robe, which still emanated a faint divine aura. Rest assured, there's no need to perform that dance. The Patera earrings? The moment Vegeta caught sight of them, his eyes sparkled with excitement, and his previous reluctance evaporated instantly. You certainly have some sense. Goku smiled and nodded. Broly and I will fuse first, and then we will use the earrings to merge with you. This way, our power will reach its zenith. As soon as he finished speaking, He and Broly pointed their fingers, and at the moment their fingertips touched, a dazzling intertwining of green and golden light erupted, forming a colossal vortex of energy. "Hey, Grolly!" With their low exclamations, a powerful aura exploded from the light. The green flames spread like a tsunami, gradually forming a towering figure nearly 3 meters tall. This being possessed Broly's iconic muscular physique, yet bore Goku's cheerful smile. Beneath the green hair lay piercing golden eyes, and his martial arts uniform fluttered wildly in the energy waves. "Greetings, I am Grolly." Grolly casually tossed one of the earrings to Vegeta, who caught it and promptly adorned his left ear, while Grolly donned the right. Another surge of brilliant light flashed, and the power magnified several-fold, causing the very space around them to warp and groan under the strain. As the radiance dissipated, a brand new warrior materialized in their midst, taller than Grolly, with blue-green hair billowing in the wind like a burning aurora. His pupils blazed with a proud flame, and he stood with his arms crossed, exuding an air of superiority, while the energy waves around him surged like breath. "The name of our fusion is Rajat." The newly born warrior spoke, his voice resonating with Goku's steadiness, Vegeta's pride, and Broly's dominance, echoing throughout the heavens and the earth. The aura enveloping him began to transform, with deep blue hues gradually merging into the vibrant green light. The ferocious energy became as manageable as a tame beast, surrounded by flickering green arcs of electricity, a manifestation of power at its peak. This form represents the ultimate fusion of our 3 powers, known as the legendary Super Saiyan Blue-Green. Chapter 35, The Fusion of Zamas. In the realm of the Supreme Kai, amidst the cosmic folds, the timelines wove together like a spider's web, each tremor of a strand affecting the destinies of countless worlds. In the Supreme Kai realm of the future timeline, a torrent of violent energy was tearing the heavens apart. The fused Zamas floated high above, his silver hair dancing wildly in the chaotic energy currents, his scarlet eyes, filled with a will to destroy, fixated intently on Raja below. At this moment, he had completely integrated the powers of the Saiyans and the Supreme Kai, surrounded by a pulsating purple-black aura that writhed as if alive, each throb sending ripples through the space around him. "Rajat, this is the ultimate form of justice." Zamas' voice resonated with a distorted fervor as his right hand slowly formed a fist, the sound of bones grinding together, piercing the silence of the divine realm. With this motion, the energy of the entire Kaioshin realm began to converge upon his clenched fist, golden particles of energy seeping from the crevices of the ground, while the clouds above were compressed into a spiraling vortex of energy by an invisible force. This punch embodied his obsessive belief in absolute justice, carrying with it a mad obsession to annihilate all mortals. Even before the punch reached its target, the air crackled with the heat of impending destruction. A low hum of gathered energy echoed, reminiscent of an ancient beast's roar, as Zamas thrust his fist forward, delivering a blow imbued with the full might of the Kaioshin realm, aimed squarely at Rajat. In that instant, time seemed to elongate. The purplish-black aura surrounding his fist generated a blinding white light through friction with space, forming an energy beam that pierced the heavens. A tendre explosion érupted, sending violent shockwaves radiating from the point of impact, shattering the surrounding temple structures as if they were made of paper. Countless fragments of stone, intertwined with shards of energy, soared into the sky, the rising clouds of dust forming a heavy curtain that enveloped the battlefield. As the smoke billowed, an orange figure burst through the barrier of space. Trunks landing securely at the edge of the battlefield, his right fist tightly clenched, knuckles whitening from exertion. Having just settled the surviving humans on future Earth, he sensed the terrifying energy wave emanating from the Kaioshin realm, a familiar yet alien malevolence causing his heart to race. Gazing at the smoke that blotted out the sun, his pupils dilated in shock, and he called out urgently, "Uncle Rajat." Before his voice could fade, he heightened his energy to its peak, ready to charge into the mist for support. Gradually, the smoke began to dissipate under the tumult of residual energy, revealing a shocking scene. Rajat knelt on one knee, his left hand casually outstretched, firmly grasping Zamas' fist, which brimmed with destructive power. His deep blue martial arts attire was dust-laden, yet a hint of a tranquil smile graced his lips, while beneath his black locks, his clear eyes remained as serene as a tranquil pond. "Your power is nothing exceptional," he remarked nonchalantly, words striking Zamas' heart like a sledgehammer. What? Zamas' pupils widened in disbelief, his face a mask of incredulity. He could distinctly feel the immense power capable of obliterating planets being gently diffused by the warm currents emanating from Rajad's palm. This suppression of absolute strength caused the justice he so proudly upheld to begin crumbling. Fear, an emotion he had never before experienced, surfacing in his crimson gaze. Meanwhile, on a private island in the South Pacific of the Seventh Universe's main timeline, a sense of leisure permeated the air. Golden sunlight bathed the pristine white sands, while gentle waves caressed the rocky shore, sending up sparkling droplets. Lin Xiao lounged languidly on a custom beach chair, shielding his eyes from the sun with his left hand while playfully toying with a colorful shell freshly retrieved from the sea. In his mind, a translucent virtual screen hovered, broadcasting in real time the fierce battle scenes of the future. At the moment Roger intercepted a punch with one hand, he couldn't help but whistle, exclaiming, "That move is impressive. I must learn it later." Suddenly, a crisp system notification echoed in his mind, interrupting Lin Xiao's admiration. The battle footage on the virtual screen instantaneously shifted, and a line of golden characters gradually emerged. Emergency mission released. Spar with the Grand Priest. Following that, the mission details unfolded line by line. Mission objective: engage in a friendly spar with the Grand Priest at the Hall of Kings, demonstrating one's prowess. Mission reward: 500,000 points. Divine rank fusion 1, bloodline fusion 2. Mission deadline: none. Failure penalty: none. Upon seeing the reward details, Lin Xiao abruptly sprang up from his beach chair, his previously languid gaze sharpening to that of a hawk. 500,000 points were enough to exchange for a legendary grade defensive equipment, and the enhancement of divine rank and bloodline fusion was an exceptionally rare opportunity. It signified his ability to better harness the latent powers of the multiverse within him. He quickly rose, tossing a shell back into the sea, and turned toward the beach villa, calling out, "I have something to attend to. I'll be back shortly." On the villa's terrace, Bulma was preparing to refill her juice pitcher when she heard a shout. Peering out, she shook her head in resignation at the direction Lin Xiao had vanished, muttering, "This kid is always so elusive." No sooner had she spoken than Lin Xiao's figure transformed into a streak of light, soaring into the sky, with ripples of space emanating behind him, disappearing from sight in an instant. The Hall of Kings, a sacred sanctuary suspended in the cosmic void, radiated a soft yet commanding glow. 12 rainbow-like beams connected to teleportation portals of various universes, while the ground was adorned with mirror-like crystal that reflected the soul, and tapestries depicting the birth and destruction of universes hung around. The Grand Priest stood beside the throne of the King of all, patiently elucidating the culinary culture of the Seventh Universe when he suddenly sensed a familiar spatial disturbance. Turning, a gentle smile graced his face. With a hum, the space twisted violently, and a golden energy vortex materialized from thin air. Lin Xiao stepped steadily out of the vortex, still carrying a hint of the sea's briny scent. He gazed at the handsome figure clad in white before him, the supreme cosmic overseer, and smiled as he clasped his hands in greeting, saying, "Grand Priest, it has been a while. Would you indulge me in a spar?" A flicker of surprise flashed in the Grand Priest's eyes, quickly replaced by profound interest. He had heard from the king of all about this extraordinary being from Earth, and was curious about his growth during this period. "Haha, certainly," the Grand Priest replied, his voice as warm as a spring breeze, yet imbued with undeniable authority. "I too am eager to see how much you have progressed." Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiao felt the energy within him surge rapidly. Boom! A tremendous aura erupted from his being, golden flames shooting skyward like a volcanic eruption, sending ripples through the energy barrier of the Hall of Kings. His muscular contours became increasingly defined, and the battle intent in his gaze solidified as if it were tangible. At that moment, all attributes surged exponentially, yet curiously, there was not a trace of oppressive aura emanating from him. The High Priest observed him with keen interest, exclaiming, "Oh, aren't you capable of transformation? Why not transform?" In his perception, Lin Xiao's aura, although potent, had yet to reach the previously observed transformed state. Lin Xiao flexed his wrists, feeling the surging power within him, and explained, "I have integrated the transformation into my original state." Clenching his fists, he produced a faint cracking sound from his knuckles. Now, while the transformation would elevate his attributes, it would not alter his aura, making it difficult for adversaries to gauge his strength during combat. Nonetheless, he felt a nagging doubt, sensing that this transformation lacked visual impact and seemed somewhat redundant. He had inquired with the system, which responded that the host need not concern himself. as the prior transformation form helped him master the nuances of power control, enabling precise energy output during battle. Furthermore, the transformation mechanism had amalgamated techniques like the ultimate free technique and the Kaioken, allowing for their invocation in a normal state. Henceforth, transformation would no longer be necessary. Realization dawned upon Lin Xiao, and he promptly assumed a combat stance, declaring, "Be careful, High Priest." Before his words faded, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, charging towards the High Priest with a punch that sliced through the air, aimed directly at his face. This seemingly ordinary strike contained the explosive force of the Kaioken and the intricate trajectory of the ultimate free technique, executed at an exceptionally acute angle. The High Priest, unfazed, merely tilted his body slightly to evade the punch with ease. Simultaneously, his right hand shot out like lightning, fingertips imbued with gentle energy aimed at Lin Xiao's chest. The speed was commendable, yet the control of power required refinement. His movements appeared languid, yet he consistently evaded attacks at the critical moment, maneuvering with an effortless grace akin to a leisurely stroll. In the vast hall of the Omni King, the two engaged in an intense sparring session. Lin Xiao's strikes were swift and ferocious, each punch and kick resonating with cataclysmic force, while golden energy trails wove a web throughout the hall. The High Priest's defense flowed seamlessly, deftly neutralizing the onslaught with a delicate poise, and his occasional counterattacks would invariably land on Lin Xiao's weaker points in energy flow. However, both combatants tacitly refrained from unleashing their full potential. Lin Xiao meticulously restricted his power to the pinnacle level of the primordial Earthlings, which he could command flawlessly, while the High Priest utilized only 60% of his strength, sufficient to probe Lin Xiao's depths without causing unnecessary destruction. The shockwaves generated by their energy clashes were securely contained within the hall's barriers, casting reflections of their rapidly moving figures on the crystal floor, while the star map tapestry swayed gently in the currents of air. As the battle progressed, Lin Xiao grew increasingly exhilarated, the bloodline power within him circulating under the High Priest's guidance, and the previously obscure energy nodes gradually unlocked. He could distinctly sense his mastery of power accelerating rapidly. The admiration in the High Priest's eyes deepened. He had not anticipated Lin Xiao's ability to integrate multiple power systems so seamlessly in such a brief period, particularly the seemingly chaotic yet inherently patterned energy flow, which intrigued him greatly. As the clashes along the main timeline reached a crescendo, the fierce battles of the future timeline escalated into a fervent intensity. A sudden and violent disturbance reverberated through the realm of the Supreme Kai, as two figures, moving at extraordinary speeds, pierced through the fabric of space like meteors, crashing thunderously into the Supreme Kai realm of Universe 10. The tremendous force of the impact sent shockwaves throughout the divine realm, causing the ground to fracture in a web-like pattern, while countless shards of energy burst forth like fireworks. In the Supreme Kai's temple, the Supreme Kai of Universe 10, Jivas, sat despondently on the steps, sighing heavily, a half-eaten strawberry cake in hand. Ever since he learned of Zamisu's rebellion, he had been engulfed in profound remorse, convinced that his lax governance had led to this calamity. Suddenly, sensing the arrival of two familiar and formidable powers, he nearly dropped the cake atop his head, hastily rising to gaze towards the source of the energy explosion. His face etched with terror. How did they manage to come here? At the heart of the battlefield, Roger and the fused Zamisu clashed once more. Zamisu, now devoid of his earlier composure, bore a tattered silver battle armor, his body riddled with grievous wounds, purple blood dripping from his injuries and corroding the ground into small craters. Although he possessed immortality, the relentless barrage from Roger was rapidly depleting this power. The healing of his wounds slowed with each agonizing breath he took. Cough. Do you think this is enough to secure victory? Zamisu coughed up a spout of blood, his crimson eyes glinting with a frenzied light. He gazed at Roger, whose aura remained steady, suddenly revealing a twisted smile filled with calculations and madness that sent alarm bells ringing in Roger's mind. At that moment, the fused Zamisu's form began to shimmer, becoming translucent as the surrounding purplish-black aura receded like a tide, the powerful energy fluctuations abruptly vanishing from the air. Roger furrowed his brow, scanning his surroundings with heightened vigilance, only to find that Zamisu had vanished from sight. He immediately extended his sensory perception, striving to capture that familiar malevolent aura. But in the next instant, his expression turned grave. Unbeknownst to him, the revelation was startling. At this moment, the entire supreme Kai realm of Universe 10, from the very ground beneath their feet to the clouds overhead, from the stone pillars of the temple to the distant mountains, exuded Zamasu's unique malevolent energy. Roger could distinctly sense that Zamasu's consciousness was merging with the primordial energy of the supreme Kai realm, his power infiltrating every particle of this land, transforming the entire divine realm into an extension of his being. How can this be? Trunks arrived beside Roger, and upon sensing the omnipresent malevolent aura, his complexion turned ashen. He could feel the energy of the supreme Kai realm being assimilated by Zamasu, as the surrounding space began to ripple with purplish-black waves, making it seem as though the entire world had become an immense prison. Zamasu's voice echoed from all directions, resounding with pride and madness. Roger, do you see? This is the true eternity. I have merged with the realm of the supreme Kai. To destroy me is to annihilate the entire divine realm, and I shall eternally exist in every corner of this space. As he spoke, the shattered stones on the ground began to levitate, and violet-black energy patterns spread across the temple walls like veins. The entire supreme Kai realm of the 10th universe twisted and deformed under his will. Roger clenched his fists, his knuckles whitening from strain. He could sense Zamasu's power continuously restoring itself through the essence of the divine realm, the injuries he had sustained rapidly healing. More troubling was the truth in Zamasu's words. The supreme Kai realm is a vital pillar supporting the universe. Once destroyed, the entire 10th universe would plunge into chaos. He glanced at Trunks beside him, a look of grave concern crossing his face. The situation is dire. Trunks took a deep breath, tightening his grip on his sword, the orange aura flaring around him. No matter what he transforms into, we must stop him, having witnessed the catastrophic destruction of future Earth. He understood better than anyone the terrifying nature of Zamasu's fanaticism. No matter the cost, his twisted sense of justice must not spread to other worlds. From all directions, the violet-black energy began to converge, forming countless energy arms that reached toward the two, the air thick with the scent of annihilation. Roger's eyes sharpened, and a brilliant blue light erupted around him, his formidable aura soaring into the heavens. Trunks, cover me. I will attempt to sever him from the divine realm. Leave it to me, Trunks shouted, his figure shooting forth like an arrow, wielding his sword to unleash a series of orange energy slashes, severing the approaching arms one by one. The golden light clashed violently with the violet-black flames within the temple, each collision causing the space to tremble violently. The supreme Kai realm of the 10th universe began to emit groans under the strain of this battle, surpassing its limits. Meanwhile, in the distant main timeline, the sparring within the Zeno palace continued. Lin Xiao performed a backflip to evade the Grand Minister's fingertips, countering with a sweeping kick aimed at his opponent's lower body, golden energy coalescing into sharp blades at his toes. The Grand Minister effortlessly leaped into the air, spinning elegantly before landing, his fingertip poised at Lin Xiao's lower back. Quick reflexes, yet too many openings. I'm still learning, after all. Lin Xiao chuckled, sidestepping with agility as the energy within him surged once more. This time, he subtly incorporated a hint of instinctive response from the Ultra Instinct technique, making his movements even more fluid and natural. He sensed that although the Grand Minister's attacks appeared casual, they always precisely guided his energy flow. This educational sparring was immensely beneficial, enhancing his mastery over energy at a visible pace. The Grand Minister observed Lin Xiao's transformation, a glimmer of approval in his eyes. Well done. To adjust in real time during combat shows your comprehension exceeds my expectations. Suddenly, he accelerated his attack speed, the energy at his fingertips becoming more refined. Now, let us see how you handle this technique. Countless threads of white energy emanated from his fingertips, enveloping Lin Xiao like an intricate web. Each filament harbored an astonishing precision. Once ensnared, the flow of energy would be entirely obstructed. Lin Xiao's expression sharpened as he ceased to hold back, merging the power of his bloodline with the might of his divine essence. A subtle spectrum of colors shimmered within the golden flames that surrounded him. With a swift push against the ground, he moved through the threads like a wraith, his hands forming seals with remarkable speed, flawlessly blending the explosive force of the king's fist with the evasion techniques of the supreme intent, deftly avoiding the impending entanglement of the strands. Brother God, that move is rather ruthless. He chuckled. When it comes to sparring, one must showcase their true abilities. The Grand Priest's lips curled into a slight smile as he manipulated the energy threads, constricting Lin Xiao's range of motion with each passing moment. He sensed a formidable power awakening within Lin Xiao, a unique energy amalgamating various cosmic origins. Though still in its infancy, it brimmed with boundless potential. As their sparring reached a pivotal moment, a virtual screen flickered to life in Lin Xiao's mind, revealing a battlefield from the timeline of the future. Upon witnessing Zama's merging with the realm of the Supreme Kai, he faltered momentarily, a thread of energy grazing his shoulder and leaving a faint white mark. Losing focus is a grave error in battle. The Grand Priest wisely withdrew his attack, following Lin Xiao's gaze to the virtual screen. A flicker of seriousness crossed his gentle eyes. It seemed troubles were brewing in the future timeline. Lin Xiao gingerly touched his shoulder, observing the perilous battleground on the screen, his brow furrowing. That individual can actually merge with the realm of the Supreme Kai? That seems a bit unfair. He could feel the menacing energy emanating from Zama's, a force intertwined with space itself. Though sinister, it embodied a profound comprehension of the laws of the universe, transcending the capabilities of an ordinary warrior. The Grand Priest contemplated the screen before speaking slowly. Zama's, by nature, is a candidate for the Supreme Kai, inherently linked to the realm. Coupled with the fusion of his immortality and Saiyan power, he is capable of this near-law level integration. However, such a fusion is not without its price. His consciousness will gradually be assimilated by the essence of the Supreme Kai's realm, potentially leading to a complete loss of self, transforming into a mere embodiment of spatial energy. Lin Xiao's realization dawned, yet his brow tightened further. Does that not make it even more challenging for Rajat and the others to confront him? The Grand Priest smiled subtly. Fear not. The young man named Rajat possesses a pure essence of justice within him, one that is the antithesis of evil. Moreover, he shifted his tone to one of depth. Every timeline possesses its own trajectory of fate. Excessive interference might incite even greater chaos. What we must do is trust that they will uncover a solution to the dilemma. Lin Xiao nodded thoughtfully, redirecting his focus to the sparring session. You are right. I must first manage the present. Brother God, I have yet to fully counter your previous move. Let's continue. Once more, the golden flames erupted from within him, this time with an even more concentrated aura. His eyes ablaze with fervor for battle. The High Priest nodded with satisfaction, adopting a battle stance. Very well, let me witness your growth. Chapter 36. The legendary Super Saiyan Blue 3. The remnants of the Supreme Kai realm floated in the void, the shattered tiles still exuding the essence of the Creator. Roger hovered at the center of the battlefield, his bluish-green hair wildly swept by the currents of energy, each breath resonating with tremors in the surrounding space. In the distance, Zamasu, having merged with the entirety of the Supreme Kai realm, slowly opened his eyes, his pupils composed of countless fragments of stars, reflecting the contours of the entire seventh universe. A chilling laughter echoed in the vacuum, as Zamasu's body began to swell irregularly, forcibly drawing in the remnants of stones, vegetation, and even fragments of time from the Supreme Kai realm. Roger, do you truly believe that by destroying half of the divine realm, you can halt my advance? You are sorely mistaken. With a casual wave of his hand, a ripple of pure energy surged across millions of kilometers, turning the surrounding meteorites into mere particles in silence. I am now the embodiment of order. Roger clenched his fists tightly, the veins on his arms pulsating with a bluish-green glow. The Saiyan cells within him roared with fervor, each surge of blood elevating his presence. He could distinctly sense the amalgamation of immortality and divine power within Zamasu, a force that spread like ink, tainting the very foundations of the universe. Order? Roger's voice took on a metallic resonance, energy reverberating in his throat. An order established through slaughter is nothing more than a veil for tyranny. Before his words could dissipate, he forcefully stomped his feet in the void, transforming into a bluish-green comet hurtling forward, leaving behind crystalline trails of energy in the vacuum. A futile struggle. Zamasu chuckled coldly, as numerous fissures suddenly opened along his torso, from which tendrils composed of fragments of space emerged. These tendrils wove a colossal net at speed surpassing light, completely sealing off Roger's charge. Each tendril bore the intricate patterns of time, a magic Zamasu had pilfered from the legacy of the Supreme Kai, capable of ensnaring any intruder in a quagmire of temporal loops. A glint of ferocity flashed in Roger's eyes as energy erupted within him. "Ha!" he roared, unleashing a circular wave of energy that exploded around him, the bluish-green brilliance as fierce as the sun, evaporating the encroaching tendrils of time in an instant. In a moment of this energy explosion, he swiftly pivoted in midair, utilizing the recoil to execute 3 rapid directional changes, evading Zamasu's defensive net and arriving before him. Now, Roger crossed his hands before his chest, gathering a green energy sphere exceeding 10 kilometers in diameter between his palms. Within this sphere swirled a nebula-like vortex, each strand of energy entwined with his unwavering conviction for justice and the indomitable spirit of the Saiyans. The surrounding light was forcibly drawn into the energy sphere, creating a visible distortion of light. Kamehameha. The energy sphere continued to compress in his palms, the energy streams erupting from its surface, scorching the space with sizzling traces. Ki, gong, wave. As the final 3 words fell, Rajat unleashed a powerful energy orb, channeling all his strength into it. The green giant orb, trailing a long tail of flame, pierced through the void, tearing a temporary passage in its wake. With the very fabric of space began to warp and the flow of time slowed. This strike encapsulated all the might he had garnered after transcending into the deep blue form of a Super Saiyan, causing golden blood to seep from his own arm due to the overload. The energy orb struck Zamasu's visage, composed of celestial fragments, with pinpoint accuracy, and the ensuing explosion radiated light that eclipsed nearby stars. A violent shockwave manifested as an energy tsunami, casting aside the remnants of the Kaishin realm. Rajat hovered in place, panting heavily, sweat mingling with blood cascading down his cheeks, his gaze fixed intently on the epicenter of the explosion, yearning for the dawn of victory. As the smoke dissipated, Zamasu's figure reemerged. A gash now marred the forehead of his cosmic visage, from which a pale, purple energy liquid began to drip slowly. Yet instead of expanding, this wound exhibited signs of rapid healing, the edges of the celestial fragments writhing and merging, soon leaving only a faint mark. "Kekekek, is that all you got?" Zamasu remarked, caressing his cheek, his tone laced with mockery. "Your attack has indeed grown stronger, but to me now, it is merely a tickle." Suddenly, his body began to extend outward, countless strands of energy shooting from his form, embedding themselves like roots into the folds of space around him. "Can you feel it? I am merging with this universe. Soon, the entirety of the 7th universe will become a part of me." Rajat's expression shifted dramatically. He could clearly see those energy strands piercing into planets, stars, and even the edges of black holes. With each penetration, Zamasu's presence grew more formidable. In the distance, millions of stars in the galaxy twinkled simultaneously, revealing Zamasu's silhouette within the starlight, as if the entire cosmos was submitting to him. This is bad. He intends to merge with the universe. Rajat's mind raced with alarm. He understood that if Zamasu completed this fusion, not only would defeating him become impossible, but his very existence could be eradicated. He hastily regulated his breathing, placing both hands on his waist, palms facing forward in a virtual grasp, as turquoise energy began to coalesce between them, forming a continuously rotating sphere of light. Kamehameha. This time, the call was resolute, imbued with a sense of desperation. Rajat channeled all remaining energy within him into the beam. A blue-green pillar, 10 times thicker than before, soared skyward, enveloped by spiraling energy bands, compressing the space it traversed with a shrill, glass-like screech. The pillar struck Zamasu's still incomplete visage with precision, the violent energy impact causing Zamasu's body to tilt backward sharply. Rajat gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, acutely aware of his energy depleting rapidly. Yet the pressure within the beam continued to intensify. Around them, the space began to fracture like a spider's web, a harbinger of exceeding the limits of endurance. As Zama's first exhibited a visage of anguish, the celestial fragments of his face began to peel away under the onslaught of the radiant beam, revealing the underlying skeletal structure coursing with golden liquid. Yet, the madness in his eyes blazed with increased intensity. This level of assault was insufficient. He abruptly spread his arms wide, drawing more cosmic energy into his being as the point of impact of the light beam began to heal slowly. At that moment, a thunderous roar reverberated through the void. Rajat's Kamehameha wave finally surpassed the spatial threshold, erupting before Zama's and creating a colossal rift exceeding 1,000,000 kilometers in diameter. The depths of the fissure were shrouded in darkness, punctuated by countless flickering lights, glimmers from other universes torn from the fabric of time and space. The space is ruptured? Zama's gazed at the rift, a flicker of surprise crossing his face, quickly supplanted by a menacing grin. How intriguing. I had not anticipated you would reach such a level. He raised his hand and pressed against the edge of the fissure, causing the widening gap to begin contracting. Such damage is inconsequential to me now. Rajat's expression grew increasingly grave. He sensed the energy within him nearing depletion. His teal hair lost its luster, and his breath grew labored. Yet, upon witnessing Zama's smug countenance and the innocent planet ensnared in strands of energy, a fierce, unyielding flame ignited within his soul. It is not over. Rajat hissed in a low growl, clenching his fist tightly. His gaze began to transform. The once clear pupils gradually veiled by a milky hue, an indication that his energy was transcending the limits of his body. The dormant Saiyan potential within him awakened in this dire moment, every cell emitting a desperate roar, yet from this cacophony surged an even greater power. A thunderous roar echoed throughout the cosmos as Rajat's form erupted with circular shockwaves of energy. His hair began to grow wildly, extending from shoulder length to his waist. The once vibrant teal deepening into a profound azure, reminiscent of the most enigmatic nebulae in the depths of the universe. The energy fluctuations spread like a tsunami, causing the previously fractured rift to tremble violently. For the first time, the sinister grin on Zama's face faltered. He could distinctly sense the terrifying power rising within Rajat, a force imbued with the anger and resilience of a millennium of Saiyan heritage, amplified beyond measure. Was this aura? Zama's instinctively took a step back, the visage of his starry countenance betraying a hint of trepidation. Impossible. How could a Saiyan possess such power? Rajat slowly opened his eyes, his milky pupils devoid of emotion, embodying pure combat will. He felt the torrent of energy surging within him, a force yearning to break free from its mortal confines, yet firmly held within his grasp. Countless memories of battle flickered through his mind, from the destruction of planet Vegeta to the epic confrontation with Broly. Each moment of survival against the odds became the foundation for this present power. In this form, Rajat flexed his fingers, feeling the energy coursing through his fingertips, potent enough to rend space itself. I am invincible. He extended his arms, and his deep blue-green hair danced wildly in the flow of energy. From this day forth, this form shall be known as the legendary Super Saiyan Deep Blue 3. The moment the words left his lips, he abruptly stretched out his right hand. Fingers splayed towards a void. An astonishing sight unfolded. The space before his fingertips began to shatter like glass, countless tiny fragments of reality cascading down, revealing an even deeper darkness behind. Zama's pupils constricted. He could sense that his connection to the universe was being forcibly severed by this overwhelming power. What do you intend to do? Zama's bellowed, his energy surging chaotically within him as he endeavored to stabilize his fusion with the cosmos. Yet, Rajat's actions did not cease. He suddenly yanked his outstretched right hand back, as if piercing through the dimensional veil to grasp something intangible. As Rajat's arm pulled, a hazy figure was gradually drawn from the shattered space. The figure was clad in energy armor. It was Broly, previously consumed by Zama's. At that moment, Broly lay with his eyes tightly shut, his body ensnared by countless threads of energy, evidently still in a state of unconsciousness. Yet the ferocious aura emanating from him caused the space to tremble slightly. This is bad. Zama's expression shifted drastically. He finally comprehended Rajat's intent. He sought to forcibly extract the devoured warrior from his fusion with the universe. In an instant, his energy erupted, countless tendrils of energy shooting towards Rajat like venomous serpents. Stop this. Yet these assaults were effortlessly repelled by the energy barrier surrounding Rajat. In his deep blue 3 form, his speed and strength reached unprecedented heights. With a mere flick of his left hand, he severed all energy tendrils, while his right hand continued to exert force, gradually pulling Broly's body from the rift in space. Seeing this, Zama's fell into a complete panic. He could feel that Broly's departure was causing fissures in his fusion. In a moment of desperation, he made a reckless decision. He conjured 2 sharp blades of energy with his hands and unhesitatingly aimed them at the portion of his body intertwined with Broly. With a swift motion, the energy blades accurately severed the connection to Broly, causing torrents of energy liquid to surge forth. Zama's let out a muffled grunt, a pained expression crossing his face, yet a glint of ruthlessness sparkled in his eyes. Even if you rescue him, what of it? Without Broly, I can still complete the fusion. Rajite gently pushed the unconscious Broly backward, allowing the Supreme Kai to catch him in time. Then coldly regarded Zama's. Hasn't your immortality weakened to the point where healing wounds is a challenge? This self-mutilation brings you no advantage. Ha ha! Zama suddenly erupted into maniacal laughter. As the energy liquid at his wound began to congeal rapidly. Do you think I would make such a foolish mistake? He moved his fractured body, and, quickly, a new limb composed of star fragments grew from the wound. What you describe as difficult healing was merely a side effect from my initial fusion with the Supreme Kai's realm. He stepped forward, his aura stabilizing and becoming terrifyingly potent once more. In truth, after I had fully completed the fusion of the Kaioshin's divine power with my immortal form, my strength had already returned to its zenith, even surpassing my previous limits. Rajit could not help but lament the dire situation, a profound sense of crisis surging within him. He could distinctly sense Zamasu's energy recovering at an alarming rate, even more solid than before. What was even more frightening was the qualitative transformation occurring within Zamasu's body. His skin began to turn transparent, revealing the radiant energy flowing within him like a galaxy of stars. The edges of his form gradually blurred, merging with the cosmic backdrop surrounding him. "It is over, Rajit." Zamasu's voice seemed to emanate from all directions, making it impossible to discern its source. "When I am completely entwined with the universe, you will no longer be able to pinpoint my location, while I can strike at you from any corner." His form became increasingly transparent, the body once composed of stars gradually transforming into countless points of light, dissolving into the surrounding void. Distant stars flickered with an eerie red glow. The orbits of planets exhibited irregular deviations, and the entire rhythm of the seventh universe was being forcibly altered. Rajit floated in place, his perception in the legendary Deep Blue 3 form heightened to its utmost limits, yet he still could not pinpoint Zamasu's location. The latter was akin to a droplet of water merging into the ocean, utterly vanishing into the vast cosmos, yet remaining omnipresent. "Feel despair." Zamasu's voice echoed in Rajit's ears as the surrounding space began to violently constrict. Countless energy spikes erupted from the void, sealing off all avenues of escape. This was the fate of opposing the universe. Rajit inhaled deeply, his deep blue-green hair swirling in the energy flow. He understood that there was no retreat left. Although the energy of the legendary Deep Blue 3 form was formidable, its duration was limited. He must find a way to defeat Zamasu before his energy was exhausted. Despair? He suddenly laughed, a glint of madness flashing in his milky white pupils. Saiyans have never known what despair truly is. With a fierce determination, Rajit flung his arms wide, the energy of the legendary Deep Blue 3 erupting from him without reservation. The deep blue-green radiance burst forth like a supernova, instantly illuminating the entire galaxy. Those energy spikes aimed at him disintegrated upon contact with the brilliance. "Since you have merged with the universe," Rajit's voice resonated with unprecedented resolve as he slowly raised his right hand, palm directed towards the void. "I shall pierce through the entire cosmos." As his words fell, a pitch-black sphere of energy began to coalesce in his palm. This sphere emitted no light, yet exuded a gravitational pull that made the entire universe tremble. Surrounding light, energy, and even fragments of space were forcibly drawn into it, the interior resonating with the thunderous echoes of collapsing time and space. Zamasu sensed the terrifying energy, his voice betraying fear for the first time. "Have you lost your mind? Doing this will lead to the demise of the entire universe. Better to let everything start anew than to be ruled by someone like you." In Lajite's eyes flashed a resolute determination as he forcefully propelled the obsidian energy sphere from his palm forward. This was the ultimate Kamehameha. The dark energy orb transformed into a radiant beam piercing through the cosmos, devouring and obliterating everything in its path, be it stars, meteors, or energy streams. The space ahead of the beam collapsed entirely, revealing a chaotic void where even time could not exist, a true vacuum. "No!" The anguished cries of Zamas echoed from all directions as he endeavored to harness the energy of the universe to thwart the beam. Yet, before the absolute nothingness, those energies were as futile as a grasshopper attempting to halt a chariot, swiftly consumed in an instant. He could distinctly feel the connection between himself and the universe being forcefully severed by the beam. And even his regenerative abilities as an immortal were rendered ineffective in the face of this void energy. The beam advanced relentlessly, silently annihilating galaxies and nebulae in its wake. Logite maintained the beam's output, his deep blue-green hair fading to a pallid hue at a visible rate, as the energy of the legendary Super Saiyan Blue 3 form was rapidly depleting. However, the brilliance in his eyes grew ever more intense. Time seemed to elongate, and when the beam finally reached the edge of the universe, Logite abruptly retracted his right hand. The obsidian beam erupted at the universe's boundary, creating an ever-expanding domain of void that enveloped Zama's body, merging with the cosmos. Aya! Zama's screams resonated within the void, gradually diminishing. Logite could perceive that the immortal force within Zama's was being consumed little by the nothingness, his essence flickering like a candle in the wind, on the brink of extinguishment. Ultimately, with a final cry of defiance, Zama's presence vanished entirely from the void. The expanding emptiness began to contract slowly, leaving behind an eternal scar at the universe's edge, from which countless starlights fell like the tears of the cosmos. Logite exhaled deeply. The energy of the legendary Super Saiyan Blue 3 entirely depleted, his hair reverting to its original black as his body fell limply downward. Before losing consciousness, he beheld the Supreme Kai approaching with Broly, the distant stars regaining their luminescence, and the planets gradually returning to their normal orbits. This marked the conclusion of Logite's thoughts as he slipped into oblivion. In the void, deep blue-green energy particles flickered like fireflies, tracing a hopeful luminescence beside the scar of the universe, an eternal mark belonging to the legendary Super Saiyan Blue 3. Chapter 37. The Genesis Light of Dual Kings Descending. Amidst the remnants of the voided universe, Logite knelt, gasping for breath. The deep blue-green energy flickered wildly across his surface, yet could no longer coalesce into the aura of his legendary form. The previous Kamehameha that had traversed the universe had nearly drained him of all his strength, rendering even the act of levitation extraordinarily arduous. However, what alarmed him more than his physical exhaustion was the lingering, ominous presence in the air, the energy fluctuations of the fused Zamas still subtly coursing through every corner of the universe. What was happening? Logite abruptly lifted his gaze, his milky white pupils sharpening back to their usual black. Yet he could still discern the faint purple energy strands clinging to the folds of space. They spread across the void like a spider's web, greedily siphoning the residual energy particles from the cosmic debris, even though he had been consumed by the realm of nothingness. The surviving Kaioshin cradled the unconscious Broly, gliding to his side, his purple robes marred by marks of energy burns. With a grave expression, he extended a finger, and the moment it brushed against a wisp of faint purple energy, a sharp sting compelled him to retract his hand. This was no mere remnant. It was a fragment of his very essence. Before being engulfed, Zamasu had embedded shards of his consciousness within the energy network of the entire universe. Rajit's heart sank to the depths. He could distinctly sense the surging angelic power within him, a realm surpassing that of the gods of destruction, where each breath could summon energy within a radius of 100,000 kilometers. Yet now, faced with this ubiquitous parasitic energy, his strength felt as futile as striking a fist against cotton, failing to find any solid ground. The power of the angels excels in precise control and energy analysis. Yet when the adversary becomes part of the universe itself, even the most exquisite control becomes utterly ineffective. A roar of energy echoed from the distant void, and the faint purple energy strands began to writhe violently. The once shattered remnants of a star erupted with an eerie crimson glow, as countless meteoric fragments became ensnared by the energy strands, coalescing to reconstruct Zamasu's silhouette. This time, his form was not a humanoid composed of stars, but a colossal cocoon woven from innumerable strands of energy, within which the sound of creaking bones echoed ominously. Kekekek, Rajit, do you truly believe this will end my existence? As the cocoon's surface cracked open, Zamasu's voice resonated from every fissure, creating a chilling symphony. From the moment I merged with the universe, it became my auxiliary body. Your void energy, though formidable, can only consume the form I once coalesced, unable to eradicate the shards of my consciousness scattered throughout the cosmos. The energy cocoon suddenly exploded, and Zamasu, his new form gradually rose amidst the deluge of energy rain. This time, his appearance was even more bizarre. His upper body retained Zamasu's visage, yet his skin was as profound as the starry sky, with countless specks of light coursing beneath its surface. His lower half transformed into a swirling vortex of pure energy, continuously absorbing cosmic dust, growing denser with every passing second. Now, it is my turn, Zamos had declared, raising his hand and spreading his fingers, causing the surrounding space to violently contract. Rajat was horrified to witness the remnants of planets, energy currents, and even light itself being forcibly compressed by an invisible force. Distant nebulae collapsed at a visible speed, forming swirling energy vortices that ultimately funneled their essence into Zamasu. He is compressing the energy of the entire universe. The Kaioshin gasped in disbelief, the gem atop his staff emitting frantic alarm signals. If this continued, the entire seventh universe would be reduced to a core of energy. Rajat gritted his teeth, trying to summon the angelic power within him to counter this compressive force. However, the moment his strength touched the folds of space, it was rebuffed by an even greater power. He could distinctly sense that Zamos had transcended his previous pinnacle of power, becoming a terrifying entity infused with the primordial energy of the universe. Each flow of energy resonated with the very pulse of the cosmos. It was futile. Zamos's voice dripped with an arrogant certainty as the area of compression continued to expand, drawing ever closer to Rajat. I am now the universe itself. You are not opposing me, but the will of the entire seventh universe. Trunks, wielding his lightsaber, surged forward from a distance, the blade's glow flickering amid the chaotic energy currents. He perceived the shrinking space at the center of the battlefield and Rajat's grave expression, instantly grasping the dire situation. Mr. Rajat, the time machine can still be activated. We must retreat to the past and devise a plan. He waved his hand to open a rift in time and space, through which the outline of Earth faintly emerged. If we do not leave now, it will be too late. Rajat glanced back at the temporal rift, then turned to observe the collapsing core of the universe. He felt his body being compressed by the space around him, his bones creaking in agony. Yet his gaze remained resolute. It's fine. We need not retreat just yet. He slowly straightened his posture. Despite the turmoil within him, his spine held upright. A Saiyan never flees in the face of despair, especially not now. His words suddenly faltered as his eyes were drawn to the edge of the universe. There, a faint yet remarkably stable spatial fluctuation began to emanate, imbued with a familiar yet alien essence, pure and formidable, as if capable of purifying all darkness. This presence elicited a flicker of astonishment in Rajat's eyes. Just then, the spatial fluctuation erupted violently. A silver-white beam shot forth from the universe's edge, and as it passed, the compressed space began to slowly unfurl. Those forcibly condensed energy streams transformed back into stars within the beam. The velocity of the beam surpassed that of light, traversing millions of kilometers in an instant, detonating in the center of the battlefield with a brilliant energy ripple. As the ripple subsided, a figure hovered quietly in the void. Clad in a black combat suit, with dark hair gently swaying in the energy currents, it was Lin Xiao, who had previously ventured to other universes in search of aid. His presence did not exude an overtly powerful aura, yet Rajat sensed that beneath the calm exterior lay a terrifying force capable of toppling the universe. You have all worked hard, Lin Xiao said, his voice gentle yet imbued with undeniable strength as his gaze swept across the ravaged battlefield, finally resting on Zamos. Leave the rest to me. Before his words had fully left his lips, Lin Xiao's aura surged dramatically. If Rajat's energy was a tumultuous tsunami, then Lin Xiao's erupting presence was a cosmic storm sweeping away all in its path. Silver-white energy erupted from within him, forming a swirling nebula of energy in the void. Each rotation sent violent tremors through the surrounding space. What kind of power is this? Zamos displayed genuine fear for the first time, sensing his compressive force being forcefully dismantled by this silver-white energy. Impossible. How could there be such power, aside from the Omni King? Lin Xiao remained silent, slowly raising his hands. The energy within him continued to surge, and a silver-white energy nebula began to emit a golden glow, a radiant fusion of creation and destruction. A terrifying pressure expanded like a tangible force, causing even the fabric of space to yield in silence. Under this overwhelming force, Zamos shrank involuntarily, his once solid energy form trembling violently. He attempted to summon the power of cosmic compression to resist. Yet the energy streams he had absorbed began to break free from his control, returning to the cosmos under the illumination of the golden light. No, it's impossible. Zamos screamed in madness, his immortal abilities working at full capacity to withstand this pressure, but his form continued to diminish at an alarming rate. I am immortal. I am a universe itself. You cannot. His words remained unfinished as Lin Zhao's aura reached its zenith. The golden energy nebula suddenly erupted, transforming into countless beams of energy that shot throughout the cosmos, each beam precisely striking a fragment of Zama's consciousness. The pale purple energy strands, once clinging to the folds of space, hissed and sizzled as they melted upon contact with the golden beams, akin to snow dissolving in the warmth of spring. Rajat watched the scene before him in shock. He could sense that Lin Zhao's power now transcended even that of the angelic level, approaching the legendary Omni King. It was a force capable of both destruction and creation, pure and domineering, with every flow of energy resonating with the rhythm of cosmic laws. Is this truly Lin Zhao's power? Rajat murmured, recalling Lin Zhao's earlier word about seeking strength to combat cosmic entities. It seemed he had not sought external aid, but rather unearthed the latent power within himself. Lin Zhao slowly opened his eyes, his golden pupils reflecting the contours of the entire universe. He gazed at Zama's, who was struggling under the oppressive force, his voice calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority. Zama's, your very existence is a blasphemy against the rules of the universe. To merge with the cosmos and steal immortality. Do you believe this will grant you eternity? Yet true eternity is never attained through plunder and destruction. He extended his hands, palms facing each other. As he moved, peculiar transformations began to unfold in the surrounding space. The compressed regions began to unfurl, and the remnants of destroyed stars decomposed into their most fundamental particles, as if the entire universe returned to the chaotic state before the Big Bang. What are you doing? Zama's realized in terror that his connection to the universe was being severed entirely. You cannot do this. It will lead to the annihilation of the entire cosmos. Indeed, Lin Zhao's voice was resolute. The golden energy in his palms began to coalesce into a swirling sphere of light. Since this universe has been tainted by your consciousness, let return to the void. He twisted his hands sharply, with a resounding crack that echoed through the void. The spatial structure of the seventh universe shattered like glass. Countless fragments of space collapsed, enveloped in golden energy, forming a singularity that spun relentlessly. Zama's corporeal form was ensnared by the immense gravitational pull of the singularity, rendering him incapable of escape despite his desperate struggles. He could only watch helplessly as he was gradually drawn into the heart of the singularity. A piercing scream echoed through the void as Zama's body disintegrated under the singularity's relentless force, pale violet energy fragments streaking through the emptiness like meteors. Ultimately consumed by the singularity, his immortal essence faltered in the face of absolute nothingness, and his consciousness fragmented, dissipating under the singularity's crushing weight, leaving no trace behind. Rajat, Trunks, and the Supreme Kai hovered in the distance, silently observing this cataclysmic scene. They sensed that the entire universe was undergoing a thorough reset, a process both terrifying and sacred, where the old order was annihilated, yet new hope was gestating amidst the void. As the last remnants of Zama's consciousness were devoured by the singularity, Lin Zhao slowly retracted his hands. The spinning singularity, devoid of energy support, began to gradually cease its rotation, ultimately leaving behind an absolute void in the cosmos, from which not even light could escape. With a sigh of relief, Lin Zhao felt the golden energy around him gently recede, his aura returning to tranquility. Zama's had completely vanished, even his consciousness fragments consumed by the nothingness, rendering any possibility of revival impossible. The Supreme Kai gazed at the void before him, a complex expression gracing his features. But the universe is gone. What shall we do now? Although they had successfully eradicated Zama's, the loss of the universe's foundation meant that they, the survivors, would also gradually fade into the void. Lin Zhao turned around, a gentle smile illuminating his face. Fear not, for I have long prepared a contingency. He looked towards Rajat, his gaze tinged with anticipation. Rajat, the item you mentioned earlier, it is time to bring it forth. Rajat suddenly understood and hastily retrieved a crimson button from his garments. The button, resplendent and engraved with the exclusive symbol of the Omni King, emanated a faint yet sacred glow. This was the emergency contact given to him secretly by the Omni King upon departing the seventh universe, meant to be activated in the face of insurmountable crises. Gazing at the button, Rajat inhaled deeply and, with trembling fingers, pressed it gently. The instant the button was activated, the surrounding void illuminated with a soft radiance. Within the glow, a diminutive figure clad in a white robe began to coalesce. A child with purple skin and large eyes, the Omni King of the seventh universe. The Omni King rubbed his eyes, surveying the desolate void around him. His expression one of confusion. Who has wrought such destruction here? Where is my universe? Rajat stepped forward respectfully, bowing deeply. Your Majesty, it was a fallen deity named Zamas. He merged the entire universe in an attempt to enact his version of justice. And we were left with no choice but to reset the universe. You may review the events through the time ring. We now seek your assistance to restore the universe to its former state. The Omni King tilted his head in contemplation, then nodded. Ah, I see. Idorikol Zamas. I always thought he was rather peculiar. He extended his small hand, and a gentle white energy coalesced in his palm. Restoring the universe was a simple task. Just watch. The white energy swirled continuously within the palm of the Omni King, gradually forming a luminous sphere. Within this orb, one could faintly discern the ethereal silhouettes of nebulae, stars, and planets, emanating a powerful creative essence that caused the surrounding void to tremble ever so slightly. The sphere began to expand, growing from the size of a fist to that of a planet, then a galaxy, ultimately transforming into a colossal energy sphere that enveloped the entire void. Inside this sphere, countless forms of matter rapidly coalesced. Stars ignited, planets began to orbit their suns, and nebulae drifted gracefully through the emptiness, all operating in harmonious accordance with the natural laws of the universe. With a gentle push, the Omni King unleashed the immense energy sphere, which erupted into countless beams of creative light. These rays descended into the void, instantaneously solidifying into a tangible universe. Stars reignited, planets regained their vitality, and even the previously obliterated realm of the Supreme, Kai, began to slowly reconstruct amidst the radiance. Rajite gazed in awe at this miraculous scene, his eyes filled with reverence. This was the power of the Omni King, capable of creating or annihilating the universe at will, truly an entity standing at the pinnacle of the multiverse. As the final planet stabilized, the Omni King clapped his hands, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Well, it's restored to its former glory. But do be careful not to blow up the universe again. That would be quite troublesome. Thank you, Your Excellency. Rajite, Trunks, and the Supreme Kai bowed in unison, their voices brimming with gratitude. Lin Shao stepped forward, smiling as he addressed the Omni King. Your Excellency, I have found a companion for you. The Omni King paused in surprise. A companion? Where is he? He resides in our world. Lin Shao gestured toward the time-space rift previously opened by Rajite. And we shall take you to him now. Just then, Rajite's body began to shimmer with light. As the brilliance faded, he astonishingly split into three individuals, Rogite and the original Rajite. It turned out that in order to combat Zamasu, he had utilized the forbidden fusion technique of the Saiyans, merging the three strongest Saiyan warriors into one. Now that the crisis was averted, the fusion naturally unraveled. The three Saiyans exchanged smiles and then turned their gazes toward the Omni King. Rajite stepped forward. Your Excellency, allow me to introduce you to another Omni King. I believe you two will become great friends. The Omni King nodded curiously. Oh, that sounds delightful. I've longed for a companion to play with. Rajite led the Omni King into the time-space rift, with Trunks and the Supreme Kai following closely behind. Lin Shao, observing the rejuvenated universe, wore a look of contentment before also stepping into the rift. As the rift closed, a new life was born on the first planet of the newly formed universe of the seventh universe. It manifested as a small sphere of light, joyfully dancing in the sunlight, symbolizing a new beginning. Upon returning to the main world through the time-space portal, Rajite and his companions soon arrived on Earth. They emerged from a rift, finding themselves standing upon a sandy beach. In the distance, Beerus leisurely reclined on a sun lounger, basking in the warmth of the sun, while was stood nearby, fanning him. The table before them was laden with an array of delectable dishes. Lin Shao called out to Beerus, Lord Beerus. With a languid opening of his eyes, Beerus was about to respond when he caught sight of the Omni King behind Rajit, causing his expression to shift dramatically. He sprang up from the lounger with surprising agility, kneeling on the ground with a thud, sliding a short distance on the sand, due to inertia, ultimately coming to a stop before the Omni King, bowing his head in reverence. Lord Omni King, what brings you here? The Omni King chuckled at Beerus's reaction. Ah, Beerus, you remain ever the same. Lin Xiao took the Omni King's small hand, smiling as he said, "Let us proceed to the Omni King's palace. The other Omni King awaits you there." The Omni King nodded, following Lin Xiao toward the distant portal. Beerus and Wiz hurriedly trailed behind, not daring to breathe a word. Rajat, Trunks, and the Supreme Kai exchanged knowing smiles before joining the group. Within the Omni King's palace, the other Omni King sat idly on his throne, playing with a small ball. Upon seeing Lin Xiao enter with another version of himself, his eyes sparkled with interest, and he leaped from his throne, exclaiming, "Oh, who are you? You look just like me. Greetings. I am the Omni King from another universe." The new Omni King responded with equal enthusiasm. The two Omni Kings curiously regarded one another before bursting into laughter almost simultaneously. They quickly discovered common ground, engaging in playful antics with the ball, their joyous laughter echoing throughout the palace. Watching the two Omni Kings interact harmoniously, Lin Xiao's face broke into a contented smile. He turned to Rajat, saying, "We can leave them to their fun. It is time for us to return to Earth." Rajat nodded along with Trunks, as they bowed in farewell to the Omni Kings before following Lin Xiao out of the palace. Upon their return to Earth, the sun slowly dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in warm hues of orange and red. The people on Earth remained blissfully unaware that not long ago, the universe they depended upon had faced a cataclysmic crisis, nor did they know of the valiant efforts made by a band of heroes to protect it. Rajat gazed at the distant city lights, savoring the peaceful atmosphere in the air, and exhaled deeply. Though the battle had concluded, the journey of the Saiyans would never cease. He understood that, in the future, there might arise even more formidable foes, but as long as his comrades remained steadfast, and as long as the flames of justice and courage burned within their hearts, the Saiyans would never falter. Lin Xiao patted his shoulder reassuringly. "Do not dwell too much on the past. Take the time to rest. For the next battle, we shall require you, the legendary Super Saiyan Blue 3. Rajat smiled, lifting his gaze to the starry sky. The night sky shimmered with brilliant stars, the universe continuing its quiet dance, everything seemingly restored to its former state. Yet there was an intangible quality that felt different. It was the conviction, forged through destruction and rebirth, to cherish peace even more deeply, an eternal beacon of light belonging to the seventh universe, guarded by heroes with their fervor and courage. At that moment, congratulations to the host for completing the task. The reward has been issued. Chapter 38. The commencement of preparations for the power tournament. The sky above the god of destruction's realm is perpetually shrouded in a mystical haze, with delicate lavender clouds drifting slowly across the horizon. The air infused with a pure and potent divine energy. Lin Xiao stands upon the white jade platform outside the Palace of All Kings, a wisp of pale, golden energy swirling around his fingertips. Before him stands a figure that emanates an awe-inspiring presence, the Grand Priest, clad in white robes and possessing a serene countenance. The Grand Priest's gaze is as all-encompassing as the universe itself. When it rests upon Lin Xiao, there is a hint of approval. "Lin Xiao, your strength is commendable. You should rank within the top 5 across the realms. In due time, I shall extend an invitation for you to serve as an inspector." His voice is not loud, yet it resonates with the cadence of cosmic law, each word etched clearly into Lin Xiao's consciousness. As the steward of the All Kings and one of the most formidable beings in the known universe, the Grand Priest's assessment of power has never been flawed. The divine energy emanating from this young man is both stable and vast, as if it harbors the energy of the entire starry sky. Lin Xiao nods slightly, the divine energy around him coalescing into a gentle barrier, shielding him from the platform's gentle breeze. "Very well, I'm always ready." To become an inspector signifies the acceptance of the duty to uphold the order of the multiverse. Yet for one who has already touched upon the divine realm, this is both a mission and a new path of cultivation. He senses the unspoken expectations within the Grand Priest's words. This recognition stirs his heart more profoundly than any praise could. The Grand Priest lightly brushes his sleeve, his tone shifting to one of gravity. "When you return, please inform others that the power tournament will commence in approximately 1 month. Prepare accordingly." The rules of the tournament have long been disseminated across the various universes. The universe that loses will be eradicated by the All Kings, making this battle of existence one that permits no slackening of resolve. A flicker of barely perceptible concern passes through his deep-set eyes, indicating the immense significance he places on this gathering that will affect all universes. "Understood. I will remember these 2 matters," Lin Xiao affirms, turning towards the direction of the god of destruction's realm. The path leading to the god of destruction is paved with shimmering stardust, each step pulsating with a flow of cosmic energy. In the distance, nebulae resemble spilled palettes of color, radiating resplendent light amidst the darkness. Upon returning to the residential area of the god of destruction, he finds Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Broly gathered around a stone table in the training ground, exchanging techniques. Golden waves of energy erupt in the center of the arena as Sun Wukong's super blue form collides with Vegeta's deep blue form, creating brilliant sparks that make the surrounding air tremble. Piccolo stands nearby, his eyes closed in tactical contemplation, the veins on his forehead subtly throbbing as he rapidly analyzes the battlefield. Android 17 and 18 lean against the railing, chatting casually while occasionally commenting on the ongoing match. Android 18 idly plays with a freshly picked divine fruit, its skin glistening in the sunlight. Everyone, please pause for a moment. Lin Zhao's voice, imbued with divine power, resonates clearly in each person's ears, instantly overshadowing the roar of energy collisions. The two combatants, locked in fierce battle, seemed as if time itself had been suspended. As they momentarily withdrew and the gusts of energy dissipated, Sun Wukong wiped the sweat from his brow and laughed heartily. Lin Xiao, what brings you here? Is there another master seeking a spar? Lin Xiao approached the stone table and took a seat, relaying the words of the Grand Priest. Upon hearing the news of the power tournament, Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if stars danced within his pupils. The power tournament? Will many masters from various universes participate? How delightful! Vegeta, however, furrowed his brow, crossing his arms with a huff, though a glimmer of anticipation crept at the corners of his mouth. Another troublesome competition, is it? Yet if it means clashing with strong warriors from other universes, it may not be a waste of time. This time is different, Lin Xiao declared solemnly, an aura of divine power emanating from him, instilling a sense of dread as he continued. The universe that loses the tournament will be obliterated by the Omni King. This statement fell like a boulder into a tranquil lake, silencing everyone present, and the atmosphere in the training ground grew heavy with tension. Dend opened his eyes, his green pupils reflecting the seriousness of the situation. Since even the Grand Priest has personally delivered this message, it seems the stakes are more dire than we anticipated. Lord Beerus must have a plan in place, right? Indeed. He instructed us to prepare. An arrangement for training will follow, Lin Xiao replied, casting his gaze over the familiar faces. Knowing they would likely reside in the God of Destruction's realm for the time being, where the environment was more conducive to enhancing their power. At that moment, Beerus and Whis strolled over leisurely. Beerus licked the remnants of strawberry cake from his claws and yawned. Lin Xiao, I'm already aware of the Grand Priest's message. You'll be staying in the God of Destruction's realm for the next few days, facilitating our tactical discussions. What? You want to stay in the God of Destruction's realm? Sun Wukong exclaimed, his mouth agape in surprise before he leaped up in excitement. That's fantastic. We can train together, and we can enjoy barbecues at night. Beerus shot him a sideways glance, his tail flicking impatiently. Very well, I will find you a room. He then surveyed the living quarters, his brow furrowing in concentration. The accommodations in the God of Destruction's realm comprised several independent stone chambers, each constructed from white rock infused with divine energy, simply furnished yet imbued with calming principles. Before Lin Zhao's arrival, the rooms were sufficient for everyone to have their own space. One for Sun Wukong, one for Vegeta, one for Broly, and others like Den Krillin, and Android 17 and 18, but the sudden addition of another occupant posed a challenge for lodging arrangements. Eureka! Beerus suddenly clapped his hands, a glint of pride flashing in his amber eyes as his tail swayed with excitement. What have you come up with, Lord Beerus? Whis inquired curiously, still holding a freshly brewed cup of galactic milk tea, droplets of water glistening on the cup's surface, exuding a subtle sweetness. Beerus raised his chin triumphantly and pointed a claw at Sun Wukong and Vegeta. I've decided on the sleeping arrangements. Let Sun Wukong and Vegeta share a room, and Lin Xiao can have a room to himself. Whis adjusted the round glasses perched on his nose, smiling as he nodded in agreement. Indeed, this idea is quite splendid. It not only saves space in the room, but also allows them to maintain friendly communication before sleep. Who knows, it might even inspire new combat strategies. What? Vegeta's temper flared at this remark, his aura erupting with a resounding crack, his hair standing on end. He glared at Beerus, pointing an accusatory finger. Share a room with this fool? Absolutely not. He'll undoubtedly snore, kick the covers, and perhaps even drool in his sleep. However, Goku seemed unfazed. cheerfully patting Vegeta's shoulder with such force that it nearly made him stumble. Oh, come on, Vegeta. We spent several days together in the hyperbolic time chamber before. Squeezing together is no big deal. Besides, your snores are quite loud too. You're talking nonsense. I do not snore, Vegeta retorted, his face flushed with anger, veins bulging on his forehead. Yet under Beerus's imposing gaze, he reluctantly huffed, crossing his arms and turning away. Just this once, but it won't happen again. If he dares to disturb my rest, I shall throw him off the cliff of the Destroyer Realm. Goku chuckled, scratching his head, seemingly indifferent to Vegeta's threat. That day, sunlight streamed through the clouds of the Destroyer Realm, bathing the training ground in a warm, golden glow resembling flowing liquid light. The group began discussing the roster of participants for the power tournament, spreading a cosmic map drawn by Weiss across the stone table, marking the strength levels of various universes. Lin Xiao stood at the edge of the training ground, attuned to the myriad energy fluctuations in the air. Goku's energy blazed like a roaring sun, brimming with boundless vitality and explosive power, while Vegeta's energy resembled a sharp sword, proud and fierce, each strand honed to perfection. Broly's energy was the most tempestuous, akin to a slumbering volcano, harboring cataclysmic power, yet gradually becoming controllable through his efforts. Androids 17 and 18 exuded stable and enduring energy, like an inexhaustible stream, possessing the unique coldness characteristic of androids. These distinctly different attributes of power might complement each other in the competition, forming an impeccable tactical system. Piccolo, wielding an upgraded energy detector, meticulously analyzed each individual's combat data, the screen displaying a flurry of intricate figures. As it stands, Lin Zhao's divine power index has surpassed the detector's limits, reaching at least the threshold of angelic level. Broly, after managing his emotions, has stabilized his combat power at Super Saiyan Blue level 3 or higher, even nearing the level of a destroyer during his outbursts. Goku and Vegeta have mastered their Super Saiyan Blue forms, particularly Vegeta's Deep Blue form, which excels in technique. Androids 17 and 18 possess an advantage in prolonged battles due to their infinite energy and keen battle instincts. Krillin's Kienzin and Piccolo's Special Beam Cannon are formidable ranged attacks, while Gohan's potential remains unfathomable. Should he fully unleash it, his strength would be nothing to underestimate. On the 18th, playing with his hair absent-mindedly, he remarked, Klin and Den's tactical synergy is commendable. They complement each other splendidly in team battles. Although Gohan tends to neglect training, he possesses remarkable explosive power when it truly matters. All things considered, our roster is quite formidable. However, we still require a more meticulous selection process. Lin Xiao interjected. The power tournament not only tests individual strength, but also evaluates teamwork and adaptability under pressure. We must ensure that every participant can contribute maximally. There must be no weaknesses. At that moment, Broly stood with his arms crossed, his deep voice resonating. I wish to participate. His gaze was filled with a fervent desire for battle. Ever since he learned to control his power, he had eagerly awaited the opportunity to prove himself on a genuine battlefield. Of course you're in, Sun Wukong exclaimed, clapping Broly on the shoulder. With you on our side, victory is assured. Although Vegeta remained silent, he tacitly accepted Broly's inclusion, well aware that in terms of sheer strength, both he and Wukong might not stand a chance against Broly. As evening descended, the sky of the God of Destruction realm was painted in warm shades of orange and red, the distant mountains glimmering as if gilded. Lin Xiao returned to his assigned stone chamber, a room simple and serene, with luminous crystals embedded in the stone walls, casting a soft glow. He sat cross-legged on the stone bed, closing his eyes to meditate. As his breathing gradually slowed, a faint golden aura enveloped him, and the divine energy around him seemed to converge as if guided by an unseen force. Lin Xiao had reached a point where sleep was no longer necessary. The divine energy within him flowed ceaselessly, nurturing his divinity. He had truly become a god, with the passage of time merely marking the moments of his cultivation. In another chamber, Sun Wukong and Vegeta lay on a spacious stone bed, covered by a soft blanket woven from the silk of the divine realm. Perhaps fatigued from the day's training, they quickly succumbed to slumber, occasionally interrupted by the sound of their snores. Sun Wukong's sleeping posture was notoriously restless, initially lying still. He soon began to toss and turn, limbs sprawled like a star, occupying nearly half the bed. Vegeta, on the other hand, curled up in his sleep, his brow slightly furrowed even in dreams, as if engaged in an unseen contest. The following morning, The first rays of sunlight streamed through the stone chamber's window, and Lin Xiao had already transitioned from his room to the training ground, commencing a new day of practice. His figure flickered in the morning light, each punch and kick accompanied by the whoosh of air, every strike infused with his understanding of the laws of power, creating spirals of energy in the surrounding atmosphere. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong's limbs were sprawled haphazardly, one large foot inadvertently resting squarely on Vegeta's face. Vegeta, still with his eyes closed, caught a whiff of an indescribable odor, a blend of sweat and earth, imbued with Sun Wukong's distinctive masculine essence. Groggily, he mumbled, "Get off me, you old fool." It was quite absurd and unsettling. Vegeta smacked his lips, feeling an odd dampness in his mouth, which jolted him awake. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered Goku's large foot firmly planted on his lips, with remnants of grass wedged between the toes. Startled, Vegeta shot up, his stomach churning violently as he stifled a retch, his complexion paling. He forcefully shoved Goku's foot away, bellowing at the figure still sprawled on the bed. "Get up, Goku!" Goku, roused from his slumber by the commotion, rubbed his bleary eyes and gradually sat up, his hair a chaotic nest. "What's wrong, Vegeta? Why the noise so early? Look at your own foot," Vegeta exclaimed, trembling with rage, veins protruding from his forehead. Goku glanced down, touching his foot, and noticed the dampness lingering on the sole, remnants of saliva. Momentarily taken aback, he then realized the situation, sheepishly scratching his head. "Sorry, Vegeta. I've been so exhausted from training that I haven't been sleeping well." Vegeta, clutching his head, took several deep breaths to quell his fury, gazing at Goku in exasperation. "You're truly hopeless. From today onwards, you'll sleep on the floor." "What? No way, Vegeta. The floor is too hard." Goku pouted in dismay, yet under Vegeta's murderous glare, he begrudgingly fell silent. One by one, others began to awaken and freshen up. Krillin, yawning as he emerged from his room, spotted Goku and Vegeta glaring at each other by the door and curiously inquired, "What's going on? Are you two arguing this early?" "Nothing." Vegeta quickly turned away, not wanting anyone to know about his embarrassing encounter with Goku's foot. Goku simply chuckled silently, discreetly hiding his foot behind him. Meanwhile, Beerus and Whis sat at the gleaming white table in the dining hall, laden with an array of divine delicacies, translucent fruits, fragrant roasted meats, and steaming rich soups. Before Beerus lay a massive strawberry cake, yet he lacked the appetite to indulge, his brow furrowed with evident concern. Whis, leisurely sipping his milk tea, occasionally exchanged words with Beerus. Having scrutinized the records of past power tournaments throughout the night, they both felt an increasing sense of gravity regarding the upcoming competition. The penalties for failure were dire. Losing would mean the annihilation of the entire seventh universe, a consequence they could not bear to face and thus needed to approach with utmost seriousness. Once everyone had gathered, Beerus set down his fork and cleared his throat. "All right, everyone, please take a seat. We need to finalize the roster for the power tournament." As the group settled, a profound silence enveloped the dining hall, all eyes fixed upon Beerus. He scanned the room before slowly speaking. "As for the initial participants, there are 10 slots available. The confirmed candidates are Lin Xiao, Broly, Goku, Vegeta, Android 17 and 18, Piccolo, Krillin, and Gohan. Having gathered 9 individuals, only one remains. Do you have any better suggestions?" Sun Wukong immediately raised his hand. "We could consider Son Goten or Trunks. When they fuse, they become Gotenks, who possesses formidable strength." "No way," Vegeta retorted without a moment's hesitation. "They are far too young, and the battlefield is perilous. I have no objections regarding your son Goten, but my Trunks shall not be involved. He is still in school. How could he participate in such a life-threatening competition?" Vegeta's unwavering stance regarding Trunks was evident, his gaze imbued with an undeniable authority. After contemplating, Sun Wukong found merit in Vegeta's argument. Although Goten and Trunks were exceptionally gifted, they were still children. The harsh realities of warfare surpassed their imagination, and a moment's carelessness could lead to disaster. They were indeed too young to take such risks. "Very well. Let's seek others then. There must be many formidable warriors on Earth." Beerus nodded in agreement. "Indeed, Earth is a crucial source of strength for the seventh universe. Make sure to scout thoroughly. Remember, this individual must possess not only sufficient power, but also a calm demeanor and a sense of teamwork. We cannot afford impulsive and reckless individuals." "Understood," the group replied in unison. After finishing breakfast, the group prepared and set off towards Earth. Sun Wukong and Vegeta were the first to transform into streaks of light, breaking through the boundaries of the God of Destruction's realm, with Lin Xiao, Piccolo, and others following closely behind. The golden radiance pierced through the skies of the divine realm, heading towards the blue planet, marking the beginning of a journey of preparation that would determine the fate of the universe. As they departed, Beerus watched their retreating figures and sighed softly. I hope they find a suitable candidate. We cannot afford to lose this time. Whis smiled gently beside him. Rest assured, Lord Beerus, the warriors of the seventh universe always manage to create miracles. Chapter 39, The Last Competitor. After leaving the God of Destruction's realm, Sun Wukong and his companions descended upon the familiar aura of Mount Peoz on Earth. The gentle sunlight filtered through the dense foliage, casting dappled shadows, while the air was infused with the fresh scent of earth and grass. The distant sound of a babbling brook and the cheerful chirping of birds filled the atmosphere. The group temporarily took refuge in Sun Wukong's home on Mount Peoz. This wooden house, which had accompanied Wukong through his growth, though modest, was brimming with warm memories. In one corner lay toys that Goten had played with in his childhood, while a cushion, hand-sewn by Chi-Chi, adorned the table. During the day, everyone was scattered across the globe for intensive training. Lin Xiao ascended alone to the snow-capped peaks of the Qinghai Tibet Plateau, honing the stability of his divine power in the frigid temperatures of minus several degrees. The golden divine flames surrounding him burned ever more fiercely amidst the wind and snow. Vegeta, on the other hand, immersed himself in the gravity training chamber specially designed by Bulma, adjusting the gravity to 100 times that of Earth. Each punch he threw resonated with a thunderous roar that ripped through the air. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong and Broly sparred high above the Pacific Ocean, their energy waves creating towering waves that startled whales into leaping from the depths below. Piccolo, Krillin, and androids 17 and 18 strategized at a training ground near the Kame House, with 17 having brought numerous recordings from past martial arts tournaments to analyze their opponents' battle habits meticulously. As night fell, they gathered around a campfire, discussing the list of competitors while the aroma of grilled meat wafted through the air. Sun Wukong, biting into a grilled sausage, furrowed his brow as he scrutinized the list. There were already 9 participants, yet they still needed one more. Who could it be? Vegeta, sipping his juice, scoffed disdainfully. There are only a few strong warriors on Earth. Do we really need to include that lazy Majin Buu? At the mention of Buu, silence enveloped them. While his power was indeed formidable, his unstable mentality posed a significant risk. A temper tantrum during the tournament could lead to catastrophic consequences. At that moment, Sun Wukong suddenly slapped his thigh, his eyes sparkling like stars. I've got it. Everyone turned to him in unison, finding him excitedly rubbing his hands together. We could invite Frieza to participate. Frieza? Piccolo's brow furrowed instantly, his black pupils filled with suspicion. Are you out of your mind? That guy is a menace to the universe. He nearly destroyed Earth back in the day. How could he ever sincerely assist us? Wouldn't he betray us? Krillin nodded vigorously. Exactly, Wukong. Frieza's nature is far too wicked. Allowing him to participate is far too dangerous. Sun Wukong scratched his head, contemplating seriously. I don't know, but it's worth a try. This tournament is of utmost importance, concerning the very existence of the universe. Frieza is part of Universe 7 as well. If the universe were to be obliterated, he wouldn't escape either. He probably wouldn't betray us. While he may be carefree most of the time, he has a knack for grasping the core issues during critical moments. No matter how cunning he is, he wouldn't jeopardize his own existence. Vegeta pondered for a moment, unusually refraining from rebuttal. Though that guy is quite irksome, one cannot deny that his strength is indeed substantial. However, if you go, I certainly do not wish to lay eyes on that repulsive face. At some point, Beerus appeared beside the campfire, a piece of cake in his mouth. Well then, Sun Wukong, you should go to hell and find Frieza. Remember, don't make too much noise. The order in hell must not be disrupted. Leave it to me. Sun Wukong pressed his fingers against his brow, a faint white light enveloping him, and in the next instant, he vanished from the spot. Utilizing his vague perception of Frieza's energy, he teleported across the boundaries of life and death, arriving in a peculiar place, characterized by flat terrain and an abundance of peach trees. The sky here was an eerie dark red, with flickering ghostly blue flames floating in the air. The seemingly endless peach orchard was devoid of leaves, with each tree laden with softly glowing fruits, exuding an unsettling atmosphere. Curiosity piqued, Sun Wukong gently touched the nearby peach tree, its bark chillingly cold, as if meticulously sculpted from ice. He raised his gaze, his eyes penetrating through the overlapping branches, swiftly alighting upon an object tightly swathed in silvery silk, suspended from a nearby branch, a cocoon-like mass that occasionally writhed slightly. What could this be? Sun Wukong leaned in closer, closing his eyes to attune his senses, when that familiar yet loathsome aura invaded his mind. Enlightenment struck him. This was Frisia. How utterly tragic. Since Lin Zhao's arrival in the realm of destruction, he had made it a point to teach Sun Wukong how to use a mobile phone for easier communication. Over this period, Sun Wukong not only mastered the art of scrolling through videos and watching food live streams, but he also became more lively than in the original tale, shedding some of his pure obsession with battle in favor of a richer engagement with life. At this moment, gazing at Frisia ensnared in silk, he couldn't help but retrieve his phone to capture a photograph, intending to send it to Krillin and the others upon his return. Frisia had been trapped in this hellish peach grove for many years. As a cosmic villain, the torment he endured far surpassed that of ordinary souls. The seemingly ordinary silk was, in fact, woven from threads of remorse, each strand incessantly resurrecting the sins and sufferings of his past life, subjecting him to relentless psychological and physical agony. More terrifying was the absence of any sustenance in this infernal realm. He had not tasted food in years, his cravings intensifying to the point where he could barely muster the strength to maintain his basic form. Sun Wukong rummaged through his backpack, producing a basket brimming with delectable earth delicacies, including freshly grilled meats, steaming buns, crispy fried balls, and an array of succulent fruits, their rich aromas wafting through the stillness of the peach grove. The silk-wrapped Frisia's nostrils twitched slightly, as the enticing sense of food penetrated his senses. He abruptly opened his eyes, his once dull pupils igniting with a gluttonous gleam. Sun Wukong, give it to me. His voice was hoarse and dry, as if he had not spoken in ages, yet it carried an undeniable urgency. With a sly grin, Sun Wukong playfully brandished a pickled radish. Would you like to eat? Then catch. With a flick of his wrist, he hurled the radish toward Frisia. Starved to the brink of madness, Frisia, without a moment's thought, opened his mouth and caught the flying morsel with precision. The crisp sound of his chewing echoed vividly in the quiet grove, the tangy and spicy flavor instantly igniting his taste buds, prompting a satisfied sigh to escape him. Delicious buns. Sun Wukong tossed a plump, white bun in Frisia's direction. Surprisingly, despite being tightly bound, Frisia instinctively twisted his body, deftly catching the food again. The aroma of wheat mingled with the sweetness of red bean paste melted in his mouth, nearly bringing him to tears. It had been far too long since he had savored the essence of food. Egg fried rice. This time, Sun Wukong did not directly throw the rice, but first tossed an egg into the air, followed swiftly by a handful of rice. Frisia, witnessing the spectacle, felt a surge of anger. You bastard, Sun Wukong. Are you deliberately toying with me? Sun Wukong mischievously winked, bringing his hands together to gather a faint energy, which manifested as a gentle beam of light enveloping the egg and rice suspended in the air. Under the influence of this radiant beam, the egg cracked and blended on its own, harmonizing perfectly with the rice, while scallions and soy sauce materialized as if by magic. In mere seconds, a fragrant fried rice dish was conjured in the air. Frisia watched in stunned amazement, quickly opening his mouth to catch the airborne delicacy with precision. Here has some cabbage. As Sun Wukong observed Frisia savoring the dish, he tossed a crisp leaf of cabbage to him, to cleanse the palate and aid digestion. Refreshing cabbage. Noticing Frisia devouring the cabbage eagerly, Sun Wukong threw him a succulent head of lettuce. This time, Frisia took his time, relishing the sweet freshness of the cabbage. His long-standing hunger finally alleviated. He patted his belly, revealing a look of contentment. Is it all right, Frisia? Sun Wukong stepped forward, concentrating energy into a blade-like edge and gently slicing through the silken threads binding Frisia. As the bindings fell away, Frisia instantly stretched his body, though still emaciated. The sparkle in his eyes had noticeably brightened. He extended a hand, forming a perfect okay gesture towards Sun Wukong. Absolutely splendid. Frisia moved his stiff neck, a hint of gratitude lacing his tone. Despite his deep-seated animosity towards Sun Wukong, the unexpected feast had warmed his heart amidst the torment of the underworld. On the brink of despair, Sun Wukong's smile faded, his expression turning serious. Frisia, I sought you out for a matter of great importance. Our universe comprises 12 realms, and now the Omni King intends to select warriors from all but the 4th-ranked universe for battle, 10 in total. We are but one short, and we wish to choose you. This contest is critical. The universe that loses will face annihilation. Frisia's eyes darted, his slender tail curling unconsciously. He had suspected Sun Wukong would not offer sustenance without a reason, and indeed, there was a request at hand. Licking his lips, he revealed his signature cunning smile. I might assist you, but I require some form of compensation. Sun Wukong glanced at the golden halo above Frisia's head, a symbol of the afterlife, and replied without hesitation. I can teach you the art of resurrection. Resurrection? Upon hearing this word, Frisia's body jolted, and a long-suppressed yearning within him erupted with fervor. A surge of savage power radiated from him, transforming his pale aura into a dazzling gold. The white parts of his body glimmered with a golden sheen, and even his pupils turned into brilliant gold. The golden Frisia form activated spontaneously amidst the intense, emotional upheaval. Ha ha ha! Resurrection! At last, I can return to life. Frisia howled to the heavens, his golden aura soaring, causing the surrounding peach trees to tremble in fear. Sun Wukong, seeing this transformation, immediately assumed a combat stance. His gaze fixed warily upon him. Hey, why are you suddenly transforming? Frisia took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his surging emotions as his golden aura gradually receded. Returning to his original form. My apologies, I became somewhat overexcited. His gaze fell upon Son Goku, a complex expression crossing his features. The man who had personally slain him twice now stood as the beacon of his resurrection. Observing Frisia's composure, Son Goku stepped forward and grasped his arm. Cool me. I shall take you back to Earth. With a gesture of his fingers pressed to his brow, he activated instant transmission, transporting them both to the Baozi Mountain. As Son Goku and Frisia materialized before the others, an air of vigilance enveloped the group. Vegeta immediately assumed a combat stance, energy radiating fiercely around him. Son Goku, you truly brought this scoundrel back. Piccolo and Krillin also unleashed their auras, poised for battle. However, Frisia remained unfazed by the hostility directed towards him. His attention swiftly shifted to Beerus, who sat beneath the eaves. As someone who had once been extinguished by Beerus with ease, the god of destruction's oppressive presence had long been etched into the depths of his soul. Upon sighting Beerus, Frisia's body trembled uncontrollably, his knees buckling in an urge to kneel. Frisia, you need not kneel. Beerus licked his claws, his tone indifferent. This time, I permit you to participate in the battle, and I shall temporarily overlook your past transgressions. Frisia felt an immense relief wash over him. He promptly straightened his posture and bowed respectfully. Thank you, Lord Beerus. He understood clearly that as long as Beerus was present, he would not dare to play tricks. Beerus nodded in satisfaction, his gaze sweeping across all present. Lin Xiao, Broly, Son Goku, Vegeta, Android 17, Android 18, Piccolo, Krillin, Son Gohan, and Frisia. Now the roster is complete, with the final participant confirmed. The lineup for the Tournament of Power in Universe 7 was finally solidified. Under the setting sun, the silhouettes of the 10 individuals were elongated, each face etched with gravity and resolve. Son Goku patted Frisia on the shoulder, grinning widely. Frisia, just don't hold us back when the time comes. Frisia huffed in response, but offered no rebuttal. He gazed skyward, quietly contemplating that upon his resurrection, the entire universe would once again bear witness to his splendor. Meanwhile, an impending battle, one that would determine the fate of the multiverse, was silently set in motion amidst this seemingly tranquil atmosphere. As night fell over Baozi Mountain, the area was aglow with lights, and everyone gathered together to commence their first formal strategy meeting, Chapter 40. The meeting. The Universe Assembly. The birth of the Inspector and the prelude to the battle for existence. The afternoon sun poured down like melted gold, blanketing a private beach in Universe 7. The fine white sand shimmered warmly in the sunlight, the rhythmic waves lapping at the shore, leaving delicate foam and meandering water marks upon the beach. Lin Xiao reclined on a custom beach chair, a lightweight linen blanket draped over him, sunglasses obscuring half his face, revealing only his relaxed jawline and subtly upturned lips. The sea breeze, infused with a salty tang, rustled through his tousled hair, while the distant cries of seagulls lazily drifted through the air, creating an atmosphere of tranquility and contentment. Suddenly, without warning, the space before Lin Xiao shimmered with ripples. The ripples were not gentle like the waves, but rather bore a weighty, almost solid presence. The air seemed distorted and folded by an invisible force, forming a continuously swirling, pale golden vortex. The light at the center of the vortex became warped, and the temperature surrounding it seemed to drop several degrees. Even the sea breeze came to a standstill, while the fine sand on the beach was held firmly in place by an unseen power, no longer drifting with the wind. A tall, indistinct shadow slowly emerged from the vortex, its outline appearing somewhat unreal under the sunlight, as if composed of pure energy. A faint halo encircled its form, obscuring its features, yet an overwhelming presence akin to the vastness of the starry sea and the authority of cosmic laws emanated from it. This aura was not a deliberate oppressive force, yet rendered everything around it insignificant and humble, causing even the sound of the waves to unconsciously lower in volume. Lin Xiao, the shadow spoke, its voice not loud, but imbued with a soul-piercing power that resonated clearly in Lin Xiao's ears, as if it rang directly in his consciousness. The tone bore no emotional fluctuations, yet it contained an undeniable majesty. Lin Xiao slowly removed his sunglasses, sitting upright. The languor on his face swiftly faded, replaced by a calm respect. He gazed at the shadow and inclined his head slightly. High Priest, prepare yourself. A meeting is scheduled for the afternoon to officially assume your position. The High Priest's words were succinct and clear, each syllable resonating like an indelible imprint. Understood, High Priest. Lin Xiao's voice was steady, devoid of any tension or excitement, as if he had anticipated this day. As soon as he spoke, the halo surrounding the High Priest flickered slightly, and the pale golden vortex reappeared, engulfing his figure. The vortex dissipated as swiftly as it had emerged. The surrounding air resumed its flow, the sea breeze returned, and the cries of seagulls regained their previous rhythm. Everything on the beach returned to its original tranquility, as though the conversation had merely been a fleeting illusion. Lin Xiao donned his sunglasses once more and reclined back on the beach chair. Yet now, a newfound depth lingered in his gaze, his fingertips unconsciously tapping against the armrest, seemingly contemplating the impending meeting. Meanwhile, on the planet of the god of destruction in the seventh universe, a finely crafted palace hovered in mid-air, emanating a soft glow. Within the palace's dining hall, a lavish long table was laden with exquisite delicacies from across the cosmos. Beerus sat at the head of the table, a freshly baked strawberry cake resting on his plate. With his eyes closed, he carefully lifted a small piece with his fork, savoring it, a look of satisfaction gracing his face. Opposite him sat Whis, dressed in a pristine white uniform, holding a steaming cup of red tea, a gentle smile illuminating his face as he observed Beerus relish his meal. The aroma of food mingled with the delicate scent of tea, while the crystal chandelier refracted brilliant light and murals depicting celestial bodies adorned the walls, creating an atmosphere of elegance and tranquility. Whis, do try this. It's the new Nebula cheese from the seventh universe. Its texture is even more refined than the previous Stardust cream. Beerus swallowed the cake in his mouth and picked up a piece of cheese that emitted a faint blue glow, extending it toward Whis. Just as Whis was about to reach out, the air in the center of the restaurant suddenly rippled like water, and a familiar pale, golden vortex materialized out of thin air. The smile on Beerus's face instantly froze. He set down the cheese and instinctively straightened his posture, even his breathing slowing slightly. The silhouette of the Grand Minister emerged from the vortex, still shrouded in a vague outline and an overwhelming aura that seemed to lower the temperature of the entire restaurant by several degrees. Beerus immediately stood up from his seat, slightly bowing in a gesture of utmost respect. Grand Minister, what brings you here? Even a god of destruction, having lived countless ages, maintained absolute reverence in the presence of the Grand Minister. The Grand Minister regarded Beerus with an expressionless gaze, as if his eyes could penetrate all facades and reach the depths of the soul. I am here to discuss a matter with you. His voice remained flat, yet carried an undeniable commanding tone. At 3 p.m. Earth time, a meeting will be held in the Universal Assembly Hall, attended by all gods of destruction and angels across the universes. I am here to remind you not to be late. Understood, Grand Minister. I will be punctual, Beerus replied hastily, not daring to show any signs of negligence. He was acutely aware that a meeting requiring the Grand Minister's personal notification was of utmost significance. The Grand Minister uttered no further words, his figure melding back into the spatial vortex, disappearing from sight. It was only after the vortex had completely dissipated that Beerus slowly straightened up, a hint of solemnity etched on his face. He turned to Whis, his brow slightly furrowed. Whis, do you have any idea what this is about? Why would all gods of destruction and angels need to convene? Whis set down his cup of red tea and gently shook his head. I am uncertain, Lord Beerus. However, given the Grand Minister's attention to the matter, It must pertain to something of great importance to the entire universe. He paused, a faint smile gracing his lips. Perhaps something intriguing is about to unfold. Beerus huffed and returned to his seat. Yet at that moment, he had lost all interest in savoring the delicacies, his mind racing with speculation about the meeting's agenda. After the Grand Minister departed from the seventh universe, his presence was subsequently felt across the planets of the gods of destruction in other universes. In the second universe, the god of destruction, Chire, was tending to cosmic flowers in her garden. Upon seeing the Grand Minister, she immediately set down her scissors and bowed respectfully. In the sixth universe, the god of destruction, Kampa, and Vados were embroiled in a heated argument over a piece of time-defying chocolate when the vortex appeared, prompting an instant cessation of their dispute. Kampa, though reluctant, complied with the summons. In the 11th universe, the god of destruction, Vermaud, was training alongside Angel Margarita when he sensed the Grand Minister's aura and promptly halted, bowing to receive orders. The Grand Minister's notifications were succinct and efficient. Upon arriving in each universe, he would leave the time and location of the meeting before swiftly proceeding to the next. His figure traversed different dimensions with grace, akin to words flowing seamlessly across the pages of a book without a hint of hesitation. Upon receiving the notification, the deities of destruction from various universes found themselves enveloped in varying degrees of perplexity and gravity. They engaged in brief exchanges through the connections facilitated by angels, yet remained utterly ignorant of the meeting's contents. A palpable tension thus began to permeate the cosmos. Time, akin to a meteor traversing the universe, silently slipped away. At precisely 2:50 p.m. terrestrial time, spatial fluctuations commenced to manifest at the entrance of the Universal Conference Room. This chamber, suspended within the interstitial spaces of the cosmos, resembled a colossal silver sphere, its surface shimmering with a celestial luster, surrounded by countless minute spatial nodes linking the diverse universes. Inside, the grandeur was awe-inspiring. The circular expanse exceeded 10,000 meters in diameter, with a dome reminiscent of the vast night sky, adorned with innumerable twinkling stars. The walls were constructed from a unique crystal capable of reflecting the vistas of various universes, while the floor gleamed like polished white jade, mirroring the starlight from above. At the center stood a vast circular conference table, crafted from the hardest star core alloy in existence, its surface intricately engraved with complex cosmic runes, emanating a subtle energy wave. Surrounding the table were 12 chairs, each corresponding to a specific universe, adorned with carvings symbolizing their respective realms. The first to arrive were the deity of destruction Iwan from the first universe and his angel, Awamo. Iwan, tall and austere, sat in contemplative silence. Shortly thereafter, the deity of destruction Mosca from the third universe and his angel, Campili, arrived. Mosca sat Sidoni, Exudina Shirinoha. Subsequently, the deities and angels from the various universes arrived in succession, the atmosphere within the conference room growing increasingly intricate, characterized by the unspoken contest of energies among the deities and gentle exchanges of glances between the angels. At 2:55 p.m., Beerus and Whis entered, immediately feeling the weight of numerous gazes upon them. With a stoic expression, Beerus approached the seat designated for the seventh universe. As his gaze swept across the room, it locked onto that of Kampa from the sixth universe, an instantaneous clash of their eyes, igniting an atmosphere crackling with unspoken tension. Kampa snorted disdainfully and turned away, yet could not resist stealing furtive glances at Beerus, clearly indicating that their long-standing animosity had not faded. Most striking was the fourth universe's deity of destruction, Katra, who sat with a menacing glare fixed on Beerus, his eyes brimming with deep-seated animosity. The memory of his defeat at the hands of the seventh universe during the cosmic martial arts tournament lingered painfully, and upon encountering Beerus once more, his suppressed rage threatened to erupt, causing his energy fluctuations to become erratic. The angel Kukatel beside him coughed lightly, prompting Katra to reluctantly temper his demeanor, though his icy stare at Beerus remained unyielding. At precisely 3:00 p.m., the last deity of destruction and his angel arrived at the conference room. With the arrival of Jean and his angel Maine from the 12th universe, the doors of the chamber gradually closed, the starlight in the dome intensifying, illuminating the entire space as if it were the light of day. The gods straightened their bodies, their gazes converging upon the vice chair next to the main seat, where the high priest resided. It was evident to all that the meeting was on the verge of commencement, and the reason for the high priest summons was about to be unveiled. "High priest, What have you summoned us for? At last, the god of destruction from the fifth universe, Yarok, could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, his voice shattering the silence of the conference room. The other deities of destruction nodded in agreement, their eyes brimming with curiosity and anticipation. The high priest, seated at the vice chair, calmly surveyed the assembly and slowly replied, "Please wait a moment. You will soon discover." His voice, though soft, commanded silence among the gods, restoring tranquility to the room, save for the sound of their breaths and the subtle flow of energy. At that moment, a gentle radiance emanated from the front of the conference room, and two diminutive figures materialized, taking their seats at the highest position. With childlike visages and adorned in exquisite attire, they were none other than the Omni Kings. Omni Kings. All the gods of destruction and angels immediately rose from their seats, bowing respectfully, their voices imbued with reverence. Even the most unruly of the gods of destruction dared not show any insolence in the presence of the Omni Kings, for they were acutely aware of the power the Omni Kings possessed to effortlessly obliterate an entire universe. The Omni Kings gazed down at the assembly, their faces alight with innocent smiles, and waved their hands. There is no need for such formality. Please be seated. This meeting is of great significance concerning positions. As the gods settled back into their seats, their curiosity intensified. The high priest rose from the vice chair and approached the Omni Kings, surveying the assembly before proclaiming clearly, "The purpose of this gathering is to announce an important decision. We have found a candidate for the position of inspector." No sooner had he spoken than the space behind the high priest rippled slightly, and a figure emerged. Clad in a simple black casual outfit, it was Lin Shao. He stood before the 12 gods of destruction and 12 angels, exuding calmness and poise, devoid of any signs of tension. "Greetings, everyone. My name is Lin Shao, and it is an honor to meet you all," he said with a slight nod, his voice resonating throughout the conference room. The high priest regarded the assembly and continued, "He will henceforth be my colleague and your superior, assuming the role of inspector." What? This statement erupted like thunder in the midst of the gods. All the gods of destruction were taken aback, their faces etched with disbelief. They exchanged glances, their expressions a mixture of shock and confusion. A mere mortal from the earth of the seventh universe had suddenly ascended to become their superior? This was utterly beyond their comprehension. Keitra slammed his hand on the table, rising to his feet, and glared at Lin Shao. "High priest, this is impossible. How can a mortal hold the title of inspector and become our superior? We are gods of destruction." Other gods of destruction expressed their dissatisfaction, engaging in hushed murmurs. Beerus furrowed his brow, and although he refrained from speaking, a hint of doubt lingered in his eyes. The grand priest cast an impassive glance at Keitra, a gaze that instilled an intangible pressure, causing Keitra to involuntarily close his mouth and sulkily return to his seat. Lin Shao possesses ample capability to hold this position. This is the decision of the Omni King and myself, and it is beyond question. The grand priest's voice bore an undeniable authority that silenced all the destroyers who, despite their lingering confusion, dared not voice their dissent any further. The Omni King observed the commotion below and gently cleared his throat. Now, everyone must cooperate well with Lin Shao. Though his voice was youthful, it carried absolute authority. Once the atmosphere settled, the grand priest continued, "This meeting concerns more than just this matter. You should already be aware of the inspirational conference." Upon hearing the phrase, inspirational conference, the attention of the destroyers was immediately redirected. A glimmer of curiosity flickered in Beerus's eyes, while Kampa straightened his posture, evidently intrigued by the event. The inspirational conference requires the preparation of 10 contestants. The top 4 civilizations in terms of index need not participate, while all other universes must engage. The Grand Priest's voice resonated clearly. The losing universe will face complete erasure. What? This statement plunged the conference room into turmoil once more. Erasure of a universe? This punishment was far more severe than they had anticipated. The faces of the destroyers grew grave, their expressions filled with shock and a hint of fear. Even they could not bear the thought of the universe they protected being annihilated. "What are the rewards?" inquired Vados, the Angel of Universe 6, her voice gentle yet penetrating. The Grand Priest turned to her and replied slowly, "The reward is the Super Dragon." The mention of the Super Dragon ignited a fierce light in the eyes of the destroyers. The Super Dragon wields powers far beyond that of ordinary dragons, capable of granting any wish, an immense temptation for them. The intertwining of fear and allure rendered the emotions of all the destroyers complex. "Do you have any suggestions?" The Grand Priest asked. The destroyers exchanged glances, ultimately shaking their heads, faced with the punishment of universal erasure and the reward of the Super Dragon. Even if they had ideas, they dare not voice dissent. No, none, the gods responded in unison. Well then, this meeting concludes here. With that, the Grand Priest ceased to speak further. The Omni King waved his hand and vanished from the throne, with the Grand Priest following suit. Lin Shao glanced at the assembled gods below, remained silent, and then turned to merge into the spatial fluctuations as he departed the conference room. The destroyers and angels rose from their seats, gradually making their way outside, each bearing a solemn expression, their minds preoccupied with thoughts of the inspectorship and the inspirational conference. The radiance of the conference room dimmed, leaving only an empty space and residual energy fluctuations, as if the momentous meeting that had determined the fate of the universe had never taken place. As Beerus and Whis exited the conference room and traversed the spatial corridor back to the destroyer planet of Universe 7, they were greeted by Kampa and Vados, who stood at the entrance of the palace awaiting their arrival. Xiang Pa, with his arms crossed and a hint of a provocative smile on his face, inquired. The motivational conference is set to take place in a month. Are you prepared, Beerus? Beerus cast a glance at Xiang Pa, a smirk of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. I have already selected my contestants. Have you already made your selections? Upon hearing this, Xiang Pa's expression soured. He had believed himself to be swift in his preparations, only to discover that Beerus had outpaced him, leaving him feeling rather irritated. Standing beside Beerus, Whis observed Xiang Pa and Bardos with a subtle, knowing smile in his eyes. Chapter 41. The Eve of the Tournament of Power. The afternoon sun on Earth always radiates a perfectly balanced warmth, its golden rays filtering through the expansive glass windows of Bulma's home, casting dappled shadows across the lawn. Ever since Lin Shao and Goku returned from the realm of the gods of destruction, Bulma had insisted on hosting a barbecue party, not only to celebrate Bra's birth, but also to allow everyone a moment to unwind before the tournament. At this moment, an automatic grill was set up on the lawn, the sizzling meat emanating an enticing aroma that mingled with the faint floral scents in the air, creating a scene both heartwarming and vibrant. Bulma cradled the sleeping Bra, carefully placing her into the stroller. The little one, clad in a pink onesie, had a rosy complexion, and her long eyelashes fluttered gently like tiny fans, evoking a sense of tenderness in those around her. Please be quiet, everyone. Bra has just fallen asleep, Bulma gently admonished, patting the stroller's railing with a motherly tenderness. She wore a casual white dress, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, and a contented smile graced her face. For her, nothing brought greater joy than the gathering of family and friends. Seated cross-legged on the lawn, Goku devoured 2 skewers of freshly grilled meat, oblivious to the sauce smeared across his mouth. Bulma, your barbecue is still the best, he mumbled, his eyes darting towards Vegeta. Vegeta, hurry up and eat. It'll be cold soon. Vegeta snorted dismissively, elegantly holding a glass of juice as he stood by the grill, watching the robot deftly turn the skewers. Kakarot, must you eat with such disregard for your image? Yet, despite his words, his gaze inadvertently lingered on Goku's stuffed cheeks, a flicker of amusement dancing in his eyes. The training in the realm of destruction had greatly enhanced his power, and he was now preparing to surpass Goku at the tournament. Krillin sat beside Android 18 under a sunshade, awkwardly offering her a skewer of grilled vegetables. You should try this. The robot grilled it to perfection. 18 smiled gently, accepting the skewer, her gaze warm as she watched Trunks playfully tussling with Goten nearby. Since deciding to participate in the tournament, Krillin had been diligently training, aware of the gap between his abilities and those of Goku and Vegeta, yet he was determined not to be a hindrance to his friends. On the opposite side of the lawn, Son Gohan sat with a book on astrobiology in hand, yet he hardly turned the pages. Instead, he quietly observed his younger brother Goten and Trunks at play. In recent days, he had not only trained under Whis, but had also frequently received guidance from Lin Shao. The latent power within him had been further awakened. He could feel an unprecedented strength surging through him, gently caressing the pages of his book. He silently vowed to protect everyone during the tournament and safeguard this universe. Leaning against a grand tree, Lin Shao held a chilled beverage, watching the lively scene before him with a faint smile gracing his lips. From receiving the divine notice on the beach to becoming the inspector of the entire universe, and training alongside Goku in the realm of the destroyers, it all felt as though it had transpired just yesterday, yet it was palpably real. He reminisced about the days spent training in the destroyer realm with Whis. The gravity there was dozens of times that of Earth, and the air was infused with pure energy. Each punch thrown and each instant transmission pushed the limits of their bodies. Lin Xiao, come and have some barbecue. Bulma's voice interrupted his reverie. Rising with a smile, Lin Xiao approached and accepted the skewers of grilled meat she offered. You've worked hard these days. Not only training yourself, but also guiding everyone, Bulma said, her eyes filled with gratitude. Since Lin Xiao's arrival, the group's strength had seen rapid improvement, and even Goku often remarked on Lin Xiao's exceptional guidance. Taking a bite of the barbecue, Lin Xiao chuckled and shook his head. It's primarily due to everyone's efforts. I merely provide occasional pointers. His gaze shifted to Goku and Vegeta, who were engaged in a friendly spar. A flicker of satisfaction passing through his eyes. These two Saiyans, always vying against one another, had developed a remarkable synergy in their training, their prowess far surpassing that of their counterparts in the original narrative. As laughter and merriment enveloped the atmosphere, time slipped by unnoticed, and soon it was the third day before the motivational tournament commenced. Following Whis' advice, everyone had ceased their intense training to focus on recovery and revitalization. The lawn at Bulma's home, once bustling with vigorous training, now radiated a more relaxed and pleasant ambience. Goku and Krillin were engrossed in a game of baseball, while Vegeta meditated nearby, honing his breath. Gohan accompanied Bra in basking in the sun, the tranquil passage of time instilling a sense of peace. Perched atop the roof, Lin Xiao gazed into the distant sky. He could sense the energies from various universes converging towards the conference room of the universe, heralding the imminent onset of a battle that would determine the fate of existence itself. He sighed softly, quietly praying for everyone's safety and hoping that Universe 7 would successfully navigate the challenges ahead. Before long, the day before the Tournament of Power arrived. Excitement rippled through everyone. Even the typically composed Vegeta could hardly remain still. In the evening, the group gathered once more in Bulma's dining room, enjoying a sumptuous dinner, and the conversation naturally gravitated towards the upcoming competition. Suddenly, Goku slammed his hands on the table, fists clenched, his eyes sparkling with exhilaration. The tournament is finally upon us. Tomorrow marks the beginning of the matches, and I can hardly contain my excitement. He rubbed his fists in anticipation, yearning to soar to the arena and engage in a fierce contest with the formidable warriors from other universes. What kind of masters could possibly await him from those realms? Surely, they must be incredibly powerful. Beside him, Vegeta cast a sidelong glance at Goku, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. Humph. No matter how strong they are, they cannot surpass me. He raised his glass to his lips, taking a delicate sip, while his mind replayed the fruits of his recent training. He had mastered a more advanced transformation, achieving unprecedented levels of speed and strength. This time, he would show Goku who truly was the prince of all Saiyans, who stood as the mightiest warrior. Lost in thought, a determined smile crept onto Vegeta's face as he chuckled softly. Haha, what are you laughing at, Vegeta? Goku inquired with curiosity, unable to fathom the reason for Vegeta's sudden mirth. Vegeta quickly suppressed his smile, reverting to his usual aloof demeanor, and coldly replied, It's nothing. He turned away, yet within him, the resolve to surpass Goku in the forthcoming match grew ever stronger. In the corner of the dining hall, Goten and Trunks were sprawled on the floor, engrossed in the latest gaming console, occasionally erupting into cheers or sighs. Gohan sat beside them, not participating in the game, but smiling fondly at his brother and friend, his eyes brimming with affection. He understood that the impending competition was filled with uncertainties and dangers, yet he believed that together they could overcome any obstacles. Bulma, while nursing Bra, engaged in conversation with Android 18. Tomorrow, I'll take Bra to the event to cheer for everyone. You all must perform splendidly. Android 18 nodded, her gaze softening as she looked at Krillin, their exchange smiles laden with unspoken understanding. Lin Xiao sat quietly at the dining table, absorbing the conversations around him, his mind awash with myriad thoughts. As the inspector, he was not only to witness the entire competition, but also fulfill his duties if necessary, which added a touch of pressure. However, seeing the confidence radiating from everyone eased his mind considerably. As night deepened, the lively dinner drew to a close. Each person retreated to their rooms to rest and rejuvenate, awaiting the morrow's arrival. The entire earth lay enveloped in the tranquility of the night, as if gathering strength for the imminent battle. At the break of dawn, as the first light crept into the sky, Goku was the first to rise, bubbling with excitement as he hopped around the yard. Soon, the others awakened in succession, quickly freshening up before preparing to head to the inspirational conference venue. Bulma had already activated the latest model of the spaceship, which gleamed with a silvery sheen on the lawn. "Is everyone ready? We're off," Bulma announced, holding Bra as she boarded the ship first. Goku, Vegeta, Gohan, Krillin, Android 18, Trunks, and Goten followed closely behind, with Lin Xiao being the last aboard. He turned back for a moment, casting a glance at the slumbering Earth, silently whispering, "Wait for our return." The spaceship ascended gradually, breaking through the atmosphere and heading toward the spatial corridor where the intergalactic assembly was to be held. Inside the vessel, a palpable silence enveloped the group, the air thick with tension and anticipation. Wukong incessantly rubbed his hands, his eyes brimming with excitement, while Vegeta closed his eyes to cultivate his energy. Gohan gazed thoughtfully at the starry sky outside the window. After a brief voyage, the spaceship smoothly arrived at the venue of the inspirational conference. It was a vast floating platform, at the center of which stood a colossal arena composed of energy surrounded by 12 spectator stands, each corresponding to one of the 12 universes. Above the platform, 2 splendid thrones hovered. These were the seats of the Grand Zeno, with the Grand Minister standing respectfully beside them. Initially believing he was the earliest arrival, he was surprised to find the team from Universe 6 already waiting in the stands. Kampa was seated, a bag of snacks in hand, and upon seeing Beerus disembark from the spaceship, he immediately raised his chin in a display of arrogance. "Beerus, you are truly late," he proclaimed loudly, his tone laced with provocation. Beerus let out a cold snort, disinterested in engaging him, yet secretly contemplated how he would ensure Kampa's humiliating defeat once the competition commenced. Kampa, observing Beerus' feigned calmness, felt even more triumphant. This time, he had meticulously selected 10 exceptionally powerful fighters and personally trained them, firmly believing that Universe 6 would secure victory in this inspirational conference, thereby not only obtaining the wish from the Eternal Dragon, but also having the opportunity to humiliate Beerus. As time passed, teams from other universes began to arrive. The contestants from Universe 2 donned splendid battle attire, exuding valor, while the participants from Universe 3 were entirely robotic, radiating a chilling metallic sheen. The fourth universe's Quitella surveyed the arena with a sinister gaze, particularly fixating on the team from Universe 7 with palpable hostility. The gods of destruction and angels from each universe occupied their respective stands, some exchanging friendly greetings while others regarded each other with cold indifference. An invisible tension permeating the air. Everyone was acutely aware that this contest was not merely a competition among the fighters, but a life-and-death showdown between the universes. Above the platform, the 2 Grand Zenos engaged in playful antics, tossing the universe ball back and forth, instilling fear in the gods of destruction below, who dreaded the potential shattering of the universe ball. The Grand Minister stood stoically nearby, his expression unchanging as he observed the unfolding scene, his gaze occasionally sweeping over the various teams, awaiting the moment the competition would commence. Son Goku stood in the resting area of Universe 7, his eyes fixated on the shimmering energy of the arena, unable to suppress his clenched fists. It was finally about to begin. He inhaled deeply, feeling the surge of power within him, his eyes filled with anticipation. Vegeta stood beside him, a confident smile gracing his lips as he silently declared, "Kakarot, this time I shall not be defeated by you." Lin Xiao stood not far behind the Grand Minister, his gaze calm as he observed everything below, ready for the impending battle. Chapter 42, the eve of the Tournament of Power. In the void of the Null Realm, the floating arena emanated a chilling metallic luster, as the fighters from the 12 universes could no longer contain the battle intent surging within them, their energy rippling silently in the absolute vacuum of their surroundings. As the resounding voice of the Grand Priest echoed through the void, calling forth the contestants, the 10 candidates from various universes leaped from their seats like arrows released from a bow, landing gracefully in the designated waiting area at the edge of the arena. Their gazes were sharp as blades, vigilant of the formidable challengers from other realms, yet brimming with anticipation for the impending battle. Every sinew in their bodies was taut, as if poised to unleash cataclysmic power at any moment. The Grand Priest hovered above the arena, his all-seeing eyes sweeping over the line of contenders below. When his gaze fell upon the direction of Universe 7, a slight furrow appeared on his brow. "Ah, Lin Xiao is actually on the candidate list?" he mused. "This cannot stand." His voice, though soft, resonated clearly in the ears of the Omni King beside him. The Omni King, with his cherubic cheeks, pondered for a moment, resting his chin on his tiny hands before nodding in agreement. Indeed, the Grand Priest has a point. Should he take the stage? The other contestants would have little opportunity to shine, and the spectacle would be less than thrilling. No sooner had he spoken than the Grand Priest raised his right hand. A gentle white light emanating from his palm, and his booming voice enveloped the entirety of the Null Realm. According to the supplemental regulations of the Tournament of Power, Inspector Lin Xiao is hereby prohibited from participating in this event. The declaration sent shockwaves through the crowd. The gods of destruction and Supreme Kais seated in the stands exchanged hushed whispers. But the most vehement reaction came from Universe 7's god of destruction, Beerus. He sprang from his seat, uncontrollable destructive energy radiating from him, causing the Supreme Kai beside him to shrink back in trepidation. Grand Priest, why must Lord Lin Xiao be barred from competing? Beerus' voice was laced with disbelief. He was acutely aware of Lin Xiao's prowess, and with him in the fray, Universe 7 was practically assured victory. The Grand Priest calmly elucidated, Lin Xiao's strength far exceeds the standards set for this tournament. Should he enter the fray, the contest would lack suspense, devolving into a one-sided annihilation, which contradicts the very essence of the Tournament of Power. Beerus opened his mouth to argue. Yet upon meeting the profound gaze of the Grand Priest, he swallowed his words. He understood that the Grand Priest's decision was immutable and resignedly returned to his seat. Muttering under his breath, this is troublesome. As Beerus had feared, Lin Xiao's disqualification reduced the roster of Universe 7's contenders from 10 to 9. The Grand Priest's attention shifted towards Universe 7, addressing Beerus directly. Considering the special circumstances, I grant you 1 hour to find a final contestant to complete your lineup. Thank you, Grand Priest, Beerus exclaimed, relief washing over him. Observing this, the contestants from the other universes swiftly returned to their respective seats, awaiting Universe 7's completion of their team. The atmosphere in the Null Realm became subtly charged, as the gods of destruction and Supreme Kais engaged in low murmurs regarding the recent developments. What was this inspector that the Grand Priest mentioned? The god of destruction from Universe 4, Katra, inquired curiously of the Supreme Kai beside him. This inquiry immediately captivated the interest of other celestial deities, who began to engage in a cacophony of explanations, their voices intertwining with an array of cosmic dialects. The peculiar syllables, an amalgamation of sounds, left those divinities unfamiliar with this position utterly perplexed, their understanding gleaned solely from the extraordinary tone surrounding the inspector. Concurrently, the seating area of the 7th universe was engulfed in a fervent discussion. Klein glanced at his companions, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Gohan, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation. We are merely one individual short. Whom shall we select? At this moment, even Bu had succumbed to slumber, impervious to any attempts to rouse him. Klein instinctively rubbed his bald head, a myriad of faces flashing through his mind, only to be dismissed one by one. Suddenly, a thought struck him, his countenance paling slightly, a glimmer of trepidation flickering in his gaze. Yet he gritted his teeth and spoke. Lord Beerus, I believe there is someone who might be suitable. Who is it? Speak swiftly. Beerus pressed, his impatience palpable. Cell. Klein's voice was barely above a whisper, yet it detonated like a bomb in the ears of those present. Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Gohan's eyes widened in unison, and even the usually composed Broly couldn't suppress a frown. Vegeta scoffed dismissively. You propose that we enlist that monster for the competition? Would he even cooperate? What if he loses control on the battlefield? Klein offered a wry smile. I'm aware of the risks, but at this juncture, he may be the only formidable contender we can secure in such a short span. His cells are imbued with Saiyan genes, and his combat prowess is indisputable. Moreover, after all these years, perhaps his mindset has evolved. After a moment of contemplation, Beerus turned to Sun Wukong. It falls upon you to undertake this task. With no hesitation, Sun Wukong grinned widely. Leave it to me. Before the words had fully left his mouth, he had vanished from sight. Utilizing his vague sense of Cell's energy, he executed instant transmission and arrived at the fringes of hell. There, Cell was training on a desolate plain, and upon sensing the familiar presence, he swiftly turned to find Sun Wukong before him. Before Cell could fully register the situation, Sun Wukong seized his arm. Cell, come with me. In the blink of an eye, the two figures materialized upon the seating platform of the Void Realm. Cell surveyed his surroundings, absorbing the overwhelming energies permeating the air, particularly the two formidable auras in the distance that sent tremors through his very soul, the presence of the Omni King. He furrowed his brow. Where's this place? Sun Wukong clapped a hand on his shoulder, adopting a serious tone. This is the Void Realm. The 12 universes must each select 10 champions for battle. And the universe that loses will be obliterated. Our 7th universe still requires one more participant, hence my request for your assistance. Cell raised an eyebrow, feigning a teasing tone. Are you not concerned that I might betray you and deliberately lose the match? Yet, he was acutely aware that in such a realm, even the slightest act of defiance could result in immediate erasure. From the moment he stepped into the Void Realm, he felt the weight of numerous lethal gazes upon him, one of which emanated from a seemingly ordinary blonde man nearby, Lin Xiao. The aura evoked a primal fear within him. At this juncture, I find myself compelled to place my trust in you. Sun Wukong's gaze was earnest, devoid of any doubt. As Sheru observed him, a stir of emotion welled within, and he silently nodded. He understood that this was not merely a life-and-death battle for the 7th universe, but also an opportunity to prove himself. At that moment, Vegeta interjected, "Hold on, this fellow seems remarkably weak. Even with training, he is barely stronger than his former complete form, and he simply cannot match the caliber of the other competitors." His words struck true, and silence enveloped the group. Indeed, Sheru's current strength was nearly insignificant when confronted by the elite warriors. "I have a solution." A serene voice suddenly resonated, prompting the assembly to turn in the direction of the sound. They beheld Lin Xiao, who had mysteriously descended from the sky to stand beside Beerus. Noticing him, Beerus instinctively straightened his posture, hesitating to breathe too audibly, and hastily remarked, "My lord, I apologize for any previous offense." Lin Xiao waved his hand dismissively, replying calmly, "There is no need for such formality. Just speak freely." He then directed his gaze toward Sheru, continuing, "Sheru, like Android 17 and 18, is an artificial being, but he possesses a unique ability to absorb energy or implant DNA to acquire the strength of others. He has already acquired Saiyan DNA. We might experiment with the implantation of Frisia's DNA, which could significantly enhance his power. But how can we obtain Frisia's DNA now?" Beerus inquired, perplexed. Lin Xiao did not respond but extended his right index finger, which glimmered with a faint light. In the distance, Frisia suddenly felt an inexplicable sting, looking down to discover something being drawn from his arm. Yet upon closer inspection, all appeared normal. As confusion enveloped him, Lin Xiao directed his fingertip towards Sheru, and the glimmer transformed into a slender thread, swiftly penetrating Sheru's being. Sheru felt a warm current surge from his dantian, rapidly spreading throughout his body, each cell rejoicing in exultation. He could distinctly sense the power within him expanding at an astonishing rate, as if boundless energy awaited release. Unable to contain himself, he let out a thunderous roar, his entire being erupting with a resplendent golden aura that soared skyward. As his strength escalated, his skin gradually transformed into a brilliant gold. Shimmering with a metallic sheen, the original green patterns replaced by golden hues, exuding an aura that was both sinister and formidable. "Is this Frisia's golden form?" Vegeta exclaimed, his eyes wide in disbelief. Frisia himself regarded Sheru with astonishment, only to quickly revert to his haughty demeanor, scoffing, "Humph, you merely borrowed my power. What is so remarkable about that?" Observing Sheru's transformation, Lin Xiao nodded with satisfaction. With this, his strength should suffice to face the forthcoming matches. As Sheru descended to the ground, feeling the tumultuous power within him, he cast Lin Xiao a gaze filled with complexity, a mixture of gratitude and reverence. Just as the members of the 7th universe exhaled in relief, the voice of the Grand Priest resonated once more throughout the void. 1 hour has elapsed. The roster of the 7th universe competitors is now complete. Before the official commencement of the Tournament of Power, we have prepared a special event, a chaotic battle among the 12 gods of destruction. What is this? Upon hearing this announcement, Beerus's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to accept the reality of the situation. The other gods of destruction exhibited equally astonished expressions, and the seating area erupted with fervent chatter. A battle among the gods of destruction? Is the Grand Minister truly serious? Kampa, the god of destruction from Universe 6, stood up excitedly, rubbing his hands together, eager to teach that Beerus a lesson. Beerus, incensed by Kampa's provocation, retorted, "Humph, who will teach whom is still uncertain." A faint aura of white light began to emanate from him, a precursor to the activation of his Ultra Instinct. A subtle change that was nearly imperceptible to all but the Grand Minister and Lin Xiao. The god of destruction from Universe 11, Vermaud, adjusted his glasses, a sly smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "This sounds intriguing. It's the perfect opportunity to stretch my limbs." In stark contrast, Quitella from Universe 4 licked his lips, a flicker of anxiety hidden in his gaze. He was acutely aware of his inferior strength among the 12 gods of destruction. And this battle would be nothing short of torturous for him. The Supreme Kais in the seating area were visibly pale with fear, with Shin tightly grasping Beerus's arm. Nervously advising, "Lord Beerus, please be cautious. A battle among the gods of destruction is far too perilous. What if you get hurt?" Beerus patted his hand reassuringly, feigning nonchalance. "Do not worry. We gods of destruction maintain a sense of proportion in our battles. We won't truly harm one another." Nonetheless, his gaze sharpened, recognizing that this chaotic battle would provide him with a rare opportunity to practice his ultra instinct in a real combat scenario. Goku watched the impending clash of the gods with sparkling eyes, exclaiming, "Wow, are the gods of destruction about to fight? This is bound to be exhilarating. I wonder how strong they truly are." Vegeta shot him a disdainful glance, retorting, "Fool, the power of the gods of destruction is beyond our comprehension. Pay close attention. You might learn something." Lin Shao stood quietly to the side, observing the excited or anxious gods below, his expression calm and unperturbed. He was well aware of the hierarchy of power among these gods. Beerus was undoubtedly the pinnacle among the 12, especially after mastering Ultra Instinct, while Quitella's strength was the weakest, rendering the outcome of this battle rather predictable from the outset. The Grand Minister gracefully descended to the center of the arena, signaling the gods of destruction to enter. The 12 gods of destruction flew down from their respective seating areas, landing on the vast stage while maintaining a respectful distance from one another. Quitella nervously huddled in a corner, avoiding eye contact with the others, while Beerus casually stood in the center of the arena, his hands resting on his hips, exuding an air of confidence. The rules for the battle among the gods of destruction were as follows: no time limit, no restrictions on the venue, and the only objective was to knock opponents off the stage for elimination. The last one remaining on the stage would be declared the victor. The Grand Minister's voice resonated clearly in everyone's ears as he proclaimed, "Now, I announce the commencement of the battle among the gods of destruction." No sooner had the words left his mouth when Vermoud from Universe 11 sprang into action. His speed was akin to lightning. Appearing instantaneously behind the 8th Universe's god of destruction, Ligier, delivering a seemingly unremarkable palm strike to his back. Ligier reacted with remarkable swiftness, his body sliding aside like a specter, narrowly evading the attack, while simultaneously countering with a punch aimed at Wymide's face. Wymide deftly tilted his head, effortlessly dodging the blow, and the two became entangled in a fierce struggle in an instant. Meanwhile, Kampa from the 6th Universe suddenly let out a thunderous roar, unleashing a powerful wave of energy as he charged towards Beerus of the 7th Universe, proclaiming, "Beerus, receive my strike." His body spun through the air, transforming into a green whirlwind, sweeping forth with a cataclysmic force. Beerus barely spared him a glance, merely shifting his body slightly and taking a casual step aside, evading Kampa's full-force attack as effortlessly as a breeze. "Is that all the might you possess? It pales in comparison to my cat's playful scratches." Beerus's nonchalant mockery incited a fierce rage within Kampa. "Damn it, Beerus, you seek your demise." Kampa pivoted to launch another assault. Yet no matter how swift his fists or how potent his energy, he could never brush against the hem of Beerus's garment. It was as if an invisible barrier surrounded Beerus, allowing him to execute the most precise evasions just before each attack could land. A testament to the passive defense of the Ultra Instinct technique. At that moment, Quitella from the 4th Universe unexpectedly found himself drawn into the fray. The god of destruction from the 3rd Universe, Mosco, executed a sweeping kick, and Quitella hastily raised his hands to block, only to be sent flying by the overwhelming force. "Ah!" he cried out, tracing a parabolic arc through the air before crashing heavily against the edge of the ring, half of his body dangling precariously. "Why, yes, my apologies." Quitella stammered, scrambling back, but after only a few steps, he was struck in the back by a casual energy wave from Wymide, propelling him out of the ring. With a thud, Quitella landed painfully on the ground in front of the spectator area, clutching his abdomen and groaning in agony, becoming the first god of destruction to be eliminated, a result that had long been anticipated by all. The Kaioshin of the 4th Universe anxiously stamped his feet, helplessly watching his god of destruction retreat in disgrace. The battle on the stage raged on, with Beerus continuing to toy with Kampa, occasionally diverting his attention to deflect the attacks of other gods of destruction. When the god of destruction from the 7th Universe truly focused, the disparity became glaringly evident. He didn't even need to initiate an attack. Merely relying on the automatic evasion of Ultra Instinct was sufficient to render all opponents futile. Kampa fought tirelessly, yet never managed to graze even Beerus's attire, while he himself grew increasingly breathless. Although the confrontation between Wymide and Ligier was intense, it gradually distorted under the oppressive aura emanating from Beerus. It is nearly time to conclude this. Beerus yawned, and suddenly, his figure vanished from sight. In the next instant, he appeared behind Wymide, giving him a gentle push that sent Wymide soaring from the ring. Almost immediately, he flashed to Ligier's front, tapping his finger against Ligier's chest, causing him to uncontrollably slide toward the edge of the ring. Observing the unfavorable situation, Kampa attempted to flee, but was instantly pursued by Beerus. Game over. Beerus gently placed his palm upon Kampa's back, unleashing a soft yet irresistible force that propelled Kampa off the arena, his voice echoing in the air. That's not fair. You're cheating. Within mere minutes, the battlefield was left with only Beerus. He clapped his hands and stretched his shoulders, as though he had merely performed a set of warm-up exercises. The Grand Priest stepped forward to declare, "The battle of the gods of destruction has concluded, with Beerus, the god of destruction of Universe 7, emerging victorious." The stands erupted in jubilant cheers, with Goku leaping in excitement. "Wonderful. Lord Beerus is incredible. That dodge was magnificent." A flicker of admiration crossed Vegeta's eyes. He sensed that Beerus's recent display was extraordinary, with a fighting style that transcended the ordinary level of a god of destruction. Beerus soared back to the stands, basking in the congratulations of the crowd. Lin Xiao observed him with a subtle smile. "It seems your mastery of Ultra Instinct has advanced." Upon hearing this, Beerus immediately tempered his pride, responding respectfully, "I owe it all to your previous guidance, my lord." Once the audience settled, the Grand Priest spoke again. "The battle of the gods of destruction has concluded successfully. Now, let us formally commence the tournament of power. All participants from the universes, please prepare yourselves. The match will officially begin in 10 minutes. With the Grand Priest's announcement, the atmosphere in the void grew somber. The contestants from the 8 universes rose, their expressions resolute. They understood that this tournament would determine the survival of their entire universe, allowing no room for carelessness. Goku, stretching his limbs, turned to Vegeta and said, "Vegeta, make sure to perform well." Vegeta snorted dismissively. "I know that without you telling me, I won't lose to you, fool." Krillin glanced at Cell beside him and couldn't help but caution, "Cell, be careful when you enter the arena. Do not act impulsively." Cell nodded, his golden eyes gleaming with determination. "I know what to do." Lin Xiao surveyed the 10 contestants of Universe 7, finally resting his gaze on Goku, saying softly, "Just give it your all. Do not leave any regrets." Goku grinned widely. "Don't worry, Lord Lin Xiao. We will definitely win." 10 minutes swiftly passed, and as the Grand Priest announced the official start of the Tournament of Power,